In order to stop my big brother from spoiling my cousin, I kicked my big brother in the lifeblood, but afterwards, my cousin not only didn't appreciate it, but falsely accused me of spoiling her, and I backhanded her with a big bout. Do you really think that I'm still the original owner's fool? A traveler can still call you guys bullies. At this time, I was escorted to the hall. In the hall, my father, Lin Baojun, let out a roar. Sinner, kneel down. Like a thunderous explosion, it shook me to the point where I was almost unsteady. Is this the Duke of Jin who holds 100,000 Huban in his hands? The feeling of having one's life taken in one's hands is really unpleasant. As for kneeling, it was impossible to kneel. On the side, my mother, Chang Qiuzi, saw that I was still stumped in place and spoke. Chair, that's your cousin. How could you do that kind of thing to your cousin? Are you trying to ruin your cousin and the reputation of the entire Jinhua house? Why don't you quickly kneel down and apologize? Father, mother, calm down for a moment. After all, younger brother is still young. Big brother Lin Shaking Light was the first to speak, flopping down on his knees, his voice full of sincerity, as well as anger. These 10 years have been too hard on seventh brother. His heart is immature. It must have been a moment of impulse and animalistic behavior to do such things that people and gods are outraged by. If father wants to punish the seventh brother to correct the family's morals, please ask father to be lenient. Seventh brother, why don't you quickly kneel down and apologize? Quick, good advanced green tea. This despicable Lin Shakeshine. This is ostensibly pleading for her own brother, but in reality, she is trying to sit on this matter. Good tactics. No wonder the original owner was killed by him. I know from memory. Just yesterday afternoon, the original master heard a woman outside the courtyard crumbling and shouting for help. He opened the door to find that it was actually Lin Shaking Light grabbing his cousin Chang Xian's hair and savagely tearing her clothes, exposing his body's snowy whiteness. The original master did not care about anything, rushed out to take his life to stop. But how could he be Lin Shaking Light's opponent? Was held down by Lin Shaking Light to beat to death, and in the end, was also reversed, saying that the original master attempted to rape his cousin. As for the ending, the original owner was beaten and thrown into a deep well, and finally froze to death in the well. I straightened my expression and spoke slowly. I wouldn't dare to take such a big charge without authorization. Where is cousin now? I demand to be confronted face to face. At those words, a flash of shock flashed across Lin Shaking Light's eyes. Seventh brother. At this point in time, you're still talking tough. In front of father and mother. You shouldn't lie. Otherwise, big brother won't be able to help you. At the same time, his heart is also puzzled. This seventh brother has always been timid and cowardly. Usually once scared, he will kneel down and beg for forgiveness. What is wrong with him today? Still want to confront each other face to face. Lin Baojuan's face was gloomy. You want to confront me face to face? Then I'll give you this opportunity. Go, bring Chang Xian. Seeing this, the few elders beside me let out a sigh and shook their heads at me in disappointment. I, on the other hand, didn't say a word as I quickly analyzed the current situation. Judging by the way this dog Lin Shaking Light was acting, so calm and emboldened, I was only afraid that Chang Xian had already been threatened. In no time, Chang Xian was brought in. She was wrapped up tightly in her clothes. Her face was white and her eyes were averted. Not daring to come into contact with anyone, Lin Baojun opened his mouth and inquired, Chang Xian, let me ask you, who lusted after you yesterday? Chang Xian's body trembled as she flung herself to her knees, crying, Auntie, please do me justice. Yesterday, it was Lin Che who wanted to defile me, but fortunately, Shaking Light appeared in time to save me. Otherwise, I would have been defiled by this bastard Lin Che. Whoops, at those words I couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought, regardless of whether it was coercion or enticement. In short, Chang Xian was compromised. She was beneficent. The original master had gone out to save her, but she had returned the favor. Although I had already guessed the outcome, I still couldn't help but feel a chill. This Chang Xian, to a certain extent, was even more detestable than Lin Shaking Light. Bastard bitch, you're already on the path to your death. Bang! What else do you have to say now? Lin Baojun slapped the table and shouted angrily. Someone come, get me both legs of this bastard to break and gouge out his eyes to correct the family law. Wait! I was shocked. In my heart, I cursed Lin Baojun for being ruthless. Tiger venom still doesn't eat the child. How come I have to break my legs and gouge out my eyes at the drop of a hat? I have a question. After I ask it, even if I die, I will never complain. Humph. What's the question? You ask. Lin Baojun also had a fair and stern attitude. Sister bitch, what cultivation level are you at now? As soon as this question came out of my mouth, the crowd was slightly stunned, but then they were shocked and reacted. One of the elders asked suspiciously, Chang Xian, you seem to be at the third grade passage realm, right? Chang Xian hesitated for half a second. Yes, I immediately picked up. Cousin is in the third grade Tongxiao realm, while I, on the other hand, am not even in the first grade body forging realm. You say I raped you. What means did I use to rape you? I've heard that cousin once even followed the army around. With this aura, I wouldn't even be able to get 3 meters close to you, right? Unless I'm also like big brother, a 4th grade imperial realm. Otherwise, what am I going to use to tear your clothes and beat you to the ground with cries of pain? It makes sense. The several elders looked at each other and all felt that I had a very good point. In terms of cultivation levels, 1st grade body forging realm, 2nd grade chi refining realm, 3rd grade passage realm, 4th grade sentient realm, and 5th grade true elemental realm. There is a strict hierarchical division between all of these realms, and to say that it's a chasm is not an exaggeration. How can this small body of mine do violence to Cheng Xian, who is in the 3rd grade of the Tongjiao realm? It doesn't make sense. However, their suspicions returned to their suspicions, and they still didn't open their mouths to defend me even though they were looking at Lin Baojuan's face in an unfavorable manner. After all, defending me wouldn't do me any good, but it would offend Lin Shakespeare, the son of the world. Seeing that no one was speaking for me, I simply poked my lungs straight out. Father, you are the Honorable Duke of Jinghua, and you were incredibly brave when you were young. May I ask, when you hadn't yet stepped into the 1st grade realm, could you rape a 3rd grade realm powerhouse? Lin Baojuan's face sank, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. This question, how could it be answered? Lin Shaking Light became anxious on the spot. Lin Che, I saw with my own eyes the violence you inflicted on Cheng Xian. Is this still a lie? You're not good at martial arts. Don't you know how to drug? Anxious? Anxious is right. On acting, I will too. Drugging. It seems like you're very experienced in drugging. Then let me ask you, what kind of medicine can put down a 3rd grade realm martial artist? Mother, you are the former holy maiden of the Jade Void Palace, so you surely know about pills and poisons. Can you formulate a medicine that can't stun a 3rd grade martial artist and still leave her at the mercy of others? She can still shout for help? When Cheng Xiaozi heard this, her expression also stiffened slightly, and the corner of her mouth twitched twice. A 3rd grade martial artist, having passed through 100 orifices, is already invulnerable to all poisons. Poisoning to death and unconsciousness are possible, but also being awake and shouting for help and not being able to resist is difficult. Lin Che continued. Speaking of which, it's really too coincidental that you showed up in time. World Sun, cousin lives in the Evergreen Courtyard, you live in the main East Courtyard, and I live in the Back Mountain Chai Courtyard. They are at least 4 or 5 miles apart. You wouldn't even pass by once in 800 years. This time, bitch just happened to go to the back of the mountain, just happened to be drugged and raped by me, and you, the world's son, just happened to show up outside the courtyard by such a coincidence? So coincidental that it's like you were waiting for me to show up. A man was caught with the stolen goods, whether it is drugged or not, the injuries on the body. Just get the great doctor of the medical family to come over and have a check and you will know. Such a crime, if there is no substantial evidence, just based on your mouth alone can be convicted? Lin Che said here, his voice lifted. Do you really think that everyone here is brain damaged and blind, allowing you to conspire to slander them? Lin Shaking Guang wiped his sweat. Father, mother, I saw it with my own eyes. It was him who did it. This kind of person, he must have learned badly in the enemy country and dares to weasel his way out in front of you. Lin Baojun hadn't opened his mouth yet, but it was Cheng Xiaozi who spoke first, with a pained look. Shao Qi, tell mother the truth. Was it you who did it or not? You should know that mama dislikes dishonest children the most. Honest to your mom. Lin Che couldn't help but curse in his heart. Don't you have any idea whether I did it or not? If you guys really want to find out, can't you find out? You all know it in your hearts. You just want to pile this charge on my head, so that you can ensure that your good son is innocent. Of course I didn't do it. Whoever did it, then let God punish him for giving birth to children without an asshole in the future, and going out to the front line to die without a burial place. Lin Che arched his hand again and said, Father, mother, you guys must find out the truth. Otherwise, in the future, sister bitch will publicly slander you. Father, nasty and shameless, old and unashamed, and beastly and raped her. She even found witnesses to prove that you raped. How can that be? And mother, Next time bitch pulls a witness over and says she saw you stealing. Unbridled. Lin Baojun burst into a rage and slapped his head. This little is even daring to scold them. It's really lawless. Inverted Big Dipper. Yes, the two of them are really reckless. Lin Che was not half timid. If she dares to slander me today, she will dare to slander you all tomorrow. Both Lin Baojun and Cheng Qiaozi's faces were in a state of dismay. The normally obsequious old seven was too talkative today. Moreover, on the surface, he was scolding Chang Xian, but everyone could hear that Lin Che was scolding even the two of them together. The faces of the several elders next to him were also very wonderful. The seventh young master is really dirty in his cursing, and he is also really brave enough. He even dares to scold the head of the family and the head mother. Fortunately, several of them, as elders, are highly ethical, respected and loved by everyone. Several elders. Other people say that your virtue is not worthy of your position, occupying the latrine and not ting, and that you don't care if your juniors are wronged, pretending to be dead all day long, in vain as elders. But I don't believe in other people's bull ********, and the elders will surely do me justice. A few elders' expressions froze. There's really no one who's immune. Lin Che blurted out again. In order to seek an innocence, I decided to report to the authorities. I am pure in nature and am not afraid of investigation. I believe that the legalist Mingjing Division will definitely give me justice. When Lin Baojun heard the words Mingjing Division, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and a flash of scorn flashed across his eyes. A family scandal cannot be publicized. You still want to report this kind of thing to the Mingjing Division? Do you want to tarnish the reputation of my Zhenhua Fu? Father has a point. Family scandals cannot be publicized. But this matter is no longer as simple as family scandals. I've returned from 10 years as a hostage, and I'm going to be summoned for questioning by the female emperor in a matter of days. I am a minister of merit. The entire Great Qian, this 10 years of stability, has my share of credit. Lin Che directly revealed his bottom card. Her Majesty's reputation still can't deter you? Now I, a man of honor, have been wrongly accused, imprisoned under a deep well. I can agree to this. The entire Great Qian will not agree to this. And Her Majesty the Empress will not agree to this even more. What is she? Chang Xian? She doesn't have any honorable official position, so she's just a white person. She dares to wrongly accuse and slander such a meritorious official as me. In the future, when she has some merit, she will dare to slander His Majesty. With a sweep of Lin Che's gaze, Chang Xian stumbled in fear, her face turning white. Was it still the usual Lin Che who let people bully him? The words are sharp. Today, either you report to the Department of Spiegel, or I'll die here headfirst, and when the Empress summons me, you guys find a way to fool His Majesty. See if His Majesty will find out the truth for me. Return my innocence. When these words came out, several elders finally couldn't sit still. Whether Lin Che was dead or alive, this actually had nothing to do with them, but if His Majesty had sentenced the Zhenhua Fu, then they, the elders, would definitely be implicated. Family Master, the nuisance is great. Please think twice. We haven't really found out whether the seventh young master did it or not, but if we report it to the Mingjing Division, it's actually fine. The Mirror Division, with a heart as clear as a mirror, will be able to determine whether they lied or not. I've heard that His Majesty was so successful in curing the flooding that he returned to the court yesterday. I'm only afraid that His Majesty will summon the seventh young master for questioning at any time. When the elder was so nonchalant, Chang Xian became even more flustered. Whether or not Lin Che did it, she knew best. If it really goes to the Mirror Division, or even alerts His Majesty, that's definitely a dead end. Auntie, I may have misread it. I was too scared. I might have misread it. It wasn't Lin Che who did it. Slap. Lin Che didn't wait for Chang Xian to finish her sentence and went up to her face and smacked it down hard. ********. You dare to slander me without seeing clearly. What kind of a thing are you? I'll whip you to death. Slap. As it turns out, as you all know, I'm the one with the credit. You're also afraid that the Empress will blame you. Then what am I waiting for? There are grudges to be avenged. And there are grudges to be avenged. Lin Che backhanded another slap out. Snap. This time, it really scared the crowd. They couldn't have imagined that Lin Che would really dare to slap Chang Xian to her face. Lin Che, what are you doing? You dare to hit cousin. Lin's shaking light was right next to him, and he pulled Chang Xian behind him in a flash and roared at Lin Che. Lin Che looked at him coldly. What? You're going to stand up for her? You want to beat me up, don't you? Come on, beat me to death. It's best to beat me to death before Her Majesty the Empress summons me. Lin's shaking light froze and trembled with anger, but he didn't dare to strike at Lin Che. What if I hit Lin Che with my hands and this guy goes to His Majesty and complains to the royal court? If Lin Che really defiled Chang Xian, then he, Lin Xuanguang, wouldn't be afraid to sue the imperial court. But this matter absolutely can't be prohibited from being investigated. That in itself is collusion to make false accusations. What? You don't dare hit me, do you? But I dare to beat you. Slap. Lin Che found the right moment and slapped Lin Xuanguang's face. The sound resonates throughout the hall. Please leave your sexy little feet. Chapter 3, Zhongli, Emperor's Name Edict Spirit. Lin Che. You, how dare you hit me? Lin shaking light stormed out, hissing. He was the hallowed son of the world, and since he was a child, not to mention being beaten up, there was not even a single person who shouted out to him. Now Lin Che, this punk, dared to slap him? He was also out of his mind, and with such a cultivation level, he hadn't even dodged the slap. What I hit is you. You're not convinced. You put up with it too. Lin Che was covered in anger and cursed. Even Chang Xian, this person, said that it is not me, proving that I am wrongly accused. How did you see it? Make a false confession and wrongly accuse me, right? If you wrongfully accuse me, you are wrongfully accusing a meritorious official. If you dare to move me, I'll sue in front of His Majesty. Lin shaking light was trembling with anger, and one of his hands was already raised, about to whip at Lin Che, but he still chickened out. Don't dare smoke it down. If he can't beat Lin Che will surely sue the imperial court. If Lin Che was killed, the empress would be furious and the entire Jinguofu would be implicated. Slap. What are you raising your hand for if you don't dare to do it? Pretend what? Lin Che didn't care about that much, and slapped Lin Shuaguang's face again. Lin shaking Guan was so angry that his body was trembling. He didn't dare to strike at Lin Che. He could only leap back to avoid it. Look at your wimpy behavior. You're still the son of the Jinguo palace. I bah. At this distance, Lin Che couldn't continue to slap Lin shaking light, but the curses still continued on his lips. 10 years ago, you were the wimp, kneeling before me, begging me to take your place as a hostage in an enemy country, because you're afraid to die. You're a loser. You don't dare. 10 years later, you're still a wimp. I'll whip you in front of everyone. Do you dare to touch me? You wouldn't dare, because you're still afraid of death. You're still the same punk. Bam! Lin shaking light retreated a few steps in a row, her face full of grief and indignation. The deepest fear in her heart had been poked and prodded by Lin Che in public. He was so angry and weak for a moment that he let out a scream and sat down on the ground with a thud. He stretched out his hand, wanting to curse Lin Che for something, but he kept gasping for air and couldn't curse at all. You wait for me dash. Lin Che laughed coldly, looking at Lin Xuanguang's impotent and furious appearance. Hey, I love it when you can't look at me and you can't me over. As for those elders beside him, each one of them stared wide-eyed, as if they had heard some shocking secret. They also wondered, back then, when the enemy country needed a hostage, it wasn't enough to give the second prince. It was also specified that they wanted the commander-in-chief's son, so that they could really feel at ease and make sure that the commander-in-chief wouldn't disobey orders. Originally, the Yan Yun kingdom had requested Lin Baojun to send his eldest son as a hostage, but in the end, it was replaced with Lin Che to become a hostage. The inside story here turned out to be Lin shaking light kneeling down and begging Lin Che to take his place. It's really unexpected. And the slaps, they hurt to hear. Sins, what are you doing? Against you. Seeing such a scene, Lin Baojun became furious and shouted in a stern voice. With a loud boom, a powerful aura enveloped the area, separating Lin Che from Lin Shakespeare and Chang Xian. Lin Che secretly screamed that it was a pity that he couldn't continue to whip this dog and girl and returned. Of course it's to correct the family law. Isn't my hall, the town hall, most concerned with family law? The two of them, nakedly framing me, shouldn't they be corrected by the family law? Or is it that the two of them are allowed to be extraordinarily lenient and not be punished by the family law that you have laid down? Lin Baojun was also trembling with anger, veins bulging on his face. In the entire Jinguofu, who dares to speak to him like this? In Lin Che's eyes, was he still the head of the family? In order to correct the family law, that is also for me to dispose of. It's not your turn to step in and teach them a lesson. All right, then I won't do the rest for you. Lin Che straightened his body and said aloud, if there is nothing else, then I will retire first. After all, I am covered in injuries and need to recuperate. Otherwise, when His Majesty summons me and realizes that I'm covered in injuries, you won't be able to explain. After saying that, Lin Che turned around without looking back. Lin Brejan looked at Lin Che's departing figure and could only gnash his teeth and curse angrily. Rebel son. Retrograde son. What a bastard. In his eyes, is there still a father for the son? And an order of seniority? He is really an unfaithful and unfilial person. Next to him, Cheng Qiu was dumbfounded, wanting to speak, but finally turned into a sigh. I don't know why this child has become what he is today. Wasn't he good and obedient as a child? She had 3 children and the other 2 were fine. Only Lin Che. Ugh. Put. Just at this time, Lin Shaking Light, who had fallen to the ground on the side, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. It seemed to be holding back for a long time. The crowd was terrified. Son. You? How are you? Chang Qiuzi immediately rushed over, her face full of anxiety and nervousness. Don't you scare mommy. Lin Shaking Guang closed her eyes in pain. I'm fine. He touched his red, swollen cheek and really wondered if he'd just been careless enough not to flash. Or was it that Lin Che's strength had become greater under his anger? And this slap, which made him dizzy, didn't seem like an ordinary person with no cultivation. Even more painfully, he knew very well that from today onwards, soon the entire heavenly capital would know about the fact that he had knelt down and begged Lin Che to become a hostage instead. It's been on his mind for 10 years. I can't imagine being ridiculed later. Lin Che must die. Must die. Isn't it just because you're backed by the empress? The empress had already returned to the palace and would surely summon Lin Che soon, to see how he could still fool around after seeing the empress return. There's plenty of time to get Lin Che killed. Great Qian Palace. Imperial study room. A stunningly beautiful young girl, dressed in a white tasseled robe, sat upright on the dragon chair. Her waist was slender, her body slightly leaning forward. She was listening attentively to the reports of the several ministers of the 6 ministries in front of her. Frowning lightly from time to time, the small action made the ministers of the 6 ministries sit on pins and needles, as if they had made a big mistake. After all, the young girl in front of her was the current empress. Name, Jiang Li. Emperor's name, Xiling. Jiang Li had personally gone to manage the southern region's flooding for the previous 3 months, and only rushed back yesterday. There were too many political affairs waiting for her to handle. The morning court was to be convened tomorrow, and she was accustomed to summoning a few relevant ministers for a small court meeting first. It's a habit that's been passed down from generation to generation of emperors. When it came to Jiang Li, she took this habit to the extreme. Almost every day. A few of you love ministers. The harm of flooding can destroy the foundation of my great Qian. This cannot be solved by Confucian scholars singing praises of virtue. At tomorrow's court meeting, I will appoint Mo Jidong, one of the 3 great celestial workers of the Mozi family, as the chief official for the cure of the disease, regardless of who opposes. You all must come forward in support. No one can defend against that torrent except for the Majia's organ art. Jiang Li's voice was clear and cold, and with his golden tongue, he directly finalized this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. Several veteran ministers of the 6 ministries have all taken the order. Not daring to have him, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, closed the zhengshe, and took a sip of the Yulan tea dew. What other important topics? Your Majesty Zhen Guigong's 7th son, Lin Che, whose 10 years as a protege have expired, has already been picked up from Yenyun country for 3 months. Jiang Li seemed to be in a trance as he sniffed. It's been 10 years. How time flies. A minister followed inside. Yes, 10 years. In the 10 years since His Majesty ascended to the throne, the 4 seas of Deqian have been stabilized. The country is at peace with the people, and the songs and dances have been peaceful, which is really a blessing for my Deqian. Right. 10 years ago, Prince Yin plotted against the emperor. Ba-Yin thief plotted against the emperor, plotted to murder the late emperor and the crown prince, and slaughtered 16 imperial sons. He also threatened that apart from him, no one can govern Great Qian. That's really a big statement. God bless my Qian. His Majesty was appointed at the age of 13. 10 years of encouragement, to help the building will fall. And now Qian, all the signs of renewal, prove that the words of the thief is very wrong. All of those present are veterans of the 3 dynasties, and all of them are also side branches of the royal family. So there are not many scruples in scolding the rebels. Empress Jiang Li waved her hand, and a few old ministers who were in the midst of cursing shut up immediately. Bright Eyes turned to the first old minister seated at his right hand and said, "What do you think? Relocation phaser?" Fajing is the title of the head of the school of law. The name of the man is Qian Fa Zhang, and he is called Qian Linggong, a handsome man in his early 50s. He was dressed in pale white, with an innate scholarly air, and always had a smile on his face if nothing else. It seems that everything under the sun is under his control. These several veteran ministers of the 6 ministries were all sitting with half an ass on a stool, their backs straight, and he was the only one sitting in a wheelchair. Looking at his pants legs again, they were empty. Surprisingly a wasted man with no legs. But the 6 ministers here, all dare not despise Qian Linggong half a point. This waste of time, but the head of the legal family, the official ranked first grade. He is in control of the prestigious Mirror Division. This institution where the law is established and the word is followed. Where the heart is like a mirror, no one can lie before them. The Empress Jiangli valued the legalist Mirror Division and gave them the right to monitor all the officials, and even the ability to act first and report later. Duke Qianling was playing with a black bead in his hand, and when he heard His Majesty's question, he stopped his movements and his voice was resolute. It is not good for a protege to return too soon. Several other veteran ministers of the 6 ministries listened with a frown. The return of the proton is clearly a great thing. How is that not a good thing? Several old ministers of the 6 ministries were looking at each other, all wanting to ask Duke Qianling why, but none of them wanted to open their mouths, because every time they encountered this kind of problem, once they asked a question, they would be given a lecture by the Duke of Qianling, who would press their intelligence to the ground and rub it back and forth. This makes the old faces of several of their old ministers more or less untenable. Simply, don't ask. Play dead. Anyway, if I don't ask, you won't know if I've realized why. Oh, what is the reason for Fa Zheng's words? Zhongli himself spoke. Got it. When His Majesty opened his mouth to ask, a few old ministers from the 6 ministries pricked up their ears and listened, and they wondered why. With the return of the protege, there will be no buffer between my great Qian and Yen Yun kingdom. The second prince died in Yen Yun country, although he killed his own body, but the court and the public were so enraged that it was difficult to control. At that time, upon hearing the news of the second prince's death, the group of ministers cried out for troops to be sent to Yen Yun, and in the process, the lost 16 states would be recovered together. It's just that at that time, considering that the Duke of Zhen had another son who was serving as a hostage, once the troops are deployed, this hostage will surely be killed. At that time, there were also ministers who rebuked the Duke of Zhen to his face, saying that his son couldn't protect the second prince's safety, and delayed Great Qian's dispatch of troops. Jiang Li grunted. The protector brought 10 years of stability to my Qian. This kind of minister, who can't distinguish between black and white, reads no holy books. I remember that several ministers were stripped of their official clothes and sent to the heavenly prison. Yes, His Majesty executed 3 ministers at that time, but the voice still exists. Even when the Duke of Zhen was drunk that night, he shouted loudly that the sinful son was greedy for life and fear of death, delaying Great Qian's dispatch of troops. The Lin family is full of loyalty, corrupted by this one sinful son. 10 years of national hatred. Now that the protege has returned and old matters are being revisited. What answer do the ministers need? What answer do the people of the world need? Is it to send troops to Yen Yun kingdom to take revenge? Or to choose to negotiate peace? Therefore, I believe that it is not all good for the protector to return now. Your Majesty, you traveled to the southern region to cure the flooding, so you should have heard about it. That place is restless again. When the Empress heard that place, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and then fell into deep thought. The circular Mercurian time track next to it ticked away. Halftime. The Empress waved her sleeves and stood up with a long body, showing off her splendor. Passing on, the Duke of Xinghua, Lin Baojun, will rate his son, Lin Che, to go to the court together tomorrow morning. Jiangli, the Imperial Spirit Empress. Chapter 4, How do you smell, Empress? The next morning at 5 o'clock, before the sky was even cloudy, Lin Che followed Lin Baojun into the palace to meet the emperor. Jinguofu entered the palace to attend the morning court, but also very cardboard. A procession of 100 men, mounted on war horses and pulling wagons. Winds up. Lin Che sat in the carriage and looked out of the window, realizing that the carriage was going very fast, and the surrounding scenery was passing by. It was almost a wild ride from the outer city to the inner city and then to the inner walls of the palace. That said, it's strange. This was allowed by the Empress Jiangli, and the reason was simple: the palace was too big and too slow to walk, and riding a horse would increase efficiency. Even the Empress allowed the people to set up stalls outside the palace walls, and at night, the surrounding area was bustling with activity. Of course, there were also old ministers who opposed it, fearing that it would be unsafe, and moreover, it would lose the prestige of the royal family. But the Empress argued, this is to enjoy with the people. All the people in the palace are allowed to go out of the palace, If they don't have contact with the people and don't know about the suffering of the people, how can they assist me in ruling the world? As for security, that's the Forbidden Army's business. Do I have to defend myself against my own people? This empress, is really something different. This time, when we go to see the empress, our little lives are all in the empress' hands. Lin Che looked at the palace in front of him, and his heart was rapidly calculating. He and the Zhenghua Fu were completely and utterly flipped, and Lin Shuangguan was definitely going to get him killed. After seeing the empress, back to the Zhenghua Fu, then waiting for him must be all kinds of poison, slander, or even family law directly executed. He can't enter the palace to see the emperor at any time in the future. The empress is an ace in the hole. Use it once and it's gone. Therefore, not only the Zhenghua Fu could not stay, but even the heavenly capital could not stay. Aside from the empress who can protect me for a while, the rest is the systematic righteous father. Lin Che had studied the system for half a day yesterday, and there were still things he hadn't understood. He gently closed his eyes and summoned the Divine Machine Edition system. Host, Lin Che. Realm, First Grade Body Forging Realm, Introductory. Cultivation Technique, Blazing Young Hegemony Body, 6th Level. Remaining points, 0. Divine Machine Adding Points System. You can use the remaining points to enhance the technique that the host is practicing. Yesterday, Lin Che gambled on a wave of dogs and added all 5 points to Blazing Young Hegemony. It's already a leap to the 6th floor. The speed of cultivation was truly terrifying. You have to know that the full level of this feat is only 9 layers. How many martial artists would need several years, or even a dozen years, to cultivate the body forging technique to the 6th layer? Now that the points were added up, it didn't just remove the poison in his body, it also allowed him to step directly into the first grade body forging realm. Although it was only just an introduction, there was a small accomplishment, a big accomplishment, a perfect accomplishment, and a great accomplishment behind it. It was only after the Great Perfection Impact Breakthrough that one would step into the Chi practicing realm. But being able to reach the first grade body forging realm was a good start. Now he could clearly feel the large muscles of his body, full and strong. The bones, flesh, tendons and membranes were full of toughness and strength. Inverse subsystem, why don't you tell me how to get points? Lin Che sighed. He had been studying the system for a long time and had tried various methods, but there is still no hint. The bonus 5 points have been used up. What exactly do I have to do to get more points? I don't know. No hints. Can't guess. All dismount. At the front of the group, Lin Baojun gave an order, and the entire group stopped their pace in unison and rolled over to dismount. Their movements were neat and well organized, and their discipline was evident in just that one movement. Lin Che also got down from the carriage. The first thing he saw was the glorious palace in front of him, and he couldn't help but tremble. In the sky above that lofty palace, it unexpectedly emitted a heavenly light, like a heavenly pillar going straight up to the clouds, with purple chi coming from the east, making people feel awe. Lin Che only looked twice before he felt pain in his eyes, and he hurriedly closed his eyes and rubbed them. When he opened his eyes to look again, he realized that the rushing light and the roiling purple aura were gone. It seemed, just now, that it was just his eyesight. Could it be that this is the legendary Emperor's chi? Lin Che muttered up in his heart. Then no matter how many times he closed and opened his eyes, he couldn't see anymore. What are you waiting for? Follow me. In front, Lin Baojun turned around and coldly shouted. Lin Che knew it was calling out to him, and immediately followed up the long flight of steps. The group of 100 people, naturally, stayed where they were and could not follow them. When His Majesty asks, you should say what you should say, and you should shut up if you shouldn't. Don't ever tarnish the reputation of my Zhenghua Fu. Do you understand? Understood. I understand too well. I understand you. What's the reputation of Zhenghua Fu got to do with me? Walking up a long flight of steps, 2 maids guided Lin Che into a side hall. There were quite a few people inside, men and women, all waiting to be summoned by the Empress. Lin Baojun is only to the front of the Golden Palace. Shen Guigong's identity. The morning court but need to participate in the whole discussion of politics. Not for long. Lin Che then heard incomparably loud kneeling sounds coming from the Golden Palace ahead. Long live, long live, long live the Emperor. Hearing this voice, the people waiting in the side halls also bowed respectfully towards the Golden Hall. Some even kneeled down and made a big salute. Lin Che was unmoved. Why did these people always like to kneel? The Empress is invisible again. What's more, if a man is born in heaven and earth, how can he just kneel? You are the Proton Lin Che? At this time, a few men walked up to Lin Che. They were dressed in Confucian white clothes and had a graceful appearance. No. Lin Che shook his head. but I do know Lin Che. Who are you guys? Looking for him for something? I don't think I'll be assassinated before I meet the Empress. Do you? Who could be so bold? Full of lies. Can you fool me? You are Lin Che. I clearly saw you enter the palace with Dukshin just now. A long-haired man in the middle of the group flung his folding fan in his hand with a proud gesture. It's people like you who have bad character. You don't even dare to admit who you are. And if it weren't for a marriage contract, you wouldn't even be able to reach Mo Joshua's embroidered shoes. Just you still want to marry her? Delusional. Lin Che blinked, and his heart was greatly relieved. So it was the Confucian students who had come over to fight over their jealousy. As for this Mo Joshua, Lin Che had some impression. This is a joint marriage between the Jingua Fu and the Mo family, and the betrothal is still a doll's marriage. When I was a child, I had seen a few faces, but it's been 10 years since I've seen them, and I'm not even sure what Mo Joshua looks like. He came back to the Jingua Fu for 3 months, and did not see this Mo Joshua come over to visit once. It also seems to have no feelings at all. Lin Che didn't move and asked, "Who are you?" "Humph. You don't deserve to know my name yet." The long-haired man was very condescending. "Oh, so you're just like me. You don't even dare to admit who you are. How did the Confucian Academy teach this kind of guy who hides his head? You have sharp teeth." "Humph. I do not change my name and I am not ashamed. Zhou Xianchun. Okay, Dachuan, right? I'll remember you. Not Dichun. My name is Zhou Xianchun. Okay, anyway, you're either called Big Spring or Spring." Lin Che nodded. This kind of self-righteousness, but also came to lousy to find existence. "In a moment, I'll go to the royal court and absolutely take you with me. Pit your brains out and see who of you will dare to mess with me in the future." A nearby scholar pulled Zhou Xianchun away. "Mr. Zhou, why do you need to get angry with this kind of person? It's not worth it. I just can't stand to see Miss Joshua being pestered by someone like him. You know, our Confucian Academy has produced 12 university students this year, who are skilled in poetry and song, zither and chess, calligraphy and painting. Miss Joshua is one of these 12 university students. What elegance! Humph, just like him. Is he worthy?" Zhou Xianchun looked like he was fighting for his life. Lin Che just listened quietly and didn't say much. "Young man, you will pay for your behavior." It didn't take long for a eunuch to come and summon them. "Xinguo Fu, Prince Lin Che. His Majesty has summoned, please follow me." Lin Che gave a thank you and followed the eunuch out of the side hall, then up the steps, directly towards that golden palace. As soon as he entered the main gate, he immediately felt an unprecedented pressure. Countless gazes fell on his body, and he didn't know if it was the official authority or the majesty of the Empress that made Lin Che feel uncomfortable. It's not an illusion. It's real. In this golden palace, the officials of the legal family's words follow the law, bring their own pressure. Confucianism's university scholars to raise the righteousness of the spirit, but also let the hearts of the people in awe. The war generals of the military family. The main attack killing. Killing is difficult to hide. It can be said that all the schools of thought have their own skills. Not to mention His Majesty, the royal spirit, who has collected all of Dakian's fortunes. Your servant, Lin Che. Kowtow to your Majesty. Lin Che didn't hesitate and knelt down with a flutter. A great man can bend and bend. It's nothing. Long live, long live, long live the Emperor, Her Majesty the Empress. As long as you can protect my little life, not to mention kneeling, I'd be willing to give my life if you ask me to. Lin Che was maintaining his kneeling position when he suddenly saw a pair of exquisite gold silk cloud shoes appear in front of him. "Lin Aiching, you have suffered in these 10 years. Come, get up." A very pleasant voice came out, and immediately afterward, a white palm reached down and grabbed Lin Che's forearm, helping him up. Lin Che's gaze swept over to this palm, which was white and tender, with 10 long and good-looking fingers. At this distance, he could even see the shallow veins showing on the back of that hand. Is this the current Empress? The aroma comes from the nose and refreshes the heart. "Empress, you smell good." Lin Che stood up obediently, and it was only when he raised his head that he finally saw the Empress appearance for the first time. Beautiful. So beautiful. Lin Che used to think that the Creation Bell God Show was a very exaggerated description of scenery, but the moment he saw the Empress Jiangli, he instinctively thought that the Creation Bell God Show should be for Jiangli. An absolutely beautiful face, bright eyes and white teeth. Looking around, glittering, the delicate pink lips are more like to drip out of the water. Between the hands and feet of the Yingqi, the waist is full, pouring the country into the city. One could not take one's eyes off of her after a single glance. It seemed that, in the next instant, This empress was about to step into the air and fly up to the 9 heavens. The safe return of the hostage is a blessing for my great Qian. Pass the order to beat the drum. Welcome my great Qian meritocracy. Zhang Li's voice was crisp and resonant as he ordered. As for Lin Che's expression of looking dumbfounded right now, Zhang Li seemed to be surprised. Knock knock knock. Outside the palace, the drummers who had already been prepared began to beat their drums, and in the distance, on the palace citadel, they were also already prepared to beat their drums and play music together. The war drums sounded and played the Dakian Triumph. All at once, the whole court was filled with the sound of neatly organized war drums. The courtiers all listened quietly. The court played music, which is an immense honor. Lin Che also slowed down amidst the sound of the drums. The empress is beautiful, but her life is important. Can't forget business. The war drumming and music ended, and Jiang Li announced again. Pass on the decree, the safe return of Secretary Lin. The fortunate event of the country. The great Qian nation celebrates for 3 days. The ministers bent over and saluted. Your Majesty is wise. Zhang Li stood right in front of Lin Che, gently tilting up that exquisite and matchless face. Her skin glowing, bright eyes looked straight at Lin Che and asked, I Ching Lin, what reward do you want? Tell me. Lin Che took a step back and saluted with both hands. His voice was loud and echoed throughout the Golden Palace. I implore your Majesty, grant me death. Chapter 5 Please, your Majesty, be sure to grant me death. The courtiers were shocked. All of them stared at Lin Che with wide eyes, thinking that they had heard wrong. What's the situation? 10 years after the return of the hostage, when His Majesty wanted to reward him, Lin Che begged for death? Lin Baojun was the first to react. His face was ugly as he said in a deep voice, Don't talk nonsense. Who told you to play right with the king and the minister like this? Why don't you kneel down and apologize? Lin Che wasn't buying it. This wasn't the Jingguo mansion. His Majesty asked, and I answered. What's wrong with that? You. Lin Baojun had a burst of anger on his face and was about to continue scolding. Zhang Li, however, had already seen some clues and reached out to stop Lin Baojun, and she was in no hurry, but instead returned to the dragon chair and sat down. Minister Lin, you've been a labor of love for my Deqian. Now you are seeking death. Why is this? Speak out for me to hear, and for the civil and military officials to hear as well. Well, here's your chance. This is the time I've been waiting for. Your Majesty said that I have labored hard, then you are really discounting me. I am nothing more than a protege who should have deserved to die, but didn't. If I had really labored, I returned to Deqian for 3 months, yet no one asked about it? The day I returned to the Jingguo mansion, no one welcomed me. For these 3 months, I lived in the Jingguo mansion or a firewood courtyard in the back of the mountain, like a prisoner under house arrest. I'm not going to hide it from your Majesty, but I was still slandered by a relative in the house the night before last, saying that I raped her. She is a 3rd-grade martial artist. What cultivation level am I? Imprisoned under a deep well for a day and a night. Is this how labor is treated? 10 years as a protege. I did it. I'm not ashamed of my heart. I'm not ashamed of Great Qian, and I'm not ashamed of His Majesty. Only, such a day. I don't want to live anymore. Minister, I only ask for death. Please, your Majesty, grant me death. Lin Che's speech, although it was Iron Minister at the same time, the ministers all understood after listening to it. It turned out that Lin Che had come to sue the royal court, and that his family had encountered grievances and had come to seek His Majesty's judgment. It's not hard to do something like that, as long as Lin Che wasn't really seeking death. That would be fine. Xin Gui Gong, I am here. Lin Baojun's face was iron blue. This rebellious son, when he really dared to move his family's affairs to the court. How dare you sue the royal court? Is this to make the court mock his Jingguo Fu? Zhang Li's voice was icy cold with a scolding tone. Is there any such thing as what Lin Che said? Lin Baojun wanted to speak several times before finally saying, Back to your Majesty. There is some misunderstanding here. I have already chastised the wrongdoers in the house. Poof. So, there is indeed something to this. Zhang Li was young, but his words contained the sharpness of an emperor. Lin Che is a man of merit. How can he be treated like this? If you can't manage your family well, then I will personally come to your residence and teach you how to do so. I dare not. Lin Baojun directly knelt down and said aloud, The humble servant will definitely be disciplined in the future and will never make such a big mistake again. You return to the house today and hand the person over to the Ministry of Justice. Dispose of him according to the laws of Deqian. Yes, Lin Baojun answered heavily. Lin Che, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but frown lightly. Your Majesty, these 2 strikes. how they have a thunderous feel to them. The Ministry of Justice and the Department of Public Security. These are two departments that seem to have similar functions, but are actually worlds apart. The Ministry of Justice is responsible for minor cases, basically facing the common people. The Der Spiegel division is the truly terrifying presence. Now that His Majesty has asked the Duke of Jin to send the person to the Ministry of Justice, it's clear that he doesn't want to really make a big deal out of it. No, we must add more fire. Lin Che immediately pretended to look aggrieved and touched. Thank you, Your Majesty, for doing justice to me. I have also heard a lot of cold words in these 3 months. All of this stems from the fact that I was unable to protect the second prince when I was in the Proton Palace. He hung himself from a beam and was a great loss to Great Qian. For all of this, I am to blame. When the group of ministers heard this, each of their faces turned odd. Many of them still really think so. The reason for this starts at least 100 years back. The Dacian dynasty, which has been in full bloom for the past 100 years. Even the 10,000 demon kingdom had been crushed and fled to the 100,000 wastelands. This naturally fostered the arrogant posture of the group of ministers. It happened that 10 years ago, there was a huge turmoil within the Dacian royal family, and Prince Yen plotted against the late emperor and the crown prince, slaughtering 16 of the royal sons. For a time, the Dacian dynasty was in jeopardy. At that time, Lin Baojun was at war with Yen Yun Kingdom and received a secret order that he had to return to the dynasty to serve the king and protect Zhang's orthodoxy. However, Yen Yun Kingdom was not a vegetarian, and it was dead set on biting Lin Baojun's 100,000 Huban and not letting go. In the end, the Yen Yun Kingdom then made a request for a double protector, the son of the second prince and the frontline commander Lin Baojun. Qian up and down are suffocating it, small Yen Yun country, but also dare to mention the double proton? But the circumstances were such that it had to be agreed. The second prince and Lin Che had traveled to Yen Yun together as hostages, and in the eyes of countless courtiers, it was originally a relationship between a monarch and his master and servant. Lin Che was supposed to protect the second prince, but never thought that the second prince would hang himself at the back. Thousands of fires of anger were about to be poured out into the Yen Yun kingdom, but Lin Che, the hostage, was still there. If one were to send troops to Yen Yun country regardless of anything, that would be placing Lin Che's hostage in danger. At that time, a few great scholars even jumped out and tried to stop it. And originally, there are many old ministers in the dynasty. The late emperor, the crown prince, a number of emperors were murdered. In accordance with the general lineage, it is the second prince succeeded to the throne, and now it's letting Zhongli inherit the throne. Became the first female emperor since the founding of Great Qian. They thought that when the second prince returned, they would force the palace to let the second prince inherit the throne. At this point, even Lin Baojun was thinking the same thing. But now, you're telling me that the second prince is dead? All sorts of complicated emotions, foolish thoughts of loyalty, family feuds and national hatred, with nowhere to pledge allegiance and nowhere to give vent to them. In the end, it inexplicably resented Lin Che. If we accompany the second prince to be a hostage, even if we fight to the death, we can protect the second prince safely. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Che said all of this is my fault. In the Golden Palace, when Lin Che said all of this is my fault, many ministers understood in seconds. Lin Aiqing, you are my Dacian meritorious minister. No doubt about it. Zhongli exuded a domineering aura all over her body, and she knew very well that behind those cold words towards Lin Che, they were actually dissatisfaction with her as an empress. 5 years ago, when the second prince hung himself from a beam, she was the one who didn't allow the troops to be sent. These people didn't dare to talk about her, so they badmouthed Lin Che. Flowing light flooded her bright eyes, and she had obviously activated the great emperor's true scripture. Who on earth is maligning? All over the room. No one responded. This kind of thing was definitely there, but no one dared to touch the female emperor's taboo. Unexpectedly, Lin Baojun spoke aloud. Back to your majesty. Lin Che is the son of a micromanager and has lived in the residence for 3 months. I have never heard any bad words from him. I'm only afraid that he heard it from hearsay and it can't be taken as true. Lin Che cursed in his heart, and since he had torn his face off, he had no scruples. The Duke of Jin is in charge of everything day to day, so naturally he doesn't have me in his eyes. Today, I am following you into the palace to attend court. Just before being summoned by His Majesty, I was also scolded by Zhou Xianshun, a Confucian scholar, for my bad character in public. This matter is true. There were dozens of people present at that time. There were eunuchs and palace maids. They could all have watched. At this moment, Zhongli, who was deeply inculcated with the art of empire, was also enraged. she snapped. Move Fajing. I, for one, will do so. Duke Qianling responded with an arch of his hand, not needing to be instructed by His Majesty. He understood His Majesty's meaning. As soon as he turned around, the wheelchair underneath him with the machine art clicked and clicked as it sailed forward to leave the Golden Palace. After Lord Qianling left, the whole hall was dead quiet. The female emperor was in charge of the trial and moved Fajing to handle it personally. The consequences of this? Serious. In no time, Duke Qianling went and returned, and behind him were a dozen people. One of them, a Confucian scholar, was still being held hostage and dragged left and right by 2 palace guards. This student who cannot walk on his own is none other than Zhou Xianchun. Right now, he was sweating profusely. His face was as white paper, and he had long since lost the might he had when he had satirized Lin Che just now. Your Majesty, I've checked it out and it's true. The grandson of the former minister of the household, Zhou Xianchun, took the initiative to go up and provoke Lin Che, and scolded Lin Che, bad character, unworthy of lifting Mo Joshua's shoes, delusional. They are all witnesses. Zhou Xianchun went limp and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Your Majesty, spare your life, spare your life. It's my mouth that's not covered. Please spare your Majesty's life. Zhou Xianchun's brain was buzzing right now. He hadn't really expected that this Lin Che would sue the imperial court. Moreover, His Majesty is thunderstruck by this kind of thing. He was itching to slap himself furiously. Zhongli listened to Zhou Xianchun's crying and begging voice without a trace of pity in his eyes. Relocating Fajing, this matter is given to your Mingjing division to handle. Handle it severely. At your service. With a wave of his hand, Lord Qianling's guards took the man down. When he stayed down, Zhou Xianchun did not cry or make any noise, for he had been so shocked that he fainted with both legs. Zhongli's bright eyes swept towards the ministers and landed on Lin Baojun, saying, Xinguo Gong, I often heard that you have excellent skills in leading troops and ruling the family. Today, it seems that the name is not true. Your son suffered such injustice. You even do not know. I really don't know. The soldiers under you, is not also have such grievances? Lin Baojun's face changed drastically, and he was so frightened that he hastily knelt down. I am ashamed. Today, I will go back and strictly manage the situation, and will never allow this kind of thing to happen again. Zhongli, however, didn't care about his conviction. Duke of Jin, there was a lapse in family education, causing a meritorious official like Lin Che to be treated unfairly. Fined for 3 years, a small punishment to serve as a warning to others. Thank you. Your Majesty. Lin Baojun's face was more ugly than a dead man's. The fine is a small matter, and the town hall does not live on this salary. However, this phrase, the family has failed to teach, was simply smacking the Lin brothers in the face. You know, when Lin Baojun bragged to people, he bragged about his loyalty and filial piety. In hindsight, loyalty or not, another story. But what a filial death. The son was in the Golden Palace and sued the royal court on the spot. And a lawsuit. Where can this father-son relationship be tainted with the word filial piety? The usually powerful Jin Guogong turned out to be treating his son like this in private. Wait for everything to calm down. Only then did Zhongli re-interview Lin Che. Minister Lin, De Chen will not forget your 10 years of suffering, so you can rest assured. Now think again. But is there any reward you want? Speak. Lin Che took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Please, Your Majesty, do grant me death. Chapter 6, March's date. Marriage as soon as possible. Still coming? Why are you still asking to die? The civil and military officials could not help but feel a surge of surprise as they looked towards the kneeling Lin Che. Good guys, they have been officials for many years, and this is not a few of them who have been in office for 3 dynasties, but he had never seen anyone like Lin Che. This routine, too, is too rare. Come up here and just beg for death. What's the difference between this and a gambling house, where the bottom card hasn't even been looked at yet, and you come up and just go straight to the pokies? Could it be that Lin Che still has a grievance? Now what unlucky bastard messed with him? This hostage is too fierce. Zhongli couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry on his absolutely beautiful face, and his voice was clear and cold. What is this about? Did someone else humiliate Lin Aiching? Tell them all together. Lin Che thought to himself. No one has humiliated me, but rather I have just humiliated my cheap old father, the Duke of Jin. Didn't you see it? Originally, Lin Shaking Light wanted him to die, and now he was causing Lin Baojun to lose face. If this goes back, the King of Hades says that he can live until the 5th night, but he will be guided by the Lin family at the 3rd night. It is still up to Her Majesty the Empress to stay alive. Your Majesty, I ask for death. It is not that there are still others who humiliate the Microchen. It's just that I have a guilty conscience in my heart. And I have a guilty conscience towards the second prince. And I don't want to live any longer. Lin Che's gaze was genuine as he looked towards the delicate and incomparable empress and said aloud, Micro-Chen and second prince are both hostages in a foreign land. I dare to say that there are not many people here who can have as good a relationship as the second imperial prince and I have. We miss Great Qian together. And we support each other and depend on each other. Do you know that the moment I saw the second prince, he hung himself from a beam and killed himself. How much my heart ached. I was also thinking of running headlong into the ground, going after the second prince. However, my humble strength was weak, and the guards of the Yan Yun kingdom stopped me. If I were to die, the two countries would surely be at war again. Microcosm, to this day, still remembers what the second prince said to Microcosm, rise, people suffer, die, people suffer. At this point, there was a commotion among the ministers. Whispers went up. The second prince was indeed a glorious presence in the hearts of these old ministers. It is normal to be able to say, the people suffer when they rise, and they suffer when they fall. It is normal to be able to say such words. Moreover, as a fellow protege, the bitterness in Lin Che's heart was only really no less than theirs. Lin Che paused and continued aloud. I live on only because I know that 10 years as a protege is the covenant between the two countries. I must be loyal to Great Qian. Now that the 10 years have expired, I have no shame. I only want to follow the second prince with all my heart. Only, the thought of the second prince's corpse, still strayed in the Yan Yun country. Microcosm, death does not rest in peace. I implore your majesty, to grant permission for my humble servant to travel to the Yan Yun kingdom, even if it takes a sword and an axe to do so. I will bring back the corpse of the second prince. Let the second prince, the soul return to his homeland and enter the imperial tomb. I'll die 1,000 deaths. A statement of great righteousness. Many old ministers were moved by this. I can't imagine this Lin Che has such a loyal side. Shen Luo, a veteran minister of the 6 ministries, immediately responded. Good, worthy of being a vassal of my Great Qian. This is a reasonable statement. The second prince is dead without a body and his soul is floating in a foreign land. What kind of subjects are we? The corpse of the second prince must be brought back. What are we waiting for? According to me, let's just raise an army of 200,000 and destroy the Yan Yun kingdom. The old minister is willing to lead an expedition. For a while, the group of ministers spoke with great intensity. Jiang Li also felt justified and slowly said, Secretary Lin, you have this heart. My heart is very pleased, but you have already done 10 years of loyalty for Dakian, and with such a great merit, how can I be willing to still let you go to the enemy's country and risk your life? For this matter, I will definitely send a minister to Yan Yun to seek an explanation. Not only do I want to bring back the corpse of my second imperial brother, but I also want Yan Yun kingdom to pay the price. The ministers knelt down and shouted in unison. Your Majesty is wise. Lin Che, however, had 2 big heads. This is going to play out. Absolutely not. Your Majesty, Micro-Chen and the second prince, they have a very good personal relationship. It wouldn't be too much to say that I'm a brother when I say that I'm a humble servant. On this mission to Yan Yun kingdom, I implore your Majesty to send the micro-minister. The humble servant will personally return with the corpse of the second prince. I hope your Majesty will fulfill this. Lin Che had just finished hissing, when he suddenly felt a special gaze coming from the side. It's Lord Qianling of the Mingjing division. Throughout the entire process, Duke Qianling did not say anything, but just this glance alone caused Lin Che's heart to burst. It seemed as if his own mind had been read by this head of the law family who had lost his legs. This legalist, who claimed that his words followed the law and his heart was as clear as a mirror. Had he really seen through his mind? Lin Che couldn't care less. Saving his life was important. He was absolutely unable to stay in the Zhengguofu any longer, and it was impossible for him to stay in the heavenly capital any longer. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Your Majesty, if you don't agree, I will ask for my death. I will crash to my death on top of this great hall. Lin Che yelled, putting his heart on the line. Aiming at the nearby coiled dragon column, he charged over and slammed his head hard into the stone pillar. Thud! On the stone pillar, an astral aura swept away, bouncing Lin Che back. This kind of pillar, after all, is not an unusual thing. Mr. Lin, don't be impulsive. Shen Luo, the veteran minister of the 6 ministries on the side, hurriedly went forward to pull Lin Che. It's no joke for this protege to return and die headfirst on top of the main hall. Lin Che raised his voice with an air of righteousness. Life, too, is what I desire. Righteousness, too, is what I desire. You can't have it both ways. You can't give up your life for righteousness. The old ministers of the 6 ministries heard the words and even shouted, "Good. Well said. This is what the men of Diqian, dare to sacrifice their lives for righteousness." Many of the ministers had also shouted their approval. They had originally hated the Yun kingdom. At this point, it's really the same thing. I can understand Secretary Lin's feelings. Zhongli was slightly saddened inside. The death of my second royal brother in an enemy country is already a great loss for my Diqian. I really can't bear to let you go into danger again. If I still let you go to the enemy country, won't I let the people say that I am, by nature, cool? Your Majesty, you let the microcosmic minister go, although I am weak. But it is hard to cool hot blood after 10 years of drinking ice. Give the micro-minister a 3-foot green blade, and the micro-minister will dare to kill his way to the 16 states of Yun, so that enemy country will know, so that all the people will know that they can't erase the overriding ambition of my great Qianmen. Lin Che hissed and fell to his knees again, bending his head to worship again. Zhongli sank slightly, and the gazes of the courtiers all fell on her, waiting for her to speak. Good. Since Secretary Lin is so insistent, then I will agree. I order you to be the special envoy of the great Honglu, and to travel to Yun Kingdom in 3 months. During these 3 months, you need to learn good manners and etiquette, and consummate your marriage with Mo Jiaxue of the Mo clan as soon as possible. What? To consummate the marriage with Mo Jiaxue? 3 months? As soon as possible? Lin Che was itching to give him a Northern Plains warhorse tonight, so that he could travel thousands of miles in a day, and could also escape Tiantu City overnight. He didn't want to be any envoy. He didn't want to stay for 3 months, and he didn't want to consummate his marriage with this Mo Jiaxue even more. Lin Aiqing, you have made a mark for Great Qian, and after 10 years of being a protege, you still have unchanged aspirations. Special appointment, Lin Che as Uncle Jing'an. 700 cognacs, a Xian grade sword, a mansion, 30,000 taels of gold, 100 pearls, and 300 pieces of damask and silk. Reward the maids of honor, and 30 guards, several other rewards. Give the royal stationery 4 treasures again, so that in the future, the Zhangzhua can go straight to the heavenly audience. I will personally see your report. I hope that Uncle Jing'an will continue to set an example for our Qian subjects from now on. Hearing of these rewards, Lin Che was a bit dazed for a moment. He was bent on escaping with his life. Why was he suddenly given so many rewards? Jing'anber, the title of Ber has been raised to the highest, according to the great Qian titles to open. In addition to His Majesty, followed by the feudal king, the state duke, the county duke, the husband, the uncle, the son, and the man. Although Lin Che was a meritorious official, he did not have a knighthood, and jumping 3 levels at once was already the limit. Besides, the 700 households of the Cognac were entitled to the taxing rights of 700 households. It was equivalent to a long-term meal ticket. Uncle Jing'an, why don't you thank His Majesty? Shen Luo, the veteran minister of the 6 ministries next to him, opened his mouth to remind. Minister. Lin Che still wanted to bargain, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw a flash of light in the Empress' bright eyes, as if she was warning him. The words came to him, and he could only change them raw. Thank you, Your Majesty. 3 months is 3 months. At least, from today onwards, he didn't have to go back to the townhouse. You should be able to survive the 3 months of experience card renewals as well. The big deal was to hide in his own Jing'an mansion, and as long as Go became an envoy to Yun Kingdom 3 months later, the sky was the limit. You go and collect your reward first, then meet me in the imperial study. Yes, sir. Lin Che loudly received the decree. So many rewards. The capital to run away. Lin Che was happy, but next to him, Lin Bajuan's face was blue, and there was thunderous anger in his chest that he couldn't attack. This rebellious son is actually trying to break away from the Zhenghua house. What will other ministers say about him from now on? Driving my son to the point where he's afraid to return to the house. Is this what loyalty and filial piety mean to a family? Isn't this a slap in his Zhenguagong's face? Or what? And this retrograde son was planned early on. Back for 3 months. Silent. Seemingly at the mercy of others. Timid and cowardly. But today it was a direct lift of the table. The traitor. Adversary. Great treason and rebellion against the Big Dipper. Lin Che didn't go to see Lin Baojun anymore and followed the little eunuch to leave the Golden Palace. Off to collect the reward. The little eunuch led the way step by step, very fawningly making conversation. Congratulations to Uncle Jing'an. Congratulations to Uncle Jing'an. I would like to remind you that after receiving this reward, Uncle Jing'an will still need to go to the Imperial Study Room to meet with the Holy Spirit, and will need to kowtow to thank him for his great honor. It's better to be early than late. That is natural. I naturally understand Her Majesty's generous love. She even summoned me. She must be afraid that my reward will be deducted by the people below. Lin Che is also a little bit of a 1-2 punch. The relationship here was complicated, and even the rewards would be deducted. But in a moment, Lin Che would still have to see His Majesty, so they would definitely not dare to mess around. Egu, Uncle Jing'an is really through and through. That's the reasoning. It's the little one who has been worrying blindly. The little eunuch greeted him with a smile. I still have to thank the eunuch for reminding me. By the way, I haven't asked the eunuch for his name. Egu, I'm so sorry. My name is Rainington, but if Uncle Jing'an loves me and calls out to me, it's a great gift. Yu Hua Tian? Which 3 words? Please look. Uncle Jing'an. The little eunuch presented the plate at his waist with his name on it with both hands. Rainington, this tin. When Lin Che saw that this Yu Hua Dianji wasn't big, but was very smart and clever, he couldn't help but reach out and pat Yu Hua Dian's shoulder. If you take that word tin and change it to field as in field, that might be something else. Ha ha. Yu Hua Dian was tapped on the shoulder and was too scared to say more. It didn't take long for Lin Che to follow Rain Harden to a large hall. There is also a specialized department in the palace that manages rewards. The officials here had obviously received the news in advance, and as soon as Lin Che entered, someone greeted him and called him Uncle Jing'an. All kinds of rewards were also prepared early. The deed of levy for 700 households, the sword of reward, the deed of the house of the great mansion. What surprised Lin Che the most was the 30,000 taels of gold. In Dakian, you can use silver tickets, but you can also use the gold error knife. After 100 heads of the gold wrong knife, a small piece is worth 10,000 taels of gold. This little gold error knife, so valuable? Lin Che picked up a tiny piece of the golden error blade, the size of 3 fingers, weighing a full 10 pounds, with a special haze flowing through its body. It's something that shouldn't be too hard to just take away. Ding! Right at this moment, Lin Che unexpectedly heard the system's alert sound. He froze slightly and hastily closed his eyes to summon the system. Skill points gained, 1. Remaining points, 1. What the hell? How is this gaining skill points? Is it? Lin Che looked towards the golden error blade in his hand. Immediately, he grasped the 2 gold faulty knives next to him in his hand. Skill points gained, 2. Remaining points, 3. 10 years of being a hostage and no one knows it, but the world knows that he stabbed the empress. Chapter 7, Verbal Humiliation Aside. Nice guy. Is this where you get skill points for making money? And it's 10,000 taels of gold to gain a little? Lin Che was stunned and immediately put down all 3 golden error swords. Help me exchange it for a silver check. Hurry. Alright, Jinganbo. Wait a moment. These officials are also not surprised, although the gold error knife is good, but the denomination is too large to be favorable to trade. It's still best to use silver tickets. In no time, they placed a bunch of silver bills in front of Lin Che. Exactly 300,000 taels of silver. If converted into gold, it would be 30,000 taels. Lin Che picked up the silver ticket and realized that there was no change in the system. Okay. It seems impossible to get stuck in a bugby yourself. These 30,000 taels of gold, no matter how they were exchanged, were 3 skill points. He took up the sword again, the deed to the mansion's house, and the system was also not prompted. Could it be that only real coins are allowed? By the way, a few brothers. If I want to exchange this sword, Damask, all of it for silver tickets. Gold. Is it possible? These officials were filled with surprise. This was a reward from His Majesty. And replaceable? Don't you want your head? No one dares to change half of His Majesty's reward. Hey, fine. Then wrap everything up and send it along to my house when I'm done meeting His Majesty. Although you can't exchange it for gold, you finally know how to get skill points. You can't leave Tendu for these 3 months, so you'll be desperate for money. Money is skill points. Skill points are what keep you alive. It didn't take long for all the bounties to be loaded onto the carts, both big and small. Even the maids of honor, the guards of 30 were picked out. Just one more visit to the Royal Library to thank His Majesty, then we can go home. It's awesome. That is, this sudden extra fiancé. What the hell is this? Confucian Academy. The afternoon sunlight shone in the middle of the purple bamboo forest. A group of Confucian scholars were discussing their studies, and the breeze blew through, ruffling their white clothes and giving them a sense of grandeur. Several of the university students who were already cultivating their Haoran Zhang Qi simply released their Haoran Zhang Qi, which, without any surprise, caused a lot of envious applause from the students. Senior sister Joshua, how did you have an epiphany of the vast chi? Can you instruct the senior brothers and sisters? Among the crowd, some scholars bowed respectfully to a tall female scholar and politely asked for advice. This female student was Mo Joshua, who had a marriage contract with Lin Che. She was tall, with a beautiful melon face and a light temperament that made her stunning at first glance. Because of the reason that she had also cultivated the Haoran Zhang Qi, there was even more of an inexplicable feeling of nobility in her body. Countless high-minded and proud Confucian scholars all felt ashamed after seeing her. Mo Joshua came from the Mo family, and her dad was also the famous Mo Jidong, one of the three great heavenly workers. However, she grew up disliking the organ techniques of the Mozi family. Instead, she loved poetry and songs. Since she had joined the Confucian Academy, she had cultivated her Haoran Zhang Qi in just 7 years, which had strengthened her self-confidence. Seeing that there are younger siblings asking for advice, Mo Joshua naturally does not begrudge giving advice. Since we are reading the sages, we must abandon those thoughts of sneaking around. If we study in a down-to-earth manner, and attend to the truth, and do not be alarmed by things, we will naturally be able to cultivate the spirit of righteousness. Some time ago, there was an exam for the Academy's scholars. I happened to compose a poem, and I'll share it with you all. Share it with all of you. When the crowd of scholars heard this, they clapped and cheered. This Mo Joshua was not just a beautiful person, but also full of learning. So would they not welcome it? Mo Joshua slowly spoke. The morning sun shows the sound of books, and the night moon lights up the sky. The ink sea is plowed diligently for the pen, and the heart field is sown with the will to plow. 1,000 volumes have been read and the mind is broad. 10,000 books have been written and the spirit is horizontal. Do not say that the future is full of perils and obstacles. Diligence has its own way. A poem was read and the students cheered on the spot. Yes, great poem. Wonderfully written. Senior sister Joshua, this poem is simply our guiding light. In my opinion, the expression 3 great talents of Tiandu should be changed. And in the future, it will be the 4 great talents. It has to be senior sister Joshua. Listening to the praises of the crowd of senior brothers and sisters, Mo Joshua also raised her head proudly and accepted it openly. It would give a few familiar senior brothers a few pointers. It's not good. Senior sister Joshua, it's not good. Just at this time, 2 scholars came running from the distance, sweating profusely and looking panicked. What's up? Panicking? Forgot what our teacher taught us? The mountain collapses before you, but your face doesn't change color. Mo Joshua couldn't help but reprimand. Senior sister, senior brother Zhou Xianchun has been arrested by the Mingjing Division. What? Spiegel Division. Speak clearly. Mo Joshua was also shocked. The Mingjing Division arresting people is no joke, because senior brother Zhou Xianchun fought for you. Senior sister, I met that fiancé of yours, Lin Che. Why fiancé? Where did I get a fiancé? Don't talk nonsense. Mo Joshua was startled, and a look of annoyance appeared on her pretty face. How could her innocent reputation be tarnished so casually? Senior sister, really your fiancé? It's that protégé of the Jinhua Fu. His Majesty even opened his mouth in the Golden Palace, letting you guys finish the marriage as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, the 2 scholars flew to tell the original story of what happened in the courtroom. This kind of thing, which was originally not covered up, and the jealousy was most easily spread, had now spread to half of the heavenly capital. When the scholars heard this, they all had odd faces, and at the same time, they were indignant, all feeling that the goddess of their own academy had been snatched away by an outsider. On what grounds? It's so not worth it. Even if it didn't belong to the male students of their academy, it couldn't be an outsider. However, they had actually heard some rumors that Mo Joshua's fiancé was the son of the Duke of Jinhua, not something to be messed with lightly. It's still okay to curse a few times and express the depression in your heart. This Lin Che, he is really petty, harmful to people. Not a good match at all. Keep your voice down. He's now a Jing in burial. If this is spread to His Majesty, so what? As big as the heavens and the earth. The word reason is the biggest. Have you forgotten that the former emperor once made a mistake? I college stone upper class great Confucian will dare to face straight rebuke. My generation of readers only recognize the word reason. This Lin Che really is bullying people too much. Mo Joshua also gently shook her head at his words. This Lin Che was really her fiancé. That was designated by the family when she was young. Now she was a university student in the Confucian Academy, but she was a representative figure in the hearts of many women. She's seen more and better men. This Lin Che, who had been a hostage for 10 years, he had long been unworthy of himself. She wants to find a lifelong partner. It must be a handsome person who was both civil and military. And in the future, it also needs to have a lofty status. Like the Jingguo Fu Shi ZZ, Lin Jingguan like that. That's more like it. Alas, after not seeing him for 10 years, how did this Lin Che turn into a vindictive person? Mo Zhaoxue gently shook her head and sighed. Senior brother Zhou Xianchun was a bold and courteous person. How could he possibly overstate his words and humiliate Lin Che? Putting aside verbal humiliation, is Lin Che really not at fault? Why did a gentleman like Zhou Xianchun just go ahead and irritate and humiliate you? You must have done something wrong. Taking a step back, wouldn't Lin Che retort back? What's the point of filing a complaint? This was to bring people to their deaths. This narrow-minded and vindictive nature is not a good match. Mo Zhaoxue raised her head and said, "Everyone, follow me to the Mingjing division and ask for the truth. A person like Lin Che is truly disappointing me too much." Okay, we'll go with senior sister. That's right, I still don't believe it. The Spiegel division dares to not release our Confucian Academy students. Aren't they afraid of being stigmatized for years to come? Poof, let's go together. Lin Che finished receiving his reward, waiting respectfully outside the imperial study. Now that he was holding a Shin-grade sword in his hand and carrying 300,000 taels of silver tickets in his arms, he was simply at the peak of his life. Enough to wait until 13 o'clock in the afternoon. The morning court. This is the end. Lin Che thought that he would be able to leave the palace and go home after just routinely kowtowing and thanking for the holy grace. But to his surprise, he was invited into the imperial study. In the royal study, Zhang had changed her clothes, and now she looked even cooler and taller. A few points less of the kind of imperial majesty in the great hall. A few more points of high and colding chi. The absolute beauty of the features became more obvious. Especially this one dress, which was a girdle attire, revealed her full parts in an eye-catching way. An empress is worthy of being an empress. Everything is bigger, bigger, bigger than everyone else. It's so big. As Lin Che's gaze reached him, he unexpectedly subconsciously blurted out, "What did you say?" A cold light flashed through Zhang Li's bright eyes. Oops. Lin Che screamed in his heart that it was not good. He couldn't wait to smack his own two big mouths. Was this too long for his life? How can you say that? You can think it in your mind, but you can never say it out loud. With a sweep of his gaze, he moved to the crown on Zhang Li's head, which had a sparkling jewel like a star in the middle of the dark night. This jewel in His Majesty's crown, is it of some origin? It's so big and beautiful. Lin Che spoke to himself, sighing, "If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the burden. Only a proud daughter of heaven like your majesty can afford to wear such a crown. Only then can she bear the weight of my great Qian's 10,000 people." Zhang Li quietly listened to the whole thing, and not knowing what she was thinking, his voice was clear and cold, and said, "Jingganbo, sit down. I don't dare. Just stand." Lin Che secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like he had narrowly muddled through. Then the thought flew that the Empress had summoned him alone for what? Is it because of the second prince? For once, there's absolutely no lip service to be paid. What do you not dare to do? You weren't seen to be so timid when you contradicted me in the Great Hall. Zhang Li said again without any shade. Even if I had 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to contradict your majesty. It's just that, being pure in nature and straightforward, the humble servant doesn't know the weight of his words. I beg your majesty's pardon. Lin Che revealed an expression of sincerity and fear and led the order to sit down. But the heart is thinking, "Your majesty, if it's possible, I really don't want to talk back to you in the Great Hall. I'd like to do it on the dragon's couch. Has the reward I gave you been withheld? It's all enough to count. Your majesty has a good command. Rewards and punishments are clear. The upper line is followed by the lower line. And naturally no one dares to withhold the rewards from the micro-consultants." Lin Che found an opportunity and slapped a horse's ass. Zhang Li smiled faintly, like 1,000 pear blossoms. It turns out that the Empress likes advanced licking from others. Then in the future, the micro-minister will definitely lick the Empress to her comfort. Lin Che's heart gave birth to a thought he had never had before. This Zhang Li had an air unique to emperors, able to make almost all men ashamed of themselves, and able to make some strong men develop a strong desire to conquer. It was so tempting to knock off Her Majesty as an empress and see her unseen side. This empress was truly the best of the best. Zhang Li slowly spoke. "Life, too, is what I desire. Righteousness, too, is what I desire. You can't have both. You have to give up your life for righteousness." That's so well said. I can't imagine that Uncle Jing'an is also a talented man. It is truly a blessing for Diqian to have such a hot-blooded man. As she said this, her bright eyes lifted, her body unconsciously radiating an imperial aura as she said, "Did the second prince ask you to bring back anything before he died?" Chapter 8, So Shy. What's that? Lin Che couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. According to the original owner's memory, the second prince hung himself from a beam, but he didn't hand him anything. But judging from the empress's expression, it seemed only right that she should bring back something. "Your Majesty, the second prince did not hand over anything to me," Lin Che answered truthfully. "Oh?" At this moment, a moment of doubt seemed to flash across Zhongli's face. "And did my second royal brother say anything to you before he died?" And no. There are no relics, and it's too late to say last words." Lin Che still shook his head. Zhongli looked straight at Lin Che, then slowly placed his body next to the dragon chair and said in a clear and cold manner, "Then you tell me about the 10 years of the life of a hostage. In all its details, tell me about it." Yes, Lin Che didn't fake it either. After all, he still had the original owner's memories. And 10 years of living as a proton is too profound. The original owner was trapped in the prince's mansion along with the second prince. And at first, there were courtiers from the Yen Yun kingdom, the royal family, who came over to ask questions. The back is slowly disappearing. If anyone came to the prince's residence, most of them were abusive and mocked them, especially on New Year's Eve. It seemed that some ministers had relatives who died in battle. As soon as they arrived at the Proton Palace, they were sure to be beaten and scolded by all means. Of course, they didn't dare to actually kill the original owner and the second prince. Just one day, when the original owner realized that the second prince hadn't gotten up at high noon, he went to knock on the door. This opened the door to find the second prince hanging from a beam. The next thing that happened was that a group of guards were startled and rushed in. The original owner was also controlled and did not see the second prince until the day of his burial. In the days to come, there were people accompanying the original owner all the time, just for fear that he would also hang himself from the beam. That would leave Yen Yun Kingdom without even the last vestige of a buffer. After slowly finishing his speech, even though it was all about the original owner's experience, Lin Che was also saddened. Zhongli also fell into silence after hearing this, and said only after a long time, "Before the second prince died, there was really no unusual behavior. Did you not pay attention? Or did he say something to you that you forgot?" The micromanager could have sworn that there really wasn't. Lin Che immediately began to swear, and in his heart, he was even more surprised that Zhongli seemed to care about the second prince's last words. Could it be that one is supposed to bring back something? Or is it, the original owner actually brought it back, only that he didn't inherit this memory of the original owner? In that case, you can go back first. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Che could clearly feel Zhongli's low mood, and he hurriedly excused himself. Gotta think about it. If I'm really forgetting something. After Lin Che left, all of a sudden, the Imperial Study became quiet again. Just at this time, behind the screen of the Imperial Study, two figures slowly walked out. To be precise, one person was in the back, helping the invalid in front push his wheelchair out. The person standing in the back was a woman with an icy face, and the person in the wheelchair was none other than Lord Qianling. Zhongli obviously knew they were here already and opened his mouth to ask, "Fa Zhen, what he said just now, is it true or false?" "Back to Your Majesty. I witnessed the whole thing just now. Uncle Jing'an did not lie, and what he said should all be true." A person's mind would be loosened when he suddenly received so many rewards, and he did not show signs of lying. Zhongli lightly frowned. Could it be that the second prince really didn't hand over any relics to him? Xianfa Zhang thought of something else and immediately said, "When he was in the Great Hall, he lied when he said he was going to bring back the corpse of the second prince. He was trying to escape. He didn't think that Tiandu was a place where he could stay for long, and he wanted to live, so he wanted to leave Tiandu." "Oh, interesting." Zhongli's pair of bright eyes brightened slightly, and those slender fingers, gently rubbed together as she whispered, "Blade slave." The cold-faced woman responded in a low voice. Her voice was truly like a sword. "You pick good men to keep an eye on Lin Che the entire time. Report his every move to me." "Yes," the sword slave answered simply. Zhongli lifted his pen and swished it down to write a secret decree. "You will give the secret decree to Lin Che and see how he reacts." Yes, Fa Zheng didn't know what the empress had written, but seemed to have guessed something. "Your Majesty, do you think he? Give it a try. I have a hunch that this Lin Che will be different." Jing'an Province. Lin Che was very satisfied in his heart after leisurely strolling around his mansion. Although it was located in the outer city, it was also located in the bustling Vermilion Bird Street. The mansion's front and backyards, creeks and mountains, pavilions and pavilions, it's really a good place. I can't imagine that one day I will be able to live in such a nice place. Who? Lin Che looked at the 15 maids that followed behind him, still not sure of their names, and then he reached out and pointed to the tall maid at the very front. Yeah, that's you. What was your name again? Back to the master. The slave girl's name is Xiaoqing. Greenie. Then what's your full name? Lin Che asked curiously. The slave girl is the descendant of a sinful minister, beaten into the Thai court, without a full name. Luckily, the female emperor has given me the grace to be able to come out of the palace to serve your lordship. Xiaoqing spoke in a low voice again. Lin Che nodded his head. So these people were all after the sinners. Men are confiscated. Women are confiscated. This kind of thing is also encountered. Just now, he brought the maids along to familiarize themselves with the mansion, while also secretly observing these maids, and found that this Xiaoqing was the most courteous, while also taking care of the other maids, and did not show an ecstatic expression like the other maids would. This Xiaoqing looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old, but she had seen some scenes. Little Green will be Little Green. They'll be under your control from now on. Look, we're not prepared for anything yet, so go ahead and order everything too. As Lin Che said that, he directly took out 3,000 taels of silver tickets and handed them over to Xiaoqing's hand. Go. See what the house lacks and buy it. Gather everyone tonight and I'll have a nice meal with everyone. From now on, this will be our home. When the many maids heard this, their eyes reddened and tears could not help but fall. They were all after sinful ministers, or implicated, or their families were poor, and they were sold into the palace at a young age. Now that the female emperor is in power, it is impossible for them to get drunk by the emperor, have a moment in the night, and finally fly up the branch to become a phoenix. They can only end up dying of old age in the palace or being rewarded for their service. However, what they heard the most was that the sisters who were rewarded out were living in human lives. Which lord is not full of official authority and beats or scolds them? It was even more unheard of for a lord to eat with his underlings. Although the contact time with Lin Che was very short, they were able to tell that Lin Che was truly different. He, it seemed, really treated them like human beings. Hey, what are you guys crying about? Lin Che was surprised for a while. These kids, what is there to cry about? Xiaoqing's eyes were also red and said, I'll wipe your tears. According to what I said, each of you go about your business. After doing what you have on your hands, help the other sisters more. Go. Yes, a group of maids led the way. Well trained, all quite well behaved and obedient, just a little too skinny one by one. That night, Lin Che gathered all of his subordinates, 30 in total. Lin Che announced on the spot that in the future, Xiaoqing would be in charge of small and large matters in the mansion. It was considered a temporary housekeeper. Among the 15 guards, there was one called Da Jiang, who had the highest cultivation level and was already at a small level of the qi refining realm. From now on, let Big Strong take care of the escorting aspect. It was said to be an escort, but it actually included some rough and heavy work in the mansion. Big Strong, a simple man, just nodded his head blankly. I'll do whatever the Lord tells me to do. The meal was very formal. Lin Che didn't care. It was just a matter of everyone getting to know each other tonight anyway. In the future, there should still be some distance between master and servant. After finishing dinner, Lin Che sighed a sigh of relief that this meal was really hard to eat. Looks like we'll have to hire a special cook tomorrow. Anyway, he was planning to stay here for 3 months, so he was naturally enjoying himself if he could. He had realized when he gave Green 3 silver tickets that the money spent would not deduct his skill points. Then don't worry about it. Green, you're full, right? Just let them clean up. You come with me for a moment. Xiaoqing as if suddenly thought of something, the pretty face inexplicably red, gently bit the delicate red lips, unconsciously clamped the legs, then shyly lowered his head, followed up. Master, it's only the first night and you're in a hurry to warm your own bed? She knew that there would be a day like this. After all, she was the best looking of the maids, especially her arse. Usually her sisters laughed at her, saying that being so round, they didn't know which man would be cheap. It's just that I can't imagine that his lordship is in such a hurry. This, for the first time in her life, in a while, what to do? So shy. Should we use those shy things we learned in the tucked away court to please his lordship? So shy. So shy. Lilac. Chapter 9, The Empress's Secret Decree. Come in. Ha? Now. Just go in like that? Slave. Want to take a bath first? I'm covered in sweat now. Wash it later. I'm in a hurry. Lin Che was surprised for a moment. Why was this Xiaoqing squirming? Come into the room quickly. I have something to ask you. Aha. Green blushed shyly and walked in with her head down. Anyway, when he was rewarded to Lin Che, he was destined to be his slave for the rest of his life. Her lordship's looks and height were superior, and she was truly lucky. It's not like the sister she heard about before, who served a greasy, aged old man, and made her drill under the table every day in misery. Green, I asked you. Lin Che beckoned Xiaoqing to come closer. In the heavenly capital, is there any place where we can sell the treasures rewarded by His Majesty? Xiaoqing's hand that was undoing her belt stopped, and her small face showed a surprised look. Master, you don't mean to. Exactly. You used to be more or less a big lady. You should have heard of places like this. I have heard of it. But, my lord, this is all a reward from His Majesty, so it may not be able to be sold. I have calculated. The expenses on our residence are not big. Your lordship has 700 households of field tax to collect. Seeing how agitated she was, Lin Che quickly slapped on his face. All right. I have my own decision. You just need to tell me where I can sell these things. Slave girl deserves to die, please be merciful. Master, the slave girl will never dare to talk too much again. Xiaoqing was so scared that she knelt down in a hurry. No one cares if the master gets angry and beats these slave girls to death. Say it. There are several places in the inner city where people will buy them. And among the southern city, there is a drunken moon house. The gentleman inside, the young lady makes the most generous offers. Drunken moon house, what does it do? Lin Che had a vague memory of hearing about this place. Yes, it's a greenhouse, but the ladies inside are all selling their art and not their bodies. Many literati and elegant guests like to go to Drunken Moon House. When Lin Che heard this, he immediately understood. It turns out that this is where the literati and the aristocrats go to pretend and show off. Then his things, which were rewarded by the empress. These people would definitely buy them for the sake of face. Okay, you're up. Lin Che looked at the time. The Mo clan's heavenly worker invention. The time track showed that it was already 8:45 in the evening. Forget it. Let's call it a night. Get an early night and get out. Xiaoqing froze, seemingly unable to figure out Lin Che's words for a moment, and said in a small voice, Master, in fact, our duty as slave girls is to serve the master. Whatever the master wants, all can be done. Get out. Yes. Xiaoqing didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly left the room. Lin Che watched Xiaoqing walk away, shut the door quickly, and began to ponder again. He naturally knew exactly what Xiaoqing was talking about. The main reason he was unwilling to leave Xiaoqing to serve his bed was that he was pure in nature, loyal and honest, and was not an animal that thought in the lower half of his body. It definitely wasn't because of the ridiculous claim that a martial artist couldn't break their body when they were at the first-grade body forging realm. The divine machine system. Lin Che laid down on his bed and directly started summoning the system. After obtaining 30,000 taels of gold, he was 3 extra skill points. Now add it directly. Add it all to the feats. Ding, adding points successful. Host, Lin Che. Realm, first grade body forging realm, small success. Cultivation technique, blazing yang body, 9th level. Remaining points, 0. Boom. When the blazing yang hegemony body reached the 9th layer, Lin Che trembled and clearly felt a raging power surging out of his body. The originally skinny body had unexpectedly become strong, and the pectoral muscles, biceps, and abdominal muscles had all shown up. Not only that, but the senses of sight, hearing, and touch are all significantly improved. Lin Che then thumped a few punches in the air in the room, and immediately felt his body tremble slightly. This tremor could connect to the inside of the bones and penetrate deep into the bone marrow, nourishing itself in conjunction with the power of qi and blood. After a long time, the bones will become harder and stronger, the blood will be energized, and the whole person's physique will be strengthened in all aspects, defying the cold and not getting sick easily. Lin Che pushed his surrounding strength with all his might, and he could vaguely feel the heat permeating around him. Is this the 9th layer of the blazing young overlord body? But if other people cultivate the body forging technique to the 9th layer, they would at least be at the body forging realm's grand achievement, or even perfection. How come I'm only a minor achievement? Was my body so deficient before? Or is it something else? Lin Che studied it for a while longer. He still couldn't figure it out by himself, so he might as well find a chance to ask those experts. As for now, there was another burst of dirt all over the body that had to be washed first. Green dash. Lin Che opened the door and greeted. Prepare hot water for me. I want to bathe. No, cold water will do. Bring me some more food. I'm hungry. Yes, master. Qing rushed over at the word and answered shyly. Hungry. Hungry, hungry. People get your hints. I'll get you something to eat later. But master, you refuse to leave people to serve you in bed. And you can't stand it yourself in the middle of the night. And you need to wash in cold water to cool down. If you keep this up, you're going to suffocate your body. Lin Che took a comfortable shower and had another full meal. Now he was finally feeling a rush of comfort. He vaguely felt that it was his body's intrinsic needs that were too great, and that he would need to keep eating if he wanted to get to greatness, consummation, and great fulfillment. The only way to better support the enhancement of cultivation was to have enough body tonic. Otherwise, a single boost will only result in a serious body deficit. Lin Che thought, pushed open the door to his room, and returned to his own room. The moment he closed the door, Lin Che suddenly felt a wave of sweat rise all over his body. He turned expansively and looked into the corner of the room. There, surprisingly quietly, was a figure hidden. A very dangerous figure. Who are you? How did you get in here? Lin Che pretended to be calm and looked at the figure in the corner. When did the other party come in? I'm surprised he didn't notice at all. Those who were able to do so silently were definitely not low in cultivation. Right now, it was only a minor achievement of the first-grade body forging realm. Should I let go and kill the whole thing? Or turn and run right away? Sometimes, as soon as you enter a room, you close the door with your hand. That habit can kill you. You're at the forging body realm, so don't radiate a killing aura at me. The other spoke in a low voice. A woman. I am Sword Slave. Come by order of His Majesty to give you a secret order. The knife slave slowly walked out of the darkness. His voice was still cold, and his body emitted a deadly aura that made him unapproachable. Without seeming to do anything extra, she casually placed a holy decree gently on the bed. Then, with a trance, the figure swished and disappeared in place. No. Gone? Lin Che's eyes widened. What kind of martial art was this? A big change? Or have you seen a ghost? This room, the door and windows were closed. How was she going to get out? No, there was a small crack in the window, which was only about the size of 3 fingers, so there was no way she could have gotten out through the crack in the window, right? Lin Che quickly calmed down. After all, if an expert like the other party really wanted to kill him, he was already hanging. This secret decree, at first glance, is a big pit. I'm going to you. Lin Che didn't care about that much, and with a shake of the bedding, he shook that secret decree to the bottom of the bed. Go to bed. Lin Che, who usually always had a good quality of sleep, was unable to sleep at all at this moment, tossing and turning until morning. It seems that it's not good to go through the day without a look. Lin Che grumpily threw a pillow and went down to bring the secret decree over. Open it. With just a glance, Lin Che's entire body was stunned. The grumpiness that had been there all night disappeared in an instant. In its place, a cold sweat broke out behind his back. There are not many words on it, just a few numbers, but Lin Che read it over and over again. Why? It was a long time before he closed the secret decree, his eyes looking out of the window, where a faint morning light was already shining in. Lin Che slowly exhaled, worthy of being the female emperor in charge of the entire Great Qian. Chapter 10. What a white lotus flower. Lin Che, who had read the secret decree, was even more unable to sleep. It was like a sharp blade hanging overhead, ready to slice down at any moment. Keeping his eyes open until 7 in the morning, Lin Che simply got up and freshened up. As for the secret decree, he tried to find a place to hide it, but after searching around, there wasn't any hidden place at all. Just burn it. While eating breakfast, Lin Che's mind was still full of the few numbers in the secret decree. The meat buns were bite-sized, but they simply didn't smell good anymore. Xiao Chang, who was waiting by the side, looked on and secretly sighed in her heart. This old master, he was really suffocated all night, wasn't he? He's not even in the mood now. The last bite of the bun went down. Lin Che decided not to think about that secret decree and pretend it didn't exist. His goal was clear. Make money, or make money. With money, he has the skill points to stay alive. Come on, let's go to Drunken Moon House. Lin Che took Xiao Chang, De Zhuang, and several other guards with him as he got on the carriage and started to depart. When we arrived at the Drunken Moon building in the inner city, it was really very grand. Just by looking at the entrance you can tell that it costs a lot of silver to get inside. Go in there in a minute, and if someone curses me or even hits me, you guys just stand and watch. Got it? Lin Che commanded and took the lead towards the entrance of Drunken Moon House. Expectedly, that kind of dog-eyed drama didn't happen, which made Lin Che more or less depressed. If the dog legs of Drunken Moon Mansion looked down on him and insulted him in public, or even made a move, Then he could backhandedly sue to His Majesty, and surely he would be able to obtain a lot of compensation. Lin Che was respectfully invited in, and after he identified himself and explained his intentions, there was even a young proprietor of Drunken Moon House who personally came out to greet him. The young proprietor's name is Shang Huainan, a fat little man who greets everyone with a smile on his face, and is stuffy and self-absorbed. He personally received Lin Che. Uncle Jing'an, I can't believe it's you who's come to visit. It must be because of my reputation. Come on people, serve good tea. For you to come to my Drunken Moon Mansion is truly a blessing to our Drunken Moon Mansion. All of your spending here with us today is on my head. Ha ha, fatty, you've got a big head. On your head? Don't you have an abacus in your house? Lin Che didn't come over to rub his nose in the wine, and after chatting for a couple of sentences, he made his intentions clear. I'm here to sell the great sword. Shang Huainan listened carefully and was full of apologies. Uncle Jing'an, you want to sell this Xian great sword at my place? Of course I can. It seems that my handsome face as well as my honest quality attracted you, but I'm only afraid that you won't be able to sell this Xian great sword for much. Lin Che was unconvinced. This is a reward from His Majesty. Something from inside the palace. I understand. Uncle Jing'an's ambition at the Golden Palace was so great that he died to make his will clear. The entire heavenly capital has also spread the word. I believe this precious sword of yours is a reward from His Majesty. But, this is Tiandu. We, Drunken Moon House, also have some connections. It's not very difficult to get something from the palace. Just one Xian grade sword. Market price is 50,000 taels of silver. His Majesty's reward. And I'll sell Uncle Jing'an's face again. It's 70,000 taels at most. It can't be more. His Majesty's reward. And my face. Just an extra 20,000 taels of silver? Lin Che held his forehead with his hand. This was a little bit of skill points that couldn't be put together. Shang Huainan can only accompany the smile, thinking, this 20,000 taels of silver, or on the basis of His Majesty's reward. Your face is not worth anything. Throughout the entire heavenly capital, princes and lords were not said to be everywhere, but there were quite a few of them. A Jing'anbo. Let's not talk about face. That is, I opened my door to do business and don't want to mess with you, the protege who will sue the royal court, so as not to involve the reputation of a few flower girls and talented women and affect my business. Otherwise I don't even want to take care of you. I have a large mansion. Will you take it? Uncle Jing'an, that's an imperial residence. No one dares to buy it, and it can't be sold. Shang Huainan's expression was shocked. Why did this Uncle Jing'an want to sell everything? I still have 700 households of fields. Lin Che is still not dead. Brother, this field of yours can only be taxed. Buying and selling but fields is a great offense. His Majesty hates nothing more than land annexation. Shang Huainan was afraid that Lin Che was going to say even more outrageous words, so he hurriedly said, if you really want to do some trading, you can think of something else. Just don't hit His Majesty's imperial gift of fields. You'll really lose your head. Lin Che couldn't really think of anything to do for a while. He subconsciously glanced back at Green and Dazhong and the others, wanting to see if they had any good ideas. Shang Huainan also looked at Xiao Qing in passing, and saw that Xiao Qing was beautiful and petite, with a beautiful face. Just after entering the doorway, Xiao Qing glanced at him, which was properly attracted by her own stunning looks. Alas, this damn charm of mine. If Uncle Jing'an is willing to sell this maidservant, I'll reluctantly buy it myself. After all, it's a two-way street. This look scared Xiao Qing to her knees. Master, slave girl is worthless. Please, don't sell me. I can serve you. Who said anything about selling you? Da Jiang next to him trembled. Not selling Xiao Qing. Is he trying to sell me? Dai Zhang flopped down on his knees as well. Master, don't sell me. I will, at most, eat 5 bowls of rice less every day from now on. I can also serve you. Lin Che got goosebumps. Brother Huainan, I suddenly remembered that I was making soup at home and forgot to turn off the fire. I'll go back and take a look. I've disturbed you today. Farewell. All right. See you later. Shang Huainan got up to see him off, but also looked at Xiao Qing. Alas, the girl, after all, is thin-skinned. Do not dare to say directly willing to sell to me. Let her taste the pain of longing. Lin Che didn't care about Shang Huainan, who was full of orgasmic looks, and left Drunken Moon House with his people. Naturally, he didn't die, and went to 2 other high-profile pawn stores, and finally realized that it really wasn't as good as the price given by Drunken Moon yet. On the way back to the mansion, Lin Che sat in the carriage, thinking hard. How can we get money? It's not the kind of money you make back from doing an open store business. It has to be a fortune. 100,000 taels of silver for one skill point. Just getting a few tens of thousands of dollars in silver is not enough. What kind of business? Perfume. Dachien has it. Soap. Dakian has it. Paper. Printing. Gunpowder. Glass. Cement and so on were all available in Dakian. The plenum, as it has developed so far, has quite a few things that are used in life. Even if it's not a hard technology product, it's definitely good enough for daily use. Like perfume. Farmers don't refine it. They have special varieties of plants, and with grafting, the sap of the plant itself becomes the perfume. Viagra. Amoxicillin. Penicillin for sure. But, well, I won't. I can't get out of it. Reverse subsystem. If you were a universal supermarket, I'd be rich. Wandering around, Lin Che finally returned to Jing'an Mansion. From afar, a glance saw hundreds of Confucian scholars standing outside the gate of the Jing'an Mansion. One by one, they stood or sat, in groups of 3 or 5, very tartly shaking their folding fans, pointing at the Jing'an Palace, attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. Scholars, what is the purpose of coming to my Jing'an province? Lin Che wasn't afraid of anything and greeted him with a big swing. You're that Proton Lin Che? Humph. You're the one who wronged our senior brother Zhou Xianchun? Don't be playful in front of us. Senior sister Jia Xue, quickly come over. Lin Che has returned. Everyone surround him. Don't let him go until you give me a statement today. Lin Che listened to them talk about it all, and he also understood a little bit of what was going on. They are all here for Zhou Xianchun, but this group of Confucian scholars, they believe in the gentleman's mouth, not hands. Want them to beat themselves up and blackmail them? That's impossible. Am I crazy about money? Even if it's a quick buck, you can't do this kind of thing. Lin Che coughed dryly and said aloud, quiet, you all speak one by one. Besieging the Jing'an Palace and threatening meritorious officials. What do you want? At this time, Mo Zhaoxue stepped forward from the crowd, and the many scholars made way. Lin Che, long time no see. I'm Mo Zhaoxue. Oh, you are my fiancé. It has indeed been a long time. You're so beautiful. Lin Che shot a glance at Mo Zhaoxue. She was indeed a classical beauty, dressed in the attire of a Confucian scholar, with white as the main color and green stripes as accents, setting her off as a white lotus flower, especially since she would subconsciously frown gently, giving off the impression that she was very soft and in need of protection. What are you doing here? Why don't you come into my house and talk? I won't go in. I came over to look for you today, actually because of Zhou Xianchuan's matter. Mo Zhaoxue said and shot a glance at Lin Che, disappointment flickering in her eyes. When she heard that His Majesty personally urged the marriage, she had naturally investigated Lin Che seriously. Lin Che in the Jinguofu is simply the young master is disliked. The text is not martial arts, relying on the 10 years of the work of the hostage in the palace of the Golden Palace to take credit for their own. Even their own father Jinguo Gong also sued together. Don't look at the fact that Lin Che has his own mansion now, but that was driven out by the Jinguofu. With less Jinguofu, what kind of network background does Lin Che have? Complimenting her on her beauty right off the bat is a habitual compliment to others, not a strong one. But despite this, Mo Zhaoxue maintained her smile. Lin Che, senior brother Zhou Xianchun has indeed done something wrong. I'll apologize to you on his behalf. Can you forgive him? Lin Che frowned. You apologize for Zhou Xianchun? You and him? What is your relationship? I am his senior sister. Throughout the Confucian Academy, if anything happens to any of the scholars, I will naturally help if I can. Mo Zhaoxue had a righteous look on her face. We've been to the Mingjing division yesterday. The reply from the Mingjing division was also very clear. Senior disciple Zhou Xianchun, although it was an unintentional mistake, showing off his tongue. However, His Majesty still wants to punish him severely. The key here is your attitude. If you can forgive him and give him a chance, then his punishment will be much lighter. Lin Che, you're a 7-foot man. You should have the world in your heart. When you encounter something like this, you should laugh it off. This is also, in my opinion, the most important quality a man should possess. Could you not submit a petition for His Majesty to be gracious? Let Zhou Xianchun go? Enough can be done. What a white lotus flower. Pretending to be innocent and kind and a savior in front of me. Ha! I'm still married to you. Zhou Xianchun laughed at me in public, saying I'm not even worthy of your shoes. Did you ever speak up for me? Do you think I'm not even worthy of your shoes? You're still here to make me narrow-minded, aren't you? But anyone who is an individual and comes over to ask for favors, at the very least, comes with a reparation and a smile. There is a low enough begging attitude. And you? I owe you? Lin Che's voice was resolute as he asked rhetorically. On what grounds? Vast and righteous. Confucian scholar. Chapter 11. Do you think I have no one in the academy? What? On what grounds? Lin Che. You? What are you talking about? Mo Joshua seemed to have really not expected that Lin Che would even ask such a rhetorical question. Her intuition was spot on, and she instantly knew that Lin Che was already angry. She simply took the first step and opened her mouth. Between you and me, a betrothal was contracted. His Majesty has even personally urged the marriage. If my father hadn't been in a hurry to cure the flooding, our two families would already be discussing the marriage by now. I'm from the Confucian Academy, and in these 10 years, I've been trying to be worthy of you, the young master of the Zhenghua Fu. I also didn't dare to slack off for a moment, and it was not easy for me to become one of the 12 great scholars in the academy. I heard that you were on top of the court because Zhou Xianchun offended you with a word. You then sued him and sent him to prison. Even the Zhou family was implicated. Have you considered how I feel being caught in the middle? That's my academy. It's my brothers and sisters. No matter what happens to any of them, I naturally have to do my best to help. When I heard it was you, I actually made a great determination to come to you, thinking, with the relationship between you and me, you would more or less sell me a face, not letting me have a hard time. But you. Speaking here, Mo Joshua's eyes flushed red for a while, as if she had suffered a great grievance. In an instant, the many scholars were like frying pans, one after another. Their hearts ached for Mo Joshua and began to denounce Lin Che, cursing him for not being a man and bullying even senior sister Joshua. Lin Che, you are a male in vain. You quickly apologized to senior sister Mo Shui. Isn't it just Uncle Jing'an? Humph. Who here doesn't have a family background? Really think we're afraid of you? My father, Zhang is the Marquis of Wuhan. We won't beg him. Ha! We'll go back to the academy to find the Great Confucian and beg the Great Confucian to step in. From today onwards, we're going to write this man into the books of words, so that he'll be left to stink for years to come. Messing with us readers. You're kind of messing with the wrong person. Numerous scholars have scolded harshly, and the group is furious, but none of them made a move. There was also a scholar who threw up his arms and actually recited a poem. 1,000 words are difficult to form, and 1,000 words are not enough. Laughing at the hypocrites before us, half a mind becomes an immortal. When the many schoolchildren heard this, they shouted again. Good, elder brother Zhongzhou. Good poem. Worthy of the 12 great scholars. Well scolded. That's right. Some people are just hypocritical and narrow-minded. Humph. We'll go back and write poems to scold him as a 1,000-year-old sinner. Lin Che saw that this group of scholars were already excited one by one. He even wrote a poem to scold and mock him. What kind of poem is this? This is the level of the Big 12 students? However, the memory of the 10 great immortal poems of the great Qian was also a heap, so he was relieved. These schoolchildren, born until now, have never eaten fine chaff, and no wonder. Suddenly, Lin Che's eyes lit up and he thought of a brilliant idea. You bunch of jumped-up clowns, now that you've been sent to the door, that's just the thing to screw you guys over. Lin Che took the opportunity to jump onto the carriage, looking down on the group of scholars and fiercely drawing the Xian grade sword in his hand. Miso. The sword is sheathed and sharp. In this instant, it scared all the scholars into taking half a step back, and the tirades stopped at once. My goodness, Jing and Bo won't be so enraged that he's going to kill someone, right? Lin Che held his sword in his hand and said aloud, you guys want to plead for Zhou Xianchun? I'll ask you one thing. On what basis do you have? You guys laugh at me for being narrow-minded, so I'll be generous and give you guys a chance. As long as you guys win against me, then I'll personally appeal to His Majesty to be gracious and spare Zhou Xianchun. After Lin Che finished speaking, his gaze swept away with provocation in his eyes. How dare you? Then what? You tell me. I can't imagine that senior Zhongzhou was not afraid and even went beyond the crowd. A vast and righteous qi, emanating on the spot, surrounded by a white light like a flame, could deter ghosts and monsters. One-on-one. Okay. Just take the bait. Lin Che, sword in hand, continued loudly. I'll let you all have 3 punches if you fight one-on-one. Alright, but I'm afraid people will say I'm bullying you guys. Just follow what you guys do best. Aren't you the students of the Confucian Academy? Let's compare poems and songs. If you can beat me in poetry and song, then you will win. I'll immediately go on the record and never go back on my word. When the many scholars heard the words, they were first shocked, followed by a burst of ecstasy, and then laughter. Just you, competing with us in poetry and song? The world's strange news. In the whole of Dichien, who dares to show off in front of our Confucian Academy? Come up with a title. Since you want to sell us a favor, there's no need to make a fool of yourself. Just go straight to the fold. That way everyone has one less layer of trouble. Lin Che had managed to get them hooked with great difficulty, so how could he possibly get away with it so easily? They must be brought down. Now the question, who will judge? Who will testify? 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you at the Drunken Moon building. Call as many people as you can. What we're competing against is poetry and song. If you guys win, I won't just go to the folders and beg for His Majesty's mercy. I'll also give you a prize, which is the sword in my hand. Lin Che took the opportunity to raise the sword in his hand, and the light shone brightly. This is His Majesty's Imperial Xian Greatsword. As the saying goes, a precious sword matches a hero among you. Someone who really has this ability, poems to subdue the whole scene and save your masters and brothers, is considered a hero. Then this precious sword is his. Of course, if you're all straw men with no semblance of ink in your bellies, I'd advise you not to come. It's a disgrace. In the future, when you meet me, remember to cover your faces and just walk around the road. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Lin Che's words became a stick to stir up. The many scholars couldn't hold back any longer. Wasn't this bullying? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? How dare the little Jing'anpo scorn their Confucian scholars? Big talk. Big talk. Outrageous. Is it really true that there is no one in my academy? 3 days later, we will definitely tear your face apart. Teach you how to be a human being. These people could be described as a group of angry people, and it looked like they were about to pounce on them and do something. This scared De Zhuang's several guards were all tense, nervously guarding around the carriage. Good. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you at the Drunken Moon building. After Lin Che finished, he didn't care about them. Straight away, he asked Big Strong to drive the carriage and return the same way. Of course he was going to the Drunken Moon house. The stage is set, and it's time to plan properly to make money. Lin Che rushed into the Drunken Moon building and directly sought out young Master Shang Huainan. "Hey Gu, Uncle Jean Gan, you're here again. I have a business I'd like to work with you on." Shang Huainan's expression stiffened. "Big brother, this field, the mansion are all imperial gifts. Really can't be sold. You can just let me go. I'm the only one in my family. Not this business. I'm asking you, your income for this day, how much is it?" Lin Che was straightforward. Shang Huainan was wary for a moment. "Ahem, this is not convenient to disclose. What exactly do you want?" "I'd like to charter your Drunken Moon house for 1 day. Just for 3 days. How much?" "Really? Ha ha, it seems like Uncle Jing'an wants to hold a celebration banquet in this building. My Drunken Moon building is indeed a good place, and I can give you a discount for Uncle Jing'an on the day 3 days later. Only." Shang Huainan looked around again and lowered his voice. "Only, even if you set up a celebration banquet, the officials wouldn't dare to come. You've made such a standoff with the Zhenghua Palace. Who dares to walk with you now?" Lin Che then reacted. "Yeah, I'm more or less being Fengbo. How come none of the officials came to congratulate us? Not even a single door-to-door visit." It turned out that there was a problem on the Zhenghua side. However, it was something that he hadn't thought of at that level, and would talk about it later. "You don't have to worry about that. You make a price. I'm going to use it to entertain the many schoolchildren in 3 days. Okay, I won't hide it from Uncle Jing'an, but my income here is 30,000 taels of silver a day. But since I've met you at first sight, Brother Lin, I don't need to ask my family for permission. I'll only charge you 28,000 taels. This little fatso, the math is really loud." Lin Che had done some rough calculations. According to the prices of everyday life, this 28,000 silver was equivalent to the 280,000 he had before he crossed over. This Drunken Moon house running water is definitely there, but the cost inside is also very big, and the one who was raised is still a flower girl who sells her art. 8,000 taels. Lin Che bargained. Shang Huainan a burst of tactical backward. "Then you have this kind of counteroffer? My daily income of 30,000. To you say 28,000. You have to say 25,000. I say 27,000. You say 26,000. This way to you open your mouth on 8,000? Yes. Start over. 28,000. 15,000. 27,000. 15,000. 26,000. No less. Just 15,000. I'll return it if it doesn't work." Lin Che didn't budge. 20,000. "No, you really go elsewhere." "You may. You'll have to prepare the usual drinks and dishes. All the revenue from Drunken Moon house that day is mine." "You still have income? Well then, Let's sign the contract. The two men smiled at each other, both feeling like they'd made a fortune. He. Ha ha. Ha. Jia. Right, Brother Shang. Are there any printing stores nearby? Lin Che put away his smile and asked. There is. This street of ours, the one at the very end, is it? Brother Lin, what are you doing? Have you ever heard the saying? Lin Che smiled. May it be heard. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Chapter 12, Drones or Scholars. The townhouse. Lin Baojuan's family was having a meal. The rules of the Lin family are very big. The family dinner requirements: food does not speak, sleep does not speak, even if a dozen people eat together, but also quiet. This atmosphere is more or less depressing. As the son of the world, Lin Shaking Light naturally sat in the first position to the left of Lin Baojun, opposite his mother Changqiuzi. At such a table, positions are fixed. Like Lin Che, who had been back for 3 months and not once had he been able to eat at the table. As Lin Yaoguang ate, she suddenly saw his personal attendant hurrying back, still looking very anxious, but the attendant definitely didn't dare to come in and disturb him. Lin Shaking Light ate a few pieces of beast meat quickly, wanting to get out early, but Lin Brokerage was already seeing through everything, saying, "What's the rush? How many times have I told you that you must eat well? 4 times a day. Each meal is to warm up your bodies and give you a firm base. You already cultivated the Imperial Realm technique to the 9th layer 2 years ago. Why is your cultivation still at the consummation stage now and not at the Great Circle? It's because your body is deficient. You're deficient," father admonished. Lin Shaking Light didn't dare to retort. Across the room, Changqiuzi sighed as if she had thought of something. Now that you have been penalized for 3 years and your monthly salary has been reduced by 5,000 taels, the short-term impact is not great. But this time, when His Majesty goes to the southern region to cure the flood, I'm afraid that the state treasury will need to pay out a large sum of money. You, as the Duke of Jinghua, shouldn't you also show a little? This kind of donation can't be less. There's also the main thing. Punished for 3 years. That's 1 less true element pill per month. This will have a great impact on Shaking Light's cultivation. Something has to be done about it. Humph. Rebellious son. Lin Baojun gritted his teeth and cursed. The others present didn't dare to speak. They all knew that Lin Baojun was scolding Lin Che. Lin Baojun was penalized for 3 years, missing 60,000 taels of silver a year. The Jinfu family is large and has many expenses. The most important thing is that there is also a true essence elixir in this monthly salary, which cannot be bought even by 10,000 taels of gold. It belonged to the pills necessary for impacting the true element realm, had a price, and was also something Lin Shuangguang had to take every month. Right now, Lin Shuangguang was precisely about to go from the 4th grade Sentinel realm to impact the 5th grade True Element realm, and this True Element Dan breaking off was simply killing Lin Shuangguang halfway through his life. Don't worry, ma'am, I'll find a way. Lin Baojun had wanted to comfort Lin Shuangguang for a few moments, but realized that Lin Shuangguang's attention still fell on the attendant called Jiangwen at the door. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anger and said, "Jiangwen, come in, what's the matter with you?" The attendant called Jiangwen didn't dare to hide it at all and respectfully said, reporting to the family head, "It's just that my subordinate has heard some news about Lin Che." When the family heard Lin Che's name, it was as if they had encountered a taboo, and they were even more afraid to make a sound. What has this rebellious son done that is so outrageous? Reporting back to the family master, just now my subordinate heard the news that Lin Che has angered a group of Confucian scholars, which also includes the Mo family's Miss Mo Joshua. Right now there are printed sheets everywhere that state that 3 days from now, Lin Che will compete with the crowd of scholars at Drunken Moon House in a competition of poetry and song. The jackpot is the Imperial Shen grade sword in his hand. Lin Baojun shook his head and sighed. It's really a family misfortune. Too good to be true. Too much claptrap to be useful. When Lin Shaking Guang saw that his father had taken a stand, he naturally couldn't stand it any longer. Lin Che's denunciation of the imperial court had cut his cultivation journey off hard. Now that he saw Lin Che tossing around this kind of poetry and song, he couldn't help but say, doesn't he know how much ink he has himself? Still daring to mess with Confucian scholars. I'm worried that he's borrowing the name of our Jinghua Fu, trying to woo and deceive. Speaking here, Lin Shakespeare's eyes lit up and added, of course, it could also be that he was trying to get Zhao Yue's attention. After all, Zhao Yue has already become a great scholar, and her favorite should be someone who has learned. He wants to climb up the Mo family and lean on a big tree. This is throwing his weight around, isn't it? Lin Baojuan's face was grim. Throwing in the towel? Poof. Whether they can get married or not, they still need my nod to do so. Lin Baojun didn't like Lin Che, but still quite liked Mo Jiaxue. In addition to the Mo family's background, Mo Jiaxue was also a university student. What the Lin family lacked the most was people with learning. Otherwise, their Lin family would be laughed at. Reckless with courage but not strategy. But thinking about Lin Che, this rebellious son, who was getting more and more out of control, could this marriage still fall on his head? Lin Baojun had an inexplicable burst of anger. All shut up and eat. Confucian Academy. In the middle of the University Z lecture hall, many Confucian students were taking a break between classes. The good student, who was talking about the matter of Lin Che provoking their Confucian students, also told about the competition at the Drunken Moon building 3 days later. This Lin Che, he really is arrogant enough. He dared to threaten His Majesty with death at the Golden Palace, and now he's even bullying us. He's nothing more than a returned protege, with some credits to his name. He wants to use such tactics to elevate himself in disguise. Senior brother Zhou Xianquan's matter is nothing more than a pretext for him to push it out. Although many of the scholars were vocally criticizing Lin Che and not putting him in their eyes, there were still people who were quite worried. I see. We can't take the enemy lightly. This Lin Che, in the Golden Palace, but said, life, also what I desire. Righteousness, also what I desire. The two cannot be reconciled. Give up life and take righteousness. Such words, he is not without literary merit. It's just a wonderful coincidence. Maybe, it's not what he said either. He heard it from somewhere else. Any one of us here could crush him in poetry and song. That being said, a lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. Senior brother Manhwa. This time, we would like to ask you to make a move. Give us a helping hand. As the crowd of scholars spoke, they looked at the handsome man on the lecturer's platform. This Manhwa's senior brother 36 this year. A vast righteousness is already a great success. Usually when the big Confucian not lecture, are by Manhwa's senior brother to speak on behalf of. Elder brother Manhwa's attainments in poetry and song were absolutely pure. Once a song winged summer is even more skillful, so that many students admired. Manhwa laughed, quite a vain gesture, and said, the other party is nothing more than a clown. If I were to personally go down, it would instead be a commitment to his identity. You guys just go. Just at that moment, there was a loud noise outside. A group of schoolchildren ran in with flyers in their hands, gritting their teeth. Senior brother Manhwa, come and see. This unself-conscious Lin Che. He's publicizing everywhere on the streets at the moment, and he even made senior sister Jiaxue cry. Look, Manhwa frowned and took the flyer, and the first moment she saw the title, she was already trembling. 9 out of 10 people are blind, and 100 are useless as scholars. This line of big words is almost like slapping all the readers in the face. 3 days from now, I, Uncle Jean Gon, will set up a ring at the Drunken Moon building to compete with all Confucian scholars in poetry and song. If any of the scholars beat me, I'll personally submit a petition to His Majesty to plead for Zhou Xianquan, and an imperial Shen-grade sword will be attached. If a Confucian scholar considers himself to be a straw man, uneducated and unskilled, and does not dare to answer the battle, he is considered to have lost. If the poems and songs made by the students present are not as good as mine, they are also considered to have lost. If you lose, whenever you meet me in the future, you can just retreat 3 feet. This flyer, or challenge, is short on words, but every word was like a sharp blade stabbing directly into the lung tubes of the crowd of students. Outrageous. Amir Jinganbo dares to insult my Confucian Academy. Manhwa was furious and directly tore up the flyer. On weekdays, who dares to mess with them readers? After all, in Diqian, the authors of books and biographies are all Confucian readers. Whoever messes with them will really be stigmatized for years to come. But on the contrary, Lin Che didn't seem to be afraid at all. The phrase 100 useless as a scholar is enough to make all the students angry. Good. 3 days later, I'll personally go over and teach the son to behave. Great. With senior brother Manhwa personally stepping in, this Lin Che will have his regrets. Such good news. I'll go tell senior sister Jiaxue. Because of this extremely provocative flyer from Lin Che, the entire Confucian Academy was abuzz. There were still 3 days to go, and each and every one of the students fist-pumped their hands and began to get ready. Isn't it just poetry and song? That's what they're built on. What are they afraid of? Such a fanfare was almost tantamount to completely offending the Confucian lineage. No big family would dare to do that. But Lin Che doesn't care. He is going to carry a bucket and run away in 3 months. He just wants to make money like crazy now. And if Confucianism wants to target it, then just target the Jinghua. At this time, in the Drunken Moon building, Shang Huainan held a flyer and read it over and over again. Brother Lin, there's no need to be so ruthless. Do you really not want to live? Do you know how many readers are cursing you right now? A Confucian sage, 5 great scholars, they are also readers. They are also scholars. You even scolded them together. Don't worry about it. These people definitely won't bother with me. You just wait to make money in 3 days. Lin Che began to spell out his plan again. The more Shang Huainan listened, the wider those eyes opened. And in the end, he had to give Lin Che a thumbs up, muttering a sentence in his heart. What a treacherous businessman. Such a detrimental method you also thought of. Is worthy of being a model of my generation. Little brother's admiration for you is like a torrential river that stretches on, boiling over for 2 days. By the morning of the 3rd day, 2 couplets were hung outside the entrance of the Drunken Moon building. They say they're couplets, but they all just have top lines. Clang, clang. At the entrance of the Drunken Moon building, Shang Huainan, who considers himself to be the bearer of the Drunken Moon building's face, personally knocked on the gong and shouted, "Tomorrow is the day when Jing'anhua and the many scholars will compete in poetry and song." Uncle Jing'an said that the current scholars are a mixed bag of good and bad, so, they must be tested. If they can't even get in the door, then roll back. Here are 2 couplets. As long as the scholar, when he enters tomorrow, can casually match one of the couplets, then he can enter the Drunken Moon house. If he can't, then he'll have to find another way. First top line, this wood comes out of the mountain of firewood. Second top line, smoke locks the pond willow. Chapter 13 Brother Lin, you fired your own scalper? The Imperial Study. This wood is from Shibayama Mountain. Smoke locks the pond willows. Kind of funny. After the Empress Jiang Li listened to the report of the sword slave, she could not help but put down the hand of the courtier's Zhengzhua, and repeated it with a smile. This kind of smile was what Jiang Li would reveal at times like this, even though the blade slave was also a woman. Looking at this smile of the Empress, she also felt like she was in a trance, like she was about to fall in. She couldn't help but lower her head in a hurry, not daring to look at it more. Jiang Li continued to sigh. This Lin Che, is he really not afraid of stabbing the sky? Daring to humiliate the Confucian scholars like this? If tomorrow, his poems and songs can't overwhelm the crowd of scholars, then he's going to be laughed at by the whole world. The sword slave was puzzled and said, Jing and Bo, a 10-year protector. I've heard that even reading and writing are not allowed in the prisoner's palace. What poems and songs does he use to win over these scholars? Who knows? But these 2 pairs of epigrams are already enough to shut up all the scholars. He is prepared. This time, I am afraid that countless scholars will not dare to underestimate him. Jiang Li seemed to be happy about this, and suddenly she seemed to remember something and asked, how did he react when he received the secret order? There was no overreaction. At first, I put the secret decree on his bed, and he even shook it under the bed, and only read it when it was almost dawn. After reading it, he didn't shout or make any noise, and before leaving the room, he burned the secret decree. Jiang Li stretched out his white palm and held the brush up, and a flash of brilliant light seemed to have flashed across his bright eyes. She didn't respond to the sword slave's words. Instead, he swished on a piece of paper. This wood is firewood mountain out of inch of land for the temple hand worship. Then, she wrote down smoke locks the pond willow. The tip of the pen fell on the paper, paused, and finally shook her head gently. The next couplet, she couldn't think of for a moment. It seems that this Drunken Moon house will be quite lively tomorrow. The next day, it was only noon. The Drunken Moon house, which had always been known for its nightlife, was already overcrowded at the entrance. The students of the Confucian Academy were all flocking in, and they were all spirited and full of enthusiasm. All of them were thinking of tearing Lin Che, this arrogant person, and rescuing Zhou Xiancheng, which would surely lead to a great reputation. And of course, in the end, it would be even better if they could obtain a Xian greatsword from the imperial court. Whichever thought it was, it drove them to surge in front of the Drunken Moon house. Lin Che was sitting on the 2nd floor of the Drunken Moon building at the moment, and when he looked out from the window, it was truly a sea of people. He smiled with satisfaction. To make this group of scholars pay out money, there must be a bright and honorable reason to do so. This Zhou Xiancheng is the reason. Of course, there is a face, but there must also be a face. The sword as a prize. Who do not want to come over to make a name for themselves? As for the poems and songs, Lin Che had a lot of them in his head, but he couldn't take them out and sell them directly. Even if you sell it, how much can you sell it for one song? These readers also have a prideful spirit. Even if it is 1,000 old lines, they do not bother to buy them for their own use, because once they deceive themselves, It would be a loss of heart for themselves, and it would definitely affect their cultivation of the Haoran Qi, and their future would be ruined. Master, there are so many people coming outside. Do we, really not need to run? Xiao Qing was already sweating with her hands as she followed Lin Che. Why are you running? Didn't I say so? We're here to make money. You guys just wait and watch the show. Lin Che smiled. The show is about to begin. Dang! Outside the Drunken Moon building, the gongs and drums sounded again. Shang Huainan took the initiative and personally guarded the outside of the doorway, shouting, "Everyone!" Uncle Jing'an said that whoever corrects this next couplet, he'll be allowed to enter the Drunken Moon house. Of course, what many scholars are good at is poetry and song, and they haven't come up with the next couplet after a day and a night. Then you can also spend 300 taels of silver and buy a ticket to enter. The room erupted at those words. These people in front of us are schoolchildren, not cuties. 300 taels, enough for a month's expenses for a family in Tiandu, eating beautifully. Even many people, the monthly salary is only 20 or 30 taels of silver. Now it costs 300 taels to enter the Drunken Moon house for a look? Oof. What kind of place that needs 300 taels? Pitiful, isn't it? So he's here to amass wealth. Let's not fall for it. Shang Huainan waved his hand and said, "These two brothers and sisters, if you say so, you are very wrong. At the Drunken Moon building today, it's the many scholars rescuing scholar Zhou Xianchun. If they really have the heart to save someone, who would care about these 300 taels? Besides, this threshold will be able to screen out a group of people who come over to watch and make up the numbers. You swore that you would rescue your fellow disciples, and with no proof in your mouth, you're not even willing to spend 300 taels to go in for a fight. This is just a false fellow-disciple relationship. This 300 taels, it's really not expensive. I won't hide it from you. My Drunken Moon building has 8 floors in total, so it can carry 800 people. A large portion of it was already booked out yesterday. If you guys are any slower, there really won't be any spots left." When Shang Huainan said this, he clanged the gong again. He also pointed to the corner not far away. No talent, and poor, and finally want to watch the fun. It is also possible. Where Jing and Bo specially dug out a dog hole. He said it wasn't me who said it. It's what he said, just learn 3 dog barks. It's okay to drill a dog hole and go in. The densely packed schoolchildren were suddenly irritated again. The anger in their hearts has not yet been extinguished by the phrase 100 useless as a scholar. And now they are asked to drill a dog hole? Do you really think that we readers use our mouths and not our hands? When we move, it's brutal. Lin Che watched the group below from the 2nd floor and couldn't help but curse Shang Huainan. This fat man, for his cunningness. Why do you have to emphasize so many times that it was his idea to drill a dog hole? Right now it was just the crowd boiling. It seemed like no one really wanted to enter the Drunken Moon house yet. If there's no one there in a while, we'll have to let a few of the big strong and their TOs take the lead. Just at this moment, a loud shout from the crowd overpowered all the voices. The crowd looked around, only to see a cluster of people walking in the distance, each emanating a vast and righteous aura. A gust of white light seen with the naked eye, emanating up to 2 or 3 meters above their heads. Its assistant, Prof. Mengyu coming dash, and Mo Xiaoxue, they're 12 great scholars. They're all here. TSK. The one walking next to senior brother Mengyu. Could it be one of the 3 great talents? Gong Hua Chao? Good. This time I'll see how that Jing and Bo will still end up. Let him see how we, the crowd of scholars, are united as one. The crowd dispersed. Mengyu was the first to arrive in front of the Drunken Moon building, his eyes glancing at the 2 upper couplets. As for the side, there are blank papers waiting for the scholars to write the next couplet. With a wave of his hand, Mengyu took out the brush from his own bosom. He had obviously prepared for this and directly swished and wrote, "This wood for firewood comes out of the mountains, the small earth returns to the dust from which everyone comes." When the crowd of scholars saw it, they couldn't help but cheer. Good. The couplets are neat and tidy. Worthy of being an assistant professor of the Confucian Academy. Tiny Jing and Bo. Scared this time? Poof. Feeling the cheers of 10,000 people, Mengyu waved his sleeves, held his head high, and said aloud, "Readers, don't be insulted." Saying that, the Haoran's righteousness grew even more, and at that moment, he took a big step towards the Drunken Moon building. I had studied at the Confucian Academy for 4 years, so naturally I am also considered a Confucian scholar. Today, naturally, I also came over to have a bit of fun. Talented Palace Flower Dynasty had a sweet voice and absolutely beautiful appearance, which was typical of a lady of the house. She was invited by Mo Xiaoxue, and after pondering for a whole day, She also came up with the next couplet. A good woman as a mother is happy to be happy. After writing the next couplet, it naturally drew another round of cheers, worthy of being one of our 3 great talents of Tiandu. It's really extraordinary. TSK, it's been a long time since I've seen the palace talent lady. The last time I saw her was when she organized a poetry fair. When the talented lady strikes, what can the district gingan burrower fight with? Joshua was also not polite. She also took out her brush and wrote without a word. The woman's family will marry Coco. When this next couplet was written, a strange color came over the faces of many of the scholars. The next couplet is, more or less, immodest. Who is this to marry? Who's Coco? Now it's all over the news that His Majesty is personally urging the marriage. Could it be that the person Joshua is referring to as Lin Che? However, the crowd of scholars were still very facetious, and after freezing for a moment, they also applauded and praised. And next, there was never a fourth person who entered the drunken moon house with the correct next couplet. 300 taels. I'll go in and take a look. With that, the first schoolboy paid out. I'm not very good at couplets myself, but for poetry and song, Tenjin Ganbo are no match for me. I must go in. Just because of senior brother Mengyu, senior sister Joshua, and the talent palace flower dynasty. I have to go in and see the action as well. 300 taels. Give me a seat. All of a sudden, there were really quite a few people outside the entrance who started shelling out money for tickets. In Tiandu, there were definitely quite a few true nobles. 300 taels is just a figure of speech for them. But soon, Shang Huainan realized that there were no more entrance tickets. Although the drunken moon building could hold 800 people, Lin Che had only given him 300 tickets in the beginning. Brother Lin, you've made a fortune. A fortune. This move of yours to sell tickets is really brilliant. The remaining 500 tickets, are they released as well? Shang Huainan came to Lin Che smilingly, although he was providing the standard drinks and dishes. But if the guests added additional dishes, it must be counted as money. Hey, don't be in a hurry. Stick to the plan and just tell the public that there are no more spots. If someone is willing to pay a high price, they can spare a few spots, but it will require 500 taels apiece. Shang Huainan looked Lin Che up and down. Brother Lin, do you count this as speculating on scalping? Ha, you know about scalping too? Of course, but those theater troupes speculate scalper are 3 teachings to earn some middle price. And you, my friend, you speculate your own scalper. And really, Shang Huainan held back the word despicable and shameless and changed it to unheard of. Lin Che stood up and patted Shang Huainan's shoulder. What is this? Watch, the good part is still to come. This group of scholars dare to surround my mansion and curse me. I'll let them lose both their money and their people. Brother Lin, bold and courageous, really a talent in business. But back there, I can't join you. Shang Huainan sighed with a sigh. Why? You don't want to make money? Lin Che was shocked. It's not a matter of making money or not. Didn't you see? Gong Hua Chao also came. She must be aiming for me, just to sneak a look at me and deliberately come to my drunken moon house with them. A beauty treats me like this. How can I still deal with them with you and make a fool of them? Lin Che couldn't wait to slap him twice. Damn, where did the B-face come from? Thinking that Gong Hua Chao is coming for your fat body? Elder brother Nan, your real charm is doing business. If you don't make money, how are you going to support a talented girl like her in the future? Must show her your goddamn tricks. Make her fall deeply in love with you. Ha, makes sense. Right, I'll watch you. All according to plan. After Lin Che finished speaking, he directly headed towards the drunken moon building's hall. Hunt for the moment. Here we go. Chapter 14, the first of the 1,000 years. Poetry and song. Lin Che arrived at the first floor hall. When you look up, you can see guests on every floor. At this moment, there weren't too many guests in the drunken moon building. There were only about 300 people, and most of them were still scholars. Not even close to what he wanted his guests to be satisfied with. But that's okay, he has his own plans. Guys, Lin Che wasn't polite anymore. He pulled out the Xian grade sword in his hand, and with all his strength, with a bang, he stabbed his sword into a pillar. Your intentions for coming are clear to me. Then we shall begin. The scholars from all levels were all looking at Lin Che without a second glance, and many of them were already rubbing their fists. However, seeing that senior brother Mengyu, senior sister Joshua, and the Palace Flower Dynasty talent lady were all looking calm and collected, they didn't yell. Lin Che opened his mouth. I've prepared poems and songs. I consider myself to be the first in 1,000 years. Any scholar among you who beats one of my poems, then I will petition His Majesty and ask him to treat Zhou Xianchun lightly, and then give him this precious sword. Cut the crap, you first, or me. Just at this time, someone suddenly clapped their hands, and it was none other than senior brother Jong-soo, who had met once before. Lin Che glanced at him. It was this guy again. He composed a broken poem in front of his mansion to scold him, and now he wants to go to heaven. Lin Che said, "Don't bring out your broken poems to make a fool of yourselves." Someone. Lin Che greeted him, and Xiao Chang and the girls combined their efforts to carry a long roll of cloth out. There was no need for Lin Che to order them, so they hung up. Only the long roll of cloth had not been opened, and it was not known what was written in it. Here I am, writing the first word of 1,000 years. The time track is now 12 o'clock, and if by 15 o'clock you still can't write a better word than this one of mine, then you guys will be considered losers. Lin Che's words were very arrogant. Even Mang Yu couldn't stand it anymore and closed his folding fan with a flourish, saying, "Simply don't know the heights of heaven. I, Dakian, have been established for more than 700 years, and the great Confucian scholars, no one dares to claim to be the first word of the 1,000 years. Mo Joshua also sighed and whispered, thinking that in the future, I'm going to marry this kind of person. I just, ugh. Gong Hua Chao, on the other hand, pursed her lips and put down her teacup. I also really want to see what words dare to be called the first in 1,000 years. Drive, drive, drive. Open it and see. Countless schoolchildren have called out. Lin Che waved his hand. If you want to open it, that's fine. 100,000 silver if you guys lose. This 100,000 silver is mine. If you guys win, I'll return 100,000 silver to you. I'll also lose you guys 100,000 silver. Zhongju scolded angrily. My generation of readers came over to compare poems and songs with you, not to open a handicap and place bets with you. You are not, but I am. You win, you get to take my sword. I win and get what? If he don't, then be my guest. Tickets are non-refundable. Lin Che pointed to the door, with a posture that you can come if you like, leave if you like, and never stay. A group of scholars who regarded money as dirt were already furious. It's only 100,000 taels. I'm out. With an air of poise, Meng Yu reached into his pocket and took 5 silver tickets out. 20,000 silver dollars per silver note. Exactly 100,000. Well, then, all the scholars, take your seats. See what is the first word of the ages. Lin Che came underneath the long cloth and reached out to give it a sharp tug. Wow! The long cloth fell, spread out, and the words inside were all revealed. 3 days. Xe and Chiji wrote Yong Yulu Jinko Begu Pavilion Huaigu, which has been put to use by him. De Chen was founded on martial arts, and many of the allusions and place names in its history had similarities with the history of Huaxia. Lin Che only slightly modified them. You can just take it and use it. 1,000 rivers and mountains. Heroes have no place to find Jiangwenjua. Gong Hua Chao was the first to speak, gently reading out the first sentence. This Jiangwenjua, but one of the emperors in the history of the great Qian, very equipped with a legendary color. With just the first sentence, countless scholars just frowned. The dance halls and singing platforms are always blown away by the rain and wind, the slanting sun, the grass and trees, and the ordinary streets and lanes, all of which were once inhabited by people who had sent their slaves to them. Think of the days when Jingo and iron horses swallowed 10,000 miles like tigers. Reading this, Gong Hua Chao's delicate body trembled and stood up unconsciously. All the scholars had also stopped talking much, their gazes falling dead center on this one lyric. That monstrous aura was truly overwhelming. Tianrui grass, sealing the wolves. One the hasty look north. 77 years ago, I still remember the fire on Tianwu Road. When I look back, I can see the crows and drums under the Buddha's beaver shrine. By whom to ask, can I still eat when I hear that hung is old? Ping. I don't know who it was, but the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered on the spot. The whole room, silent. The historical champion husband, who sealed the wolf's death, today's aged veteran, Wen Hong, is 144 years old. The first word in 1,000 years. Assistant. Prof. Meng Yu, a child prodigy since childhood, was known as the Little Ru for his accomplishments above the university's sons. He also considered himself to be second only to the great scholar. When he looked at this one lyric, he was filled with shock and read it over and over again, several times trying to speak. Next to her, Maya Hanachao slowly sat back down, her eyes out of focus. As for Mo Jiaxue, it was the opposite of Gong Huazhao. She was full of disbelief and rushed out of her seat in a few steps, to get closer to see if this was true or not. The words, definitely not written by him. In my opinion, it's just average. Zhongju suddenly spoke loudly, but as soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled, as if the vast chi in his body was inexplicably in chaos. Zhongju's face changed drastically, and he immediately changed his words again. Words, they are indeed good words. I am indeed inferior to you, but there are thousands of Confucian scholars, and you dare to call it the first word? Zhongju finally stabilized the vast chi in his body, and he didn't know what action he did in his hand, but he actually gave birth to a palm-sized 1,000 paper cranes. Fluttering his wings in mid-air, he disappeared in front of his body in just a few breaths. The moment. Being in the Great Confucian Academy, in the house of 10,000 books, a great scholar with a full head of white hair was holding a bamboo slip in his hand and translating it carefully. Suddenly, he saw that 1,000 paper cranes emitting light appeared not far away and fluttered around him. There was no expression on the wrinkled face of the Great Confucian, just a gentle grasp of that 1,000 paper cranes. The first word in 1,000 years? Ignorant little child. Still really dare to make a big statement. The Great Confucian was going to ignore it, but suddenly froze, then put down the bamboo slips in his hands and rubbed his palms together gently. The 1,000 paper cranes then changed into a slip of paper with many small words densely written on it. Thousands of rivers and mountains. Heroes do not find Jiang when burning place. When the Great Confucian read it, his body trembled and his eyes erupted with an unprecedented light, like a dead tree springing to life. Good word. Great words. Who made this word? Not as good as in the poetry of the great Qian. Also not as good as this poetry. Which sage actually made it? The imperial palace. Empress Jiang Li was having her meal. Joining her in her meal were a few old men with gray hair. One of them was an old crone, her face full of old age spots, her hands trembling as she held the chopsticks, her eyes cloudy and full of tears. They can be the most ordinary farmers. Granny Chen, why are you crying again? You have something, why don't you tell me about it? Jiang Li spoke in a low voice, without any imperial demeanor. This Granny Chen wiped her tears and choked. Your Majesty's generosity. This old woman of mine. I really never dreamed that I was just a crop grower, and that I would still be able to dine with your Majesty. Jiang Li smiled. Granny Chen, you are all contributors to Great Qian. This time when the southern region was flooded, how many victims were displaced and starved? At that time, I was thinking at that time, it is because of the millions of subjects of the known family, with you all, for generations. Only then can I stabilize my Daiki and Jiangshan. The dishes and fruits we are eating on the table right now were all grown by you. To be able to dine with so many elders and hear your opinions, it's really beneficial to me as a junior. Several of the old men heard this, and one of them was also in tears. Just at this time, Jiang Li suddenly saw the knife slave appear. The knife slave had been arranged by her to monitor Lin Che's every move, and today happened to be the time when Lin Che was going to compete with the Confucian scholars in poetry and song. Is there any news from Lin Che's side? However, Jiang Li wasn't in a hurry about this kind of thing, and still ended his meal with a few farming elders, and ended up drinking tea. After letting a few of the old men be sent down, she asked, Blade Slave, any news on this Lin Che? Back to your Majesty. Jing and Bo composed a lyric, claiming to be the first one in 1,000 years. The crowd of scholars, it seems like they are going to lose. The sword slave responded respectfully. Oh, there's more to this. Jiang Li was obviously in a slightly better mood. The flooding in the southern region hadn't ended yet, and the need for a large amount of money had already given her a headache. That group of Confucian University professors, but also chatter endless, really does not let her worry. At this time, it was still rare to hear a message about the crowd of schoolchildren being defeated. What kind of word is it that dares to claim to be the first word in 1,000 years? Your Majesty, please take a look. Thousands of rivers and mountains. Heroes do not find Jiang when burning place. Thinking of the old days, when Jingo and Iron Horse swallowed 10,000 miles like a tiger. By whom to ask, can I still eat when I hear that hung is old? Jiang Li muttered as he finished reading, and a burst of light radiated from his bright eyes. She raised her head to look at the blade slave. Is this really made by Lin Che? He, unexpectedly, has such great talent? 1,000 times true. The micro-minister has watched him write the words with his own eyes. It is still hanging in the lobby of Drunken Moon House. Jiang Li was instantly interested, and with a wave of her sleeve, she took a few steps to the long corridor. His eyes gazed out, taking in the entire Tianta city in front of him. She instantly found the direction where the Drunken Moon building was located. With nothing else to do, let's go check out this first word of the millennia as well. After saying that, Jiang Li stepped out with his first foot. The whole person was enveloped in a golden light, and in the next instant, she directly disappeared in place. How dare you contradict me? Chapter 15, the money comes rolling in. Zhongli and Knife Slave, almost out of thin air, appeared on the roof of the Drunken Moon building's moon viewing platform. Knife Slave was obviously prepared for this, and very familiarly took out 2 masks and put them on with the Empress. This way, miss. The 2 of them walked down the Moonwatcher's terrace together, and all they saw was a crowd of people. The Drunken Moon building was crowded with people all around, and there were no more places left for those who wanted to enter the Drunken Moon building. The scalpers were already speculating to the heavens. Originally it was 300 taels to enter the Drunken Moon house, but now it had been mentioned as 1,000 taels. However, there are still people rushing to get a seat. They all already know that there is 1,000 years of the first word in the Drunken Moon house. Every student wants to go in and see for themselves. When Jianli saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. This Drunken Moon house, it really knows how to do business. Back to Miss. This was actually Uncle Jing An's idea. He chartered the Drunken Moon house, and except for the Royal Elegant seats, all the others are full. It started at 300 taels, but now it's been speculated to 1,000 taels. I did some rough calculations and sold nearly 600,000 taels of silver for just this ticket. 600,000 taels, equivalent to 60,000 taels of gold. That's more than any of the previous imperial gifts. Zhongli is in charge of Dakian. Naturally understand the livelihood of the people. In the capital of the sky, there are 3 major sales of gold vaults. This whole night's spending is also this money, right? She walked all the way into the Drunken Moon building without any obstruction, and saw a few more schoolchildren, who were anxiously changing into the clothes of the youngest, and couldn't help but show another puzzled look. Blade Slave explained, they, are the way the young proprietor here, Shang Huainan, thought of making money. This Lin Che is making a lot of money, so Shang Huainan took them in at a price of 1,000 taels apiece. However, they all can only pretend to be junior staff serving the guests. Zhongli couldn't help but laugh for a while when he heard it, when it was really a businessman. In no time at all, the 2 arrived at the elegant room reserved for the royal family. There were also shadow guards waiting inside early on. Zhongli also finally saw the original version of this so-called first word of the ages. The first thing that struck me was that the writing, it's ugly. And at the moment, Lin Che is calculating all the seats. Are they full? When he looked up, he realized that one of the elegant rooms on the highest floor was actually lit outside. This meant that there were guests inside. Lin Che immediately grabbed Shang Huainan, elder brother Nan. You're not being interesting enough. This kind of elegant room, you started to say that you couldn't use it, and now you're bringing people in by yourself? Want to keep it all to yourself, don't you? Shang Huainan hurriedly said. Big brother, I wouldn't dare. That is the elegant room reserved for the royal family. I reckon that it should be a certain young prince, or a county princess, or a princess running out to see what's going on. How would I dare to bring someone in? Have you brought fewer people with you? I've seen a dozen new-faced secondaries in just this time. Ha. Big brother, you eat the meat. I'll just have a mouthful of soup. I just brought 30. I really can't sit down anymore. No more to bring. Shang Huainan that happy He also saw Lin Che firing his own scalper, so he had a sudden idea. By bringing in these 30 junior men, he will have earned 30,000 taels of silver for nothing. The bias is not a breach of contract. Lin Che couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't make all the money by himself. Right about this time, clang. Next to him, Dazhuang directly struck the gong and froze, shouting loudly, 15 o'clock, positive. That chant meant that it was time. Lin Che hemmed and hawed and stood up, his gaze sweeping away. All of the Confucian scholars did not dare to speak much. None of them dared to come up with a lyric that was going to compete with this one of his. It seems that you Confucian scholars are not very good at words. Since no one has come out to answer the battle, it is you who have lost. The faces of the scholars were green and red, wanting to break out in curses, but they had to be convinced. Words you can't. Then next, poetry. I have, here, 2 pentameter songs. It is also given to all the scholars for 3 hours, and as long as you have any of them, you can match these 2 songs of mine. Then it will also be counted as my lost dash. Lin Che's attitude was still as arrogant as ever, and he didn't put these scholars in his eyes at all. With a swish, a scholar opened his folding fan and stood up. Big words. My Confucian Academy is most concerned with poetic talent. If you want to fight us in 5 rhythms, just let us have it. That's right. Don't you know that our senior brother Mengyu? It was at the age of 15 that he was specially recruited to enter the Confucian Academy after a song called Asking for the Sky stunned the entire Dakian? Good. You guys are right to be so excited. Lin Che was very satisfied with the effect in front of him as he reached out. 200,000 pieces of silver. The many scholars had experienced this for the first time and already knew what Lin Che meant by this. Again, you have to collect money to bet. On the contrary, if they didn't dare, outsiders would really think they were afraid. Manhwa had lost 100,000 silver tickets just now, and his face was getting a little unnatural. But on such an occasion, how could he possibly back down? $200,000. I'm out. The crowd of scholars were in an uproar again. They praised senior brother Manhwa for his great righteousness and for giving so much to save Zhou Xianchun. Even Lin Che looked at Manhwa with a pang of skepticism. This talented Manhwa wouldn't be having a dragon and yang affair, would he? What kind of carnal relationship is it with Zhou Xianchun? However, Lin Che took the money and did his job quickly. Green. Get a pen dash. Lin Che then swished and wrote in front of the crowd. Many of the students stretched their necks to watch, but Lin Che's writing was crooked, and it happened to be in the opposite direction from them, so they couldn't see all of it at all. Good, hang it up. Wow. This time, another long piece of cloth was rehung. Many of the scholars, at the first opportunity, read it out. Autumn night in a mountain house. The weather is late in the fall after fresh rain on the empty mountains. The bright moon shines between the pines. The clear spring flows over the stones. The bamboo clamor returns to the raccoonus, and the lotus moves in the fishing boat. Feel free to rest in the spring fragrance, and the king's grandson may stay. A poem read. The room was silent again. This feeling, it's so weird. No one said anything, no one praised it as a good poem, and no one jumped in and shouted, "What kind of is this?" Quiet. Previously, Zhang Ju, who had also composed a poem to scold Lin Che, was now tightly gripping his folding fan with one hand. A wave of shock ran through his chest. He was tempted to shout, "Good poem, good good good," but he couldn't shout. He quietly looked to the side. Senior brother Mengyu's face was too ugly. This is like dropping 300,000 taels of silver bills kind of face. You know, right? They and Lin Che. But they had a relationship with the opposite family. They came over today, but they wanted to tear Lin Che apart with their hands. At a time like this, how could one give Lin Che a shout? No, 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 absolutely not. He was highly trained not to scream even though how much he wanted to scream in his heart. Unless it can't be helped. The first one who couldn't help himself was Maya Hana Chao. Her stunningly beautiful face. First a flash of white, then a flash of red. She stood up and shouted, "Good. This one pentameter. It is the absolute first among all the poems I have read. To say that it is, the first 5 rhythms of all time. It's not too much. I'm convinced." With this talented woman speaking, the crowd of scholars also began to discuss in whispers, but all they discussed was to marvel at the excellence of the poem. There is no one who wants to make a song out of it that is comparable to it. Only Mo Jiaxue, who recited over and over again under her breath, sweating profusely, finally also directly moved her wrist and condensed a tiny 1,000 paper cranes, obviously seeking outside help to go. "Gentlemen," Lin Che spoke aloud and added, "if you guys can't beat this one poem, I have a second poem here. Do you want to see it now?" After these words were said, countless scholars actually looked at Mengyu for the first time. Mengyu's face turned blue as he said in a deep voice, "All of you came out together to challenge. Are you all counting on me alone to shell out the money?" Mengyu was already wanting to curse in his heart. 300,000 taels. That's 300,000 taels. That is the family only sent over. Let him in the name of the family. Donated to the treatment of the southern region of the floods of the charity. Mo Jiaxue immediately stood up. Senior brother Mengyu is right. We are all here today to save senior brother Zhou Xianchun. Senior brother Mengyu has already offered 300,000 taels. How can we just watch? We must look at the next poem. All of you work together. The person must be saved and the money must be taken back. Mo Jiaxue reached into her bosom and took out a purse. And suddenly her pretty face flushed. "I didn't bring many silver bills with me when I went out. Only 1,000 taels. Take it all out. Fellow masters and brothers, if any of you have money, you can lend it to me. I'll give you all IOUs now." So in full view of the public, in front of a large audience, who really dared to lend her money and take an IOU? "What are you talking about? Senior sister? We should naturally contribute as well. I have 2,500 taels here." Immediately, a scholar stepped forward. "I have 700 taels here. Definitely can't let this son underestimate our academy. I have 8,000 taels. Humph. I still don't believe it. He can still have such a divine work. I'll offer 5,000 taels." For a while, many students were shelling out money, with great enthusiasm, afraid of falling behind in general. Lin Che looked at the table in front of him. More and more silver tickets. His heart that happy that's wealth rolling in. That's his skill point right there. That's why something like poetry and song is still valued for its added value. If he took this kind of ancient poem, who would buy it for 100,000 taels? Who would buy it for 200,000 taels? Not so much now that they're scrambling to pay for it. Without a moment's notice, 200,000 taels of silver bills, again, arrived. Very well, 200,000 taels of silver. That's enough to count. Then watch, gentlemen, for my second pentameter spring hope. Lin Che swished and began to write. This time, he even made a special turn so that everyone could see it clearly. Word by word, the country is broken. The grass is deep in the city in spring. Flowers spattered with tears when I feel the sensation. And birds startled when I hate to say goodbye. Beacon fire is a beacon. And a letter from home is worth $10,000. The white head is even shorter. And I wish I could not win the hairpin. Just hanging up. The whole room of schoolchildren, clattering, stood up, a large number of them again. Many people looked excited and read it over and over again. Gong Hua Chao also stood up, and she muttered under her breath. Beacon fire, family letters are worth 10,000 gold. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, the Hao Ran Chi in her body unexpectedly skyrocketed by a large margin. Obviously a level up. Lin Che looked on, unable to imagine that the poem he had copied was still so capable. You have to add money to this. Chapter 16, Don't Show Yourself. I really can't write a poem like that. In the midst of the chaos, Meng Yu stood up and let out a long sigh. His gaze fell on Lin Che, and finally, arching his hand, he said aloud, my lineage of Confucianism has lasted for ages. Today it is my own skill that is inferior. Not that Confucianism is inferior to you. With a flip of his sleeve, Meng Yu left his seat and headed for the door. When the other scholars saw it, they all had ugly faces and headed for the door. They lost. The two couplets at the entrance were enough to make them rack their brains. Then one of the first words of the ages showed them what was truly unattainable. The two pentameters, moreover, rubbed them against the ground. These scholars knew very well that they could not have written such poetry even if they had spent their entire lives. If that's the case, why continue to be humiliated here? Why are you leaving? It's not even a match yet. Lin Che froze and hurriedly walked up quickly to stop them. It's so hard to build such a big stage. How much money has he made? Why are these fools, who get turned on at the slightest provocation, going to leave? I then have the 7 stanzas, 5 poems, 7 poems. None of them have been written yet. If you guys don't like the poems, I still have the first fugue of the 1,000 years. Meng Yu's hands trembled as he glared angrily. Surname Lin, will take note of today's humiliation. Humph, what's the situation? How is that humiliating? I didn't mean that. I'm just trying to make some money. I haven't even begun to humiliate you yet. Once Meng Yu left, more and more scholars didn't have the face to stay. Mo Joshua and Gong Huazhao walked over together as well. Gong Hua Chao bowed to Lin Che and softly said, to see Mr. Lin's poetry today is truly an eye-opening experience for me. The shackles that have plagued me for years have also broken through. It's not appropriate to thank you today, but I will definitely pay a visit some other time. Lin Che wasn't polite at all and said, if you want to thank me, just give me money. Gong Hua Chao's expression stiffened, often going in and out of powerful and noble houses. She had encountered all kinds of occasions, and now she unexpectedly did not know how to answer for a moment. Mr. Lin is really good at joking. Like a great talent like Mr. Lin, pursuing fame and fortune must not be your intention. Oh, you'll find out later. At this time, Mo Joshua next to him chimed in, her expression grim. Lin Che, you honestly tell me, these poems, where exactly did you get them? Guess. Since you were prepared. And why do you need to embarrass my many brothers and sisters together? I have the impression that you are not a greedy person. You've also made a fool of yourself today. These silver tickets, can you let me take them back and return them? Mo Joshua spoke, her eyes reddening, with an appearance of having been wronged by the heavens. Yeah, dead green tea. I've given up all my money and you want it back? Who gave you such a big face? You bring the money back. You've earned enough goodwill, right? The moment you stepped into the drunken moon building with your masters and brothers, you had already thought of me being trampled and humiliated by all the scholars, but you still brought people. What's the point of pretending now? Lin Che was also serious and said, Joshua, isn't that what you said? They are all stupid people with lots of money. After cheating their money back, it will be ours. Don't worry, After we get married, this money should be enough for expenses. The crowd of scholars looked on, filled with odd looks. What the hell? Did they conspire? What are you babbling about? I didn't. Who told you to cheat them out of their money? Emo Joshua immediately broke her defense, gritting her teeth and continuing. Also, it turns out that you are such a person. I will never marry someone like you. You die of this heart. Lin Che wasn't used to her at all and immediately blurted out. That's just as well. I don't want to marry someone like you either. I'm an uncle of Jing'an appointed by His Majesty himself, and I've done my duty for 10 years for the great Qian dynasty. And what is your title? What have you done for the Qian? Even poetry and song? You are not as good as me. People like you don't deserve me. Emo Joshua was so angry that she couldn't speak. You what you? How dare you lick your face and ask for the money I earned by fighting to lose my reputation? Wanting to go back is actually fine. Didn't you just share the same suffering with these brothers and sisters of yours? You only took out 1,000 taels of silver tickets. Do you really not have any extra silver bills on you? Take out your wallet and show it to everyone. If you really don't have any money left, I can return all these hundreds of thousands of taels back to them. Lin Che's words immediately made all the scholars stop in their tracks. They had just emptied all their money. It would naturally be best if they could return it. So all of a sudden, all eyes fell on Emo Joshua. Emo Joshua's entire body froze in place. Her expression was very ugly and she didn't dare to talk at all. Lin Che just watched quietly. Just now he had realized that when Emo Joshua took out the 1,000 taels of silver tickets, she clearly had a small action, and didn't take out all of the money. Moreover, in Lin Che's memory, Emo Joshua was a real $1,000 lady who grew up going out with huge sums of money. How can she only bring 1,000 taels? This is the drunken moon. It's taken 3 days to prepare, and she's only got 1,000 taels? Senior sister, take it out and look at it. Our money doesn't matter. But senior brother Mengyu has offered $300,000. As soon as the scholar next to her opened her mouth, Emo Joshua became even more anxious, and she said with a red face, I do have another silver ticket, but I've had some typhoid for the past 2 days, and I'm waiting to catch medicine for it. Ahem. When Lin Che saw this, he laughed, and his laughter was like a slap that viciously smacked Emo Joshua in the face. Zhongzhou was right next to him. He couldn't stand to watch and immediately stood out to defend, saying, Surnamed Lin, don't you dare smear Joshua. We know best what kind of person she is on a regular basis. Besides, these poems, at a glance, are not made by you. What are you so arrogant about? Very well. Everyone can hear what this scholar said. Lin Che grunted. Little thing, fighting with me, right? Pit yourselves to death. First he insulted me with poems, and now he slanders that I didn't write those poems. I am His Majesty's personally appointed Uncle Jing'an, and I have been a hostage for De Qian for 10 years. I couldn't imagine that I would be publicly insulted by you today. Zhongsu's body trembled at the sound of his voice, and his face swished white. How did Zhou Xianchun get in? But it's all fresh in my mind. They are here today to rescue Zhou Xianchun. This Lin Che, he has a knack for suing the defense. I didn't mean that. You, don't wrong me. That's not what you meant. So who did you write the poem about? Curse me, curse myself. I'm a hypocrite Bo Jing'an. I won't dare to do it again. Zhongzhou answered back and forth, his expression ugly, already at the level of nodding his head. Get lost. Lin Che waved his hand. If it wasn't for Zhongzhou, the money-giving boy, who made poems and curses on the spot, he wouldn't have been able to think of such a way of earning money. Yes. Thank you for Jing and Bo's generosity. Zhongzhou was as if he had been pardoned. I still like how arrogant you were just now. Keep it up. An otherwise sensational poetry fight came to an abrupt end in this way. Although there were still some watching guests, they were not scholars, much less likely to offer another 200,000 taels of silver to beg for the next song. Even the lights were out outside the elegant room upstairs that was reserved for the royal family. Proof that the people inside were gone. Let's see. How much money was made in total? Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Che simply took all the silver tickets and directly hid in the guest room. Tickets are 590,000 taels. First lyric, 100,000 taels. 2 poems, 400,000 taels. That's a total of 1,900,000 taels. Lin Che counted it and still really couldn't believe that he had gotten so much money in this one day. These schoolchildren, they're really rich. How was this different from those crazy fans who paid tens of thousands of dollars to see a brother's concert before he crossed over? Take a look at the system. Sure enough, 10 more skill points, For 100,000 taels of silver, you get 1 skill point. This 1,900,000 is 10 more points. As for the fractional 90,000, if you can't reach 100,000, you can't get skill points. Little Green, go ask Sheng Huainan to come to my room. Oh, okay, master. Xiao Cheng was also stunned for a moment before her gaze moved away from those silver tickets. His lordship is also too powerful. Tossing and turning these few days, he even made 1,000,000 taels. She hasn't seen this much money since she was a kid. In no time, Sheng Huainan was invited in. Congratulations, great talent Lin. You're really piggybacking into the water and making a fortune today. Sheng Huainan smiled and congratulated. To be honest, Lin Che's one day was equivalent to 2 months of work at this drunken moon building of his. Elder brother Nan, don't flatter me. With all this money, could I really take it away? Lin Che's voice was calm. What do you mean? Brother Lin, you don't think that my place is a black store, do you? It's just 1,000,000 taels. Not so much. Sheng Huainan's expression was quite natural. In the middle of the heavenly capital, there were people who became rich overnight. And having 1,000,000 taels at home was definitely not a bad thing. Your store is definitely not a black store. But with this fortune of mine, the whole of Tiandu City knows about it. Those schoolchildren must be changing their ways to discredit me now. Money must not be revealed. Once it is revealed and spied upon, I won't be able to keep it with this cultivation level. A lot of things are like that. You can be bulging and very full and enjoy yourself. Once it's exposed and seen, it will be missed and tailed. Sheng Huainan smiled sarcastically, thinking, you also know that they want to smear you off? Right now, these students can't wait to eat you alive. After humiliating them and earning them so much money, can it be a good thing? There are indeed some who don't want to die. It's just that you can hire an expert to protect you closely. Brother Lin, you are at the foot of the imperial city, so you shouldn't be robbed by someone entering your house. Lin Che smiled. In fact, he had already anticipated this outcome. Laughing, he said, I've made a lot of money today, so naturally I can't lose out on you, brother. Now here is a way to make a living. Do you dare to do it? There's still a way to make money? Come, brother Lin, drink tea. Speak slowly. Actually, this is the way to make money. Told you so. Just let you spend money and buy my imperial sword. Of course, including those 3 poems outside. Lin Che was only halfway through his sentence when Sheng Huainan immediately comprehended it. From now on, he could still use this name to continue to attract various scholars. The imperial sword is still here, and the 3 poems are hanging here. So won't those scholars come over to have a look? Selling tickets may not work anymore, but business is certainly booming. Great. Such a one-bite price. 100,000 taels of silver. Ha. 150,000 is 150,000. Sold. Brother Lin. I mean 100,000 taels. Sheng Huainan emphasized again. Good lord, can this be misheard? 150,000 is 150,000. Brother Huainan is too facetious. I'll make you my brother. The corner of Sheng Huainan's mouth twitched. Brothers are brothers, and they have to pay, but it's really not necessary. He subconsciously clamped his buttocks and glanced back at Big Strong, who was standing guard. Could it be that Big Strong had really served Brother Lin? Ahem. With Brother Lin's great talent, in the future, these 3 pairs of authentic paintings will surely fetch a good price. I'll consider it a collection. It's me who has earned it. Ha. You really do have a mind for business. By the way, I still have imperial pearls at home, as well as cloth. You can help me change them into silver bills as well. Okay. Sheng Huainan was also depressed. Everyone loved imperial gifts and even needed to offer them in their homes. How is it that this brother Lin, he had to try to sell all the imperial gifts once or twice? I have one more thing to ask brother Nan. You and I are half-brothers. The word please is serious. Brother Lin, go ahead and say it. Yes, you can help me invite the former minister of the household department, Zhou Wei, to meet me. That is, Zhou Xianchuan's old man, outside the drunken moon building. In a carriage, several black-clothed men were covered in murderous aura, and in their hands were all uniformly furious swords. They were masked, and the intimidating gleam in their eyes could not be hidden at all. Did you find out? The people are still inside, right? One of the middle-aged men spoke in a low voice. Aha, our people are watching. He's only at the forging realm cultivation level. He can't run away. The man can't run away. But we're not the only ones who have their eyes on him. Just now I saw several familiar figures on the street corner. One set of them should be people from the Taming Horse Temple. This masked man who spoke was a thin man, and he said with a grip of the dagger in his hand, "Why don't we go in now? It's over 1,000,000 taels. We'll grab it and leave." "No way. It's not even dark yet. What's your hurry? Trying to rush Drunken Moon House? You really want money or not? The Taming Horse Temple is all but a bunch of second-ranked martial artists, and there's only one third-ranked. No need to worry. But rushing in now will definitely attract the patrolling army." "Good. Listen to Big Brother. Let this kid live until nightfall. As soon as we leave the Drunken Moon building, we'll make our move. Kill and rob the money, and run immediately. Can't be killed. This kid is an envoy ordained by the royal spirit. If he dies, we will definitely be hunted down. We only want money. If he doesn't take to it, just knock him out. Those guards of his don't matter. Just kill them if they dare to block. Ha ha ha, 1,000,000 taels. As long as we're not caught by the Mingjing division, who can trace it back to us? Everyone will think that it was that group of scholars who did it. He. It's lucky that he doesn't live in the Jinguo mansion, or else we really wouldn't have a chance. Don't all get too happy too soon. You all know the rules. Whoever is going to get caught, absolutely no turning back to save the day. Okay, we get it. It's not like it's the first time we've done it. Just waiting for this kid to come out and die." Chapter 17, he sold all of His Majesty's bounty. Sunset. The waning sun shone in the midst of the glorious palace. Zhongli was looking at the account book of the Ministry of Revenue. This time to control the flooding, it needs a lot of silver. However, the Ministry of Revenue cried out for poverty, and after shelling out half of the money, it could not get half of it. Zhongli had to ask personally. The several old ministers of the Ministry of Revenue watched the Empress go through the account books, and sweat was literally seeping out of their foreheads. The management of flooding should not be delayed. The rest of the silver. You guys have been studying for a few days? Any ideas? A few old ministers of the Ministry of Revenue were instantly relieved when they heard this, although they didn't know the reason, but listening to the tone of Her Majesty's voice, it seemed that she was in a good mood today. "Your Majesty, the situation of the Treasury has been such that it has not been able to make ends meet for the past few years. Every expense is too big. This time, the flooding in the southern region came too suddenly, and a few of the micro-consultants really can't think of any other way. The micro-ministers have already mobilized all the ministers to donate money enthusiastically." Zhongli was slightly disappointed in his heart. This kind of donation, how much money could it be? Although the ministers all have gray income, but do not dare to take out donations. If they donate too much, they are afraid that they will be targeted by the Department of the Mirror and investigated on how they got the money. So, donations don't solve the problem. Is there any other way? "Your Majesty, the old minister has thought of one. That is, I don't know whether to speak or not. What can't a gentleman say when he discusses politics? Ahem. That is, our great Qian. The amount of money allocated to the Great Wall of Qiluk site every year is just too much. In the National Treasury, there is instead a sum of money reserved for the Great Wall Army, which will be next month. There." Jiang Li's voice suddenly sank and his tone became stern. "The Great Wall of Qiluk protects our entire Great Qian. Less money for anyone. Even if all the ministers scrimp and save and starve until they faint in the Golden Palace, they cannot be paid less. My humble servant. I know I'm wrong, please punish your Majesty." Several of the older ministers were so frightened that they fell to their knees. Jiang Li looked at a few trembling old ministers, and for a moment he didn't know how to blame them. In fact, she knew all about this situation in the treasury. If placed 10 years ago, the treasury of Dakian was absolutely rich. But it was because Prince Yen plotted to rebel and did not know what means to use to secretly transfer half of the treasury. To this day, there are still no clues. This time, the management of the flooding suddenly required a large sum of money, which was what made her so anxious. Jiang Li was having a headache when he saw the figure of the knife slave. "All right, you guys, back off." Jiang Li waved away a few of the old ministers and looked at Blade Slave, asking, "This Lin Che, what kind of poetry has he made again?" "Back to your Majesty. There are no new poems. After your Majesty left, this Jinganbo also went to hide in his room to count his money." Jiang Li seemed to nod his head in relief. "That's right, such a divine work. It is not something that can be made casually. This one lyric and 2 poems are already enough to make him famous in history." "Your Majesty, Uncle Jingan seems to have an excessive obsession with money. This time he made this poetry meeting to amass money. He also met with Zhou Wei, the former minister of the Ministry of Revenue, at the Drunken Moon House. Zhou Wei loves this grandson the most, and even at his age, he personally went to the Drunken Moon House to see Uncle Jing'an. Uncle Jingon has offered a sky-high price, 1 million taels. Said that as long as he receives 1 million taels, he will report to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to be gracious to Zhou Xianchun. Jiang Li's face remained unchanged, but his tone was a bit colder. He really knows how to ask for favors. Zhou Xianchun has violated the law of the land. How can he ask for leniency just because he says so? Humph. The blade slave continued to report. The two should have fallen out. Zhou Wei angrily left Drunken Moon House. Also, he sold all of His Majesty's rewards. What? This time, it was obvious that Jiang Li was also a bit disbelieving. Your Majesty, Uncle Jingon sold your imperial sword, pearls, cloth, and almost everything he could sell. All that's left are the maids and guards. Originally, he even wanted to sell the Jing'an mansion given by your Majesty. Only, no one dared to buy it. What? All sold? Jiang Li couldn't help but lightly slap down his palm on the table. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth. This Lin Che, originally at noon. After reading his 3 poems, he was still impressed with him as a person. If such a great talent is carefully cultivated, it may be of great use in the future. But in this turn of events, not only did she try to pit Zhou Wei for 1 million taels, but she also sold her imperial gift. What's he up to? The blade slave wanted to continue his report, but suddenly turned back to look at the door. Outside was already a shadow guard kneeling. The palace's shadow guards were all under the control of blade slave, and she didn't need Jiang Li's permission to open her mouth. What are you doing back here? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Lin Che? Back to the commander. Lin Che is preparing to leave Drunken Moon House at this moment. He seems to be going into the palace to see the emperor dash. Ha! Going to the palace to see the emperor? Drunken Moon House. Lin Che loudly commanded De Zhuang and the others. Line up. Yes, that's it. You've got to keep your banners up all the time. The more people see them the better. Well, that's right. That's it. Remember the slogans I taught you, and remember to shout them up for me. After commanding Lin Che a few times, he felt very satisfied. That's the wave of a hand. Okay, let's get going. Lin Che led the group and strutted out of the Drunken Moon building. The moment he appeared, the dozen or so outlaws who had guarded the outside early on were all shaken in spirit. Miso. There were quite a few bandits who had already drawn their blades and were about to kill them. First hijacking Lin Che and then forcing them to ask for the millions of silver tickets. However, it was also at this instant that many of the bandits' big brothers looked at Lin Che's group and were all startled. Stop, none of you move. A single bandit looked at Lin Che, as well as those behind Lin Che, holding up banners, revealing a look of surprise. What's the situation? It is the duty of all men to see the world rise and fall. Uncle Jingon, donate millions of silver to save our fellow countrymen from the flooding in the southern region. Flooding is merciless, but there is love on earth. Sacrifice your family for the sake of all. If everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful earth. Dang, the gong was struck, and Lin Che, with 30 to 40 people, waved his way through the city, being exceptionally eye-catching. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of all. De Zhuang took the lead and shouted loudly, and behind him, a group of maids, guards also followed and shouted loudly. Those who have long been prepared to bandit outside. They are stupid. After decades of living, when have I ever seen such an operation? This is also too many people. This rushes up. The whole street can see clearly. Big brother, what should we do? Go on now? Up your mom's ass. Can't you see what it says? He is going to donate millions of silver as charity. If we move him now, we're not moving a Jing'an bow. We're moving good money. Do you understand? This, good money, we can't move it. Last year, during the drought, a cult moved the court's allocation. That cult that had been entrenched for more than 10 years was uprooted in just 3 days. I heard that the rats that were laying pups were dug out and killed. Asterisk. What exactly is this Lin Che? He really intends to donate millions of silver? I don't believe it. To be honest, not many of those who saw it really believed it. Millions of silver. Enough for 3 generations. Just donate it? But looking at how high profile Lin Che is, it really isn't a fake. Lin Che wasn't riding a horse at the moment, so he was walking ahead, but in his heart, he had his own calculations. At this point in time, he was given millions of dollars in silver. Could he keep it? Other people aside, if Lin Shaking Light knew about it, would Lin Shaking Light force his way into his home and raid it? Wealth does not reveal itself. The person who carries the jade ring is guilty of a crime. It was already countless people who were thinking about his money. Even his maid, Xiao Chang, would freeze at the sight of it, not to mention other people with bad intentions. Did he really want to try to see if anyone in the entire heavenly capital dared to make a move against him? The above is one of them. 2. Lin Che's purpose was achieved. All he wanted was skill points, and he harvested 1,900,000 in poetry, and sold all of His Majesty's royal gifts for a total of 210,000. Together, it's exactly 1,300,000 taels. He now had a total of 13 skill points. When he found out in the Drunken Moon building that the blazing young hegemony body he was cultivating could still be upgraded behind the 9th layer, his whole body froze. Host, Lin Che. Realm, first grade body forging realm, small success. Cultivation technique, blazing young hegemony body, 9th/10th level. Remaining points, 13. Lin Che knew very well that the highest level of all feats was the 9th level. But on the contrary, the system prompted him that this blazing yang bullying body could still be upgraded. This made Lin Che come up with an idea at once. Since the biggest use of this money is to gain points, the purpose has been achieved. And it's very hot, so let's just take a shot at it. He needed more powerful cultivation techniques. Looking at the entire Tiandu city, where was the strongest Gongfu? Must be the royal family. Can you spend millions of silver and buy the royal family's Kung Fu? Definitely not. But, what if he gave that money away under the guise of a donation? His Majesty will surely appreciate it. Then he would have a chance to take advantage of the opportunity to ask for a cultivation technique. Money spent is what makes it worthwhile. Point 3. Lin Che had his own plans. He wanted to save his life and wanted to leave Tiandu smoothly after 3 months. Then he has to do things in a high profile. The more people know him, the more people know about him, the better. The more famous you are, the safer you are. This was one of the reasons why he had confronted the many scholars in such a high-profile manner and held a large banquet at the Drunken Moon building. As long as his reputation spread far and wide, if Lin Shakespeare wanted to kill him, he would have to weigh the consequences. If he had remained silent, no one would have noticed if his body had been killed and stank. As for the 4th point, Lin Che also understood that after offending all the scholars, if there were really 1 or 2 rash people in here who cursed him every day, that would also be a headache. Now, this is a high-profile donation move on his part. Let's see who dares to say another word. In this way, it is almost like killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Come on, keep shouting. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of all. The flood is merciless, but the world is merciful. Singing all the way. It can be said to have attracted the attention of countless people. Quite a few people saw it and followed to join in the fun. So on this journey, the long line behind Lin Che just got longer and longer, all the way to the palace gates. Unexpectedly, Zhongli was also in this city gate. Seeing it from afar, Lin Che quickly stepped up and greeted him, kneeling down with a thud. My humble servant, kowtow to your majesty. Zhongli, who was dressed in a long robe and was magnificent, turned a blind eye to the banners and asked, Uncle Jingan, what are you doing here to see me? When I heard about the flooding in the southern region, I was worried in my heart and had trouble sleeping and eating. Lin Che's voice was resounding. Today, the humble minister sold his family's assets and raised enough money to donate 1 million taels of silver. As it were, a small contribution. God bless my people of Diqian. Long live, long live, long live my emperor. Chapter 18, $1 million of silver for a fight. Secretary Lin, you have this intention. I will first thank you on behalf of the many refugees in the southern region. Zhongli also looked excited and opened his mouth to thank him, regardless of his status. Your Majesty, you can't. I can't afford to thank you for this. Compared to those martyrs who threw their heads in blood for Diqian, what is this small amount of silver? Lin Che's voice was even more agitated, and when outsiders heard it, they suspected that this Uncle Jing'an was about to cry out in pain. It is good that Lin Aiching has such a realization. Only, this million silver is not a small amount. Where did you get it? Back to your Majesty. These are all the money earned from the sale of poems by my humble servant. Although this matter was boiling over and quite a few people knew about it, Lin Che still said the whole thing out loud. Good. Millions of silver. Donated like this. Don't you feel bad? What hurts my heart is only the millions of victims. I have no way to donate anything, so I can only come and give it to your Majesty. I, the humble minister, will be traveling to Yen Yun Kingdom in 3 months, so there is no use in keeping these silver taels. It would be better to donate it to the needy victims. Lin Che placed the 1 million taels of silver tickets that he had prepared earlier into the small box and respectfully handed it over. As for why only 1 million taels were donated, it was of course to leave 400,000 taels for his own use. He donated to save his life, not really to starve himself to death. The crowd of people at the city gates looked on and praised. Is this the Duke Lin Che from the Jinhua mansion? Sure enough, he's a great lover. 1,000,000 taels. Geez, I just don't eat or drink. I'd have to work for 300 years to earn enough. Such a good man is going on a mission to an enemy country in 3 months. So it's good to come back alive. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Jiangli walked up a few steps, and instead of picking up the small box, she went up to help Lin Che up. At this moment, Jiangli was indescribably happy, and if she hadn't been self-possessed, she would have been cheering up. Ever since she had personally seen the flooding in the southern region, she had been trying to figure out how to get the money together, but it's no good at all. And right now, Lin Che's move to send in $1 million of silver was not as simple as that. She could take the opportunity to build momentum and show this group of ministers that someone else, a recently appointed Uncle Jing'an, had donated $1 million. You guys who usually enrich yourselves, how can you have the nerve to fool me with $100,000 or $80,000? Uncle Jing'an is an example of my people in Diqian. These millions of silver will definitely be handed over to the victims. She swept her gaze to the ministers in front of her, as well as the densely packed people, and worked her true chi to make her voice carry farther, saying, tomorrow at noon, I will lead all the ministers to go to the imperial tomb and offer incense to all the ancestors. I pray that the late emperor will bless our great Qian with favorable weather and peace of mind. Uncle Jing'an, come along as well. Lin Che immediately rejoiced when he heard this, his eyes moving away from the empress's small, white and tender hands, and hurriedly shouting long live the emperor once again. Among the crowd, there were also some scholars who had followed them all the way here, and when they saw Lin Che's back, their hearts were filled with grief and anger, so much so that they could not wait to roar wildly to the heavens. He donated, but it was all our money. We were charged 1,000 taels just for the entrance ticket, and then later on we scraped together money to read the poem. And this is now pennies. This damn Lin Che, he's good. Donating millions backhandedly, he's out of the limelight. We're about to go hungry. There is a golden house in the book, and there is a face like jade in the book, but there is no fish and meat in the book. It doesn't satisfy the hunger. Xin Guofu. The entrance. Lin Baojun jumped down from the northern plains warhorse and swept his sharp gaze, frightening a group of Confucian scholars to retreat. No longer daring to surround the outside of the Jinhua palace, Lin Baojun has always despised these scholars, and not wanting to ask more questions, he strides into the Jinhua mansion. What are those schoolchildren outside, surrounding the entrance to the mansion for? Lin Baojun happened to bump into Chang Qiuzi after entering the mansion and casually asked. Chang Qiuzi personally took off Lin Baojun's cloak and said, they, are all coming for Lin Che. Didn't CHR write out 3 poems at Drunken Moon House? These scholars think that it wasn't written by him, and are now trying to ask our Jinhua palace for an explanation. Since he's left the Jinhua palace, there's no need to care if he lives or dies in the future. Just let him fend for himself. He can make what good poetry, but it is just a vulgarity. Poetry and songs are like fighting chickens and walking dogs. Can they be of any use to the great Qin dynasty? Can it repel 1,000,000 enemies? Lin Baojun was angry at the mention of Lin Che, this rebellious son. He was really getting more and more unruly. It's only been a few days since I left home, and I've already caused so many schoolchildren to come to my door. And then you're bound to get into a lot of trouble and have your head blown off. Chang Qiuzi also understood Lin Baojun's temperament and simply asked about the main event. You went to the Ministry of Revenue to donate this time. Have you inquired about it? How much did the other officials donate? Lin Baojun sat down with a big horse and took a sip of tea before saying, inquired. As in the past, the ones who donate the most are still those meritorious members of the known family. In addition to donating food, there are also 400,000 taels of silver. Our donation of 500,000 taels this time is naturally the highest. Chang Qiuzi was still a bit worried. 500,000 taels, will it be a bit unstable? According to the past practice, if the first place is won, His Majesty will more or less have some rewards. Shaking Light doesn't have any more true elemental pills to take, so I'm waiting for this reward to ask for a few pills. Enough. None of the silver donations exceeded $500,000. Otherwise the Mingjing division would have traced the source of the silver taels. Besides, I've been punished for 3 years, and I still need to keep some leftover money for my writers. As Lin Baojun said these words, another wave of irritation ran through his heart. If it wasn't for Lin Che's tattletale, did he need to be so embarrassed? Chang Qiuzi was a bit dissatisfied and said, so what if the Mingjing division investigates? Can't it be money I earned myself? Although my Taoist family pursues transcendence, I also have a bottom line. Father, mother, it's not good. Just at this time, Lin Rushing darted in from outside, a look of panic on his face. What's up? Panicking? In this regard, you really need to learn from your big brother. Lin Baojun was still very much in love with this handsome-looking young son. If the other sons and daughters were like this, they would definitely be dealt with by the family law. But for Lin Rushing, it was just a reprimand and that was it. Father, big brother has already rushed out. Just now, my child heard a piece of news. That Lin Che, he actually donated 1 million taels of silver. It was His Majesty who personally received him. What? Lin Baojun stood up with a shocked face. 1 million taels? How is that possible? Where did you hear about this? Didn't I tell you to dive into cultivation? Are you running around again? Father, there's no need to run out at all. It's all over the mansion now. Especially those schoolchildren outside. They're talking about it with aplomb. Lin Che has earned 1 million pieces of silver just by using 3 poems. His Majesty's dragon face was so pleased that he even specifically allowed him to be able to join in sacrificing to his ancestors tomorrow. Although Lin Rushing was only 14 or 15 years old, he was very intelligent, and he told what he had heard one by one. It also includes the 3 poems. Lin Baojun was speechless for a long time after hearing this, not knowing what he was thinking. Rather, it was Chung Chio Ci who thought of something and said, if CHR really donates the millions of silver, he will surely be ranked number 1. If he were to donate in the name of our Jinguo Fu, then our Jinguo Fu would be number 1. There is no need to think. This rebellious son dared to sue the imperial court in the Golden Palace, completely tearing his face off. Do you think he will still donate in the name of the Jinguo Palace? Lin Baojun spoke impatiently. Cheng Chio Ci with a bit of blame tone, this is not your fault. If your relationship with him hadn't been so frosty, would he have earned this $1 million in silver and not handed it over to his parents? Shaking Light's cultivation wouldn't have been delayed. You usually claim to despise poetry and song. This one lyric, thousands of years of rivers and mountains, heroes do not find Jiangwenjua place. Thinking of the past, the Jingo and Iron Horse, swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. Do you know that such poetry can be immortalized for 100 years? You can tell from this poem. It should have been written with your figure in his mind when he was a hostage. Unfortunately, in the end, it was written about old General Wen Hong. This son of ours, who has always been timid and fearful, couldn't really see that he had such talent before. Lin Baojuan's face became even more ugly. He naturally also heard out that such words were bold enough, rather like a war poem. But so what? It's just a bunch of dancers. Oof, what's so much to say about this kind of rebellious son? After cheating a few taels of money, he started to flaunt it so much, afraid that others won't know he donated it? Good for nothing. Name-calling, claptrap, and hypocrisy. Tomorrow, at His Majesty's ancestral sacrifice, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Let him learn a lesson. Cheng Qiuzi sighed. This temper of yours, you'd better change it. He is now, no matter what. Uncle Jing'an, do you still want to reprimand him in public? Oof. I'm just going to reprimand him in public and knock all his pride out of him. I am doing it for his good. If I don't teach him now, he'll even get into big trouble in the future and drag the entire Jinguo Palace down with him. Lin Baojun looked like he was righteous and took things for granted. Besides, as a father, who would dare say anything if I reprimand my own plus child? Even if I were to teach him a lesson with my hands, no one else would be able to say half a word. Humph. Into the night. Jing'an Province. Lin Che arched his hand at Shang Huainan. Thank you, elder brother Nan. He also specifically lent me a few experts to protect my safety. I am grateful. Shang Huainan laughed and said, words of thanks are unnecessary. Although you and I haven't known each other for a long time, we're lifelong friends. These are all third-grade experts, and this leader, Chen Ben, is also a fourth-grade Imperial Realm expert. All of them are experts who have followed me for many years and are absolutely trustworthy. If you're still unsure, just continue to stay at my Drunken Moon Mansion. Forget it, I'll stay at your Drunken Moon house for the first 3 days. Jing'an Mansion, always have to come back to stay, don't I? Then I won't disturb Brother Lin's rest. Feel free to find me if there's anything. Shang Huainan's move was, on the one hand, to befriend Lin Che. After all, Lin Che was a great talent and had been so appreciated by His Majesty, so he had to make a good friendship. On the other hand, Lin Che had only earned silver from his Drunken Moon house, and although he had donated $1 million, he had quite a lot of silver on him. If Lin Che was really robbed by thugs entering his house tonight, then he would also be in trouble. After some politeness, Lin Che sent Sheng Huainan out the door. Sheng Huainan took one step and turned back 3 times. Glancing at Xiao Cheng, his eyes were grudging, seemingly saying, alas, I am always the man you can't get. Forget about me. Master. This young master. What's wrong with his eyes? It seems strange. Don't pay any attention to him. He's very sick. Lin Che ordered down that the people on watch today must be in high spirits. Xiao Cheng smoothly handed the locked armor to Lin Che and asked again. Master, haven't we hired a few experts to guard right around the mansion in the past 2 days? You've got poisonous powder, venom, dug traps in the mansion, and bought arrows in your sleeves. And now you've asked the Drunken Moon Mansion's young proprietor to borrow so many martial artists. Are we, in that much danger? You don't understand. Lin Che didn't want to explain to this girl. It's just that with all the measures done, he's still not comfortable with it. Then he called out to Big John to come to his room. Xiao Chang watched as De Zhuang followed Lin Che into the master's room. Her face was odd for a moment, seemingly shocked and seemingly relieved. One moment you look at the Lord's ass, the next moment you look at the big strong ass. She let out a long sigh. Don't dare think about it. Room. Lin Che reached out and patted Da Zhang's shoulder. 100 taels. Are you sure you're willing? It's no problem. Master. I'm willing. My old man needs money to cure his illness. Well then, lie down. Yes, master. Lin Che slipped 100 taels of silver tickets to Da Zhang and asked Da Zhang to pretend to be himself while he flew out the window and went to sleep in Da Zhang's room. No way. It's too weak. It has to be steady. When he got to Big Strong's room, he closed the door and window quickly. Relying on others for protection is not a permanent solution after all. You have to be hard on yourself to strike iron. These days, you can't rely on your own father and mother. You have to have the ability to save your own life. Lin Che gently closed his eyes and summoned the system. Host, Lin Che. Realm, first grade body forging realm, small success. Cultivation technique, blazing young hegemony body, 9th/10th level. Remaining points, 13. This blazing young hegemony body should be the most powerful body forging technique in the Jingua Palace. It stands to reason that the highest of all feats is the 9th layer. I, however, was able to cultivate to the 10th layer. I'll try. This 10th floor. What's different? Divine machine system, 10th level. Give it to me. Boom. An invisible light rushed over the roof of the Jing'an mansion and into the void. Chen Ben, the 4th grade powerhouse who was guarding the mansion, was guarding the outside of the courtyard when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura and violently turned back to look at De Zhuang's room. Such a breath. This is the courtyard of the housekeeper. Does it mean that there are still experts? Farther away, the stargazer of the house of Yin and Yang, an old man with a long beard of nearly 2 feet, immortal in style, was ascending the stargazing platform step by step, ruling the astronomical calendar. Peer into the heavens. This is what the Yin Yang family has been doing for generations. Right at this moment, the long-bearded old man suddenly seemed to sense something. A turn of the head, deep eyes, lifted. Chapter 19, Ancestor Ceremony. Early morning. The foothills of the royal mausoleum of the martyrs. Countless courtiers had already arrived, each changing into a uniform tunic with a serious face. Today is the day when all the people join His Majesty in offering incense and praying to the late emperor, so there is absolutely no room for sloppiness. Lin Che also arrived in a carriage, but unlike the other courtiers, he hid in the carriage and feasted. A whole roasted chicken, roasted duck, fist-sized lion's head, and thick, juicy meat buns. Lin Che's stomach was almost bottomless, and he couldn't stop eating along the way. He's so hungry. Last night, he had raised the blazing young overlord body to the 10th layer. Now his whole person, his temperament has changed. There was not a trace of fat on his body. His fists and feet were full of power, and his internal organs looked like they contained a sun, and he could clearly feel that his blood was boiling. Now he could be certain that even if he encountered a fierce tiger or a giant elephant, he would be able to kill them with a single punch, tearing tigers and leopards with his hands. Easy peasy. At the same time, he realized that his body was still changing, absorbing wildly. He flew through the roasted chicken so fast that even the bones were just twisted and crushed without having to spit half of them out. Finally, feeling that they had eaten almost enough, they loaded up a dozen meat buns, and only then did they jump off the wagon and follow them up the hill. The royal tomb is located, but it's on top of a mountain. The crowd of courtiers, who still need to climb up the ladder one rung at a time. Lin Che looked up and realized that the place where the imperial mausoleum was located was truly blessed. The mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. If he climbed to the top of the mountain, he would definitely be able to have a panoramic view of the entire Tiandu city. The imperial tomb was built here so that the ancestors could watch over the people of Tendu, right? Envoy Lin. Ha ha, it's really you. Just as Lin Che had ascended 100 or so steps to the resting flat in front of him, two officials suddenly greeted him respectfully. Neither of these two officials wore their official uniforms to pay homage to the martyrs today. Lin Che looked at them. Both were unfamiliar faces that he really didn't recognize. How do you two address each other? Do we know each other? Ha! Special Envoy Lin doesn't recognize us. My name is Ng Dahong and his name is Chang Ting. We are both your colleagues, both serving in the Great Honglu. Oh, nice to meet you. Lin Che arched his hand and saluted. So it was an official of the Dahonglu. He had been appointed as a special envoy, and he would be traveling to Yen Yun Kingdom in 3 months. However, he hadn't been to work at Dahongluo for a single day in the past few days, so naturally he didn't recognize them. Shame. Hey, it's our pleasure to meet you. We've often heard of your awesome name these days, Envoy. Today it's finally an official acquaintance. Ng Dahong had a country face and looked very amiable. Chang Ting, on the other hand, had a horse face, and when he smiled, he showed his big teeth, which was also very characteristic. Special Envoy, you donated millions of silver in one breath. This is really giving our Dahonglu a long face. I have heard that many ministers knew that you donated millions and went to the Ministry of Revenue last night to make a new donation. That's seen, 100 years rare to see. This is all because the special envoy let a good head. I hate people who sneak around. This kind of thinking, sooner or later, corrupts this pure nature of mine. I don't care about $1 million. Lin Che's face was full of righteousness as he arched his hand at the top of the mountain. I don't dare to take credit for this, but it is a good thing for the ministers to donate money. Under your majesty's wise leadership, the monarchs and ministers are in the same boat. It will surely be able to tide over the difficulties. As usual, it's called a lacoon if you give it out to the masses. If you smoke it yourself, that's called self-serving. Ng Dahong and Chang Ting leaned back in a burst of tactics. It's not that the envoys are favored by His Majesty. Look, just this little word, a set of words, although some do not understand, but who listens not confused, not admire? Yes, your Majesty is wise. Envoy, let's go up the mountain together. Please. The three of them went up the mountain together as a group, exchanging low voices along the way, which was very pleasant. Only, along the way, Lin Che would take out a big meat bun every now and then and eat it with a gulp, which painted a slightly wrong picture. Halfway up the hill, he saw a few small eunuchs struggling to carry the things used in the ritual up the hill. One of the little eunuchs, Lin Che still recognized, was none other than Yu Huadian, who had brought him to receive the reward before. Katoko, what is it? Is it heavy? Let me help you. Lin Che was worried that there was no place to try out how much chi he had, so he didn't care that much and grabbed that box with one hand. Into his hand, he was surprisingly 100 pounds heavy. When Rain Harden saw it, he was filled with incredulity, and then he opened his mouth in succession. Please don't, Jinganbo, this cannot be done. What's not to make? You can just carry the little one. Come on. Lin Che didn't care too much about this class relationship. In his subconscious, it's seeing someone he knows, straining to carry something up. He reaches out to help, but in the eyes of these officials and little eunuchs, it was a groundbreaking event. How could a meritorious earl bother with such a eunuch? If the past, these eunuchs may still be able to serve in the emperor, concubine side, can be some small power, but now the female emperor is in power. There is no harem, even the female emperor side are mostly maids of honor. For an official like Lin Che to go and help a eunuch lift a heavy object was something that shocked the crowd. Lin Che was quick on his feet, and it didn't take him long to climb up to the top of the mountain. It was also the first time that Lin Che saw the imperial tomb where the bones of successive emperors were buried. After putting down the box in his hands, he looked up and saw the full extent of the royal tomb. With just one glance, he couldn't help but tremble, and his entire body froze in place. The brilliant imperial mausoleum, emitting a powerful light, was like a gigantic heavenly pillar rushing straight up to the 9 heavens and disappearing into the void. In that light, there were dots of stars, as if they were ancient characters that pulsated around the sky above. Envoy, what's wrong with you? Ng Dahong, who was next to him, noticed that Lin Che did not look right and shouted in a low voice. Lin Che was like waking up from a dream. Goosebumps covered his entire body, blinking, and when he looked at the imperial tomb again, he no longer saw that kind of light and ancient characters. That's weird. Blurry eyes again? This kind of imperial tomb, how to reveal a strange awe. Oh, it's fine. It's just that, seeing the royal tomb for the first time, I lost my temper for a moment. Ha, it's unavoidable. This is the place where all the previous emperors have buried their bones, except for the bones of the Yuan Black Emperor, which stayed at the Great Wall of Qiluk. All the rest of the emperor's bones are buried in there. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes for us to be able to come here to offer incense and kneel in worship. That's right, we, the Dahonglu, were able to grant permission to come and pay homage this time. It's still thanks to you, Special Envoy. These million donations directly shut up countless scholars. Lin Che was about to take the opportunity to ask more questions. He always felt that this imperial tomb seemed to be more than simply burying the skeletons of the late emperor. Just at this time, a very majestic voice came. Humph. Pit the schoolchildren against their money, and donate money to make a show of it. Make it known all over the city. Is it a show, or is it a donation? Upon hearing this, Ing Dahong and Chang Wei were immediately about to retort. But when he turned around to look at the person who was speaking, he was so scared that he shut up in a hurry, and even unconsciously retreated a few steps, not daring to say half a word more at all. The person who came was in armor, powerful and proud. It was the Duke of Jinghua, Lin Baojun. As Lin Baojun made his way, all the ministers had to get out of the way. He also ignored the occasion and snapped. Since the founding of the Great Qian, whenever there is a natural or man-made disaster, which minister does not contribute money and effort? But everyone is silent good deeds. On the contrary, you, waving through the city, hanging banners, afraid that others do not know you donated millions of silver, is it? Where did you get this $1 million in silver? Pitfalls. Taking it for your own use. You also have the face to treat it as your own money and put gold on your own face. Adverse son, kneel down. Lin Che clenched his fists tightly and locked eyes with Lin Baojun without budging. Xinghua Gong. I've long since ceased to be a member of your Xinghua mansion. Just stop preaching in front of me. How dare you, when it's really treasonous. I gave birth to you and raised you for 1 day less. Can you mix up a Jing'an bird? A white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. Lin Baojun's voice was so loud that the ministers were originally chatting in small groups of 3 or 5. But at this moment, they all stopped talking and looked over. Lin Che exclaimed, Duke of Jin, you're afraid that you've forgotten. 10 years ago, when you obtained His Majesty's investiture as the Duke of Jin, what did His Majesty's imperial decree say? Without me traveling to an enemy country as a hostage, would you really have been able to become the Duke of Jin? What kind of favor is that? I paid it back 10 years ago. This Xinghua palace, which has been eating and drinking for 10 years, is all thanks to me. Unbridled. You really are stubborn. Today in front of the courtiers, my father will teach you how to behave. As soon as Lin Baojun's words fell, he fiercely waved his hand. Boom! A terrifying invisible force, like thousands of horses charging, directly blasted towards Lin Che. The distance between the two was clearly still 3 meters away. However, Lin Che still felt that mountainous and terrifying power. Almost as a conditioned response, he violently crossed his arms and blocked in front of him. There was a pain in his body, and his qi and blood were suppressed so much that he couldn't flow. The whole person flew backwards. His eyes went black and he was almost about to faint. Flutter. Lin Che didn't know who he hit, and ended up tumbling to the ground. His internal organs, like he was going to explode right away. Such a change of heart scared many ministers. Shen Luo, the veteran minister of the 6 ministries, called out in succession. Lord Jin, there's no need to be like this. There's no need to be like this. Are you trying to beat Uncle Jing'an to death? Quickly stop. Lin Baojun exuded a domineering aura and swept his eyes angrily, just like an enraged lion. I'm teaching my son a lesson. This is a family matter, it has nothing to do with you. He pointed one hand at Lin Che, who had fallen to the ground, and said angrily, this son acts arrogantly, swindling and selling his name, taking other people's charity money for show. Am I wrong to lecture him? Humph. The Duke of Jin, with 100,000 troops in his hands, he disciplines his own family's children. At this moment, who would dare to risk their lives to offend the Duke of Jin in order to help Lin Che? Besides, if they wanted to manage it, they didn't have that qualification. Here, there really weren't many people who could have a higher status than the Duke of Jin. His Majesty, the royal spirit, could manage it, but at this time of the day, it's all about their courtiers arriving first, and His Majesty hasn't even arrived yet. Adverse son, do you know if you're wrong? Lin Baojun took a few more steps forward, towering over Lin Che. Lin Che reached out and covered his chest, staring at Lin Baojun with a deadly stare. He also thought that the main thing was to watch out for Lin's shaking light, but he had neglected to realize that the one who really wanted him dead and could let him die was this inhuman biological father. Lin Baojun. Lin Baojun, you're so majestic. Just then, an old voice came from the distance. The important place of the imperial tomb. Is it not a place for you to do evil? Don't put up a fight in front of me. Lin Che followed the sound and once again saw the crowd parting. The visitor was an old general with gray hair. He was also in the same armor, but the color was a grayish-black color, and looked a little worn. This old general was a magnificent figure, with long hair tied back and a weathered face, and on that forehead were deep wrinkles that made people look at him and think that this person was frowning all day long. A pair of deep eyes that revealed a wise, yet intimidating light. Many ministers bent down and bowed respectfully when they saw the old general's face. Lord Wei, old marshal, you're here. Lin Che took everything in, and for a moment he hadn't recognized the old general in front of him. Someone right behind him helped him up and whispered a warning. Uncle Jin Gan, he is the Lord of Wei, personally known as the Lord of Soldiers. Wen Hong, the old general. Chapter 20 Duke of Wei. Wen Hong, why does it seem like I've heard it somewhere before? Lin Che looked towards the person who helped him up, and it turned out to be the little eunuch, Yu Huadian, who had brought him to receive his reward earlier. It looked like just now, when he flew out, he had crashed into Rain Harden. Moreover, Yu Huadian was also good at reading people's words and knowing that he seemed to be full of doubts. He took the lead in answering up for him. Wen Hong, Lin Che's eyes lit up. So it was him. He modified Xa and Shiji Song Young Yulu Jinko Begu Pavilion Huaigu, and the last line if Wen Pai is old, can he still eat? Was modified to if Wen Hong is old, can he still eat? He changed it to if Wen Hong is old, can he still eat? The last line of the song Lian Pai is old enough, can he still eat? At that time, he didn't even know any Duke of Wei. Wen Hong, he just asked Shao Chang, does Zhuang and them, which great general is the most respected? Shao Qing said several at once, but it was De Zhuang who scratched his head and said that since he was a child, he had heard his old man mention that there was a most powerful old general named Wen Hong. Da Zhuang's old man used to be a soldier, and then he hurt his head, but his dad remembers the old general Wen Hong. Lin Che thought carefully and remembered that there was indeed an aged old general of Diqian. He simply wrote up Wen Hong. I can't imagine that I'm meeting the right person today. Lin Baojun, you're getting more and more licentious after becoming this Shen Guogong. No one can control you anymore, can they? Wen Hong opened his mouth and shouted angrily. His attitude was clearly a rebuke. Lin Baojun had always been empty-eyed, putting no one in his eyes. However, after seeing Wen Hong, he couldn't help but frown and collected his murderous aura as he spoke in a deep voice. Old general, I'm just teaching my canine son a lesson. What lesson? Although I'm old, I'm not deaf or blind. I'm watching. What? Your son donated millions of silver and you're about to get your hands dirty. When I looked at you when you were young, you were the narrow-minded person who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. I can't imagine that you are still like this after living to this age. To kill your son at the imperial tomb, is it? Lin Baojun thought that he had gotten good at raising his qi, but now that he was being watched by the ministers, he still had a greenish color. If it were any other minister, who would dare to lecture him like this? Even the Duke of Qianling of the Mingjing division was not qualified to do so. But it so happened that this white-haired Wen Hong had this qualification. When Wen Hong was fighting in the east and west and making achievements for Diqian, Lin Baojun was still a new recruit who had just joined the army. The first credit was still made in Wen Hong's black armor army. Lin Baojun, this person, always claimed that loyalty and filial piety family, the most rules, and now Wen Hong, is the real division commander, and even, on the battlefield, or his Lin Baojun's life-saving benefactor. Lin Baojun could not really dare to refute half a sentence, just said in a deep voice, the old general doesn't know. This son is a good-for-nothing, a pitiful, showy and pompous person. Donating money to charity is originally a good deed, yet he has made it known all over the city, selling his name and honor, damaging his virtue, and is not sincere. Lord Jin, how is it that I am not sincere? The silver I donated, isn't that true? Lin Che saw that someone had stood up for him. What was he waiting for if he didn't take the opportunity to take advantage of a reason now? As long as you hold on to Wen Hong's thigh steadily, you should be able to survive. Lin Baojun, this inhuman thing, was really going to kill him. Lin Che breathed heavily for a few breaths, letting his qi and blood around his body become a bit more fluid, walked out, and said loudly, that 1 million taels, I personally handed it over to His Majesty. How is it not sincere? This money can buy food and clothing for the victims. They can't starve or freeze. You can ask them if it's sincere. Adverse son, you pit the money of the scholars and donate it in such a flamboyant manner, and you still don't know the error of your ways? Lin Baojun's eyes shot out, about to explode again. Lin Che immediately arched his hand to old General Wen Hong, saluted, and said aloud, "The old general is here. There's no harm in bearing witness for me, Confucian scholars. You come out. Have I, Lin Che, cheated you of your money?" This time, following His Majesty's incense, naturally, all the hundreds of people gathered together. Several university scholars from Confucianism were present, and it just so happened that a group of scholars had also come from the academy. After all, these scholars would be needed to recite the ritual words when they were burned later. Among these schoolchildren, there were really participants from Drunken Moon House, only, they looked at each other, and none of them stepped forward. Wen Hong's old face sank as he sipped. "Damn it, don't you guys love to brag about being upright in body and heart? Do you have it or not? Come out and speak." With that, a few of the scholars walked out with red faces. The person who led the way was, surprisingly, still Jiangsu. Zhongjio lowered his head. He was itching to find a crack in the ground. He really didn't want to lose face in front of the crowd again. However, so many brothers and sisters were watching. He could only come out. We were at the Drunken Moon House yesterday and were willing to bet. It is true that our poetry is not as good as Jinganbo's. We have nothing to say. After Jiangsu finished speaking, he even bowed to Wen Hong. He was ashamed and mortified, and still weak, and was starved into it. Since the night before, he had been racking his brain to think of poems to deal with Lin Che. Teared up, and early in the morning, he went to the Drunken Moon House with his senior brothers and sisters. Originally, he wanted to eat a little bit at Drunken Moon House, but he couldn't expect to be struck by a descending blow, and he became the most humiliated one. So, by last night, he was really hungry and wanted to find something to eat. He had lost all his money and was too embarrassed to borrow from his fellow students. In fact, the other brothers and sisters also lost all their money, and they are starving together. What a shame. Early this morning, he was so hungry that his eyes were dizzy, and he was really close to collapsing as he climbed up from the foot of the mountain. Along the way, he also saw Lin Che gulping down meat buns next to him. That son of a. Thinking of the meat buns, Zhongjio's stomach growled goo goo. Goo goo. Hungry. Big meat buns. So juicy. So flavorful. So eager to eat. Giggle. Originally, Jiangsu thought it would be fine to hide, but now he was brought up for questioning. He sneaked a glance at Lin Che, thinking about how Lin Che had spared him in the Drunken Moon Mansion, and now if he let Lin Che hold a grudge, the consequences would be disastrous. After all, a single poem from Lin Che could make him Jiangsu be left in infamy for years to come. That's a big no-no. Zongjuku also hastened to add, "We originally also unconvinced, last night and heard. Gingenber also million all donated. Such a good deed. It can be seen that it is not aimed at our money." Grumble, grumble, grumble. In fact, we, the scholars, no longer have anyone to talk about Uncle Jingen behind his back. All believe that his action is exemplary. When the other scholars heard this, they all nodded their heads while enduring their hunger. Don't look at these scholars as somewhat pedantic and full of benevolence and righteousness on weekdays, but what they cultivate is the spirit of righteousness, and they can really distinguish between black and white. Lin Che had only earned them 1,000,000 taels, but he didn't even have the idea of staying the night and went to donate as soon as he left the Drunken Moon House. It's also true that they admire it. Hear them all. Lin Che looked at Lin Baojun. Since I didn't cheat or deceive, my donation was also sincere. I would also like to ask Duke Xinghua, is me going about making donations in a big way a moral offense? I'd rather say that being quiet, like you, is truly victimizing those victims. Sharp-tongued, inverting black and white. To keep quiet is to victimize the victims. You can say such things. Then all the courtiers here are donating without a word. All of them are victimizing the victims? Lin Baojun also took a breath and dragged all the courtiers down. This kind of father-son confrontation in front of the courtiers had already happened a few days before in the Golden Palace. This time, he absolutely could not let this rebellious son continue to hit him in the face. Of course, all courtiers? This kind of thinking is harming the victims. Lin Che's voice lifted and reached the ears of all the courtiers. There was an uproar. Countless ministers were originally watching the fun, but they could not imagine that they had been shot while lying down. Moreover, they donated money and ended up victimizing the victims in the eyes of this Jinganbua. How can this be tolerated? Many ministers originally had a good relationship with the Duke of Jin. It was natural for them to come forward now. Nonsense. We are bent on serving the people and have donated all the silver and taels we have saved over the years. It's because we want the victims to get out of their plight as soon as possible. What else have we done wrong? Uncle Jingan, you are really angry and confused. We don't seek fame or profit. and quietly donated the money. In your eyes, we are harming the victims. In that case, you donate 1,000,000 taels in such a big way. Are you the one who victimizes the victims the most? Many ministers are shaking their heads, thinking that this little Jinganbo is already out of his mind. Such words can be said. I should have known that their father and son don't get along. Now they want to bite anyone they see? The tiny Jingan burial. If it wasn't for His Majesty's authorization, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to pay homage to the imperial tomb. And still he dares to make a big fuss here. After all, there is still a lack of tutelage. After 10 years of living as a prince, what I've died back are all bad habits. Oh, this time, how will he end up? Even if old General Wen Hong protects him, he won't be able to protect him for long. Ha ha ha, didn't you listen to him? The Duke of Wei is also quietly donating, and he even scolded the Duke of Wei together. Just as many ministers were discussing it, suddenly someone shouted, "See your Majesty!" With a clamor, all the courtiers looked back and saw the Empress Jiangli, dressed in imperial robes, walking step by step. Her face was stunningly beautiful, delicate and unrivaled. Her aura was powerful, and every step was truly like a king's land, with lotus flowers in her steps. "See your Majesty!" The many courtiers, who were kneeling down, forgot about the crusade against Lin Che for a while. Beside Jiangli, there were also two old men, one with a beard close to 2 feet long, tall and thin, with robes painted with the sun and the moon, and the stars that filled the sky. Between his walks, the sun, moon, and stars of his robes would seem to flow along with him in a mysterious way. The other, an old man who looked around 60 years old, was dressed in a Confucian robe with large sleeves that almost dragged to the ground, and the whole person gave off a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. Behind him, there was a faint white haze emanating from his body, which represented his vast and righteous qi, which had reached a stage of self-overflow. These two men, one was the young master of the Yin-Yang clan, the other, a great Confucian scholar. With the cultivation level of these two people, it was only possible to hear what was being discussed up here at the foot of the mountain. Both of them also glanced at Lin Che at the same time. Intentionally or unintentionally, all the ministers rise to their feet. Jiang Li's voice was full of majesty, as if he hadn't even heard the quarrel they had just had, and with a flutter of his long sleeves, his gaze looked toward the cloudy and smoky imperial tomb ahead. "Prepare the sacrifice. Keep up. No loud noises." Chapter 21 Changes in the Imperial Tomb. The horn blows. All courtiers, according to their rank, went with the Empress to the royal tomb to begin the sacrifice. Originally, according to Lin Che's position, he should have been at the very back of the line, but Duke of Wei, Wen Hong, seemed to favor him and grabbed his wrist with one hand. "Kid, follow me to the front." Lin Che felt like he was locked up by a huge steel vice, unable to break free at all, and could only follow. The other ministers, though looking on, did not dare to say anything. The imperial mausoleum palace in front of him rumbled open its doors, and a majestic aura practically just poured out of it. Where Lin Che was standing, he was just able to see clearly. In the palace, there were rows and rows of spirit seats, on which were written the names of successive emperors, and a few of the names of famous generals who had distinguished themselves in battle. Lin Che's pupils suddenly shrank as he saw that in the center of the grand hall, on the ground, there was actually an ancient sword with a lingering purple aura stuck in it. This ancient sword was stuck deep in the ground, and chained up. It was like chaining a giant dragon and not letting it fly away. In contrast, the spirit seats of those successive emperors seemed to be gazing at this giant sword. The Empress Jiangli, step by step, walked towards the great hall. The imperial robe on her body was surprisingly windless, as if she was walking in a windy place. "This is the Cthulhu sword." Suddenly, Lin Che heard old General Wen Hong's voice. He subconsciously turned his head to look, but he realized that Wen Hong was looking straight ahead without slanting his eyes, and no sound came out of his mouth. "There is no need to look over. Kid who doesn't know anything, I'm using the power of voice transmission to talk to you. I had the same look on my face as you when I first saw the sword back then. Once the sun draws his sword, it's another 10 years of plunder for the people. This sword can be called Tsong Sheng or Tsong Shengjia. It all depends on the one who holds the sword. His Majesty led his ministers here to pay homage. That is, for the sake of the people of the world. You donated millions of silver, so I guess you must also have a heart for all the people. Such a juvenile heart. The old man quite likes it." Lin Che just quietly listened without replying. Right now he didn't know any sound transmission techniques. Knock knock. Around the royal tomb, there was another beating of drums. There was a crowd walking in front of them, and it was that great scholar leading the crowd of scholars in a long recitation. It had to be said that the vast and righteous chi of these scholars was a masterpiece. They were like white light, filled with a powerful force that washed away the clouds around the mountains as well. Zhongli held the long incense respectfully with both hands and walked forward step by step. His stern voice, which traveled far and wide, reached the ears of every minister. The descendant, Zhongli, inherits the great lineage. Today, I have come to pay homage to the saints of the late emperors. May all the generations of the late emperors shelter all the people of Deqian, and may the winds and rains be favorable. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. Rumble. Surprisingly, at this instant, above the imperial tomb, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded, as deafening as the thunderer's fury. Tomb hanging around a lot of hanging bells. In this moment is also dong 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 knocking. Seems to be a myriad of invisible palms. In the frantic ringing of these hanging bells, it was also like something was coming out from underneath the imperial tomb and roaring at the empress. All the courtiers were shocked, and many of them even turned pale. For there is such a sight in the imperial tomb, and that can only be for one reason, and that is that His Majesty's present virtues are at fault, or even means that the virtues are not worthy of the throne, and that the imperial throne is stolen from him. Your Majesty, this is the late emperor's blame. We still need you to sing and recite the oath to show your heart and calm the anger of the late emperor. At this time, the young lord next to him spoke in a low voice. He spoke with extreme weight. After all, the disciples of the Yin-Yang family cultivate fate and can peer into the heavens, and a Yin and a Yang, the two masters together, often tell the secrets of the heavens. Zhongli sniffed and frowned lightly. All the generations of emperors and kings' pilgrimage to the imperial tombs were all the same words and techniques. Why is it that when it comes to her, things go wrong? With a cold gaze, she swept towards Lord Yang and asked, I am the lord of the world, and I have been given the throne by the late emperor, and my name is justified. I have practiced good and virtuous government, and I dare not neglect it day and night. Why does the late emperor have anger? Lord Yang's eyes lowered as he respectfully said, Your Majesty differs from the previous emperor in only having a daughter's body. Perhaps, in the ancestral training of the late emperor, there has never been a precedent of a female emperor worshipping the imperial tomb. Therefore, successive generations of the late emperor would be shocked. Bold, Duke Qianling, who was seated in a wheelchair and had not said anything, angrily rebuked. His Majesty's heavenly destiny is supported by all the people, and the ruler and ministers are of one mind. Is it not something you can slander? His heart is punishable. The young lord wasn't afraid. He just gently bowed his head and spoke without any hesitation. The law is just a big hat. I am only stating the differences between His Majesty and the late emperor. How can there be any slander? Your Majesty is commanded by heaven, so if you don't believe me, just ignore it. Perhaps it was nothing more than a gust of wind. Zhongli's face was as normal as ever, and his gaze turned to the ministers. I know that some of you have many grievances against me. Today, in front of the late emperor's royal tomb, I will follow the example of my predecessors and let the civil and military officials write out my faults. If I am at fault, I will swear to repent in front of the late emperor's spirit tablet. The courtiers clamored and exchanged low voices. The ministers of the 6 ministries even knelt down directly, shouting His Majesty's holy wisdom. The ministers would never dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction and so on, but Zhongli didn't care that much and waved his hand. Come, distribute paper and let the ministers write on the spot. Next to the palace maids, eunuchs have already prepared. Immediately have distributed pen, ink, paper and inkstone. But after these courtiers got the pen and paper, they all looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you. No one dared to write half a word. Soon, Lin Che also got the paper. What are we going to write? Old General? His Majesty is so holy that I don't think there's anything wrong with it. When Hong's face was grave, even though the group of ministers were discussing, he still continued to transmit his voice. You're still young and don't understand the doorway here. Emperor sacrifice, if the oath cannot sense the breath of the late emperor, will certainly be criticized. This is a big or small. I'm afraid that someone has tampered with the words of the sacrifice, so just write a few lines of praise from the bottom of your heart. Don't worry about the rest. Lin Che nodded, sort of hearing it. He sneaked another look at Zhongli's tall figure in front of him. Not a good idea. The biggest thigh he wanted to hug is now in trouble. The reason why the Empress came here to pay homage to her ancestor was because she wanted to pray for blessings for the Great Qian, asking the late Emperor to bless the Great Qian so that the flooding in the southern region would pass as soon as possible. If this worship does not go well, it will surely result in his $1 million donation going down the drain as well. That's not good. The key here is the oath. Just now, the Enyang clan's young master said to have Her Majesty the Empress recite the oath. Could it be that the Empress is now ostensibly asking the ministers to write about her faults, but is actually stalling for time? Lin Che's heart was shocked when he thought of this, as if he had discovered a huge secret. She was thinking about the new vows. She needs time. She needed new, powerful vows. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With his current roots, he was truly unsupported and empty behind him, and had to seize every fleeting opportunity. Even if it's a risk, it's a fight. He picked up the quill and just swished and wrote on the paper. The old general Wen Hong next to him unintentionally glanced at it, and could not help but change his old face, and several times he wanted to speak. It didn't take long for numerous ministers to have written. One by one, they were like schoolchildren who had finished their exams, waiting for the palace maids and eunuchs to come over and collect their papers. Lin Che folded his paper a bit, and then inadvertently behind the corner of the paper, gently thwarted it, leaving a not-so-small crease. In no time at all the ministers' papers had been put away. Your Majesty, do you need me to read aloud? Qianling, who was next to him, asked openly. With the insight and skill of Lord Qianling, it was these ministers in the court who could remember all the handwriting that he had seen. Jiang Li thought about it, but he gently shook his head. Check it out for yourself. The first one. It reads, His Majesty the Edicting Spirit, the exemplar of the bright king. No faults of the Empress were written. Then the second one, which reads, The Emperor's grace is spreading in all directions, and the dragon's robe is shining with starlight. The rivers and mountains are solid and the people are happy. Long live the 1,000 years of eternal fame. Surprisingly, it's still a tawdry poem. Jiang Li did not look at it more, and immediately flipped down, followed by the third, fourth, and almost every one of them is a song of praise and praise speech. None of it is taken seriously as writing that His Majesty is at fault. In other words, none of the courtiers in front of us are cuties. The Empress asked you to write about her faults in public, and you really did it? Do you really want to die or lose your career? As Jiang Li flipped through the pages, she saw a folded-up piece of paper, which she picked up and flipped through. With just one look, she paled. Then, Jiang Li refolded the piece of paper and casually put it into his sleeve. This small action, naturally, was seen by many courtiers, who all wanted to know what was written on that piece of paper. But because that was His Majesty alone looking through it, no one was informed at all. Then next, Jiang Li looked at it a lot faster, and in the middle of her process, she folded up and put away 3 more pieces of paper. Finally, all the paper is read. Jiang Li handed those papers to a nearby eunuch. These are the words from the hearts of the ministers, burned for the late emperors to see. The eunuch took it respectfully and burned it in a nearby fire pit. Seeing this, Lord Yang also spoke up. Your Majesty, the hour is almost over. Do we still need to continue singing the vows? According to custom, the sacrifice can also be done by the king on your behalf. Jiang Li gently turned his head and looked at Lord Yang, a proud look on his stunning face. I am the Lord of the world. Why do I need your Majesty to do it for me? Bright drum, I renew my oath. Knock knock knock. The drum shook the sky, and the entire imperial tomb became quiet and solemn. All the courtiers held their breath and looked at the first female emperor of Deqian, all wanting to see if she was able to obtain the call of the late emperors. Holding 3 long incense sticks in his hands, Jiang Li stood proudly in the middle of the hall, looked toward the spirit seats of the ancestors, and swore loudly, I have ruled Great Qian for 10 years, and I have kept the world under one roof, bearing the undying will of the late emperor, guarding the great wall of Qi and luck, and suppressing the Yongchang dragon vein. May the spirits of the martyrs defend my Great Qian and protect my country. By the name of Emperor Qiliang, I hereby make an oath. I am here. When I guard the land and open the frontier, sweep away the 4 barbarians, and set the foundation of my Great Qian for the ages. If I die, I will also be transformed into a dragon's soul, entrenching the mountains and rivers, and blessing my Great Qian for eternity. This oath is witnessed by the sun and the moon, and is shared by heaven and earth, and heard by the immortals, the devils, and the gods. Chapter 22. Reason is not argued, and the word is not argued. Buzz. The oath fell, and a buzzing sound echoed from the royal tomb, like the morning bells and the evening drums. Suddenly, a sunlight like a sharp sword fell from the sky above the imperial tomb. Reflected in the palace of the royal tomb is bright. On the beams of the great hall, the inscriptions on the 4 plaques were also immediately revealed. The mountains and rivers are safe. Cereals abound. Phoenix coming to life. Beasts dance. These fonts are strong and powerful, and the strokes are strong. The brilliant aura was almost ready to break through the plaque and rise up to the sky. These 4 plaques, all of which contained a special aura, were arcane and unfathomable. The group of ministers' bodies trembled at the words, and then they knelt in surprise and spoke aloud. Your Majesty is holy. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Lin Che also wanted to pay his respects, but after seeing the words on these 4 plaques, his entire body was struck by lightning. In his eyes, these did not seem to be mere words, and like a powerful killing breath, like 1,000 armies, like the sky falling apart, even, like, for terrifying sword moves. As he watched, suddenly his eyes hurt, as if they had been burned by a roaring flame. He hastily buried his head low and took a big gulp of air. Kid, are you alright? Wen Hong realized that Lin Che was not alright and reached over to pat Lin Che's shoulder. It was only after the shot that he realized that Lin Che's body was a hot mess. No, it's fine. Lin Che forced the pain in his eyes and replied in a low voice. Wen Hong's status was honored, and as he saw that the most crucial step of the ritual had already been completed, he simply beckoned to the eunuchs and palace maids beside him, asking them to bring Lin Che to the back. This action, on the contrary, was seen by His Majesty Jiangli in front of him. She simply stopped the movement of her hand and spoke in confusion. Uncle Jin Gan, what's going on? It's nothing. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Lin Che took 2 breaths and felt slightly better. I don't know if there's something wrong with this imperial tomb, or if I've gone wrong with my own cultivation. All the ministers, the main purpose of this ancestor worship is to pray for the late emperor to bless the southern regions flooding to subside as soon as possible, so that the victims can live again. And our Jing'an Bo, for the sake of the southern region flood victims, has done his best and donated 1 million silver. Well done. Jiangli paused before saying to the palace maid next to him, it looks like Uncle Jing'an is not feeling well. Take him back first and let the imperial physician take a look. Lin Che didn't refuse either. It was really hard to stay here. He simply went downhill first. The other courtiers saw it, and their hearts were as clear as a mirror. This Jing'an Bo really know how to look for opportunities. Provoked the anger of the people, can not end, directly pretending to be sick and slipped away. Only, this approach is to play a smart game, which can be avoided but not the first day. Among the group of ministers, Lin Baojun also glanced back at the distant Lin Che. His eyes were still filled with anger. Having such a son, he was truly feeling disgraced. The face of the Zhenghua house had been disgraced by this rebellious son. After the sacrifice was over, he would definitely catch up with this rebellious son and give him a lesson on the spot, so that this rebellious son long memory, so that this rebellious son will learn a lesson, so that he won't make a bigger mess in the future and involve the Zhenghua Fu. But for some reason, according to custom, it didn't take the next hour for the ritual to end. But the empress was doing all kinds of courtesies and dragging her feet for more than 2 hours. Finally, the rite of passage. His Majesty rose, accompanied by his ministers on his left and right, and, in a great procession, began to descend the mountain. The imperial chariot has just reached the foot of the mountain. The sound of Lin Che's chanting came from right in front. Your Majesty, I have a favor to ask. Jiangli was just about to get on the imperial chariot when she suddenly heard Lin Che's shout, and her eyes flashed with a flash of displeasure. Why is this Uncle Jin gone so stupid? He can't understand my hints, can he? Letting you go back to the imperial physician for treatment is to let you go back first so that you don't clash with the group of ministers again, and now you have to wait here. It's really going to give me a hard time. You've got a lot going on. Lin Che heard that the empress did not blame her, so it seemed that he had more or less lost face by donating out millions of silver, but he knew all the same that if he couldn't say one good thing, this heavenly grace would not be repeated. Your Majesty, there are still some things that I have not yet said clearly with the ministers. I have waited here specifically to ask Your Majesty to be a witness. I'm going to have a good theory with them. Poof. Jiangli didn't reply either, but only glanced at Lin Che with a smirk. Instead, it was Lin Baojun behind him who was the first to speak up, taking a few steps forward and angrily rebuking. Adverse son, why don't you kneel down and apologize? How dare you? Even His Majesty's imperial chariot you dare to stop. I see that you're not only selling your name and honor, but you're also without a ruler or a father, and have no discipline. Today, I'll break both your legs so that you'll learn a lesson, Lin Baojun said, exuding a domineering aura as he took a single step, and he was already a dozen meters away. Duke Xin, His Majesty hasn't yet decreed. Do you want to use force in front of His Majesty? At this time, a burly figure also appeared in front of Lin Che with a swish, blocking Lin Baojun's path. It's none other than Wen Hong. Old General, you heard it just now in front of the imperial tomb. This son made a big fuss. He dared to mock the ministers for donating silver, but he actually harmed the victims. Such treachery and wolfishness. I would consider it light enough to break a pair of his legs. Lin Baojuan's words immediately gained the solidarity support of the group of ministers. Yeah, who is this Lin Che to say that? They were all frugal and donated a large sum of silver, not seeking fame or profit, but ended up becoming the culprits of the victims. What's this about? If Lin Che really listened to His Majesty's words and went straight back to the imperial doctor to see the doctor, he could just avoid it. Many of them are ministers in high positions. Do they really have to go to the door and grab Lin Che to ask him clearly? That's demeaning. But now that Lin Che was waiting here specifically and had such an attitude, they couldn't tolerate it. What Xingui Gong has said is reasonable. And we also ask for clarification and want to seek an understanding. I, Zhang have been an official for many years, all clean and clear. In the end, I became the person who victimized the victims in the mouth of Uncle Jing'an. I, Zhang would also like to ask, why did Uncle Jing'an make such a statement? There's nothing wrong with the fact that you are donating millions of silver, but don't be proud of your achievements and climb over the ministers indiscriminately. Quite a few ministers have one sentence each, and they can hardly stop. This is causing a lot of anger. Lin Che was waiting for this moment. If he didn't make it clear today, it would definitely be difficult to move forward in the future. He first bowed to the empress, his voice sounding like a bell. Reason does not argue with reason, and the word is not clear. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty to be a witness, and I will argue with them right here. By donating, without a word, they are victimizing the victims. This time, Zhang Li will still answer it. On the contrary, that one great scholar laughed and took 2 steps forward, his face full of smiles, also coming to be interested. What a great line. The reason is not argued. The way is not argued. Old man Jibu is also considered to have read a few years of books and understood some reasoning. Today, old me also wants to know. You yellow-mouthed child, why are you so reckless? What is the reasoning? When the group of ministers saw this, there was another outcry. They could not have imagined that the great Confucian of Jibu, who was usually almost out of the world, could not look on. With Jibu's presence, even Lin Baojun subconsciously stepped aside for half a step. After all, in terms of debating, who could speak as well as a Confucian scholar? We must know that the Shi Shangliu de Zhu of Confucianism was a figure who dared to point at the late emperor on the Golden Palace and cursed him, and even wanted to take up a cane to whip His Majesty. This Jibu Deru, too, is black and white and would rather bend than bend in nature. With him out there, he would definitely be able to refute Lin Che to the point of shame in just a few words. Zhang Li frowned gently. She couldn't imagine that even the great Confucian had personally come down to the scene, and now it was impossible to pretend to be invisible. She glanced at Lin Che again, and with a wave of her sleeve, she sat down on the imperial chariot and spoke aloud. Good. Today I will listen. This disaster relief fundraising. Are the ministers victimizing the victims? Chapter 23, Arguing with the Great Scholar. In fact, it's a topic that doesn't need much debate at all. The great scholar Jibu was the first to speak, and instead of a vast and righteous aura, he exuded a scholarly aura that one could not ignore. When one party is in trouble, 8 parties will help. The people of my Dakian are simple-minded, so naturally they will lend a helping hand. This truth, whether you ask a 3-year-old child or a 100-year-old man, if they have silver in their hands, they will also donate it. This life-saving thing can be sung and praised. How is it that in your little child's mouth, the donation of 10,000 people has become a victimization of the victims? After Jibu finished speaking, he looked over at Lin Che and couldn't help but let out a long sigh, shaking his head. To think that Lin Che's kind of thinking was no longer to the extent of being rotten to the core. It was the point of being morally bankrupt and dehumanized. The courtiers were watching, and the empress was also staring intently. On such an occasion, other courtiers would have been sweating profusely and falling to their knees in fear. However, Lin Che stood proudly in place, without the slightest hint of cowardice. He also arched his hand at the great Confucian and spoke aloud. This great scholar, before I answer your question, I would like to correct one point. What I said was that the secret donations made by the ministers were victimizing the victims, not that the 10,000 people are victimizing the disaster victims. This is not the same. Jibu smiled. What difference does it make? The courtiers donate, the guards donate, and the merchants donate. Could it be that the courtiers are the ones who victimize the victims? It is naturally different. All of you are ministers of the court, just like the Duke of Zhen. That's a minister with 100,000 heavy troops in his hands, and he dared to break my legs at the drop of a hat. Other commoners, but dare to do so? Unbridled. Lin Baojun was already full of anger. Looking at this situation, this rebellious son was going to make their Jinguo Fu lose face again. If I had known that day in the mansion, I would have directly broken the legs of this rebellious son, and would not have today's disobedient behavior. You put all the ministers in such a big hat, and you have to listen to your sophistry here. What kind of place do you think this is? Hey Jiang Li suddenly spoke up, looking like she was coming slightly interested, and said, since you are trying to argue reason, speak properly. Here today, there are no kings or ministers, no fathers or sons. Whoever has the greater reasoning will be able to convince the people. Jing and Briyu go on. Lin Che made a bow before raising his voice and speaking loudly. I know, you guys donated. I donated too, but I made my donation in a big way, and the whole city knew about it, while you guys kept a low profile, fearing that others would know about it. In the words of the Duke of Jin, I am just selling my name and clamoring for fame, and you ministers are just not seeking fame and fortune and donating sincerely, and I say, by keeping quiet like this, you are victimizing the victims. Donations, why keep it quiet? Why can't other people know about it? Jibu gently shook his head and patiently explained. Donating money is originally a good deed. It comes from the heart. If each and every one of them is waving to donate, then they are not really trying to do good deeds, only want to let outsiders know what he did, to give their own face gold. He wants to be praised by others. People, once they are in such things, they still want to be tainted with fame and fortune. They even deliberately use donations to gain a good reputation. This defeats the original purpose of donation. All courtiers, since you want to help the victims, and do not want to use this to create momentum, fall into the suspicion of other people's mouth. Benjamin. From the heart, secretly to donate. How to harm people. Lin Che clapped his hands. Today, he was going to have a good break with this group of courtiers. Just this thought, if put in before he traveled across the world, it could barely work after 90 seconds, but if put in after aughts, it wouldn't work at all. Who wouldn't listen to a cutie size like you? The flim-flam. Moreover, Lin Che was very confident that he knew that even Confucius was in favor of it. Guys, I know what's on your mind, but for now, please listen to a little story from me first. In this story, there is a country called Lu. Lu was defeated in the war, and they were captured by many enemy countries and took countless civilian people. These people fell into the enemy country and became slaves at the bottom, living an inhuman life. They longed day and night to want to return to the state of Lu, and His Majesty of the state of Lu was so holy that although he could not send troops to rescue them, he gave an imperial decree that if anyone redeemed a slave from the enemy country and brought back the people of Lu, then he will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Once this holy decree came out, many people in the state of Lu returned from the enemy country and would try their best to redeem 1 or 2 slaves. After all, it only costs 20 taels to purchase a slave. For a time, quite a few people from Lu were able to return home, return to their roots, and reunite with their families. Daiju, you say, is it a good thing? Jibu stroked his beard and nodded. Lu is weak, unlike my great Qian. It's not a bad strategy for them to think of this. This is also a case of when one side is in trouble, the 8 sides will help. Good. In the story I told, suddenly one day, there was a great university son, who also returned from the enemy country, and he brought back hundreds of slaves, and, after bringing them back to the state of Lu, this university son said that saving people was his duty, and he did it from his heart, not because he needed that some bounty. He flatly refused to claim the reward. This university student, he also had a teacher, a wise man who was highly respected and revered by all. This teacher, however, severely reprimanded this university son, saying that he should not have refused to receive his reward. Why does this teacher reprimand him? Do you think, Daiju? A puzzled look appeared on Kibu's face for a moment, as if he was in deep thought. Beside him, Lin Baojun angrily reprimanded. What on earth are you babbling about? His Majesty gave you a chance to explain, not for you to tell stories here. I think you've lost your mind. Jibu suddenly reached out to stop Lin Baojun and said to Lin Che, you go on. Why did this teacher do this? It's simple. The world is so large, and the slaves of Lu are so numerous. Can this great university son alone redeem them all? The great university son himself did not claim his reward, and was praised by all. He's marvelous, he's noble. What about the others? If others dare to claim the reward, will they not appear to be profit-oriented and suffer curses? All the people of the world originally had a high or low level of awareness. To bring all the slaves home, it would still need to rely on the entire Lu people. But after this university son doesn't claim his reward, the rest of the Lu people will think that it's a good idea to risk thousands of miles to bring a slave back from an enemy country, earn a few dozen silver pieces, and end up being scolded. Then simply, they quit. When they meet the slaves of Lu again in the enemy country and see them suffering again, they pretend not to see them anymore. After all, for the people, it's hard and tiring to end up being scolded. What do they want? Only, if all act in accordance with His Majesty's holy decree, redeeming those who should be redeemed and receiving rewards, then only in the end will all of Lu's slaves be redeemed. After this little story was finished, it instantly caused these courtiers to murmur. It would indeed be killing the goose that lays the eggs if we follow what the university son did in the story. And, the thing is, it seems to be more or less similar to donating now. Lin Che paused, his voice lifted, and he loudly continued. So, gentlemen, can the southern region's flooding be solved in its entirety by the donations of all the courtiers here? If any minister says that he is able to bear all the relief money alone, he also does not seek fame or fortune, then I, Lin Che, will immediately kneel down, kowtow, and apologize for speaking out against all the ministers, and I will thank you with my death. Yes? Who can donate enough silver for all the relief? The courtiers all looked at each other with stiff expressions. Just kidding. There's still enough silver for the disaster relief? That was no ordinary flood. It was a place where His Majesty personally went to supervise for 3 months and also needed to send the Maggia heavenly workers. Even if the entire treasury was filled over, it wouldn't be enough. Flood control, flood management, large tracts of good land and houses were submerged, and countless refugees were displaced without food or clothing. There is still a need for disaster reconstruction behind. It wasn't a matter of tens of millions of taels, hundreds of millions of taels. The source was constant, like a bottomless pit. Seeing that the ministers reacted in such a manner, Lin Che bellowed again. Very well. Since everyone doesn't have the ability to do this, it's up to the millions of people to come together and contribute. You guys are good. You love your feathers. Do you think that the southern region flooding has little to do with you all? In its position to seek its own politics, this approach of yours is inaction. Did you guys really try your best? Lin Che said, stepping in front of Jibu, already less than a meter apart. Great scholar Kibu, now there is that one opportunity before you. As long as you pluck a single hair from your body, you can save 10,000 victims in the southern region. Are you willing? Jibu's face was grave as he seemed to understand something and nodded heavily. Willing, let alone being able to save 10,000. Even if I can only save one, old me is willing. It can be. And the late generation thought that the great Confucian was a penny pincher. Lin Che's eyes stared straight into Jibu's eyes, almost as if he were asking in a drunken manner. In that case, then letting you give up your so-called face and being misunderstood a few times by people will save millions of victims. What are you unwilling to do? Will publicizing how much silver you donate undermine your virtue? Will it spoil your voluptuousness? Let your schoolchildren know that you went to donate silver taels. Let more people know that you have a heart for the victims and donated silver taels for them. Will such behavior make suffer the scorn of 10,000 people? No way, even if it would. So what? At least, with your behavior, you led the crowd in a direction, told all the scholars that this is how it should be done. Will they follow you and unload their money? Lin Che's voice was stern, and after cursing the great Confucian, he turned his head violently and looked at Lin Baojun. It's your turn, Shin Gong. Secretary, stand up. Chapter 24, A Battle of Tongues. Lord Jin, you lead 100,000 troops. Do you know what it means to go up and down? Lin Che's voice was like a sword, abnormally sharp. Lin Baojun just looked at Lin Che with an ironic expression on his face and did not say a word. You've been leading soldiers for years, and you don't even know how to teach by word and example, and how to follow the example of your superiors. You went ahead and donated on your own, without asking for fame or fortune, and without a word. May I ask how many of your soldiers know that you donated? If they knew about the lead donation, 100,000 soldiers, following your example. Even if one person donates 1 tael of silver, that's 100,000. Each person donating 10 taels, that's 1,000,000 taels. And you? Like a thief, keeping it quiet yourself, and not willing to let anyone else do so. If you are really honest in your heart, how can you think that my donation is a show and a reputation? Lin Baojun was trembling all over, almost as if it had been all his habits, all his thoughts since the beginning of time. Do a good deed and keep it quiet. This was also the first time he had heard these words from Lin Che, and for a moment, he was angry and hard to accept. Re sophistry. It's also just trying to gain fame and fortune. Ha ha ha. Bo is famous? A gentleman is a gentleman by deed, not by heart. And there are no good people in the world by heart. Xinhua Gong. What are you doing as a Xinhua Gong when you are really not doing it for the sake of name and fame? You can serve the country just as well as a big-headed soldier. In the end, you are merely loving your feathers. Lin Baojun face twisted. You rebellious son. Jibu reached out again to block Lin Baojun. Relieved. Duke of Jin. There is no need to be angry. Old me thinks that this son of yours is right. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. Perhaps we, too, have really done wrong. Wow. The ministers were again shocked. How dare you say that even to a great scholar? Once Lin Che saw this, he exclaimed in his heart that there was something going on. Since I'm going to turn the tide against the wind, why don't I take advantage of the output? We honor the old as we honor the old, and we honor the young as we honor the young. I thought that being in a high position, I should be able to understand the suffering of the disaster victims. If your elders, your children, were the victims of the southern region, what would you want most? Is this a clean slate? Is it because you are afraid of being criticized for fear of misunderstanding by others, so you dare not make a sound? Or is it that, as parents and officials, you will go out of your way and do your best to raise money for charity, just to save one more victim? You are the parents' officials. The influence is so great that you can be considered the people's role models. At such a critical time, all you need to do is to go and donate in a big way. Then you will become role models. Countless people will act after you. Lin Che looked at the old general Wen Hong next to him and took the opportunity to lick a wave. As the saying goes, a soldier is a bear and a general is a bear. Elder General Wen Hong, who swallows 10,000 miles like a tiger. And every soldier under him is also a heroic figure who can stand up to 100. Because they all follow old General Wen Hong's example. Likewise, ministers, you have jurisdiction over one side, and in the midst of all this water and heat, you will lead the way in donations. How many of the people will follow you then? Then it's a matter of 1 spreading the word, 10 spreading the word, and this spark will ignite this great Qian. So what if we are misunderstood? So what if you are criticized? You guys have taken the lead, but you've saved all the victims in the entire southern region. But if he cannot spare a feather, fearing that people will misunderstand that you are selling your name and honor, you will see death and save your lives. You are just not worthy of being great Qian subjects. I, Lin Che, a small Jing and Bo, will also scold you. Being in your position and not seeking to do your job is harming all the victims. Because, originally, you guys could have saved them, but in the end, you didn't. Heads up. Swinging the tide. Intentionality. What was being said was Lin Che at this moment. A lone figure, unexpectedly pointing at the great Confucian, pointing at the Duke of State, pointing at the court full of civil servants stopping the road and cursing. On the contrary, they are still dumbfounded, because what Lin Che said was the truth. Inside, what they were most worried about was actually being called showboating, saying that they were pretending, and that they were inconsistent. Could it be that they don't want to donate? Are they not willing to go public? But no one dares to mention it. This kind of thinking, it's too old. Even if you offer 1,000,000 taels of silver, even if you save how many victims, you cannot say, once you say, is that you are not right, is to spend money to buy fame and fortune. Just have to push everyone who donates to the point of becoming a saint. And that's only if you're donating in good faith. Uncle Jin Gan, what you say is true. An old face of Jibu was also immensely moved. And with an open mind, he said, old me is also living 100 years in vain. There aren't many years left to live next. So what do I care about reputation and what am I afraid of being criticized for? As long as I can help the victims, that's what's most practical. As Jibu said that, he actually straightened his wide sleeves and bowed deeply to Lin Che. Lin Che didn't dare to be really reckless, and he also saluted in a hurry. The late generation does not dare to accept such a generous gift from the great Confucian. As long as the great ruler doesn't blame me, a yellow-mouthed child, for these arrogant words. Ha ha ha. This is a gift that you can afford. The words you spoke are not arrogant either. Jibu turned around again, saluted Jiangli, and exclaimed, Your Majesty. As Uncle Jingan said, thousands of victims are waiting to be saved. We shouldn't look ahead. It's only right to publicize the number of silver donations to the world. Not only do we need to publicize these numbers, it should also be ordered that all states and counties that donate money need to record it and make it public. This is an act of great kindness. It is only right to let the world know who lent a helping hand in times of distress. Such a good deed. Following good advice. will surely become a good ethos for my Dechin in the future. May it please your majesty. At this moment, Jiang Li's face surged with uncontrollable surprise, and his eyes, which fell straight onto Lin Che's body, were almost glowing. Yeah, great. This Lin Che really gave her a heavenly surprise. Originally, she only wanted to utilize the fact that Lin Che donated the amount of money to slightly knock these courtiers into donating more as well. Now Lin Che, with some output from this roadblock, had directly racked up this group of ministers. You guys say Lin Che is putting on a show, strutting around for fame and fortune, right? Lin Che backhandedly said. You don't deserve to be parents and officials, and for the sake of a pretty feather, you see death. Virtue is not worthy of the position. Yeah. Jiang Li really wanted to pat Lin Che's head and come up with a sentence. Do a good job. What about you guys? What's the opinion? Jiang Li's voice was slightly different as he looked at the other ministers. At times like these, it is most difficult for those who are ministers to do so, and they are asked for their opinions without the slightest hint from above. They didn't dare to say it. After all, even though Lin Che had a few points, they were still of the opinion that announcing it would just be eye-catching and spending money to buy fame and fortune. Don't dare talk nonsense. In my humble opinion, Brat Lin Che is right. Wen Hong also stepped forward, his voice booming as he swept his gaze to the other ministers and said, My old man doesn't understand the great principles either, but Lin Che kid is right. As old as we are and as young as we are, if my children were waiting to be saved, and I saw the officials in the court, going out of their way to collect donations, all people are united, then I, for one, am glad to have been born in Diqian. Those people, they just need someone to lead. It just needed someone to lead. They gave money and things, they didn't ask for anything, they just wanted to publicize it, and he did his part. What's wrong with that? I'd like to see which one dares to talk nonsense. Old me will tear his mouth now. With the support of the two bigwigs, the great Confucian and the Duke of Wei, who stood up for the cause, all at once, the courtiers seemed to find a formation. Like the old ministers of the 6 ministries, although they are old and usually old foxes, but in their hearts they really want to do good for the great Qian. The micro-minister also thinks that what Jingganbo said is reasonable. Shame on us. How could we not understand such a simple truth? It is only right that the names of the donations should be made public. That's right. In the past, we have also collected donations, but the embezzlement of disaster relief silver often happens, and it's still prohibited. Now as long as it's publicized, it's supervised by all the people. In a flash, one minister after another came out in support. Lin Baojun originally wanted to say something else, but he was also stopped by the other ministers of the Ministry of War. The whole scene, almost lopsided, with many courtiers even congratulating His Majesty. Jiang Li stood up directly, looking proudly at the group of ministers with an agitated voice. I am very pleased. I believe that the history books will also record the great achievements of the secretaries and will not let future generations misunderstand in vain. Officers of all sizes in the Ministry of Revenue, I order you to go back and organize the number and list of all donors as soon as possible. In 3 days, it is to be made public. All states and counties, all cities and towns, all the people who have donated money, regardless of how much, all record down, post the list announced. There shall be no half-assing. Anyone who dares to touch a single coin of the relief money will be copied. Which place has problems? The local officials will all be executed. The ministers received the order and saluted again. Yes, sir, your majesty is wise. The group of ministers finished saluting, and unexpectedly, an inappropriate voice rang out. Your majesty, I don't think this is a good idea. The crowd followed the sound of the voice and realized that the one who opened his mouth to speak was actually the Mingjing judicial Zhang, the Duke of Qianling. How could this Duke Qianling, who was usually very favored, oppose it at this time? Jiang Li asked. What's wrong? Chapter 25, Special Bracelet. Bring it to me. I think every minister needs to donate at least 1 million taels. That's more like it. The Duke of Qianling is really a man of many words. He sat in his wheelchair and arched his hand. Your Majesty, they have been officials for many years. If they can't even come up with 1 million taels, then it's not justifiable. To be an example to the people, then they should donate at least 1 million taels. The ministers have revealed a shocked look. This Qianling Gong, this is to take their lives. 1 million taels. Even if they had so many, would they really dare to take them out? Jiang Li showed a displeased look on his face and said, You asked them to take out 1 million taels, so you've been a Fa Zhang for so many years. Can you come up with 1 million taels? At once. The humble minister really doesn't have this much silver taels, but selling some of my belongings, I still have this 1 million taels. Besides, I like to paint and write in my spare time. Some people like to buy my calligraphy and paintings, and I have earned some. Oh, I have a niece who received some bride price when she got married. There are also 2 nephews. Opened 2 stores in the outer city. Enough is enough. Zhang Li's face chilled as he interrupted Lord Qianling's nagging speech. Just because you can scrape together a million taels doesn't mean that all the officials can have that amount of money. Originally, doing good deeds is all from the heart. How did it become a minimum standard when it comes to you? How much is all from the heart? I see that the many ministers are not wrong to worry. It is your kind of people who will give birth to the heart of comparison. Xianfa Zhang, it is really a big mistake for you to think like this. From today, you don't have to go to court. Stay at home and contemplate behind closed doors. Reflect well. Originally I wanted to give you the task of overseeing the fundraising, but it seems you are not suitable. Remember, reflect for a month. Not even 1 day less. Duke Qianling still wanted to argue a few words, but it seemed that the Empress' face was not pleased, so he could only bow his head and accept the decree. My humble servant, obey the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your enlightenment. The other ministers looked on, not to mention the joy in their hearts. Some were even about to burst out laughing on the spot. This Duke Qianling, who is usually in His Majesty's favor, has made all the civil and military officials of the court fearful of him. I can't imagine that today, this Qianfa Zhang, who has always been too smart, will also anger His Majesty. Grounded and shut down, and deservedly so. Things have pretty much come to an end at this point. Zhang Li encouraged the ministers a few more times and praised Lin Che twice, and was about to swing back to the palace when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Baojun. Zhang Li's face flickered as she glanced at Lin Che again and said aloud, Duke of Jin, do you have any objections to what I just said? Lin Baojun saluted and said, the humble servant does not dare to disagree. Don't dare to have objections. That's fine. Originally you teach your son. This is a family matter. I do not want to meddle. But Jing and Bo is not only your son, but also my vassal, a pillar of Deqian. Zhang Li said here, his face chilled. Uncle Jing'an has been a hostage for Deqian for 10 years, and this donation he is an example for all the officials. Do you want to kill the great Qian's meritorious officials that badly? Lin Baojuan's face changed and he immediately knelt down. I dare not. Wei Chen, just now it was just a moment of thought that didn't make sense. I still hope that Your Majesty will forgive me. Just now there are more people whose thoughts are not clear. As Uncle Jing'an said, the reason is not clear. The way is not clear. Since the Duke of Jin also asked me to forgive, then you tell me, how should I forgive? Zhang Li even glanced at Lin Che as he said this. That glance was clearly saying, don't be afraid. You are my person. I will cover you. Lin Che was also greatly moved. Your Majesty the Empress, I am touched in my heart. I can't imagine that when I was working hard down there, you saw it up there and also gave me such a warm response. In the future, even if you ask me to do my best for you, and if you die, I will not hesitate to do so. Lin Baojuan's voice was resounding as he said, although this is a family matter of the micromanager, His Majesty's words are holy decree. According to the law, the micromanager should be caned. That's an overstatement. Because of this, a Duke of State should be caned. Isn't this a way for the world to criticize me? Zhang Li also had no choice but to do so. It was the Jinhua Gong who had 100,000 heavy troops in his hands. If word got out, because the Duke of Jingui taught his son a lesson, and this son didn't suffer any injuries, much less a broken arm or leg, he would have to be caned and punished by a Duke of Jinhua. The people of the world first, not to mention the 100,000 Huban under Lin Baojuan's command, are about to be displeased. How about this? You give a carry-on item as a reward for your son. Between father and son, it's better not to move and meet in arms. Lin Baojuan's face was unsightly. The things he was able to carry in his body could be absolutely valuable. The sword, the ring, the jade pendant, all of these are worth a lot of money and can't be bought with money. The Empress even wanted him to reward Lin Che? These things, he was thinking of passing them on to his eldest son Lin Shaking Light in the future. However, the civil and military officials are all watching. His Majesty is giving him a step down. If he doesn't comply, is he really going to be caned? Which one to give? It's not even a good idea to give it up. Grind. At this time, Wen Hong suddenly opened his mouth, and he even took big steps towards Lin Brokerage's front and drank. Isn't it just one thing for your son? You can't even part with it? Let me pick it out for him. Looking at the entire Dechen dynasty, there really wasn't a second person who dared to go up and turn over Lin Jinjun's pockets like this. This Wen Hong is the only one. Old general. You You. Stand up straight. Don't make me kick you. You hear me? Where's the string of bracelets? Where did you put them? Wen Hong grinned broadly, directly grabbed Lin Baojuan's left hand, fiercely rolled up his sleeve to take a look, and found nothing. Immediately grabbed Lin Baojuan's right hand again. Lin Baojuan's entire face had been twitching, wanting to just throw his hands away, but not daring to make a move. This Wen Hong is the most respected senior of all the military. In terms of seniority, it is also the highest. Even though Lin Baojun thought that he had far surpassed Wen Hong in terms of cultivation, he still did not dare to shake off Wen Hong's hand. Poof. Sure enough, here it is. What's the point of hiding? Bring it on you. Wen Hong's movements were also very nimble, and with a single hand, he directly ripped it off. Old General, this bracelet won't do. I'll give this saber. Shut up. I'm saying you. Don't make this heartbroken expression. Isn't this kid Lin Che your son? He has given 10 years for Great Qian. For your Lin family. You give him one thing and you're so reluctant to part with it? Wen Hong didn't care how ugly Lin Baojuan's face was. He directly turned around and walked back. With one hand, he shoved that bracelet into Lin Che's hand. Lin Che only felt an icy coldness in his hands, almost about to freeze his palms into ice. What kind of bracelet is this? The chill is too much. He glanced down and noticed that the bracelet was silver white in color, and the style was similar to those jade bracelets he remembered. Only, this bracelet it is able to open and close, able to be removed and locked securely on the wrist. The bracelet looked like it had ice in it, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out what it was made of. Only Lin Che could be certain that this thing was definitely worth a lot of money. Lin Baojun wore it on his own hand, and now with an expression that looked like his oldest son had died. It must have an unimaginable efficacy. Well, Her Majesty the Empress gave me a plea for justice, and old General Wen Hong helped me rob things. It's all thick thighs. From now on, I'll lick Her Majesty the Empress and give her a good workout. Old General, you're my backer now. I'll write 2 more poems praising you. 2. Lin Che immediately bent down and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Old General. Zhongli smiled and nodded. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, he opened his mouth. Go back to the palace. Rise with the eunuch's shout. The civil and military officials then departed. Several times Lin Baojuan's gaze went to the string of bracelets, and then he glanced at Lin Che very unwillingly, forcing back his anger and following the group to leave together. As for Lin Che, he was pulled by old General Wen Hong and stayed behind. Hey, it's their business if they go. You kid, I look at you and I like it. Go to my mansion. I happen to tell you about the origin of this string of bracelets. You've sort of picked up a treasure. Chapter 26, Old General, your granddaughter is so amazing? The residence of the Duke of Wei. In the middle of the gazebo in the backyard, Lin Che and Wen Hong made tea and played chess. The atmosphere was particularly good as they talked about the lyric that Lin Che had written for old General Wen Hong. Wen Hong didn't forget about the main event even when he was chatting, pointing to the bracelet worn on Lin Che's wrist. This bracelet, called the Volt Beast Ring, comes from the Taoist Jade Void Palace. It's definitely a good thing. Lin Che's eyes instantly widened. Taoist Jade Void Palace. Isn't this the original owner's cheap old ladies clan? Is this thing that big of a deal? The Ambush Beast Ring, as the name suggests, is capable of subduing ferocious beasts, and the ferocious beast in here is not an ordinary ferocious beast. It is in your body. Wen Hong spoke in a serious manner and even reached out to point at Lin Che's chest. The ferocious beast in my body? I still hope that the old general will explain. Wen Hong took a sip of tea. Actually, your kid's physique is good. In front of the imperial tomb, you were shocked by your father's true chi. I thought you were going to break a few ribs, but I clasped your pulse to check it out. You are only covered in chi and blood. The pain is definitely painful, but it is also enough to see that you have a good physique. It seems that during the 10 years in Yin Yin country, you didn't drop a single day in practicing the blazing young hegemony body to have such a physique. If you didn't have this physique, I wouldn't want to have the cheek to help you grab this Volt Beast ring. Lin Che didn't know whether to be surprised or worried for a moment. This undercurrent was seen through by the old general at a glance. A martial artist, no matter how much he hardens his physique, his peak is almost always 9 cows and 2 tigers. It's much harder to take another step forward. But with this Vulcan ring, it's different. It will help you identify the 2 ferocious beasts lurking up inside you. Mind the ape, the mind horse. As soon as Wen Hong's words fell, Lin Che only felt a tremor run through his body. It seemed that 2 horrible sounds of ferocious beasts roaring came out of his body. One looks like an ape's cry, the other a horse's neigh. Ha! You sensed it so quickly? Wen Hong's eyes glowed. Good boy. You are really a martial arts practicing wizard. I can't imagine. You are good at writing poetry, and you are also so talented in martial arts. Your parents, they were really blind. Wen Hong cursed and continued. In fact, everyone has apes in their hearts. They rarely appear, and when they do, often a person is unable to control themselves. What will be done is beyond one's guess. The mind is apoplectic, and if it gets a little crazy, even as a child, he can explode with a brute force that doesn't belong to him. And this ambush beast ring is what will allow you to better seek out the heart apes and will-o'-the-wisp in your body, and subdue them. Once you have subdued the mind ape to your use, your strength far exceeds the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and your bouncing power will be comparable to that of a heavenly ape. The speed at which you run wildly will also be like a 1,000-mile horse, galloping like the wind and traveling thousands of miles in a day. Lin Che gently sucked in a breath of cool air. My goodness, this vermilion beast ring, it still has this kind of ability? No wonder Lin Baojun looked like he was having a flesh wound. It's really a great deal of money. Of course, this ambush beast ring, its icy cold breath is very special. It can warm up the body day and night. It can also hide its own breath. And if it encounters poisonous air in the surrounding air, it can also change its color at the first time. There are many benefits. It's all thanks to the old general that the late generation can have all this. The late generation will substitute tea for wine and toast you again. Seeing this, Wen Hong laughed and said, I see that you kid is easy on the eyes, so I'll pass on a special body forging technique to you today. It's even better than your blazing young hegemony body. Lin Che's eyes glowed. What I'm missing the most are the feats. What's the point of donating $1 million of silver? It's just a reward from His Majesty. And he took the opportunity to ask for a merit law. He was starving for skill points. Old sniffy head piss me off. Just as Lin Che was about to ask for advice on cultivation techniques, just outside the entrance of the courtyard, a clear female voice suddenly came. But by the tone of voice, it was pissed off. Egu, my precious granddaughter is back. Who made my granddaughter angry? Wen Hong, who was still in a serious mood, immediately greeted him nervously after hearing that voice. Lin Che also turned his head to look over. At a glance, he saw a tall young girl, as flamboyant as a butterfly, walk in. She had a delicate figure, a long, fire-red dress tightly wrapped around most places, but her snow-white shoulders were exposed. Under a few rays of sunlight, she appeared to be glittering. The young girl's steps swayed, and the few ribbons of her dress fluttered in the wind, setting her off like a princess in a fairy tale. When the young girl came a little closer, Lin Che could clearly see her features. The nose was straight, the cherry mouth was slightly pouting, and the pink lips were so delicate that they looked like brightly colored cherries, exuding endless charm and temptation. Wow, the old general's granddaughter is too good-looking, and wow, such a temperament, dressed in bold beauty. If placed in the nightclub, absolutely the brightest that bouncy queen. Wen Hong old general used to have a few sons. I heard that they all died in battle, leaving such a granddaughter. Seems to be called Wen Wuzhu. From this name, one could see how much Wen Hong wanted this granddaughter to live a peaceful life. Grandpa, you give the government soldiers. Quickly, my government soldiers. I'm going to bring my soldiers over and level that drunken moon house directly. I'm so angry. When Wuzhu's absolutely beautiful white pretty face was already bulging with anger, her two small fists clenched tightly, gnashing of teeth. Hey. Surprisingly, there are little tiger teeth. Drunken moon house? Lin Che took the initiative to take a few steps forward, arching his hand and saying, Miss Wushu, are you talking about Drunken Moon Mansion? What happened to it? When Wushu didn't seem to have realized Lin Che's presence yet, and froze for a moment before asking, Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Begging my grandpa for business again. Are you? Get lost. Wen Hong immediately said, Granddaughter, he is different from others. His name is Lin Che, and he is His Majesty's personally appointed Uncle Jing'an. It was I who invited him to the house. Lin Che? When Wuzhu walked over with his hands clasped on his chest with interest, and even circled around Lin Che to survey him. This little girl. So that's the nature of it. Pity. A pair of aces. Can't afford it. Unlike Her Majesty, who is perfectly capable of crashing with the ball. You're the bad guy who wrote words to smear my grandfather? And asked my grandfather if he could eat by himself? Oof. My grandpa is fine. Can you still eat? Yuck. Wen Hong had a bit of a headache. That word is not scolding grandpa. Usually I tell you to read and you are lazy. Now you don't even understand what is written. Who says I don't get it? When Wuzhu suddenly thought of something and pointed at Lin Che. Right. Are you familiar with Drunken Moon House? This Drunken Moon House is too arrogant. Doesn't it just have a few poems? Now that this young lady has gone over, there is still no place for me. I still need to queue up. You go over there right now and burn all those poems you wrote. Just burn them in the Drunken Moon building. Outrageous. Oh, turns out she's a bratty, capricious young lady. I wanted to go to little fatty Sheng Huainan's Drunken Moon House, but there was no room, so I came back in a huff. Lin Che immediately understood the primary and secondary relationships here. Even Elder General Wen Hong was to favor this great miss. How could there be such a thing at Drunken Moon House? It also dares to slow down Miss Wushu. I'll have the young proprietor of Drunken Moon House roll over and apologize to you. Miss. Lin Che didn't care that much and shouted to the outside of the courtyard. De Zhuang, go to Drunken Moon House immediately. Tell Sheng Huainan to get his ass over here right away, or else his Thai store shouldn't be opened. Okay, master. De Zhuang sniffed and immediately went out. Wen Hong persuaded. Why are you kid following the nonsense? When Wen Wuzhu saw Lin Che with such an attitude, she was in a much better mood and smiled sweetly and beautifully. Humph, Grandpa, this is something you should leave alone. I also want to see if this Jing'an Bo, who is being discussed by everyone, has the ability to do this. I have to tell you, if you can't call out to the young proprietor of Drunken Moon House, I'll kick your ass. Take the little leather whip and whip you. Humph. Chapter 27, Good Brother. Suffer a little. Oops. Missy, with a small whip? So you're good at this. Ha? Wen Hong scolded. Don't be rude. You came back just in time. It's time for lunch. Let's have lunch together. Wen Wuzhu seemed to still have anger in his heart and cried out, I want to drink. Well, drink. I'll have a stiff drink, and I'll have one of those buried up in the backyard. This is good. I'll have someone dig it out. Drink it later. Wen Hong was still really doting on this only granddaughter. Lunch begins. That is, the three of them. Wen Wuzhu was in full effect as the queen of the nightclub and opened a jar of wine herself. Once you open the lid, it's all about the smell of wine. Tons and tons and tons. Wen Wuzhu personally poured 3 bowls of wine, first giving one to Lin Che and then one to his grandfather. Uncle Jing'an, this is my grandfather's most precious wine, but it was buried on the day my father went to guard the Great Wall of Qi Luck back then. You are considered blessed with a mouthful. Then I am really going to savor it. You can't even drink wine like this outside. Wen Hong seemed to remember this son, and going to the Great Wall of Qi Luck was to sever all ties. He was full of sighs. Come on, let's drink one. The three of them used but bowls, full of booze. Only, Wen Wuzhu looked like a strong fighter, and after taking a sip, her little face instantly turned red and she coughed several times. When Lin Che saw this, she couldn't help but purse her lips. What are you laughing at? Wen Wuzhu suddenly thought of something and said, they all say that you are very literate. A few poems made Drunken Moon House line up, and now I'm buying you a drink. Why don't you compose a poem on the spot as well? Granddaughter, aren't you making things difficult for Lin Che? If you keep this up, Grandpa is going to get angry. Wen Hong boarded up his face. Wen Wuzhu beamed and poked her chopsticks, looking like she had lost her appetite and was silently rebelling. Lin Che understands this kind of girl too well. It's just jerking the cat's hair. You can only go along with it. Ms. Wu Shu, allow me to think about it. This wine, indeed, has a great aftertaste. What is it called? Wen Wuzhu didn't think much about it. My father brewed the wine, so of course it's called by my father's name. Wen Chang. Good name. Lin Che praised and stood up with his bowl of wine in his hand, looking like he was about to rise to the occasion. Seeing this, Wen Wuzhu, who was next to her, rested her cheek with one hand and looked at Lin Che. She wanted to see what poetry Lin Che, who was called a great talent by so many people, could produce. Lin Che took another sip of Wenchang wine and seemed to be inspired, chanting aloud, to wine and song, life is a matter of time, like the dew of the morning, the day that goes by is bitter. The emotion is so great that the sorrow is unforgettable. What's the answer to your worries? Only Wenchang. There was a slight silence. With that, Wen Hong praised in a loud voice, you kid, you are really talented. What can relieve your worries? Only Wenchang. Ha ha ha. My son's name, too, is going to spread throughout Dechen with this poem. Ha ha. Next to her, Wen Wuzhu blinked her big, dumb eyes. What was that? What suffer a lot? What does that mean? She couldn't remember it at all and wanted Lin Che to continue repeating it twice. But seeing that Grandpa was already praising it, wouldn't she look a bit dull if she asked Lin Che to say every word a few more times? Never open your mouth. In fact, she wasn't dull at all. and the vast majority of the time, she felt she was still very witty. Well, I'm sure it's talented. He. When Wuzhu suddenly thought of something else, someone come? Go prepare the pen and ink. Such a good poem should definitely be written down by talented Prince Lin himself. He. I'm really witty as hell. It's written out and I'll take my time with it, so I'm sure I can study it. If I can't understand the research, I'll let the teaching staff in the house answer the questions, and I'll just secretly memorize them. Oops. There aren't many like me who have wit and duty all rolled into one. Good. I'll write it down here. I hope the two of you won't mind my ugly handwriting. Lin Che didn't push back, and beside him, there was already an underling who brought an inkpot. He then swished and wrote. When Wuzhu mouth a thing, mouth bulging, looking at Lin Che. Oh, ho ye sis worry. It's this solution. Lin Che's side had just finished writing, when another subordinate outside came to report. Family master. Miss. Outside. There is a man who claims to be the young proprietor of Drunken Moon House, Shang Huainan, seeking an audience. When Wuzhu's face was full of surprise when she heard this. Good. Sure enough, he's here. Quickly call him in. After the order, she looked as if she had thought of something. A strange laugh came out of his mouth. Gg. Lin Che looked at Wen Wuzhu's expression, and secretly prayed for Shang Huainan in his heart. Little fatty. Good brother. You just suffer a little. This Miss Wen Wuzhu's thigh. I still have to hug it. You definitely won't blame me, right? Not a moment later, Shang Huainan did appear. It looked like he had rushed over here in a hurry and was sweating profusely. He wouldn't dare not come. Now the Drunken Moon Mansion was so hot, every day's spot could be reserved, which purely relied on Lin Che's credit. Moreover, he was still thinking of continuing to let Lin Che produce a few more poems in the future. Besides, this is the residence of the Duke of Wei. Would he dare not come? Late Shang Huainan, meet Lord Wei. Get up. Calling you over today is all because I blame this granddaughter of mine for her nonsense. Before Wen Hong could finish his words, Wen Wuzhu immediately interrupted, saying, Poof, Shang Huainan, right? You Drunken Moon Mansion is so powerful. I want to go in for a meal and you guys dare to stop me. Shang Huainan bent over, and the first thing he did was glance at Lin Che, and that look was clearly asking, what's the situation? Big brother. Lin Che lifted his chin and also had a great deal of deep meaning. You handle it yourself. Can't you see that Missy is angry? Shang Huainan bowed his head. Okay, grin. Then little brother understands. Ah, so you've arrived at our Drunken Moon House. Miss? It's because I couldn't greet you. This group of gatekeepers are really blind. They can't even recognize Missy. I'll go back and blow them all away. I also ask Miss Wen to be generous and give me a chance to make up for my mistake. Don't say that you, Missy, are a friend of Uncle Jing'an. Just you arrive at the door and announce your name. There is definitely a place for you. This way. From today onwards, I, Drunken Moon House, will set aside one of the best seats, and Miss Wen can come whenever she wants. When Wen Wuzhu heard this, his face was much more relaxed, but he still clasped his hands and grunted. Once Lin Che saw this, he immediately stood up and cursed. Good you Shang Huainan, you still really think you're marvelous? Let me tell you, it's just that Missy is so beautiful and kind that she doesn't bother with you. If there's a next time, I'll burn the poems I left behind in a fire on the spot, even your restaurant. Do you believe me? I was wrong. Shang Huainan was terrified. What a lifelong humble laborer. No one can afford to be offended. Wen Wuzhu then smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. I'm going over there tomorrow. Get lost. Hey. Yeah. Shang Huainan glanced at Lin Che again before leaving. That's it? I'm leaving? Lin Che returned a look. Let's go. Tough on you, bro. Shang Huainan arched his hand and exited while returning a look. Hey. You're welcome. Get together later. Drink tea at your leisure. Wen Hong, who was next to him, was watching, and obviously saw right through this 1-2 punch between Lin Che and Shang Huainan. But he didn't say anything about it either. After all, it's cooks to smell no harm. Lin Che, you even took the heat for my granddaughter. Just now, I said that I would pass on a set of feats to you. Once you've eaten your fill, I'll pass on to you the dragon spine technique. Thank you for the old general's favor. I will definitely learn by heart. Ha. It's easy to get started with this dragon ridge technique. You can cultivate the first layer in a day, but it's hard to get to the second layer. Lin Che jumped at the chance. For you guys the second level is hard, but I had my skill points ready long ago. When I learn, when the time comes, there will be no need to be afraid of any town hall. The townhouse. Lin Baojun violently slammed his palm to shatter the table into pieces and shattered wood. Adverse son. A furious cry was almost spread to half of the Jinhua mansion. All the subordinates around the hall were so scared that they fell to their knees, shivering, fearing that they would be executed by the enraged family head in the next second. At the same time, the sound of his roaring voice also startled Chengqiu Ci, Lin Xuanguang, and the various elders, and they all dashed to the hall. What happened? That much fire? Chengqiu opened her mouth to inquire, and immediately looked at the equally puzzled Lin Shaking Light. Son, did you make your father angry again? I was wrong, father. Lin Shaking Light didn't even know when he had pissed off his old man, and with a flutter, he knelt down. It's never wrong to admit you're wrong first. Lin Baojun was even more enraged when he saw this dead out of Lin Xuanguang. What's it got to do with you? You don't know whether you've done anything wrong or not? Kneeling without moving. In your eyes, am I such an unreasonable father? With this roar, it was neither right nor wrong for Lin Shakeshine to get up, nor was it right for her not to get up. Is it Chul? Chengqiu Ci did guess it at once. Poof, this rebellious son. In front of the royal mausoleum, on the basis of His Majesty's protection, he blabbered, saying that donation should be known by all. Some remarks, even that Jibu Deru was fooled by him. Humph. Lin Baojun gritted his teeth, flipped open his sleeve, revealing his empty wrist, and said angrily again, your good son, even snatched my Volt Beast ring. What? Chengqiu Ci and Lin Xuanguang opened their mouths in shock almost simultaneously. That's a voodoo ring. This ambush beast ring, but my master gave it to you. You usually can't even give it to Shaking Light. How come you gave it to him? Chengqiu Ci was also filled with flesh pain. She also could never give it to Lin Che. This Volt Beast ring could be given to Lin Shaking Light, and it could be given to the youngest son, Lin Rushing, but if she gave it to Lin Che, she might as well wear it herself. Lin Baojun was covered in anger. At that time, there was no way. It was the Duke of Wei. He personally came over to rob. At that moment, Lin Baojun also flew to tell the matter. Chengqiu Ci on the contrary, his eyebrows slowly spread, kneeling Lin Xuanguang but clenched his fists even tighter, because he had long wanted this Volt Beast ring. His true elemental Dan was broken, and he already wanted to take the opportunity to ask his father to give him the Volt Beast ring, to continue to build a solid foundation first, and then renew it when he had true elemental Dan behind him. It's good now that it's just a day late to speak up. This ambush beast ring fell into Lin Che's hands. Lin Yaoguan clenched her teeth to the point of cackling. Chengqiu thought for a moment and spoke. Since the Volt Beast ring was given out in front of His Majesty, it's not good for you to go and ask for it back at a moment's notice. Right now, the most important thing is still the donations. Since the donations can be publicized on the list, we need to continue to donate more. Otherwise, outsiders will see that we, the Jinhua Mansion, have only donated $500,000, which is too little. Well, that's what I was thinking. From today onwards, our mansion will shrink its expenses. Get another $500,000 silver out today, and we'll make it up tomorrow. Lin Baojuan's face was full of fatigue, and his gaze swept over the kneeling Lin Xuanguang. Shaking Light, you go ahead with this matter. This $500,000, donated in your name. Well done. Yes, father. Don't worry. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Chapter 28, that group of scholars is here again. The next day, it was slightly light, with a full 500,000 taels of silver bills in her arms and 2 attendants. Lin Shaking Guang set off to make a donation. Just after leaving the Jinhua mansion, Lin Shakespeare whispered, let's go to a nearby restaurant and have a good meal before we donate. Both attendants had been following Lin Shaking Light for many years, so they dared to ask boldly, World Son, didn't you just have breakfast? Are you hungry again so soon? Lin Shaking Light gritted her teeth and said, eat, after so many years, when has the Jinhua Palace ever had such a bad breakfast? What's all this saving and eating all of a sudden? The 2 attendants nodded along and grumbled along. Yeah, I told you, the breakfast today, it was terrible. We don't need to save on food in our Jinhua mansion, do we? World Son, you're at a critical time for impacting the 5th grade true element realm. Eating erratically every day can cause your cultivation to fluctuate. Lin Shaking Light got angry when she heard it. I don't know, it will fluctuate? Humph. You guys don't understand even if you say so. Lin Shaking Light was annoyed in her heart. It's just a few days, and the townhouse is like this. Actually, he knows what's going on. At first, it was Lin Baojun who was penalized for 3 years, missing his monthly salary and the crucial true element pills. The family wanted to continue buying true element pills for him, so they spent a large sum of money. The next thing that happened was that Cheng Xian was arrested by the Ministry of Justice. This case is about the reputation of the Zhen Guofu. The elders directly take money to dredge up the relationship. But this case was opened by His Majesty himself. Who dares to open his mouth on this case? As a last resort, the elder just dropped a huge amount of money. They also found Chang Xian's parents, that is, Lin Shaking's uncle, aunt, also gave a large sum of money, all kinds of treasures. Persuade Cheng Xian to carry things all the way down. By this point, the townhouse was stretched thin. Never would have imagined that Lin Che, in front of the imperial tomb, and the great scholar had a war of words, and even convinced the civil and military officials to make the list of donations. The amount of money are open to the public. This Shen Guofu, tightening his belt, has come up with another 500,000 taels. So, from today onwards the town hall will have to save money. This kind of state, without a year and a half only afraid to slow down. Lin Shaking Light suddenly thought again that Lin Che had snatched away the Volt Beast ring that originally belonged to him, and became even more furious. After eating a big meal in the restaurant, Lin Shakeshine was finally satisfied, except for some neat pain when settling the bill. Once you've had your fill, you set out to make a donation to the Ministry of the Household. When it came to the door of the Household Ministry's office, it was only then that he realized that there was a crowded line of people. So many people? Lin Shaking Light was also taken aback, and upon closer inspection, many of them were still familiar faces from the big families. Their purpose is the same, to come over and make additional donations so that when the list is made public, it's not so shabby. Gu, Lin Shirzi, you're here too. The few rich kids in front saw Lin Shaking Light and immediately took the initiative to greet him. Lin Yaoguang barely managed to squeeze out a smile and nodded as a response. This time, how much does Lin Shirzi plan to donate? I'm going to donate an extra 300,000 taels this time. A white-clothed male spoke triumphantly. I'm pretty much the same. Lin Shaking Light was disinterested and didn't really want to bother with these people. He was the son of Zhen Guofu, one of the 36 heavenly pride. Could he not be compared to these uneducated children in front of him? Ha! You're donating 300,000 taels. That's too much. Isn't your father just a constable? Saved up so much silver? Ha. Then you're off the hook. You're not doing this for fame, are you? 300,000 taels. Aren't you afraid that the Mingjing division will investigate your family? Ha. Did you not receive any news here? The Dagger division's relocated Fa Zheng. He has already been reprimanded by His Majesty and ordered to be grounded for a month. His Majesty has clearly said that he won't allow the Mingjing division to meddle in fundraising matters. What are you worried about? Lin Shaking Light originally didn't want to listen to them, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. What are you guys talking about? Relocating Fa Zheng was grounded for a month? What's going on? Ha, you don't know either. Seiji, the thing is this. At that moment, the son of this rich family told the whole story about Duke Qianling's request for a donation of at least 1 million taels. Lin Shaking Light immediately frowned after hearing this. What's going on? Something's not right. Why is His Majesty doing this? Could it be that after a month, the Mirror Division will be asked to investigate various officials of various sizes? Is it now a deliberate attempt to get officials of all sizes to make donations, with the ultimate goal of investigating corrupt officials of all sizes? If he, the Zhen Guofu, continued to make donations, would it also make His Majesty think that their Zhen Guofu's silver came from an unknown source? Thinking about this, Lin Shaking Light immediately felt that there was something strange going on in there, and it definitely wouldn't be that simple. He didn't stand in line anymore either, and instantly turned around and left. When he exited the gate of the household office, he found that both of his attendants had run far away and were looking at the end of the street. What for? Shitzi, so soon? We, just now, seem to have seen that Lin Shaking Light had originally planned to go back to Jinguofu right away to discuss this with her old father, but when she heard the two words Lin Che, she instantly became angry. Who did you say you saw? Saw Lin Che. He had a few attendants with him and seemed to be coming out of the Duke of Wei's residence in front of him. The carriage is the Duke of Wei's carriage. This Lin Che really climbed up to the Duke of Wei. Lin Shaking Light despised it in her heart, and immediately thought of the Volt Beast ring. It was indeed inappropriate for other people to go and snatch it back, but he was the nominal big brother, so if he went and snatched it back directly, then who could say half a word? As long as he brings back the ambrosia ring, his father and mother will surely jump for joy. Wagon. Lin Che reached out and touched the Volt Beast ring on his wrist as a burst of excitement spread across his face. Drinking with Wen Hong last night was so worth it. Not only had he climbed up to Wen Hong, the old general, and answered countless questions for him, but he had also learned the true Dragon Ridge Gong from the old general. Moreover, he realized that having the Volt Beast ring had really increased his speed in cultivation. Just one night had passed and he had actually cultivated to the first layer. If it wasn't for Wen Hong repeatedly emphasizing that the first level of the Dragon Ridge technique was easy and the later it got, the more difficult it became, and that he didn't want to make Wen Hong suspicious, his skill points would have long ago rushed straight up. Right now, my blazing young overlord body is already at the 10th layer. There's also this Dragon Ridge technique, which should also be able to reach the 10th layer. My physique can definitely change once again. Lin Che clearly felt it at the moment. His spine was burning, as if he had been put into a melting pot and quenched. Luckily, there was the icy cold aura of the Volt Beast ring to cool him down. Master, that group of scholars is here again. What to do? Outside the wagon came the voice of Big Strong. Lin Che frowned, looking out from the carriage. He had already returned to the Jing'an mansion, but in front of the mansion, there was indeed a group of Confucian scholars surrounding it. Lin Che couldn't imagine that they would still dare to come and jumped off the carriage, shouting, "You guys still dare to come to my mansion? What? Still not convinced? Who wants to compose a poem to scold me? Start!" That group of scholars had already seen the carriage, but to their surprise, Lin Che's first sentence was to ask them to compose a poem to scold him? A wonderful look appeared on the face of one of the scholars at once. "Who dares to write poems about you now? Brother Lin, there's been a misunderstanding. We didn't come over to look for trouble. We came here specifically to apologize." Among the crowd, a haggard-looking scholar walked out. Surprisingly, it was Zhang Su. Lin Che was slightly disappointed when he heard this. He thought that this group of people were going to scold him again, and that he would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to make money. "Oh, apologize. Got it." Lin Che shot a glance at Zhang Su. "Good guy. Wasn't Zhang Su a very handsome and dashing scholar 2 days ago? Why is he so haggard now? False footing. It's like. Lin Che looked at these scholars in front of him, and among them were the leading sheep, the cunning wolf, the mighty tiger, and the non-stop deer, the crazy snake, the crazy snake, the crazy snake. This Zhongzhou in front of me is a combination of a deer and a snake. That's too haggard. Besides, apologizing just comes empty-handed. Ha! Zhongsu's body was a bit shaky as he said, "We came over to apologize sincerely. Yesterday afternoon, when we went back from the imperial tomb, our teacher told us a lot. We all came here spontaneously. You were not in Jing'anfu last night. We stood at the door. This whole night, we didn't eat. We didn't drink any water. We truly wanted to wait for you to come back and apologize to you. Yeah. We were going around saying bad things about you, Brother Lin, before, but I never thought that Brother Lin would be such a fraternal person. All the silver was taken to donate. We, ashamed." Lin Che seriously surveyed them, looking at their appearance. They had really been standing at the door all night. These Confucian scholars, once their bullish temper comes up, are the kind that really cannot be driven away. Coo. Suddenly, Jiangsu's stomach let out a hungry growl, clearly audible. Jiangsu's face flushed with shame. He hadn't eaten a bite of rice for too long, and he hadn't eaten when he was too excited the day before his poetry fight with Lin Che. Then he lost all his money and didn't eat that day. The next day to set off to the imperial tombs, he cheekily asked his fellow students to borrow 10 taels of silver, thinking that coming back from the imperial tombs must mean a meal. However, Lin Che's output of that mouthful of artillery talked his fellow students into getting high, and even asked him on the spot to take back 10 taels of silver to be taken for donations. Zhang Su was hungry for another day. Still, he felt good yesterday and inexplicably didn't feel so hungry. Should be overstarved. Last night, on the other hand, he was suddenly so hungry that his eyes glazed over, but he was in the middle of being lectured by a great scholar, and in the end, a group of scholars spontaneously organized to go to the Jing'an Palace to apologize to Lin Che. Zhang Su was hungry all night again. By this moment, Zhongzhou was a full 4 days and 3 nights without food. His feet were weak, his face was emaciated, and his body was weak. He looked at the dirt at his feet, and surprisingly, a thought appeared inexplicably. "I wonder, what does this dirt taste like? Should I try eating a little bit of dirt?" So all of you talented people are here to reconcile. I, Lin Che, am also not someone who likes to form grudges. As the saying goes, it's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. Lin Che walked over and patted Zhongzhou's shoulder. "Come, everyone follow me into the house. I'll have my subordinates prepare dishes and meals. We'll share a drink and be friends from now on." Jiangsu was as radiant as he was happy, but when the other scholars heard this, they all clasped their fists. "Brother Lin, We admire your generosity. There's no need to eat. It's that time of day. And we have morning classes during the day. So we have to rush back here. Right. Why don't we come back tonight after school to bother Brother Lin? We can also ask for some poetry lessons. Jong-soo's stomach rumbled and he spoke angrily. No way. There is absolutely no going back today. Must eat at once. Cough. I mean, we came over to apologize. Now that Brother Lin intends to feast and share a drink with us, if we excuse ourselves, where's the sincerity? Brother Lin, it is theirs if they go. I will definitely stay to eat with you and drink with you. Lin Che also didn't want to really cross paths with this group of scholars and said, good. Zhongjiu University student, we call this not fighting. Let's go. Let's go in. A group of scholars saw this and were too embarrassed to push back. All together, they walked into the Yasukuni house. However, shortly after they went in, 3 figures appeared over on the corner. Seiji, his mansion, it seems to be in this neighborhood. Chapter 29, War Poetry, and the Ability to Kill. Brothers and friends. In the front yard, Lin Che arched his hand at the many scholars and said, my mansion has just been relocated a few days ago, so it's true that I can't sit in the house. I'm going to entrust you all to just sit in the courtyard and eat together. Lin Che was telling the truth. To sit down 70 to 80 scholars at once, this would have to be 7 or 8 tables. The dining room in the house is really not enough room, and if you sit partly inside and partly outside, it feels like you're favoring one over the other. Simply, come straight to the yard. Zhengzhou's eyes were green as he looked at the food on the table, but at this time, he definitely had to maintain his poise. He's one of the 12 great scholars in the Great Confucian Academy. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? With heaven and earth as the seat, and the good times and the beautiful scenery as the company, it's our destiny to share a table with Brother Lin. Come, Brother Lin, you sit first, or else all of us masters and brothers wouldn't dare to sit. Yes, Lin Che smiled and took the lead to sit down, also reaching out to ask Zhongjiu to sit down. As soon as Zhongjiu sat down, he couldn't help but inhale. The meal in front of him was really rich. Part of it was what Lin Che had his subordinates cook for themselves, and part of it was what Lin Che directly ordered his subordinates to go out and buy back. The hour, not too early and not too late, was exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. So on the table, in addition to meat porridge, steamed buns, and snacks, there was fish, a big elbow, and big chunks of baby phoenix meat. It wasn't really a phoenix. It was actually chicken. Except that this chicken was a special breed and belonged to the beast meat of Great Tonic. These are farm raised and one needs to be raised for 2.5 years before it's time to actually eat it. Then look at these rice. It is not ordinary rice. It is called farmer's small moon rice. Martial artists can consume this kind of rice. It is very beneficial. Giggle. It's delicious to look at. Even this 9-turn sausage smells so good. Zhongjiu could barely contain himself, going to grab his chopsticks and start eating right away. But, not yet. He is a university son. He has to know the etiquette. How can they, the guests, move their chopsticks when the host hasn't done so? I stood outside all day last night, and now my bladder is under pressure, and I'm tempted to find a place to fix it, but on second thought, forget it, hold it for a while. I'll eat soon. Zhong-su licked his dry, cracked lips and looked at Lin Che. When does it start? Friends. Lin Che spoke aloud. Zhong-su was delighted. He was going to start eating? It's a pleasure. Friends, I'll say a few words. Zhongjiu swallowed his saliva. Well, the host family has to say a couple of words. Just say a couple of words. In a moment. Eat this elbow first. This one next to it seems to be a bit fatter. Well, just clip this. What's going on? What's taking so long? Ah, it smells so good. What kind of meat filling is wrapped in these meatballs? Remember, don't be degrading and eat too badly in a moment. Laugh. Why are you guys still laughing? What was said? And people clapped? LOL, clap along. Ha, finally finished? Come, let's have a drink together. Lin Che finally finished and proposed that everyone have a drink together. The scholars raised their glasses and drank. The atmosphere of the scene was, at once, much warmer. Brother Lin is right. I'll also come as a representative and say a few words. At this time, a graceful scholar followed suit and stood up. The corners of Zhongju's mouth twitched, almost unable to hold back his outburst as he gritted his teeth and said, Lu Zai, you, what are you talking about? Sit down. Oh, well, fine. This is an occasion that should be represented by Senior Zhongjiu. You speak. This Lu Zai didn't care and immediately sat down. All of a sudden, Everyone looked at Zhongjio, just waiting for him to say a few words. We don't need to say much either. Just as Brother Lin said, a gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. It doesn't matter what we say, just see how we do things in the future. Zhongjio resisted the urge to grab his chopsticks and said, hurry up and eat or it'll get cold. Come on, everyone, let's eat. Lin Che saw that this child's further starvation was really going to kill him. Immediately greeted everyone open to eat. Seeing that Lin Che was already pinching the food, Zhongjio could no longer control himself. He could feel that he could eat a cow right now. There were 10,000 mouths in his belly wailing up to the sky, waiting for him to feed them. Zhongju had the appearance of a fluttering gentleman as he picked up his chopsticks, and even made a polite remark to Lin Che as he steadily clamped the pig's feet, which were even bigger than his fist. With one shot, fragrant, with another smile, he slowly chucked it in front of his bowl of rice. Giggle, drool almost dripped. Just at this time, a sudden miserable scream came, followed by a huge figure being thrown straight over. Rumble! It slammed heavily on the store's dining room table, breaking the entire table into pieces and spilling all the food on it onto the floor. There was a wave of panic around them, and all the scholars rose up in alarm and looked at the gate. Outside the doorway, a voice filled with anger came. Lin Che, big brother is here. Why don't you kneel down to greet him? Wow! In an instant, not only did the scholars have an angry look on their faces, but the several martial artists invited from the Jing'an mansion also began to show up, ready to step in and take down the person who had trespassed. Who came to Jing'an mansion to cause trouble? A courtyard guard martial artist shouted angrily. How dare you? Can't you see that it's the prince of the Jinhua palace who's here? Anyone who dares to stand in the way will have to die. Outside the doorway, someone shouted angrily. Jinhua Fu, the son of the king? Without waiting for the crowd to think too much, Lin Shakespeare's figure appeared at the gate. He walked in at the moment with a gloomy face and his hands behind his back, as if he had taken this Jing'an mansion as his own territory. When the crowd saw that the visitor was really Lin Shaking Light, each of their faces changed again. Even the courtyard guard martial artists, they panicked. It's true that they received Lin Che's money, and if there were really outlaws coming over, they would dare to fight for their lives, but the one who came was the son of the Jinhua Fu. This can't be moved. Besides, Lin Che was originally the 7th young master of the Jinhua mansion, and now that this son of the world had come over to look for trouble, it was a brotherly conflict. Did they, the courtyard guard martial artists, really dare to meddle in the matter? Lin Shaking Light, do you dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will pursue you? Lin Che's face was also icy cold at this moment, as he looked towards Dajiang who had smashed the table and fallen to the ground. It was obvious that Dajiang was seriously injured. Dezhuang's cultivation level was already a small success in the qi refining realm, and it was unexpected that this cultivation level was also blown away. In such a comparison, he didn't have half a chance of winning if he wanted to strike at Lin Shaking Light. What? Are you afraid? I came over to visit my own brother today, and I was stopped by an uneducated house slave. I stepped in to teach him a lesson. What's wrong with that? Lin Shaking Light didn't even put those courtyard guard martial artists, and this group of scholars, in her eyes. Hand over the ambush beast ring. Don't force my hand. Put. The moment Lin Shaking Wang finished speaking, the body of Dezhuang, who was lying on the ground, trembled, and a mouthful of blood, with a mixture of intestines and stomach, spewed out. Unevenly, it just banged on the piece of pig's hoof that Zhongjuk was holding. From the beginning to the end, Zhongjio was sitting on the chair, maintaining the action of pinching the pig's feet. The entire table in front of him was smashed, but the pig's trotters he was holding in his chopsticks were still there. However, this mouthful of red and black stuff sprayed on the pig's hooves by Big Strong. Zhongjio, as if struck by lightning, his palms trembled, his face slowly began to distort, the veins on his neck bulged, and his expression became incomparably hideous, full of anger, like a volcano erupting. Lin Shakespeare, I'll day your ancestors. Boom! Zhongsu stood up violently, his eyes scarlet as he looked at Lin Shaking. The aura on his body skyrocketed, and white rays of light rushed up to the sky like a sword's mane. Hooray! Buzz! Sit down. This has nothing to do with you. My Xinhua Fu's matters. You Confucian scholars also dare to meddle in them, right? Lin Shaking Wang also had a blank face and pointed at Zhongsu. Asterisk 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 you. Don't even say your bull asterisk 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 Shitzi. Even if the Duke of Jingui is here today, I'll you just the same. Hao Ran Zhang Qi. Boom! Zhongjio once again urged the Hao Ran Qi. Confucian scholars are not weak and unarmed scholars. They are just reluctant to get their hands dirty on weekdays. Once they did it, they were catalyzing all of their Haoran chi. Invoke the war poem. Suppress the enemy with war poetry. War poems, and can also kill. As a 12 great scholars, Zhongjio was as if a 3-meter-tall white shadow had appeared behind him at the moment. The buzzing power of the oppressive force spread out crazily in all directions. Beacon fire and war drums. Generals and soldiers rushed to the clouds. A poem was read out, and the schoolchildren next to him instantly understood. Senior brother Zhongjio. He's going to recite a battle poem. Good. Elder brother Zhongjio. If he's not afraid of the Zhenghua Fu, what are we afraid of? The Jing'an Berg, which donated millions of silver, will not allow others to come to our door and bully us? I've been wanting to use the war poem that Sensei composed 20 years ago for a long time too. Come on. Dozens of scholars were instantly ignited, and they all erupted with a vast and righteous aura, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Beacon fire and war drums. Generals and soldiers rush to the clouds. The iron horse treads through the mountains and rivers, and the golden goose swings through the cold sun and moon. Boo! Lin Yaoguai's body suddenly trembled. His chest felt like it had been hit hard by a sledgehammer, and his body felt like it had been pressed down directly by 1,000 pounds. His face changed drastically as he drank. Daring? You dare! I'm the son of the Zhenghua Palace. Ah! The two attendants beside Lin shaking Wang directly covered their heads and fell to the ground with a thud, struggling up in a million pains. Dozens of schoolchildren had neat voices and a great deal of energy. The sound of killing shakes the world. The valor moves the Qiankuan. Swear to kill the enemy and pacify the world, and achieve fame and glory at the altar of the gods. Put! Lin shook a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Who dares to touch my pig's feet? Chapter 30 Violently beating Lin Shaking Light. Unbridled. Lin Shaking Light's entire body shook after a mouthful of blood was spewed out. He roared angrily and fiercely waved his hand as a terrifying gale erupted. Hula hula! All the tables in the courtyard were all overturned, and many of the tables and chairs even directly smashed into those scholars. The whole scene was in chaos again. The original momentum of the schoolchildren was also instantly interrupted by the voluminous energy. Many of the scholars, as if they were exhausted and weak, were also sitting on their asses on the ground, panting heavily. The hoe is not something to be released casually and without cost. Zhongsu was also sweating profusely, but he was still barely standing and drank. Come on, let's see if we can break your cultivation. Come on, the son of the Zhenghua house, entering a house and killing someone. Unless we all die, your evil deeds today will surely be known to all the world. At this time, Lin Shakespeare's face was also very pale. He gritted his teeth and looked at the group of fallen scholars, cursing his bad luck in his heart. His cultivation had fluctuated over the past few days because he was unable to take true element pills on time, and he was also too careless just now, being taken advantage of by this Zhongju. These Confucian scholars, if they were to fight like that on weekdays, his hallowed 4th grade royal realm, he would have no problem beating up 70 to 80 of them by himself. But I don't know what's wrong, but this Zhongjiu is so angry? The Haoran Chi instantly erupted. Why was that? Under Zhongsu's leadership, a multitude of vast chi forced its way over, and Lin Shuangguang simply couldn't stand up to it. He then looked at the two attendants next to him who had collapsed, drenched in weakness and sweating like drowning men who had just been salvaged. Lin Shaking Light saw that the situation was not right. He was already budging. If he really died here, he would be the one to suffer. Good brother, wait for me. This Volt Beast ring, I will definitely take it back. You two losers, get up, let's go. Lin Shaking Guang cursed at the two attendants on the ground, staggered, and headed outside. Lin Che's eyes were ice cold as he shouted at the few escorting martial artists he had paid for. Stop them, don't let them go. Several of the guards were in distress. Uncle Jing'an, if he strikes out and injures you, I can take you and run. But I wouldn't dare to take a shot at him. The old man paid to bring back a couple of losers. What's the point of having you guys? Humph, dare to stop me? Whoever doesn't want to hang out in Tiandu City anymore, feel free to stop me. Lin Shaking Light turned around and glanced contemptuously at Lin Che's shouts, simply disdaining them as she continued to walk out. Lin Che could only silently watch them leave, his face frozen, not knowing what he was thinking. Everyone, I apologize. It happened so suddenly that I can't continue to greet all of you. Xiao Chang, go and ask the healer to come. Don't move Big Strong. Just let him lie here and wait for the healer to come. Zhongsu also arched his hand at this time. Brother Lin, don't worry. We've all been watching today's events. Now we'll go to the palace to sue the royal court. This Shitsi, when it comes down to it, is lawless. Jiangsu gritted his teeth in anger. as if he had never hated one so much. I didn't eat a bite of the food on the table. It all fell on the floor. Lin Che then arched his hand at them. Good. I won't say anything superfluous. Lin Che, will keep it in my heart that you all stepped in to help me today. All the scholars have saluted, but also full of indignation to go out into the palace to sue the imperial court. Lin Che didn't say half a word more. He turned decisively, and with a cold aura erupting from his eyes, he darted towards the backyard. Passing by the backyard where the clothes are drying, he pulled a piece of the subordinate's clothes by hand, then took a few steps to make a wild dash, made a fierce leap, grabbed the wall with one hand, and flipped his body, and the whole person tumbled out. As Lin Che ran wildly, his mind flashed quickly through the appearance of an alleyway. At this moment, it seemed that a very clear map of the alley's nothingness appeared above his head with him at the center. It's popping up all over the streets. The map is getting bigger and bigger. Then, 3 red dots appeared, which started from Jing'anfu, and their destination was Jinfu. Well, the 3 of them, the red dots, must have passed through. On the map of nothingness, Lin Che himself was transformed into a white dot, and after a few turns and frantic runs, he would be at the 3rd intersection in front of him, directly bumping into those 3 red dots. That's the one Brandywine Lane. Lin Che ran wildly away. His mind was still on that map, and those 3 red dots, too, were moving. Swish! Lin Che rushed to an alley, then directly to the end of the alley, calmed his breathing, and poked his head out from the corner to take a look. Sure enough, a carriage appeared in the street in front of them. Not too late. Tic-tac-toe. 2 tall war horses, pulling the wagon, the sound of hooves becoming clearer and clearer. The 2 people driving the carriage in front were none other than Lin Shaking Light's 2 attendants. The 2 of them were still pale, and were almost next to the carriage, powerlessly driving it. The suppression of the Hao Ran Chi was definitely not something that could be slowed down in a moment. At this point, it was the moment when Lin Shaking was at her weakest. Take him while he's sick. Today, if not to have Zhongjiu and their schoolchildren in, he is what the consequences are not yet certain. If he let Lin Shaking Light go back just like that, then he would have to come to his door tomorrow and do the killing. An unprecedented cold light erupted from Lin Che's eyes. The Divine Machine System. Extra points. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Ridge Technique, Level 1. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Ridge Technique, Level 2. Roar! Lin Che let out a furious roar, and a never-before-seen terrifying power surged out of his body. Add some to me. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Ridge Technique, 7th level. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Ridge Technique, 8th level. Boom! Lin Che felt like a volcano was erupting all over his body. Crackle crackle. Lin Che felt like his spine was about to explode, about to burst out of his body hard. His entire body became a large circle of thickness, his muscles bulged out piece by piece, and his veins were hideously protruding as if a large centipede had burrowed into them. His face was also twisted, and an aura like a blazing fire appeared all over his body. Prickly prickly. The dowager's clothes he wore were also stretched out of their threadbare mouths and split open a few times. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Ridge Technique, 9th level. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Ridge Technique, 10th level. Roar! A roar that was truly something that could only come from a dragon, almost as if it had been precisely calculated. Lin Shuangwang's carriage happened to pass by this cross alley. Lin Che moved. His entire body rushed out like a terrifying cannonball. The 2 attendants feebly drove the carriage when they suddenly heard the sound of a huge ferocious beast roaring, and they both subconsciously turned their heads to look at the alleyway entrance next to them. Suddenly, a huge black shadow with a terrifying aura rushed in. Boom! Ah! The 2 attendants let out a scream, and before they knew what was going on, the 2 flew a dozen meters away. Crackle! The entire carriage was also cut off by the huge black shadow. The 2 high-headed horses were frightened, neighing and running wildly, frightening the pedestrians on the street into screaming and dodging. What for? In the carriage, Lin Shaking Light seemed to have reacted as well, sticking her head out as soon as she lifted the curtain. He just took a look, and his pupils instantly shrank, because he saw a huge figure standing right in front of him, waiting for him to come out. Phew! That black shadow's body was wildly violent, and had already pulled a bow with his fist and blasted over. The huge fist that looked like steel directly bombarded Lin Shuangwang's chin, and boom! Lin Shuangwang was sent flying. Boom! The wagon crumbled once more. Lin Yaoguang flew out, right into the wall at the corner of the alley in front of her. Lin Shaking Light was knocked to the ground, and before she could react, the huge black shadow rushed over again. When the black shadow was still 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Shaking Light, he stomped on the ground. The entire black shadow bounced up, His body rotated 360 degrees in midair, gathering a terrifying strength, and kicked his foot straight out. A nice leg kick lands there from Lin Shakespeare on the side of the head. Boom! Lin Shouguang's head crashed through a thick wall on the spot, breaking out a huge hole. Roar! The black shadow violently pressed one hand on Lin Shakespeare's head, erupting with savage strength, pressing his head forward in the wall. Rumble! Lin Yaoguang's head went against the wall and was held down until it was knocked out a dozen meters away. Entire house wall collapses with smoke and dust. Chapter 31, 500. 000 tails in hand. Taken in the middle of a beating. Lin Shakespeare felt this berserk black shadow, and all the aura emanating from his body was like a flame, rolling and burning. But at the fourth grade realm, Lin Shakespeare was not idle. He also roared angrily, his astral aura shielding his body around him, and he took the opportunity to do a flip. Even the collapsed bricks around him were lifted off the ground. He stood up at once in the middle of the crumbling house, but the black shadow was faster, and he charged again like a true beast. A headbutt hit Lin Shaking Light's abdomen, and the two rushed into the courtyard of the house in front of them. Ah! Help! Inside the houses, which were also apparently occupied, there were screams of fear from women. That berserk black shadow, however, didn't care about that much, directly sitting on Lin Shakeshine's body, swinging his bloody fists like a madman and smashing them heavily on Lin Shakeshine's face. Boom boom boom! Lin Shuangguang dodged the first two punches, and the entire ground cracked as the huge fist landed on the ground. But Lin Shuangguang, who had been seriously injured long ago, was unable to dodge the punches behind him. Pust! Lin Yaoguang was hammered so furiously by this round that the protective astral aura around his body was directly broken, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Along with the spray came two bloody teeth. Daring! Who's fighting in the street? In the street behind him, a roar filled with majesty suddenly came. Lin Che, who was violently beating Lin Shaking Light, had his figure lurched. It seemed that he already had a plan, and with a push of Lin Shaking Light, he was about to flee the scene immediately. He absolutely could not be caught. Otherwise, in the prison, the hallowed Jinghua Fu would only have 100 ways to torture him to death. Not to mention Lin Shaking Light's retaliation. Lin Baojun would definitely personally strike when he found out. This Jinghua family is all inhumanly insane. Just after taking a step, Lin Che swept his gaze and realized that the person Lin Shuangguang's arms was half exposed. This dog's wallet is bulging. There should be a lot of money. Lin Che didn't think much about it, grabbed it over with one hand, carried it in his arms, and immediately ran. Stop! A furious roar almost sounded in Lin Che's ears. Lin Che looked back and did not notice any constables or patrolling guards behind him, but the voice had already arrived behind him. It seems that the visitor is a character with special skills. Lin Che would be even more unable to stay. He made a frantic escape, picking out those complicated alleys exclusively, but he still felt that there was an indescribable aura that had been still firmly enveloping him, not disappearing, even getting closer. Lin Che's original plan was definitely to run back to the Jing'an mansion already, but now, absolutely not. He reached out and touched the Vorpal ring on his wrist and pressed it violently. This powerful treasure immediately rushed out an icy cold aura, like it was cooling down his entire body. Lin Che also felt that the blood in his body was no longer boiling so much, and even his curved spine was slowly returning to normal. The Ring of Ambush Beasts. Not only can it restore him to his original form, also, it hides the breath. With an arrow step, Lin Che rushed to the street. Lin Che had already taken off the subordinate's clothes from his body. Just as there were a few farmers in front of him rushing their carts by, he smoothly stuffed his clothes into them, and he blended into the crowd. At this time, Lin Che also felt that the aura that had enveloped him seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, but instead of panicking, he continued to calculate how to skillfully get out of the situation. He swept his gaze around, and at a glance, he saw the vendors selling steamed buns and noodles in front of him. He walked over and bought dozens of them in one sitting, changed direction and darted forward. In no time, I saw a group of Confucian scholars in front of me. Brothers Zhongjiu, wait a moment. A group of scholars in front of them were walking in a group, when they suddenly heard someone call out their senior brother's name, and they all turned around to look as well. Ha! Yes, it's Brother Lin. This group of scholars, it is just left from the Jing'an mansion, to enter the palace to sue the imperial court Zhongju and other people. After Lin Che saw them, he couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this group of scholars still really wanted to enter the palace to sue the imperial court. And this road was the main road to enter the palace. Brother Lin, what brings you here? You, seeing that it was Lin Che, Zhongju also smiled and came up to greet him. And suddenly seeing Lin Che's current appearance, he couldn't help but frown. Why are you so white? Humph. I'm sure I was scared by that evil person Lin shaking light. When it's really hateful. Many of the students saw that Lin Che was sweating profusely and his face was pale, and they all chimed in for Lin Che. One of them even went up and patted Lin Che for him when he saw ash on his body. Lin Che wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed the 2 bags directly to them. You guys stood right outside my mansion last night, and you didn't have a bite to eat today. I was worried that you guys were hungry, so I bought some steamed buns. You guys bring them to pad your stomachs. Ah, brother Lin. You. Zhongjiu trembled as he opened the bag, reached out and grabbed a large steamed bun out and bit down on it in a few large bites. Mo's eyes reddened. Brother Lin. You. This is even specializing in bringing us steamed buns. I'm so touched. You're my Zhongjiu's good brother. Woohoo. Woohoo. Ah, brother Zhong. Oops. No need to be so excited. It's just a steamed bun. Not so. As for. Zhongju swallowed the steamed bun in 2 bites and ate another one. Don't worry. I will definitely go in and sue the royal court today. If His Majesty doesn't see me, I'll crash my head in front of the palace. What more could a man ask for when he has a brother like that? Lin Che arched his hand at the crowd of scholars and also turned around to go back. The crowd of scholars were all greatly moved. Looking at Lin Che's departing back, there were others waving goodbye, each with infinite excitement and sighs in their hearts. As Lin Che walked back, he quickly recalled everything that had just happened. Is he revealing something? When he made the move, he catalyzed the 10th layer of the Dragon Ridge Gong. His body changed, and his face was definitely distorted, not to mention that there was a mask on his face, and he wasn't caught on the spot. The clothes he wore on the outside were those of an underling, and besides, these schoolchildren thought he had chased them all the way up and could prove it for him. Nothing is out of place. Lin Che secretly let out a sigh of relief. Soon, he returned to Jing'an Mansion, and by this time, it was already a healer who had come by. Green is ordering the medicine to be boiled. Greenie, how's the situation with Dai Jiang? Xiaoqing's eyes were red. Dazhuang, his ribs in his chest are broken. The bone setter said that he needs to take medicine, and I'm afraid he won't be able to do hard labor in the future. He will not be able to practice martial arts. If you want to pick up the bone and heal it completely, you need to spend several hundred taels to buy a bone-picking elixir before you can. Then go buy it. What are you waiting for? Lin Che was filled with surprise. Xiao Qing was even more shocked, looking up with a pretty face, dumbfounded. But master, that needs a few hundred taels, maybe 500 taels. What's wrong with 500 taels? Save the people first. You guys? What kind of thinking is this? Dezhuang is not just a servant. All of you are part of my Jing'an Mansion. Dezhuang was injured to protect me. What are you saving these 500 taels for? With a wave of his hand, Lin Che took out another 2,000 taels of silver tickets. Go. Hire the best great doctor. Don't hire some barefoot bone setter. Make sure to keep Dezhuang in one piece. When Xiao Qing heard this, tears sprang out at once, and several other maids secretly wiped their tears. They were lowly in status as subordinates. So which lord would be willing to spend money on medical treatment for them? But Lin Che didn't even frown when he heard about the 500 taels of bone-catching pills. Don't even cry. Take care of all the mansion and make some food to send to my room. Lin Che said no more and flew back to his room. In the first instance, the purse that contained the money from Lin Shaking Light was taken out. Open it. Inside was a thick pile of silver bills. What? That much? Lin Che's eyes widened. Originally he was very chagrined in his heart that he didn't have enough time to completely kill Lin Shaking Light, thinking that he had lost a lot of money. But now it's so rewarding. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 500,000 taels. Lin Che licked his lips and immediately opened the system. Host, Lin Che. Realm, first grade body forging realm, complete. Cultivation technique, blazing young hegemony body, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, Dragon Ridge technique, 10th/10th level. Remaining points, 8. 8 skill points left? Lin Che did some calculations. In that case, this 500,000 silver tickets that he had robbed counted as 5 skill points. Robbery, and it counts as income? Good. In that case, if I leave Tendu City, I can still make a living by robbing when I'm outside. Lin Che touched the Volt Beast ring on his wrist again. This was really a good thing. In the midst of his contemplation, Green brought the food. Right now, Lin Che was so hungry that his stomach was rumbling, and he had practically deficits his body to raise to the 10th level in this instant. If his body had a sufficient foundation, Then he would not just be perfect if both of his techniques were at the 10th level now, but should be great perfection. Xiao Qing served food 5 or 6 times in a row, and Lin Che finally managed to barely fill his stomach. Then he took a bath again, and also burned the purse that belonged to Lin Shaking Light directly, and only then did he lay down on the bed with peace of mind and huffed and puffed. I don't know how long this sleep lasted. Lin Che was shaken awake by Xiao Qing. Master, wake up. His Majesty has decreed that you are summoned to enter the palace immediately. Enter the palace to meet me. Chapter 32. How dare you stop me when I'm here to see you? Lin Che sat on the carriage that entered the palace. He looked up at the blue sky. Cloudless. I can't imagine that he slept straight through from yesterday afternoon to this afternoon. There was no half-hearted attempt to wake up during the process. This should be the aftermath of directly impacting the 10th layer. It's not good to break through too violently at once. Lin Che carefully analyzed and threw a few more pills into his mouth. Now that he was rich, he absolutely had to buy some elixirs to make up for it. Not to mention, it tastes a bit like snail food. This visit to the palace should be for 2 things. First thing, Your Majesty should more or less give me a little reward. After all, I was the one who led the charge to get so many people to donate. I even donated 1,000,000 pieces of silver. The second thing is that it should be Zhong Su and the rest of these scholars who have sued the imperial court. I just don't know what the outcome will be. Lin Che flies rubbing his hands together. The smile never faded from his face. And no matter what, it was a good outcome. Anyway, with $500,000 in silver guaranteed. I don't know. How is Lin Shakespeare doing now? If it wasn't going well, then he was relieved. The townhouse. Slap. Lin Baojun couldn't bear it anymore. And he slapped at the kneeling Lin Shuangguang. Waste. You're really getting wasted. It's just for you to donate money. Such an easy thing to do. This can also be screwed up. You're usually quite smart, but this time, you're just getting more and more useless. What on earth are you thinking? Lin Baojun was furious. He had been annoyed enough lately because of this rebellious son of Lin Che's being punished for his salary, and having the Volt Beast ring taken away by Lin Che. His reputation was in tatters. Now this eldest son, whom he had high hopes for, was such a waste. Yesterday afternoon was sent back. Surprisingly, still in a coma. Has not yet woken up Lin Jingguang it. The housekeeper came to report a group of schoolchildren into the palace to sue the imperial court. Cheng Qiuzi persuaded from the side. You've been lying here for a whole day, and we still haven't figured out what's going on. How did you lose $500,000 and get beaten up like this? Quickly and properly talk to your father. Father, I was wrong. With a swollen face, Lin Shakespeare was the first to admit his mistake and immediately explained again. My child, at that time, I heard that the relocation of Fa Zhang was grounded for a month. The child thought that there must be a trap in it, and after a month, the Mingjing division will surely investigate. If Arjun Guofu donated 1 million, then it will definitely still be questioned as to where the money came from. Lin Baojun gritted his teeth and said, Can you use your brain? What you can think of, hasn't His Majesty thought of? Why is relocating the law in front of the imperial tomb and opening your mouth to oppose it? It is to cooperate with His Majesty. You think you're the only smart one, right? You go and take a look on relocating Fa Zheng's residence. I guarantee that he's been drinking celebratory wine for the past 2 nights. What His Majesty means is that there will be no more investigations. Let everyone rush to donate money out. I've instructed you to use your own name to donate, so that the money is donated and it's not so flashy. What kind of cleverness are you playing? It's even if you came back. You also had to go to Lin Che's house to cause trouble. I hate that. I hate that you, as a person, have this little bit of heart. In the future, how can you accomplish great things? Lin Shakingguang lowered his head and explained, Child, I'm just resentful that he's relying on the Duke of Wei to back him up. He snatched my father's beast vulnerability ring. I just wanted to get it back, but I couldn't imagine that there was a group of Confucian scholars inside, and I might as well have done it in a moment, and was shocked by their use of Haoren Jingqi. Cheng Qiuzi immediately pursued. Then why was there another attack on Chongping Street? Who did you fight with? Nope, didn't see it. Lin Shaking Light's voice was getting weaker and weaker. How could you not see it? You're a 4th grade martial artist, and even houses collapsed when you fought you. You didn't see it clearly? Cheng Qiuzi frowned and immediately said, Who followed you? Let them in. Lin Baojun waved his hand impatiently. No need. Those 2 are even more useless. They said they saw a wild beast pounce on them and fainted on the spot. One is on the verge of losing his mind. Wild beasts? How could there be wild beasts in this Tianta city? Moreover, if there were wild beasts, how could they beat you up like this? You have fist wounds all over your body. Chang Xiaozi was still very insightful when it came to cultivation. Lin Shaking Guang thought for a moment and said, "Not a beast, he is very tall. More like a human beast. Could it be that a demon has infiltrated Tendu City?" Chang Xiaozi's face changed. If that was the case, it was a very serious matter. By no means. With the Confucian sage in heavenly capital city, and the Mingjing division being as good as the sun, we haven't encountered any demons in all these years. It's obvious that it's all about his money, Lin Baojun asserted with a single word. Lin Shaking Guang thought again and guessed, "I feel that the murderer who attacked me is a bit like seventh brother Lin Che." When these words came out, even Lin Baojun couldn't look away. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and scolded, "Are you crazy? Is your brain crippled? What is Lao Chi's cultivation level? Take a good look at the injuries on your body. This kind of force is at least third-grade Tongjiao realm." Lin Baojun cursed twice, then suddenly laughed coldly. "I say you, how did you become like this recently? It turns out that your heart is just thinking about how to pack up old Seven. You really don't miss any opportunity to clean him up. If you really have this kind of mindset, your apex just stops here." Lin Shaking Light's pupils shrunk at his words, and in the flash of lightning, he actually understood what his father hadn't said. When he was young, when his father gave up Lin Che, he had the same attitude. If continued to disappoint his father, then he, the lineage son, would surely be discarded as well, and the Xinguofu would cultivate a second heir. There's no such thing as kinship in the townhouse. Father, child knows. In the future, I absolutely don't dare to mess around. In the future, when things come up, I will definitely use my brain properly. Lin Yao Guang fluttered and kowtowed. His back was already in a cold sweat. Indeed, he was the one who had underestimated Lin Che. It was only 10 days before and after this, but Lin Che was like a different person. He was still thinking that he could clean up Lin Che by using the most direct force, just like before. Now, it seemed that it was time to face Lin Che squarely. Definitely not in the gutter. "Father, the missing $500,000, child will make up for it. During these years, the child has also received many rewards, and this money the child will make up." Hearing this, Lin Baojun slightly eased his expression. You remember to use your brain more in everything. During this time, you stay well in the mansion and reflect." Yes, Lin Baojun was after all extraordinarily tolerant of this eldest son. Saying, "Those great Confucian scholars went to the palace to sue the imperial court. You don't need to care about that either. The missing $500,000 taels of silver. I have already had someone report it to the Mingjing division. I believe that there will soon be a result." Lin Shaking Light was overjoyed at his words, never imagining that this matter could alarm the Mingjing division. He also wanted to see who had made the move to sneak up on him. Lin Che's carriage traveled all the way. The eye was about to reach the palace gates. Just at this time, 4 men in black power suits rushed out from the side with a clatter. With black hats on their heads and long knives attached to their waists, they exuded an air of being uninviting. At the position of their chests, there was the distinctive symbol of a silver-colored round mirror. "The Spiegel division does business. Stop it all." A cold cry, like a sharp blade, poured into Lin Che's ears. The wagon was stopped hard. Lin Che lifted the curtain and looked at the 4 bright mirror guards who had intercepted the front and asked, "What's up?" One of the mirror guards, who flashed his waistplate, said in a cold voice, "The Spiegel division is on business, so I'll trouble Uncle Jean Gon to come with us." Lin Che raised his eyebrows and raised his voice as well. "I am now, by decree, entering the palace to see His Majesty." "What is the matter with your Mingjing division?" "Wait until I come out after meeting His Majesty, then it will not be too late." "Can't wait. Please also, Uncle Jean Gon, get off the carriage now and follow us." Unexpectedly, this Mingjingwei had such a tough attitude that he dared to intercept even when he was ordered to meet the emperor. Lin Che gritted his teeth and said, "I am under orders to enter the palace to see the emperor. How dare you stop me?" "Miso." One of the mirror guards directly drew his sword, and a cold light shot out in all directions, startling the many guards at the entrance of the palace. "Uncle Jean Gon, we of the Spiegel division are also on a mission by decree. And please, come with us now. Don't force us to use our swords." Lin Che took a deep breath and jumped down from the carriage, staring at the one face of the man with the drawn sword and asked, "What's your name?" "Spiegel division. Chief of Guards, White Guardian Lang." Lin Che nodded. "Very well, I'll remember you. Just remember. Let's go." Lin Che stopped talking and followed the 4 bright mirror guards. Spiegel Guard is not bluffing when he is so hardened. What was the matter for which the Spiegel division wanted to bring him back? Der Spiegel. Chapter 33. Am I a prisoner or not? Clunk. The heavy cell door was slammed heavily, the sound echoing in the cold cell. Lin Che blinked his eyes, seeing that a few mirror guards were about to leave. What was going on here? Hey, wait a minute. What are you guys doing? Lin Che grabbed the cold cell door with both hands and shouted at the mirror guard. This didn't say anything, brought him back to the Spiegel division, and just locked him up, and no interrogation, and no shackles and chains or anything. It's just straight to the cage. What's going on here? You stay well and think about what you've committed. We'll come and try you. Bai Shoulang dropped a sentence and left, walked a few steps, then suddenly thought of something and said, I advise you, don't engage in small-mindedness. In the Mingjing division, even princes, emperors, and first-rank ministers have been arrested and died in the Mingjing division. Your little Jing and Bo is nothing. Well, I haven't had lunch here yet. Do you guys take care of the food? Lin Che asked playfully. Bai Shoulang didn't answer and straightened up and left. Lin Che watched Bai Shoulang leave, and the smile on his face disappeared all of a sudden. He darted over to the one wooden bed, lay down, and closed his eyes directly. To an outsider, he was sleeping. In fact, his mind was racing. What was his crime? It shouldn't be easy for the Spiegel division to come and get him. Is it because he took the lead in publicizing the list of donations and offended a lot of people? It's not right. It's the great scholar Jibu who's taking the lead outside, and His Majesty supports it. Who dares to mess with him because of this? Could it be Zhou Xianchuan's family? Zhou Xianchun was the one who was sent to the Mingjing division by him suing the imperial court, and the bastard's grandfather is still the former minister of the household. It is not right. Before he was in the drunken moon house, he took the initiative to meet the former minister of the household department, and thought of pitting as some of the Zhou family, but the Zhou family did not have this attitude. They show a great fear of His Majesty's blame. So what else is going on? The town hall? Could it be that he had violently beaten up Lin Shuangwang? But there's no reason for anyone to find out it was him. It's only been a day and a night, and even if the mirror division wanted to investigate, this is how they found him? Lin Che opened his eyes and took another look at his hands and feet. He really didn't look like a prisoner. He hadn't changed his prison uniform. He hadn't even searched his body. And the silver tickets were all there. What's the point of locking me up? Thinking about it, suddenly there was another clang outside. The iron door outside was opened, and two Spiegel guards dragged a prisoner in by his arms, left and right. The prisoner was cloaked and bloody and had obviously been severely beaten. By the looks of it, it was also already knocked out. Clunk, clunk. The two mirror guards then locked this prisoner in the cell next to Lin Che. What having to use torture. Poof. A mirror guard cursed viciously while locking the cell door. Do you think it could be true that he didn't do it? Otherwise, how long has it been? What's there, he's confessed, right? The other mirror guard picked up the conversation suspiciously. He must have done it. Only he's dead set on keeping it a secret and won't spit it out. Let's go. The two mirror guards chatted idly and headed out. Lin Che glanced at the prisoner next to him. It looked as if the man was dead, having been left in the cell for so long, not moving a muscle. Just like that, Lin Che kept thinking and dryly waiting. It was finally evening. There was a Ming Jingwei personally carrying the meal in, which was for the prisoners to have dinner. Yours. Spiegel guard placed a meal outside the iron gate. Lin Che looked at it. There were 2 bowls in total. One bowl was thin porridge. The other, also thin porridge. Hey, how can I eat this? Can you change a bit of meat? That mirror guard was just about to get angry at his words, but after glancing at Lin Che, he smiled and said, you can. If you want meat, you have to pay for it. Lin Che wasn't polite either. He felt his pocket and took out a 100 taels silver ticket. Get me something nice. It's all yours. This Spiegel guard's eyes lit up and he was just about to reach for the money. But then he stopped. 100 taels is not enough. 1,000 taels. I still have a few brothers outside. Okay. You bring the food first. I'm locked in here. I can't run away. After thinking about it, Mirror Guard also felt that it made sense, and immediately went to it. It didn't take long for him to go and return. This time there were a full 2 baskets in his hands, and when he opened them, there were quite a few delicious dishes inside. It looked like it should have been bought back from a nearby restaurant. He also very conscientiously dispensed a pot of wine to Lin Che. Money makes the world go round. Not false at all. Lin Che even thought that as long as he shelled out 10,000 taels, these Mingjing guards in front of him could help him find a woman to come in and spend the night with him. One hand for the money, one hand for the food. The transaction was successfully completed. Ha ha. Then take your time to eat. I'll come back in the morning to collect it. This Ming Jingwei didn't hesitate at all and took the 1,000 taels of silver tickets and left with a smile on his face. Lin Che looked at the two baskets, and his heart became even more strange. Most of all, this mirror guard definitely knew that he had silver tickets on him, and surprisingly didn't come in to confiscate them. This is intriguing. Am I a prisoner or not? Lin Che set all the rice on the floor and was just about to start eating when he suddenly thought of something else. He glanced over to the bloodied prisoner in the cell next to him. Oi oi oi. Brother, not dead? Everyone else has food. How come you're the only one who doesn't? Lin Che quickly freed a bowl and chucked some of the various rice dishes, and also plucked off a roasted duck leg. Here, I'll buy you some. Originally, the motionless prisoner's body trembled slightly. Slowly raising his head, he looked over from his fluffy hair, as if to confirm if Lin Che was talking to him. Such cells in the Spiegel division are also separated by iron pillars, not sealed walls. So Lin Che tried a few times and passed that bowl over without any problems. He set the bowl full of rice on the floor and took a few steps back himself to get some safe distance. The prisoner finally confirmed that everything was real and crawled over with such force that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Slowly crawling over to the bowl of rice, he reached out his dirty hand, grabbed it and ate, eating slowly at first, then taking big bites, eating too fast and choking a bit. Lin Che simply handed over the jug of wine as well. The prisoner gulped down the wine and let out a long sigh, as if he hadn't been so relieved in years. Lin Che just watched quietly and didn't ask any more questions. It didn't take long for the prisoners to finish eating. When he had finished eating, the prisoner did not ask for more, but sat contentedly next to the iron door, as if in a daze. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, 3/4 of an hour. The prisoner was still dazed and unchanged. Good. The food is not poisoned. It's ready to eat. Lin Che finally ate with confidence. With Lin Che's current meal capacity, sweeping up all of it without a single problem. There was nothing else to do after eating, so he simply went back to sleep. Only this whole night, but he really could not sleep. The cell, all kinds of screams, cries of pain, collapse sounds simply did not stop. It was until noon the next day. Lin Che thought that he would have to spend another 1,000 taels on a meal, but to his surprise, Ming Jingwei came to open the door. Jingganbo, let's go. Lin Che cursed in his heart and followed the two bright mirror guards. What Lin Che didn't know was that when Ming Jingwei shouted out the 3 words Jingganbo, the prisoner in the next cell, who was covered in blood, slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Che, and then continued to close his eyes. After leaving the cell, it was still that chief guard, Bai Shou Lang, leading the way. Come on, the law is about to meet you. The law is correct? Isn't this the head of the Der Spiegel division? A man of such great rank wants to see himself? Lin Che's heart became even stranger. Follow the white Shoulong has been walking. Mingjing Division Yamen can be really big, has been to the backyard, and there are many very chic buildings and pavilions. Eventually, he came to a green-tiled building. This pavilion was very special, and the totems carved around it looked like the totems of gods. Left and right of the doorway, it was also inscribed, when the law is established, it will be enforced if there is a violation. When an order is issued, the only thing that will be done is to carry it out and not to return to it. The word is rather a sanguinary one. When you walk through the front door, you are going up a staircase with a unicorn-like handrail at the top of the stairs. In the history of Dakian, the Qilin is a divine beast that can recognize loyalty and treachery. Black and white, step by step up from the stairs. The walls also have scenes of hell. Some people who have committed great crimes, after death is in hell to be tortured. Lin Che also understood that what the legalists pursued was, the law is established and orders are carried out. Words follow the law. They will visualize a hell, and using themselves as a mirror, they will illuminate the whole hell. This power is mysterious and at the same time risky, because once they are not right themselves and the mirror is tainted, they are the ones who will be dragged down into the midst of hell. As for whether or not it was true, Lin Che would like to see it with his own eyes. It was in this special atmosphere that Lin Che was brought to the 8th floor. At a glance, the windows around the 8th floor were all open, and from this height, one could see half of Tendu City. Looking at the bustling Tendu City, right in front of you, seems to give one an inexplicable feeling of duty to guard. In this pavilion, there were quite a few bookshelves placed around, stacked with books. A large round table was set in the very center. Having lost his legs, Qian Lingon, who was sitting on the main seat, was looking over the folded papers in his hand. Oftentimes, the Zhangji that were to be sent to the palace for His Majesty's finalization were left at the Mingjingji for the night, and only the next day would they be sent to the palace. My humble servant Lin Che, meet Fa Zheng. When Lin Che saw this renowned relocation Fajun, he immediately took the initiative to go forward and salute. According to reason, he is only a special envoy of the Dahanglu, and does not belong to the Mingjing division, but now that the people have been captured, it is still necessary to be a little more moral. The Duke of Qianling turned his head and revealed a gentle smile at his words. Instead, he looked more like a pedagogue in a great Confucian academy than the bright mirror of Justice Shun who made everyone scared. Oh, there you are. Come and sit down. There's just one thing I'd like to ask Jingenber. Chapter 34, You're too smart for your own good. What's the matter? You want to lock me up all night? That's 1,000 taels for one meal. Outside. I wouldn't have a problem eating and drinking for a month for 1,000 taels. Fuzzy, please. Lin Che didn't make any unnecessary movements and sat down in the front seat. A female mirror guard who was guarding the side, without having to be instructed, immediately came forward to pour tea for Lin Che. Not to mention, the woman looked in great shape, especially in this corseted power suit. It's very eye-catching. Thanks. Lin Che smiled, and even nodded his thanks to the beautiful mirror guard. All of this was in the eyes of the Duke of Qianling, but he seemed to have seen it all. My division received a report that the day before yesterday, Lin Shaking Wang, the son of the Jinghua house, broke into the Jing'an mansion and also clashed with a group of Confucian scholars. Is that right? Lin Che stroked his teacup and said, That's right. This Lin Shaking Light is too abominable. He rushed into my mansion for no reason and even went out to kill someone. So many scholars were watching. Lin Che didn't care about that much, and quickly told him everything. The Duke of Qianling listened attentively, and when he was done, he blandly said, This matter has had a great impact. The scholars have all sued before His Majesty. His Majesty has already decreed that I, the Mingjing division, should pursue this matter with all my might, Qian Linggong said, deliberately pausing before asking. Lin Shaking Light was seriously injured by the scholars using the vast qi, and he was attacked on his way back. This matter, do you know about it? What? Really? Ha ha. Lin Che looked like he just realized it as he covered his mouth and snickered. And how is he? Dead? Dead or not? Don't you know? Lord Qianling suddenly asked rhetorically. How would I know? Lin Che simply played dumb to the end. It seems that the Der Spiegel division is really coming for this, but how could they suspect me? I don't think they have any evidence. Lord Qianling added in a low voice. Lin Shuangguan wasn't just sneak attacked, he had 500,000 silver bills in his arms, and they also disappeared. This is not a small amount. Originally, this kind of thing, we, the Mingjing division, wouldn't have cared. On the one hand, His Majesty has asked about it, and on the other hand, according to the residents near the crime site, the murderer who stole the attack may be a human beast, or a demon race. This matter, we would have to interfere. This thing, did you do it? Lin Che still shook his head. To be honest, I think about beating this Lin Shaking Light to death every moment. If you've investigated us, then you know that my relationship with Lin Shaking Light is as strong as fire. But nah, my cultivation can't beat a 4th rank realm shitsi. I have proof. Qian Linggong looked at Lin Che with a very odd expression, like a cat looking at a mouse, but also like with a bit of appreciation. With a flick of his hand, the female mirror guard next to him walked over with a dress. That one dress, dirty and all dusty. Lin Che glanced at it and instantly judged that it was the same underling's clothes that he had worn on him the day before yesterday. He was casually stuffing it in the wagon of a passing greengrocer. How did you get here to Spiegel Division? What evidence? Lin Che asked, still full of doubts. The Duke of Qianling smiled blandly and gestured with his chin to the female mirror guard next to him, saying, Yang Qiuyue, who has been with me for less than 5 years, do you hear what she says? Yang Qiuyue quickly spread out that one piece of clothing, carefully observing the details of the clothing and analyzing it quickly. This piece of clothing was found on the wagon of a vegetable farmer hauling fruits and vegetables. 2 days ago at noon, they found this extra piece of clothing while checking at the city gates. At that time, the guards noticed the abnormality and reported it. After, we visited and investigated. Many eyewitnesses confirmed that the murderer who attacked Lin Shaking Wang that day was wearing this dress. The dust on the clothes, as well as the odor of the dried fish that stained the scene for drying are all consistent. It can be concluded that this piece of clothing is the same one that the murderer was wearing that day. The killer fled the scene of the crime too late to dispose of his clothes, so he stuffed them right into the farmer's wagon. Lin Che remained expressionless. This is the proof? Because of a piece of clothing of unknown origin, you guys think that I attacked Lin Shaking Light? Yang Qiuyue didn't reply and looked through the clothes. The material of the dress is of the finest quality. It's not yet the same as other fine damasks. They have a 2-fold stitching. in which gold silk is mixed. This belongs to the standard royal cloth. Judging from the design of the dress, which has many pockets, this dress was made to be worn by people of low status. At most, it was the underlings in the residences of the dignitaries. They have such good fabrics, but because of the reason that they need to work a lot, the clothes of the underlings have more pockets. The cloth is royal, but the embroidery is not. Judging from the rows of stitches on the sleeves inside, it went 3 times. In the entire Tiandu city, there are only 5 tailor stores that sew stitches like this. This is a new dress. I believe it is important to take this dress and investigate who has used royal cloth and who has tailored clothes for their underlings using royal cloth. Just ask at the tailor's store. Holy, how else can it be? Lin Che's gaze went to that one piece of clothing, and for a moment, he had the feeling of being unable to speak. No way. One dress and you're exposed? When Duke Qianling saw that Lin Che did not speak, he picked up the conversation with interest. As I recall, Uncle Jingan was a 10-year protege and labored hard. His Majesty rewarded Uncle Jingan with a batch of cloth. Did he not? Yes, that's right. But right, I sold all my cloths to get money for donations, Lin Che explained, then felt that he had spoken too much and asked, you guys don't think that one piece of clothing means I did it, do you? That won't happen. The cloth rewarded by His Majesty. I will also give some of my subordinates to take and sew clothes. I'm just wondering why you appeared on Chongping Street when Lin Shuangguang was attacked. Duke Qianling observed Lin Che's expression and reminded him, let me first help you recall your memories. You bought a lot of steamed buns at a stall on Chongping Street that day. You bought too many at once, and the boss was impressed with you. Lin Che said, of course I remember. I was buying food for the scholars. They want to go to the palace to sue the imperial court and fight for me. I bought some food to give to them. Is there anything wrong with that? They were the ones who saw me at the time and could give me proof. Indeed, a witness of sorts. Duke Qianling first appreciated it, then shook his head. But you're being smart. If you want to buy food for them, when you come out of the Jing'an mansion, you take Ningyu Street, the only road into the inner city that's closest. There are food and lodging vendors all along the way. Why did you choose to go to Chongping Street to buy steamed buns? Unless, of course, you go out the back door of the Jing'an mansion, pass by the scene of the crime, Bailan Alley, and then make a detour to Chongping Street, just in time to buy food here, just in time to run into them. You, a little smart. But, drawing a blank. In this instant, Lin Che suddenly felt that all the secrets on his body had been seen through by this relocating spirit duke in front of him. Until then, he was more or less psychologically superior. After all, he was crossing over. But the people here are not stupid. On the contrary, one is very urban. Especially this one in front of him, Fa Zhen, who controlled the entire Mingjing division. Lin Che forced himself to calm down and tried. Fa Zhen, after saying so much, it's all because you think I took revenge on Lin Shaking. What exactly do you guys want? Lord Qianling smiled slightly. It's nothing. It's our duty. We just want to know if it was you who did it. No. Lin Che shook his head. I still don't believe it. I have a secret like the system and you can project it. Ro, as the saying goes, there is a god 3 feet above your head. Upstairs, I worship the god of judgment of hell. Do you dare to say in front of the god of judgment that you didn't do it? What? The god of hell's judgment? And this thing? Is it a real deity? Lin Che's face became a little unnatural. The Fa family was able to follow their words. They just thought that they were the incarnation of the god of hell's judgment. For the people of Deqian, they believe that people also go to hell after death. It's hard to talk about faith. Of course I dare. Lead the way. Lin Che simply stood up directly. Then follow me. Lord Qianlin smiled and turned the wheelchair. Next to her, Yang Qiuyu hurriedly went over to push the wheelchair. Together, the 3 of them went up to the 9th floor, the highest level. The height of each of these floors was 7 or 8 meters high, so by the 9th floor, it was actually 70 meters high. On this level, enshrined was a huge deity with a hideous face and 3 heads and 6 arms. On the chest of this deity was a raised bronze mirror. It looks like this deity is the god of hell's judgment who judges all the sins in the world. For Lin Che, he had seen many various temple idols, and this one in front of him wasn't anything strange. Shen Linggong and Yang Qiuyu came to the statue of the god, but also respectfully lit incense and saluted. This made Lin Che a little difficult. He was not a believer in this god of hell judgment. Now should he also give some face to a few incense sticks? Luckily, Shen Linggong and the others didn't delay long, but simply offered incense. The Duke of Qianling then opened his mouth and asked, all right, you're in front of the gods now. You need to answer truthfully. 2 days ago, Was it you who attacked Lin Shuangwang in Bailan Alley? Chapter 35 A Head on Green's Lap. Definitely not me. Lin Che didn't think much about it and replied aloud. He doesn't care about dying and going to hell and being judged. That's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm dead and I'm still afraid of your hellish judgment? Besides, it's still unknown whether you have a hell or not. Want me to admit it in front of this one idol? No way. Duke Qianling was obviously a bit surprised, and gave Lin Che a fixed look before nodding his head silently. Good. Since it's not you, then it's not you. Lin Che was also a bit surprised and tried. That means I'm not suspected? I think that with your current cultivation, even if Lin's shaking light were to seriously injure you, you wouldn't be able to beat him up like that, as long as it wasn't done by a demon. It's not a big case. It will soon be handed over to the Ministry of Justice. We, the Mingjing Division, won't care. The relocating lord also gave an apologetic smile. Inviting you back is also a necessary process for the investigation. I have heard that you will also enter the palace to meet the emperor. I have already reported to His Majesty in advance. It will be enough for you to enter the palace to meet the emperor tomorrow. There's nothing more to do, so I won't keep you much longer, Qiuyu. See off, Uncle Jing'an. Yang Qiuyu nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Lin Che's face was full of surprise. This is fine? All the while waiting for him to go down the stairs and then out of the Spiegel division. Lin Che still hadn't figured it out. That's out? Nuts. Locking my old man up for the night and asking questions in front of the idol. That's all? This mirror division. It's not to screw me out of 1,000 tails, is it? Master, you've finally come out. Woohoo! At the entrance of the Mingjing division, Xiao Cheng was waiting outside with a few subordinates, and when they saw Lin Che come out, they all flocked up. For this group of subordinates, if Lin Che really committed something and was sentenced to death, then their group of subordinates was to be reassigned. They couldn't imagine what would happen if they were assigned to one of the other officials' residences. This whole night, they were all scared too, but they finally saw Lin Che come out, especially Green, with her big teary eyes, wasn't faking it. Lin Che waved his hand. Alright, I'm fine. Let's go back to the mansion first. Lin Che got into the carriage, but he couldn't sleep at all last night in the cell. That hard and cold plank bed was not as good as his carriage. Master, I see you're full of fatigue. Otherwise, why don't you lie down and I'll rub your head? I've learned some massage techniques from a healer before. Xiao Qing was very well behaved. Yeah, Lin Che was also not polite. They were all his own maids. What was this fear? He rested his head right on Green's lap. Ah, it's really comfortable. Xiao Qing, on the other hand, had a blushing face and green onion jade fingers, gently helping Lin Che to press and rub the acupoints on his head. Lin Che gently closed his eyes. Everything was so comfortable. Even Xiao Qing's unconsciously gently trembling thighs were so comfortable. As his thoughts calmed down, Lin Che was secretly thankful that he was still able to come out safely after his walk in the bright mirror division. This mirror division, when it really is puzzling. What's this about asking a question in front of an idol? Is this how the Der Spiegel division handles cases? Something suddenly seemed to flash through Lin Che's mind as he sensed something was wrong and opened his eyes all of a sudden. Ah, master, what's wrong? When Xiao Qing saw Lin Che suddenly open his eyes, she thought that there was something wrong with her massage technique. Lin Che didn't answer, but sat up in a flash. His face became incredibly grave. No, that's the mirror division. The one that scares the world. Don't they have a lot of evidence? It's just a dress, by some buns, and you can infer so much. If we keep investigating, can't we really find out? Ask in front of the idol and forget about it? He was in the palace yesterday to see the emperor, and the Mingjing division dared to intercept him. Why? Don't they fear the imperial power? Definitely not. On the contrary, the mirror division is deeply trusted by His Majesty. Something is definitely not right here. Lin Che scratched his hair and frowned. He seemed to have gotten a glimpse of what was hidden behind this. It's so close. Your lordship, don't talk, stop the car, Lin Che commanded. His eyes gazing into the distance as scene after scene flew through his mind. Case, the Duke of Qianling was not interested. It seemed that what interested Lord Qianling was, surprisingly, saying that one sentence in front of that idol. The idol, could it be? Lin Che trembled, and a dense cold sweat seeped out of his back in a split second. His mind went back to the secret decree the empress had given him. That secret decree is just a few words. Not good. Lin Che's body trembled. He couldn't imagine that it had taken him so many days to react. Quickly, turn around and go to the palace. I want to go to the palace to meet the emperor quickly. Chapter 36, Repeated Horizontal Jumps on the Edge of Life and Death. My humble servant. See your majesty. Next to the heavenly observatory lake, Lin Che saw the magnificent imperial spirit empress from afar. She was dressed in white, with her skirt reaching the ground, and was gazing out at the huge heaven-viewing lake in front of her with her back to the crowd. In the center of the lake was a huge tower, which was originally tall enough to be spectacular, but in this heavenly observatory lake, it appeared to be very short. Further away, there were several imperial concubines, maids of honor who were rowing small boats to swim, and there were also occasional sounds of playfulness coming from time to time. The cool evening breeze blew, ruffling Jiang Li's silky long hair. She didn't turn around either. Uncle Jing'an, so anxious to see me. Is there another good plan to offer? Get up and reply. In the past few days, when the holy decree of publicizing the names and amounts of those who collected donations came out, it really stirred up the whole Dakian. The amount of donations reported on the first day alone was more than 3 billion taels of silver. This was all the result of Lin Che's tongue lashing. Jiang Li was naturally very joyful. This was a solution to a major difficulty for her. Therefore, when she heard the eunuch report that Uncle Jing'an had requested an audience, she simply agreed. Lin Che, however, did not get up, hearing Jiang Li's compliments even more without the previous kind of joyful demeanor. But instead, he said in a deep voice, "My humble servant's crime is so great and unpardonable that I implore your majesty to grant me death." Ha! Jiang Li turned around, and a puzzled look appeared on that face with a coolness in its beauty. However, Lin Che's opening line was this: beg for death. So it seemed that Jiang Li had already gotten used to it. Where is the offense? At the time of the ancestor worship at the imperial tomb, I was so bold that I was thinking of His Majesty's valor in my heart, and in the heat of the moment, I even committed a treacherous act of usurpation, scribbling on the paper, "I am guilty." Deadly offense. Lin Che lowered his head at the moment, not daring to look at the empress' expression. A heart was already pounding wildly. He'd been on the edge of life and death many times with repeated horizontal jumps, and he hadn't reacted until now. His Majesty has appointed him as a special envoy, and in a little over 2 months, he will be traveling to Yen Yun Kingdom. Is this child's play? So, this empress, from the very beginning, was testing him. He was given a marriage to be consummated as soon as possible within 3 months. Is that just talk? No. The empress wants to see if he is close to women and if he is willing to stay in Dechen for the sake of his soulmate. Once the marriage was consummated, then Mo Jiaxue would be his weakness. No matter how high the kite flies, then the strings are left in Tendu City. But how did Lin Che do it? There was no showing kindness to Mo Jiaxue, and even going against Mo Jiaxue to make her get down. He's not close to women. He flipped out with the Jingguofu and did not give his father Lin Baojun the slightest bit of face on any occasion. He has no affection in his eyes, no parental favor to speak of. At the time of worship at the imperial tomb, Lin Che dared to directly write out an oath that only an emperor would dare to write. What is this? Proof that, in his heart, Lin Che dared to consider himself as an emperor, not fearing imperial power at all. Great treason, His Majesty's bounty, anyone is offering it at home, and Lin Che sold all of it in less than 2 days, which is not a bit of lingering gratitude. Then he fought with the group of ministers in a battle of tongues and discerned the great truths with the great Confucian scholars. It proved that in Lin Che's eyes, there were also no worldly constraints, and what ethics and morals simply didn't exist. Finally, in the Mingjing division, it wasn't a case at all. Even if he violently beat up Lin Shuaguang, so what? It's just a brotherly brawl. Besides, it was Lin Shaking Light who made the first move. The empress has no time for this kind of, nor does she care. But Mingjingji still invited Lin Che back and locked him up for one night, and that night was what destroyed his mental defenses. Finally, in the presence of the gods, Lord Xianling himself tested him. But Lin Che's behavior is, he doesn't respect ghosts and gods. A man who has no king or father, who is not afraid of imperial power, who is not close to women, who does not like money, who is not subject to worldly constraints, and who does not even fear the ghosts and gods. Would the royal family dare to use such a person? Can His Majesty be trusted? If you become an emissary to an enemy country, will you really work for Dakian? Everything finally converged again to the most important question. Before the second prince died, could he have handed you anything? Leave what last words? Did a kingless, fatherless, lawless man like you hide the second prince's things? Lin Che had a heavenly battle in his heart, especially thinking about those words on that secret letter. He buried his head even lower. Wanting to escape the heavenly capital and hide from the Zhenguofu was not just as simple as staying up for a long time. he also needed to reassure His Majesty, the current royal spirit, by allowing him to go on a mission to an enemy country before he could do so. It was still too easy to think before, and I was so focused on the fact that I could get a reward, but in reality, His Majesty's test had been there for a long time, and if he had realized it any later, he wouldn't have known how he was going to die. The Empress who can rule the world. You can't just look at the surface of her. You have to look deeper to see what's inside her. Oh, you for the minister to plan. This is a great merit. I am still thinking about what reward I need to give you. Where did the capital offense come from? Get up. I am terrified. And I thank your Majesty for your great favor. Lin Che took the opportunity to stand up and glanced at the Empress's scourged face. The Empress outfit today is really a sight to behold. The eyes moved down from the face of the Empress, and the gaze fell on that one mountain. Round. Full. Lin Che was more or less thrilled. There wasn't any exposure. The collar was up to the neck, but the pair of proud double Ds held the dress up. Can't watch it, can't watch it. Color is empty and empty is color. I'm a Springer reader, and I'm highly trained to never peek, unless it can't be helped. This time, you were able to convince the group of ministers to raise funds for the victims and set a precedent. It is a great merit. By the way, I heard that you were in the poetry competition at Drunken Moon House that day, and your bet was to go to the fold to plead for mercy for Zhou Xianchun, right? Lin Che thought bad. That is His Majesty personally said strict action. The golden words. How can he say on the folding of the folding of the folding? Do you really think the Qianlong law is written by your family? You can change it any way you want? You can pass any sentence you want? Lin Che simply clenched his teeth. Microchun. Indeed. Used this as a gimmick. I won't hide it from your Majesty. When I was at Drunken Moon House, I also came into contact with Zhou Wei, the former minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Originally, I was thinking of pitting him for 1,000,000 taels of silver. When the time comes, after I get the money, I'll put in a plea and wait for your Majesty to decide. Then I can donate 2,000,000 taels of silver. If I can save one more disaster victim, I can save one more. When Jiang Li saw how honest Lin Che was, she smiled bashfully. You're thinking quite beautifully. What? Is Zhou Wei unwilling? Jiang Li still quite believed in these words of Lin Che. After all, other ministers did not dare to say this, but it was on the other hand, the truest thoughts of the human heart. Lin Che even dared to directly donate the 1,000,000 taels he got. Even if he had 2,000,000 taels, it wasn't something he couldn't believe that he was going to donate. Yeah, he said he didn't have that much silver and would give me 30,000 taels at most. It's too little. Forget it. Lin Che shook his head with a look of unworthiness. Jiang Li was in a pretty good mood. In fact, she knew every move Lin Che made. Now that Lin Che was able to take the initiative to confess, that at least proved that he hadn't deceived the king. You are quite bold. Do you know that your behavior like this is extorting and blackmailing an imperial official? Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Lin Che's heart was in awe, knowing that such a question was definitely not simple. The Empress hadn't trusted him yet, and she definitely couldn't be careless. He has to hammer home the point that His Majesty will change his impression of him. Save the little life. Lin Che didn't answer at first, but instead took 2 steps to the side and looked up at the sky at 45 degrees, his face full of despondency. The setting sun shone on the lake and swept away a long golden glow. Of course I know that I will lose my head, but I'm not afraid of it. And I think of the fact that your Majesty was able to personally travel to the southern region to cure the flooding. This kind of spirit of being the first to fight for the country and for the people has deeply touched the Microchin. The king worries and the minister insults. The king insults and the minister dies. I only want to share your Majesty's worries, as long as I can raise 1,000,000 taels more, even if I have to bear the name of extorting high officials. So what? How can things in this world be as good as they should be? But to be blameless. Lin Che clasped his hands together and raised them slightly above his head, letting out an infinite amount of emotion and speaking aloud again, peacefully obtaining 10 million rooms in a wide building, and sheltering all the people in the world with joy. After the words, the room was slightly quiet. Empress Jiang Li didn't say anything, and the few palace maids in the distance dared not speak even more, with only the cool breeze blowing faintly. Jiang Li's eyes radiated a strange luster, as if for the first time, he realized that this courtier in front of him was different from the other courtiers. It's just not possible to fake it. From the Drunken Moon House's beacon fire, family letters worth 10,000 pieces of gold, to debating with a great scholar and getting the world to donate, even, for an extra 1,000,000 taels, willing to risk it all. Although there are many ministers in the court, but who is really so desperate for the sake of Dakian? For these high-ranking officials and aristocrats, it is enough to put on an act and donate a little money. Which one can really do that? The king worries and the subjects are humiliated. And the king is humiliated and the subjects die? A good sentence. If you can get a wide building with 10 million rooms, you can shelter all the people in the world with a happy face. Could it be that this Lin Che in front of him, 10 years of living as a hostage, had changed him completely and utterly? He doesn't put his parents' worldly imperial power in his eyes, but in his heart he was thinking of the nations and the people of the world. If all the courtiers in the world are like this, why worry about the stability of Qianlong? If Lin Che's heart was truly loaded with the people and he was thinking about the people, then his weakness was the people of the world. With the suffering people in his heart, he naturally wouldn't do anything that would harm the heavens or hurt the people. Zhongli took a step forward, his voice becoming softer. Secretary Lin, what you think in your heart? I understand, Lin Aiqing, when really my Qian group of ministers of the example. I need to reward you, so tell me, what do you want? Eat the king's salary and bear the king's worries. These are all things that I should do, and I don't dare to take credit for them. Others may be talking about it, but in my heart, I truly want to share His Majesty's worries. Lin Che had a righteous look on his face. In the future, Your Majesty will surely understand that I have a heart of gold. The words are good, but I also understand that rewards and punishments are clearly defined, and that there is no shortage of hungry soldiers. In the words of Secretary Lin, if you don't receive a reward this time, the subjects will not dare to receive a reward or contribute in the future. Zhongli was obviously in a good mood and smiled, not even waiting for Lin Che to answer. In the middle of the Guantian Lake, several of the late emperor's concubines came over with small boats, warbling and carrying several large fish in their hands. Your Majesty, look, what a great haul we've had today. Seeing this, Zhongli smiled sweetly and turned her head to Lin Che. Can't think of what you want? Then I'll reward you and have dinner with me. Go! Chapter 37, is this the late emperor's harem? Dining with the empress. It's a great honor. But, Your Majesty, you're not really going to just reward me for having dinner with you, are you? Dangerous. I should have known better than to pretend and just say what I wanted. Princess Pear, what delicious food did you catch today? Before the boat even docked, Zhongli was the first to speak. There were several delicate and beautiful women on the ship. All of them were charming. They can be the late emperor's harem beauties. Since the late emperor was murdered, these harem beauties, on the contrary, became harmonious, especially when Zhongli inherited the throne. These harem consorts, even the idea of fighting for the crown prince was completely gone. Concubine Li looked to be in her early 30s, exuding an incomparably matured flavor, and she didn't know if she hadn't been pampered for too long. But now after she saw Lin Che, this man, her eyes were also slightly bright. A look that says, I've been waiting for manna for a long time. Your Majesty, this time we caught a few snow-pure fish, and I see that Sister Ping Fei has been suffering from a lack of appetite lately. The imperial physician said that this snow-pure fish should have healing properties. Concubine Li smiled back and suddenly looked at Lin Che and asked, and this is? Oh, his name is Lin Che, the seventh son of the Duke of Jin, and now Uncle Jing'an. Zhongli introduced with a faint smile. Lin Che immediately saluted. My humble servant, meet your highness, Jing'an Boa. Concubine Li's bright eyes radiated a brilliant light. Oh, you're that Jing'an Boa. It turns out that you are also a great talent. In the past few days, your poems have been spreading all over the palace. 1 word, 2 poems, and half of the Great Confucian Academy. Your highness is too kind. Lin Che had a modest look on his face. Zhongli proposed. It's getting late, so I'll leave Jing and Bo down to have dinner together. Is it convenient for you guys? What's so inconvenient about this? Your Majesty, you've been traveling to the southern region for too long, and my sisters and I were saying yesterday that if you don't come back, those silver cloud flowers will wither. We'll have to wait for next year again to eat them. Concubine Pear smiled and looked a million times happier. Lin Che watched from the sidelines, not daring to say a word, not daring to breathe. Relationships in the palace are now as complex and as simple as ever. Zhongli has been the delight of these imperial concubines since she was a child. And now that everyone is not competing for favor, the most joyful thing they can do, surprisingly, is to have a meal with Zhongli. As for, it didn't seem so unthinkable that Lin Che, such a foreign minister, or a man, would follow over to rub his nose in it, because Her Majesty Zhongli seems to have a habit of dining with subjects of all sizes and religions. Even, there is an annual feast for 1,000 old men. Now that His Majesty is here, bringing a courtier like Lin Che is nothing. Not much farther, we reach the place of the harem where the 3,000 concubines of the late emperor lived. Of course, with Lin Che there, and without going deeper into the palace behind them, their group entered the middle of Consort Li's residence. Jiang Li chatted about family matters with a few of his consorts. Lin Che was very sensible and just stood outside the entrance of the hall, patiently waiting. There was another wait of almost an hour before this finally opened. Dining with His Majesty, the Dowager Consort, naturally was not a large round table, but a table in front of each person, which had already been filled with delicious food. This was similar to the ancient life that Lin Che thought in his head. Fortunately, it wasn't sitting on his knees to have his meal. There is a very comfortable stool. Lin Che still didn't dare to say a single word more. Jiang Li had already started eating, and a few of the dowager concubines had already moved their chopsticks, before he slowly picked up his chopsticks and chucked a piece of meat that he couldn't name. This bite into the mouth. Lin Che suddenly shuddered, and the piece of meat felt like it was going to explode in his mouth. It's the meat of the Fae. Although it was the first time he had eaten it, Lin Che immediately responded. That's definitely the meat of an exotic beast. This one was definitely worth it. Lin Che whimpered in his heart. This kind of foreign beast meat, one bite of it would be equivalent to an elixir. It's definitely not an easy meal. Lin Che sneaked a glance at the crowd and realized that no one was paying attention to him. He ate nonchalantly, puffing and puffing. His body seemed to sense it as well, the nourishment of Kud, and was absorbing it frantically as well. Alas, if only I had the stomach for it. Suddenly, a ghostly female voice came from not far away. Lin Che immediately stopped his movements and looked over awkwardly. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 40s. She had the most food laid out in front of her, but it hadn't been touched at all. She would be the Lady Ping who has a bad appetite. Lin Che smiled and answered almost as if it was a reflex. If you're anorexic, just take it to Kendragon and cure it. Ha? What did you say? Empress Ping frowned lightly, not having understood at all. At this time, all the imperial consorts looked over, even Jiang Li. Ugh, what's the point of talking too much? Back to your highness. I have thought of a dish that perhaps your highness would like. Have you ever had fried chicken legs? Empress Ping shook her head gently as she sniffed, seemingly unable to show any interest in the food at all. There were so many imperial chefs in the palace. She had eaten everything and was tired of it. Instead, it was the nearby concubine Li who became interested. What fried chicken legs? Uncle Jing'an is a great talent. Is he also a great cook? How do you make this fried chicken leg? If you can make Princess Ping's sister's appetite better, you'll be taking credit for it. Microcosm, willing to give it a try. Your Majesty here, is there a kitchen with chicken leg ingredients? Lin Che thought to himself that he was going to show his hand anyway, so even if it didn't work out, he was still doing his best. So immediately added, the fried chicken thighs I'm going to make need to be served right after they come out of the pan. So, it's best to bring all the ingredients to the door. Jiang Li also seemed to have come to be interested. After all, what Lin Che had done in these days were all unexpected. I'd also like to see what your fried chicken legs are known for. His Majesty gave his permission, and everything went smoothly from there. Lin Che stated all the ingredients he needed, and immediately a eunuch went to do it. It didn't take long for the pots, pans, ingredients, and toppings to all be ready. Lin Che had worked in the kitchen in the army, and this fried chicken leg was definitely made exactly like KFC. Under the watchful eyes of His Majesty and several of the dowager princesses, Lin Che some preparation, marinated, coated in flour, under the frying pan, zigzag. In no time at all, the smell of fried chicken began to waft around. Ha! This fragrance, it's not bad. Empress Ping sniffed her nose and immediately became interested. To be honest, although the palace used imperial chefs, what they pursued was the cultivation effect of the food itself. On the contrary, they ignored it in terms of flavor. If they really made it very tasty, then there wouldn't be much of a cultivation effect on those precious beast meats. In order to cultivate, even some beast meat still needed to be eaten raw. Now, when this fried chicken of Lin Che's came out, it immediately aroused Empress Ping's appetite. When the chicken legs took on a golden color, Lin Che immediately fished them out. It smells so good. Here, try the flavor for me. My lady, please wait a moment. This is not finished. The chicken thighs need to be refried once more. Eventually, Lin Che refried the chicken thighs once more before fishing them out and dividing them into several bowls. Several palace maids went up to serve and put them in front of Jiang Li and several of the imperial consorts. Crispy fried chicken legs. Your Majesty, a few dowager consorts. Please try it. Chapter 38, Concubine Pair. You big goblin. Golden brown crispy fried chicken thighs. It is very appetizing to look at. Empress Ping originally had no interest in any kind of food, but at this moment, she was already eating out of her hand. There was a courtesan next to her, picking up a small knife to cut the fried chicken leg into pieces. Your Highness, this kind of fried chicken thigh, the wonderful thing about it is that it's eaten right out of the hand. With chopsticks as well. The way of eating it is a bit crude, but that's part of the fun, Lin Che carefully reminded. This Empress Ping nodded her head, not caring too much about the palace rules as she picked it up with her chopsticks and said, when I was a child, before I joined the palace, my father would also cut off the leg of lamb and roast it to eat. When it came time to cultivate, he ate 3 or 4 large legs of lamb. After saying that, Princess Ping also ate straight away. Sure smells good. With Lady Ping leading the way, every one of them tried it. Only Zhongli on the main seat was unmoving. Zhongli was still satisfied. Iching Lin, you really know how to cook. This method of cooking fried chicken legs, can you teach it to Empress Ping? Of course, it would be an honor for the microcosm. Lin Che had no intention of hiding anything at all. After all, everyone watched how he made fried chicken. There wasn't much skill to be found in this kind of thing. If he wants to take it out and sell it, in less than 3 days, the other hotelians must have learned it as well. This great talent, he helped make Sister Ping Fei eat her meal and even offered a recipe. Then we should reward him with a little something as well. Concubine Li quietly stood up, and while she reached into her arms, she swayed and walked towards Lin Che. She exuded an incomparably mature flavor, revealing snow-white and delicate skin, like a ripe peach. Coming in front of Lin Che, he handed him a small box. Lin Che's position was now facing everyone inside because of his hands on the fried chicken legs, and when he saw that concubine pair was coming over to reward him, he immediately bent down and saluted. Princess Pair came to him just in time to block everyone's view. A small gift, please accept it from Uncle Jingan. When Concubine Li placed the object on Lin Che's palm, she even extended her white little finger first and gently drew 2 circles on Lin Che's palm. Lin Che's palm trembled and he retracted it like lightning. It's for you. Just take it. Concubine Li was smiling. Her charming eyes were silky, her dimples were deep, and that pair of eyes was almost lassoed. This pair princess, how horny is this? Leprechauns. Big. Leprechauns. My double-cheeked sire is still here. You're too bold. I'm innocent by nature. This is workplace sexual harassment for you. Don't. Stop. Thank you. Your Highness. Lin Che's voice was as calm as possible as he received it, and after receiving the reward, he obediently retreated to the side. As for what was contained in that small palm-sized box, Lin Che didn't open it live to see. A meal is finished. Lin Che finally followed His Majesty Zhang Li out of the harem again. Zhang Li spoke once again. Concubine Li has also given you a reward. I naturally can't fall behind either. I have decreed that the Volt Beast ring in your hand belongs only to you, and whoever dares to rob it, I will cut off his head. Lin Shaking Guang broke into your residence and struck out at you, disregarding the laws of the land. Cancel his place in this year's rank promotion, punish him with 50 strokes of the cane, and compensate you with 100,000 taels of silver. Inform the Jinyuan army. Lin Che was overjoyed at his words, and at the same time, he was also surprised for a moment. I can't imagine that His Majesty's punishment is so heavy this time. You know, Lin Baojun want a smooth hereditary succession. Let Lin Baojun succession. That is not just Jinguagong this name. A mere name is of little use. The most important thing is the military power. The Jinyuan army, 100,000 Huban, handed over to Lin Jingguang, that is the real hereditary want. Therefore, Lin Shakespeare had been mixing up his rank in the Jinyuan army all these years, and every year he was promoted like crazy. One day, when Lin Shakespeare had mixed up to vice general, Lin Baojun would take him out to fight a few more not-so-small battles, and he would be promoted to war general. It's all in preparation for the hereditary succession. But now what? Zhang Li directly cancelled his promotion quota for this year and had to inform the entire army. This was a heavy blow to Lin Shuangguang's prestige in the army. Even if Lin Shakespeare could really lead the army in the future, many soldiers would think that Lin Shakespeare had a black history. That glorious image crumbled. Thank you, Your Majesty, for doing justice to the micromanager. Lin Che was so excited in his heart. He could now imagine Lin Shuangguang's look of being so angry that he was spitting blood. Didn't you have fun kicking my door in? Serves you right. I was thinking of rewarding you with some gold, silver and jewelry, but I thought that Lin Iching doesn't like money, so that's why I've been having a headache. No, Your Majesty, you're mistaken. It's a big misunderstanding. I love it. I especially love it. Don't be fooled by my donation of $1 million in silver. I'm just a courtier who loves money. A groundhog squealed in Lin Che's mind. You can't keep pretending. If you keep pretending, there's nothing left. Your Majesty has given me a gift, and I don't dare to refuse it 3 times. There are still 2.5 months before the Microchan will be traveling to Yen Yun Kingdom, and with the Microchan's current cultivation level, he might lose the face of Great Qian. Therefore, the Microchan has the audacity to ask for a few body forging techniques. Zhongli glanced sideways at Lin Che and smiled faintly. Is it really for the face of De Qian? Of course, but there is also a bit of selfishness. The microcosmic minister is also afraid of death and wants to learn some feats to save his life. Of course, a Microchan is definitely not someone who is greedy and afraid of death. The Microchan just feels that if the Microchan dies early, he won't be able to share your Majesty's worries in the future, and he'll die a bit of a loss. Ha ha ha. It turns out that our heaven unafraid Jingyanbo also has times when he's afraid of death. Zhongli heard that Lin Che was also afraid of death. She instead felt much more relieved, and a wisp of a smile unconsciously swept across her face. At this time, it was the moment when the last rays of the setting sun were going down the mountain, and Lin Che was exactly a body length behind as he walked alone. From this angle, he could just see Zhongli's absolutely beautiful side face. The pale sunset fell on her face like a shroud of haze. As the evening breeze blew by, Zhongli's long hair blew up and fluttered, brushing past Lin Che's face, lilac darkness refreshing his heart. In this instant, Zhongli seemed to have sensed something as well. She immediately collected her smile and smoothly ran her long hair through her hands, looking forward and replacing it with the aura of that kingly face. I promise you, the Dakian Book Depository contains the most complete cultivation techniques in the world. You can go in and pick one to cultivate. Thank you, Your Majesty. Don't be in a hurry to give thanks. It's only 7 days. You cultivate as quickly as possible. The forging realm is simple. In 7 days, the envoys from Yen Yun Kingdom will arrive in Deqian. I have ordered you to be the deputy secretary, Fei San Cook to be the main secretary, and you will jointly preside over the relevant reception matters. What? A messenger from Yen Yun Kingdom is coming? Isn't he the one who's going on a mission to Yen Yun Kingdom in 2.5 months? This enemy country. But now it's sending a messenger. What's this for? Suddenly, Lin Che thought again of the secret decree Jian Li had given him. He instantly felt fidgety as hell. Chapter 39. How come there's still the Sunflower Sutra? 7 days. It has to be a race to the bottom. Lin Che had gotten an order from the empress, and he didn't care so much. He wouldn't leave the palace tonight. The little eunuch led him through the layers of inspection, and finally arrived at the famous Deqian Book Depository. It was an incomparably brilliant and gigantic palace with a total of 9 floors, each separated into a dozen or so areas. At the entrance, there were 3 white-haired old men standing guard. Their age, which looked to be at least 100 years old, stopped at the door, as if they were drowsy. However, sensing Lin Che's arrival, one of them opened his eyes slightly. These eyes were like blades, and it seemed that if this old man blinked, real blades would stab out. Cultivation techniques, all on the 9th floor. After checking Jiang Li's oracle, the old man let Lin Che in. Many thanks to the 3 seniors. Lin Che walked in after a polite sentence. Then he saw the entire Great Qian, the largest library of books. Inside the books, all-encompassing, including the various schools of thought, all aspects. This was a great achievement of Her Majesty the Royal Spirit, who, since her succession to the throne, had set out to collect all the books in the world. 10 years later, it still hasn't been sorted out. Lin Che stood on the 1st floor, looking at the rows and rows of bookshelves that could not be seen at a glance. Judging from the time track on the wall, it was now 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was already dark outside. But in this book library, the surrounding walls, the bookshelves, were all inlaid with night pearls, illuminating the place with light. Lin Che saw the first bookshelf, and without moving, he walked over and reached out and gouged hard on a fist-sized night pearl. Well, that's solid. It seems impossible to gouge. These books, all of them, are agricultural books. It's about recognizing grains and cereals, and how to grow agriculture all over Deqian. Farming is fundamental, so they were put on the 1st floor. Lin Che also really looked through a few farming books, but they were all really about planting. He wasn't interested, and after circling around, he headed for the 2nd floor. The old man at the door didn't lie to him. Lin Che had seriously looked through the books on the 2nd floor to the 8th floor, which included legalism, Confucianism, military science, Taoism, Moism, yin and yang, famous, miscellaneous, agricultural, medical, Zonghong and Hong and so on. However, none of them had any real cultivation techniques among them. Lin Che proceeded and walked up to the 9th floor. Finally, I saw a book of cultivation secrets. Lin Che settled down his inner excitement, walked over and casually grabbed a book and flipped through it. After looking at it for a couple of moments, he shook his head again. This book was not for the forging body realm, but was only used at the 5th grade true element realm. He looked in vain. This area, it says, yellow. In other words, these are the yellow level techniques? It should be. Lin Che still knew that many techniques were divided into the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow. Heaven level was naturally the highest and strongest, and of course, the most difficult to cultivate. It just so happened that the blazing yang hegemony body and dragon ridge technique that he practiced were both heaven grade techniques. I, Lin Che, have taken one step at a time, stepping down and relying on my own efforts to cultivate to this realm today. It's only natural to set your sights on the long term. Just go and look for heaven level feats. Lin Che made up his mind, and immediately walked towards the front. The farther he walked, the more rows of bookshelves housed feats, all of which were not duplicated. I really don't know where Qian got so many cultivation techniques. After walking for a while, they finally came to the area of the heavenly rank. This one, just looking at the name, is awesome, the Qiankuan treasure code. Lin Che saw a very special bookshelf, and the books placed on it were also very few, just 3. Immediately, he took this Qiankuan Baodian over and casually flipped open the first page. I want to practice divine power and draw the knife to myself. Aha, why is it so familiar? If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-cannibalize. This is the Sunflower Treasure Classic? How come there's still the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary here? Lin Che was startled and thumped back a few steps, hitting the bookshelf behind him at once. Wow! The entire bookshelf immediately toppled down, and the hundreds of books placed on it also fell to the ground. Be careful. Suddenly, a very calm man's voice came from behind him. Lin Che was surprised again and turned his head to look, not knowing when there was an additional man behind him. The reason why Lin Che was a bit hesitant was because he couldn't tell at first glance whether this person in front of him was a man or a woman, because he's just so good-looking and handsome. He had waist-length, silver-white hair that was windless, and that androgynous face didn't seem to have had any expression on it for many years. But the knots in his throat are solid, and his ears are not pierced, nor are his pecs. Moreover, it was only at this time that Lin Che realized that there was a large table next to the corner, and there were quite a few secret books of feats piled up on it as well. This man should be the librarian here. Elder, I'm sorry, I'll set it up neatly right away. Lin Che immediately picked up the scattered books, and the long-haired man, who also seemed to be used to this kind of work, also helped to clean up one by one. Sensing from his breath, this silver-haired man didn't have any semblance of martial arts on him. However, Lin Che was more convinced that this silver-haired man was too high in cultivation, to the point of the so-called return to basics, and that was why he didn't have any aura. It's definitely a big deal to be a sweeper here. Take a licking. I don't know if I can hold this one. Many thanks, Senior. My name is Lin Che. I haven't yet asked what Senior's name is. A name, but a code name. The silver-haired man didn't answer positively, but instead returned to his seat and picked up his pen to be copying a gongfu. That's pushing it. It's a little full. Lin Che came over again, and with a glance he knew that the books on the left were already transcribed, while the ones on the right could not be moved. Senior, you don't need these books, do you? Let me help you put them away. Lin Che walked over and was about to help move the books. There's no need for that. You'd better pick your gongfu. The silver-haired man was still not sad or happy, and he even swept a glance at the secret book in Lin Che's hand. This gongfu is not suitable for you. Get another book. Lin Che glanced at the top. This was a proper Sunflower Treasure Classic. Of course it was inappropriate. He quickly closed on it, not daring to look through the second half of this secret book at all. May I ask, Senior, what is the most suitable technique for me to cultivate right now? Without lifting his head, the silver-haired man continued to transcribe the gongfu, saying, you are able to cultivate the Dragon Ridge technique, blazing yang hegemony body, to the supreme realm, so it is evident that you have natural talent. If the Dragon Spine technique is cultivated together with the Dragon Bone technique, Dragon Tendon technique, and the Big Dipper hidden dragon body, there might be some achievements in the future. Hiss. Lin Che slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. Who is this silver-haired man? Just by taking a quick glance, he knew that he had cultivated the Dragon Ridge technique and the blazing yang hegemony body? The supreme realm? Does it mean the 10th level? This one glance showed that he had cultivated these two body forging techniques to the 10th layer? Who the hell is this misogynistic guy? Anyone who wants to practice the upper part and I'll steal the lower part. Chapter 40 Negotiations between two nations. Since they should be elegant. 7 days. Even those cultivation geniuses could only barely cultivate a single technique. However, Lin Che had cultivated 3 books. The 2 books, Dragon Bone Technique and Dragon Tendon Technique, were still the same as Dragon Spine Technique, with the first level being easy to start, and the further one went, the more difficult it became. Lin Che used 2 days to learn the first layer of these 2 books. As for whether it was difficult or not at the back, he wasn't worried at all. After all, the system was in his hands. As long as he wasn't afraid of hard work and was serious about adding points, he would always be able to learn. However, in the remaining 5 days, he could not learn the first layer of the Big Dipper hidden dragon body. Seeing that he was about to leave the bookstore, Lin Che could only ask the silver-haired man for help once more. Senior, I've been learning this Big Dipper hidden dragon body for 5 days, but I still can't get the hang of it. I still ask for Senior's guidance. During these 7 days, Lin Che had also often looked for the other party to speak to, so he didn't feel bad about asking for advice now. The silver-haired man was still transcribing feats without raising his head. There is no need to rush this gongfu. You memorized the gongfu, and it's good that you can learn it within 10 years. Lin Che was a bit surprised. Does it take so long to learn? Is there a quick method? I'll just learn the first layer. What I'm talking about is the first level. The silver-haired man stopped writing and looked up at Lin Che. The word hidden dragon is mainly about dragons, not hiding. You have learned the dragon spine technique, and then within 10 years, you will learn the dragon bone technique and the dragon tendon technique. By then, you will naturally be able to learn the heavenly dipper hidden dragon body. Lin Che was grateful. He really didn't know much about cultivation. After all, he was only familiar with the first layer. Now that he still had 8 skill points left, the Empress had opened her mouth, and Lin Shakespeare was going to compensate him with 100,000 silver, which would be a little more. Then he's got 9 skill points, but it's certainly still not enough. Alas, it's a pity that the Empress has decreed that this ambush beast ring can only be owned by him. Otherwise, once he sold this treasure, he really didn't know how much money he could make and how many skill points he could earn. Double cream. You're missing my point. Take my shot. After going downstairs, Lin Che saw the 3 old men guarding the door again. 3 seniors? Ha ha, it's you guys again. You guys are truly a role model for the working class. Lin Che arched his hand at the 3 of them and inquired. Above the 9th floor, there is a tall man with long silver hair. What is this tall man's name? The 3 old men had all originally squinted their eyes, not wanting to pay attention to Lin Che at all, but when they heard these words, they all violently opened their eyes. You saw him? Yeah, he's up on the 9th floor. You really saw him? Didn't lie to us, did you? The old man pressed on still in disbelief. It's hard not to see it, isn't it? Such a big living man. What's his name? Anything to come of it? From the looks on the faces of these 3 old men, it can be seen that the mysterious man on the 9th floor is a big deal. I can't believe he's still around. He's actually. The old man's face was full of gravity, and he was just about to say the man's name when suddenly his body stiffened, as if he had been struck by lightning. After freezing, the 3 old men's faces changed. Kid, you'd better get out of here. We don't know each other, and never, ever say anything to anyone about having seen him. Remember. Lin Che made a bow and left very sensibly. A tall man is a tall man. Names are starting to get mysterious. When I am successful in my training, I will make everyone not dare to mention my name and address me as that one. Seems like we're overstepping our bounds. As Lin Che thought about this, he left the palace with great vigor. Just got back on the mansion. Qing then greeted him with a face full of excitement. Master, you're finally back. Xiao Cheng was very excited and her pretty face was scarlet. Although they also knew that Lin Che had been brought into the palace, they took turns sending people to wait at the entrance of the palace day after day, but they still didn't see Lin Che come out. This makes these underlings become fearful. How's the family these days? How is De Zhuang now? De Zhuang he is almost healed. Now he can eat and walk. It's just that, when he heard that the master even bought the bone-catching Dan for him, he felt a little guilty. That's a cute size. Lin Che gently shook his head. By the way, Master, some people from the palace came to deliver the decree, but you weren't there. They then left. It's just that next to our mansion, there's an extra group of patrol troops. They are stationed right next to it. Lin Che nodded. These were His Majesty's wishes. Since he had these patrols, why did he even bother hiring guards? It was useless to hire these rice buckets. Just blow them all away straight away. It didn't take long for the eunuchs from the palace to come again, and their main purpose was to bring Lin Che the 100,000 tales of compensation. This could be described as a reward or compensation from Lin Shakespeare. Lin Che got 100,000 tales of silver, and sure enough, he got a little more skill points. He was also considered to have really figured out this system, even if Her Majesty, the Empress, had said with golden words that she would give him 100,000 silver. It was still false, and the skill points would not increase without the money in hand. It's no use for the Empress to make promises. Lin Che gently closed his eyes and summoned the system once again. Host, Lin Che. Realm, first grade body forging realm, complete. Cultivation technique, blazing young hegemony body, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, dragon ridge technique, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, dragon bone technique, 1th/10th level. Cultivation technique, dragon tendon technique, level 1/10. Remaining points, 9. As for the Big Dipper hidden dragon body, it hadn't been cultivated to the first layer, so it wasn't shown at all. Lin Che looked at the 9 skill points and fell into deep thought. That silver-haired man could instantly tell what technique he was practicing, so could other experts also tell? If he were to start adding points now and rush one of the feats to the 10th level, it would seem to be of little significance, but if it's saved up, when it's time to really fight for your life, then just add it. Wouldn't that be more of a surprise? Thinking of this, Lin Che decided not to add any points for now, and during this period of time, he would first ponder over the Heavenly Dipper hidden dragon body and save his skill points for it. By the way, Lady Pear gave me a box. I wonder if it's expensive jewelry, or a rare elixir? Lin Che took the box out quickly and opened it. A token? Lin Che looked at the words on it, and surprisingly, it was still an entry and exit token for the harem. What do you mean? Concubinely, you gave me a token that allows me to enter and leave the harem. What does that mean? Is this the middle of the night when you get lonely and ask me to come play poker with you? You really think the harem is that easy to get in and out of? Forget it. Can't afford it. Go to bed. Early the next morning, another person came to the door. Surprisingly, it was Ying Dahong and Chang Ting of the Dahonglu. Previously, on the steps of the imperial tomb, Lin Che had gotten to know the two of them, so once they met, they weren't exactly strangers. Lord Vice Secretary, the two of us have come to disturb you again. Ha ha ha. Ying Dahong smiled and laughed, looking very familiar. Lin Che instantly understood where they were coming from. You too, are you asking me to go to work? Work? Ying Dahong first froze, but also reacted quickly and said, yes, Lord Deputy Secretary. The Yen Yun Kingdom's emissary has already entered the territory of Diqian, and will arrive at the heavenly capital in 3 days. Lord Deputy Secretary hasn't been to the court for the past few days, and there are still many things waiting for you to make up your mind. Chang Ting also squeezed out a smile. Yes, with the arrival of the Yen Yun Kingdom's emissary, this is bound to be a negotiation. Time is running out, and you, the Deputy Secretary, must be in place. It should be in place. However, I won't hide it from the two of you. This reception of Yen Yun Kingdom's emissaries and negotiations between the two countries. I don't know how to do any of these either. Lin Che was honest. Ha ha ha, you're being modest, Lord Vice Secretary. In fact, it's quite simple to say. The two countries are negotiating with their own elegance. Just chat slowly. Aha, we're really just messengers, so we'll just do what we're told from above. Negotiations between the two countries should be conducted with grace. Why does it feel a little familiar? But having said that, Lin Che always felt that it wasn't simple. After all, with this identity, he had spent a full 10 years in the Yen Yun Kingdom's Proton Palace. If he didn't handle it well this time, he was afraid that His Majesty would replace him as an envoy. After 2.5 months, if he was unable to leave Tiandu City, he would still be poisoned by the Xingua Fu. Therefore, this reception of the Yen Yun Kingdom's emissaries had to be done beautifully. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Che got ready and went out. The three of them got into the carriage together. Ying Dahong spoke fervently. Lord Deputy Secretary, my subordinate has heard that there is an imperial prince among the emissaries from Yen Yun Kingdom this time. Prince? For some reason, Lin Che almost subconsciously burst out with an unthinkable thought. This prince, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back alive. Chapter 41. Let's land on our heads. Dahonglu Yamen. Lin Che had just gotten out of the carriage, and in front of him stood a group of officials, large and small. Leading the way was none other than the chief secretary of the Dahongkan, Fei San Boiled. looking at a middle-aged man around 50 years old, full of righteousness, with two 8-handed beards. It was very special. Da Honglu, Fei Sanbu, leading 45 officials of all sizes in the yamen, welcomed the deputy secretary. Fei Sanjiu smiled and laughed, taking the lead in arching his hand, and the officials of all sizes behind him looked as if they had rehearsed. I wish the deputy director general a smooth and steady rise to the top. The great name of Uncle Jing'an is really like a thunderclap. I finally get to see it today. The scene was so close to the sound of gongs and drums and firecrackers. My humble servant, Lin Che. I have met with the Lord Superintendent. Lin Che also quickly stepped up and saluted Fei San Cook. Fei San Boiled's face was full of amiability, and before Lin Che could even salute, he went up and grabbed Lin Che's hand, sighing, Don't. You're an earl, though nominally you're superior. Wouldn't dare to actually make you curtsy. TSK. All this time, we've heard of Uncle Jing'an's great name whenever we've heard it, and sure enough, there's no such thing as a reputation. With Uncle Jing'an joining our Da Honglu, this reception of the Yenyun Kingdom's envoys will surely satisfy His Majesty. Lin Che wasn't lagging behind. Master Chief, you're too kind. I'm a newcomer who doesn't know anything when I first arrived. In the future, I still need you to grasp the direction and give me more guidance so that I won't make mistakes. I've already decided that I'll follow the master's pace in the future. If the master tells me to go east, I'll definitely not go west. Lin Che had one principle: to mix peacefully for 2.5 months, and wait for a smooth mission to Yenyun Kingdom. That means the sky is the limit. Fei San Boiled's eyes also lit up at his words. He had long heard of Lin Che's temper. When he was angry, he would directly blast the ministers in front of the civil and military officials, and dare to debate with the great Confucian scholars. It would be really difficult if, when he arrived at the Dahongluo, Lin Che had to go on another killing spree. But to my surprise, Lin Che was so uptight. After a burst of commercial blowing each other's brains out, you let me and I let you, they entered the Dahonglu Yamen. Once inside, these officials, large and small, once again took out modest gifts and presented them to Lin Che. Uncle Jing'an, you mustn't mind it. These are a little token of appreciation from your fellow officers. Originally, it should have been sent when you were appointed as Uncle Jing'an. It was just too busy at that time. Grateful. Lin Che was also not polite. A mosquito leg was also meat. Turn around and sell those gifts backhandedly, more or less towards skill points. After some familiarization, it was noon again. Fei San Boiled had ordered the kitchen to set up a banquet together at noon to greet Lin Che. It was quite a meal. Lin Che was in a state where he needed to replenish his body like crazy, and he ate very happily. In the afternoon, Fei San Boiled pulled Lin Che to the water pavilion again and started making tea, chatting, and eating snacks. Lin Che saw that two of his fellow officers, and I don't know where they got the little ladies, were still there cuddling and feeding each other red dates to eat. He was more or less unable to help himself. Master Ji, didn't you say that the Yenyun Kingdom's emissary will be arriving soon? Don't we need to prepare something? When Fei Sanjia heard this, he laughed and said, Don't worry, it's all ready. To receive the envoys, we are staying in the 3 pavilions to the west of our Dahonglu. It's cleaned up. The next day, these ambassadors were definitely to meet His Majesty face to face. If they want to talk about anything, it will be the people above them who will talk about it. On the 3rd day, everyone goes to worship the spring god and hunt for another half day. This is also the usual practice. On the 4th day, it's time to negotiate with the other side. Right now, it's not even clear what they're coming over for. There's no rush. Lin Che nodded thoughtfully. He always felt that this time was not an unusual dispatch of emissaries from 2 countries. That's the enemy country of Yenyun. At this time, a thin official next to him suddenly stood up and said angrily, Master Ji, and we entertain them? Hospitality my ass. 10 years ago, they dared to ask our great Qian to send 2 hostages, and Deputy Secretary Lin is back, but the second prince is dead. They absolutely cannot be spared. We, the great Qian dynasty, are not afraid of them? We'll kill their emissaries first, and then send troops to flatten Yenyun Kingdom, recover the lost 16 states. Fei San Boiled's face sank as he saw them getting more and more licentious. All shut up, don't talk nonsense. All of them get out of here. I have something to talk to Uncle Jing'an. The officials looked indignant and retreated helplessly. In no time, the entire water pavilion was left with Lin Che and Fei San Boiled, and there wasn't even a single serving subordinate beside them. Ah, Deputy Secretary Lin, there's a piece of news that I need to inform you of in advance. This time, there is an imperial prince in the Yenyun Kingdom's team. Lin Che had already known about this news. so he wasn't too surprised. Yan Yun Kingdom, sending the imperial prince here. What do they want? Fei San Boiling let out a long sigh and said, I think that the Yan Yun Kingdom is doing this on purpose. They want this prince to die. What is the meaning of this? The Yan Yun Kingdom has been given 10 years of time to languish, but it is simply no match for my Diqian. As long as my great Qian sends troops, then Yan Yun Kingdom will definitely pay a heavy price. Yan Yun Kingdom is afraid, but the death of the second prince, this is a blood feud. Fei San Boiled heavily slapped down his teacup and gritted his teeth. They are thinking, one life for one life. Let us kill their imperial son as well and forget about it that way. They are really dreaming. Lin Che's eyes were unblinking, and his mind was frantically thinking of various possibilities. When Fei Sanjiu saw that Lin Che didn't reply, he came to Lin Che's side and reached out to pat Lin Che's shoulder. Older brother, don't think that I'm shallow with you either. The Yan Yun Kingdom is here, and your attitude is the attitude of the entire Great Qian. Think about it. You were imprisoned by the Yan Yun Kingdom for 10 years. If you want to take revenge, and the entire Great Qian wants to send troops, who would be the right person to start this? It must be you. Even if you're not willing to do it, someone must have forced you to do it. Family hatred and national hatred. The second prince's revenge cannot go unrewarded. Instead of passively waiting for an opportunity and being called a coward, rather, grabbing a chance to excel can definitely make you the hero of the entire Great Qian. Lin Che had already thought of what it was and asked knowingly. You mean, what are the chances? Kill the royal son of the Yan Yun Kingdom, avenge the second prince and raise our country's prestige. Fei Sanjiu was thrilled. His fists clenched tightly as if he couldn't wait to bring his sword to the battlefield immediately. Lin Che had a look of excitement on his face, but in his heart, he had already been cursing. That dog. It's your first day on the job and you're going to make me your pawn, right? Killing the prince of Yan Yun. This kind of thing that breaks the sky. You ask me to do it? I've been a hostage for 10 years. Not a cutie pie for 10 years. You're still making a name for yourself. I'm afraid you'll land on your head. And so on. This Fei San Boiled is a social animal that receives messengers. Where did he get such wild ideas? And to kill the enemy's prince? It definitely wasn't the bastard's own idea. There's a big man behind him. Who exactly is it? After Lin Che had read the Empress's secret decree, he could be certain that the Empress would not do this. Otherwise, what was the point of her giving herself a secret decree? Besides, if the Empress wants to kill the ambassadors, these ambassadors can't even enter the Dacian border. If the Empress didn't order it, then who could it be? Lord Prime Minister, you talk too much. I hate the Yan Yun Kingdom to death. Not a single one of them will return alive. Only, I'm alone and weak, so I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. We'll go out now, and send out hero invitations to recruit powerful assassins. The moment this group of ambassadors steps into our Dahanli Yamen, we'll drop our cups as a signal. Swarm around and chop them up on the spot. Go, let's go out now. Chapter 42. You go and get rid of the Yan Yun Kingdom's prince. Fei Sanjiu looked dazedly at Lin Che. Widely distributed heroes? Swarming? What's all this? Uncle Jean gone. It's especially good that you have the heart to kill thieves, but you can't be so flashy. If the enemy's emissary is killed in full view of the public, isn't this pushing both countries into the fire? The second prince of Diqian died in Yan Yun country, and the opposite Yan Yun country sent the prince, who also died in Diqian. What's going to happen to this? This matter must be done, but it must never be done openly. To kill the Yan Yun Kingdom's imperial son, you absolutely cannot trap His Majesty. If you were to widely distribute the hero's post, wouldn't you be explicitly telling the opposite side that you want to kill their imperial son? But if, however, it's your personal behavior, that would be different. At a time when the entire Great Qian dared not make a move, after the second prince was killed and the Great Qian endured for 5 years, you the great hero stepped forward, avenged the second prince. Think about it, you will become a great hero touted by all the people by then. You can rest assured that by then, the courtiers will all support you. Oh Uncle Jing'an, if you really made such a great achievement, the hereditary succession of the Zhenghua house would not be your inhuman elder brother. Instead, it will be you. The future Lord of Zhen. Paint the cake right. Crazy Pua huh? You want me to work for you just because of a few words of righteousness? Lin Che's face was filled with righteous indignation, but in his heart, he was rapidly calculating. Fei Sanjiu is a kill the messenger for the whole Dahanlu absolutely no good end. Then Fei Sanjiu behind the figure must have promised what? Like being able to keep Fei San cook, or even add to the list? Then this person behind it, His identity is definitely not low. Killing the royal son of Yan Yun country. The consequences will definitely cause friction between the two countries. If pushed by the people who have the heart, the outbreak of a national war is also very likely. If there is any turmoil in Dakian, the empress will certainly be criticized. And who will be the biggest beneficiary? Lin Che already had an answer in his heart when he thought of this. My Lord Superior. What I, Lin Che, hate most in my heart is indeed the Yan Yun kingdom, and I can't wait to drink their blood and eat their flesh. But after killing their imperial son, the entire Yan Yun kingdom will definitely not let me off the hook. Maybe, if Great Qian doesn't want to fight, they'll push me out to take the blame. The heavens are huge. Where can I go? A dead end. Fei San boiled hurriedly explained. How could De Qian push you out to take the blame? You are a great hero. This big hero. I can't do it. I think you'll be just right for it. Master G. I'm not going anyway. If I had $1 million in silver 10 days ago, I might have considered it. Now that I've donated all my money, I have a reputation. The future should be pretty good. I'm not willing. Still trying to fool me. I'm going to play straight ball with you right now and see if you give up on this or just spit out gold coins to buy me off. Fei Sanjiu's face shifted for a moment, and he suddenly lowered his voice. Elder brother Lin, if you really want to accomplish something, how could I, old brother, stand by and do nothing? I won't lie to you. The one who wants to kill the enemy prince is none other than the second prince's uncle. He's just like you. He just wants to avenge the second prince. State uncle. If Master State Uncle wanted to take revenge, he could just find any expert. Would he need a little person like me? Lin Che was filled with skepticism. Hey, Uncle Jing'an, don't be presumptuous. You and Uncle Gua are on the same side, and you can best understand each other's feelings. Uncle Gua has already commanded to help you with all his might and push you to become a great hero. Fei Sanjiu came closer. Take a step back. If you really want to leave Tiandu City, Uncle Gua has already thought of a way out for you. The 1,000-mile dragon boat has already been prepared for you. You can directly hide in the 10,000 Island Sea. Moreover, whether you succeed or not, he will give you this number dash. Fei San boiled held out a finger. $100 million? Well, I can think about it. Fei San cooking mouth corner twitching. Damn, $100 million? How can you say that? If I had $100 million, I would have done it myself. You still think about it. Not $100 million. Uncle Jean Gan, you are a man who values love and justice. How could you possibly go for money? Just 10,000 taels of silver. That's already quite a lot. Lin Che did not reply, but reached into his arms and felt for a third purse. He quickly took out his purse and directly took out a silver ticket of 10,000 taels of silver. I have 10,000 taels here. Master G, I'll give you this money. You go and get rid of the Yan Yun Kingdom's prince. Fei San Cook froze and brainstormed, reaching out and pointing at himself. Uncle Jing'an, you're joking. It's really not possible for me with these old bones. Let's do it this way. I'll go back and talk to Uncle Guo again. As you wish. And please do me the favor of telling the state uncle that I really have my heart in the right place. The two men were polite for a few more moments and then dispersed. Lin Che returned to his office house, and after sitting down, he didn't have to do anything but drink tea. His mind was still thinking about what had just happened. Does Uncle Guo really want to kill the emperor of Yan Yun Kingdom? Maybe. But Uncle Guo was certainly not the man he had in mind. He came to work in Dahanlu on his first day today, and could not have imagined that Fei Sanjiu would open the door to find him to conspire on such a head-killing event. It seems the other side is in a real hurry. After all, he had been in the palace bookstore for so many days in front of him, and there were just 2 days left before the Yen emissary group arrived. There's not that much time for them to be slowly bought off. Tendu City was indeed full of crises. When Lin Shuangguan knew that he was going to receive Yan's envoys, then he would surely use dirty tricks behind his back as well. A person like Lin Shaking Light would definitely not let go of this opportunity. It seems that one must make good money. Crazy money. What can be done? Continuing to sell poetry and songs won't work. Otherwise, write out the dream of the Red Chamber. It's bound to be a big seller. The thought had just risen, and he was deflated. This dream of the Red Chamber. He had read it once. Where could he still remember it? If he wanted to write it out silently, it was even more impossible. If you want to make a quick buck, you need something gimmicky, like the domineering empress falling in love with me, Why don't I just write a book bullying female emperor loves me? This one can have it. Just as Lin Che was pondering how to make money, Ministry of Justice prison, a cell door was opened. The constable took the silver ticket handed to him by one of the men and whispered, "Hurry up, The shift will change in a few minutes. Aha! Lin Shakespeare answered softly and flew towards the cell in front of him. In the cell, a female prisoner was cloaked and her eyes were dull next to the wall. She seemed to have lost her soul. Cousin. Lin Shaking Guang looked at Cheng Xian inside and called out in a low voice. Cheng Xian heard the voice and her gaze became resentful all of a sudden. Her teeth clenched. What are you still doing here? Get out. The day before yesterday. What I told you. How have you considered it? Lin Shaking Light whispered. Cheng Xian angrily rushed over and slapped her hands hard on the iron pillar of the cage, making a bang sound. Lin Shaking Light. You're not human. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? What did you promise me in the first place? You were the one who asked me to cooperate with you, to slander Lin Che. You wanted to get him killed. I took the risk and promised you. Now that the Ministry of Justice has investigated, you're asking me to carry all the charges by myself? Are you still a human being? Cheng Xian screamed wanting to break the cage with all her might and rush out to fight with Lin Shakeshine, but she couldn't do it at all. Shut up. If you don't listen to me again, then I won't care about you. You falsely accused Lin Che. Is that a small crime? He's getting more and more popular with His Majesty now, and it's possible that he'll behead you at any time. A single sentence from Lin Shakespeare instantly silenced Cheng Xian. The people in the mansion who knew about this, they've all died violently. There can no longer be any other witnesses. Just admit that you were mistaken and that Lin Che came to save you. This is all a misunderstanding. I'll help you. In the end, you will be released. Cheng Xian gritted her teeth. Release? I was sentenced to lose my cultivation and 5 years in jail. I still believe your bull *******. You get out. There are still 10 days to go before the execution. Right now, there is another opportunity. That is the Yen Yun Kingdom's mission. If you trust me and listen to me all, then after 10 days, you will definitely be able to come out. Lin Shaking Light flew through her plan. Cheng Xian froze once again and gritted her teeth. I'm like this, and you still won't let me go. If I fail, not only will I not survive, my family will not survive. Absolutely not. I told you about the plan. It's really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the mission leaves, you really won't be able to get out. The one who caused you such misery wasn't me. It was Lin Che. He must die. Cheng Xian thought for a while and suddenly nodded her head. Good. I'll trust you this one more time. If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Chapter 43 Yen Yun Kingdom's Envoy. Downward Spiral. The Yen Yun Kingdom's mission has arrived. Lin Che, as the deputy secretary of this welcoming mission, naturally had to go out of the city to greet them. Outside the city gates, the north wind whistled, blowing the black flag of Deqian in a hunting manner. Lin Che rode on the back of his tall horse with a grave expression on his face as he patiently waited. Reception of Yen Yun country envoys? This is in fact very sensitive. Cannot lose the etiquette, degrading the national prestige, but also cannot be too enthusiastic. After all, and Yen Yun country and the unresolvable grudges in, if they were warmly received, it would really make the envoys from Yen Yun state think that Deqian was weak and incompetent. Master Chief, those officials in the back, what are they for? Lin Che asked Fei San boiled next to him in a low voice. Fei San Cook didn't turn his head back and said in a low voice, this is a diplomatic relationship between two countries. They are all historians. Every move, every word and deed of both sides will be recorded. Lin Che glanced back. These few historians were already holding their pens, ready to record at any time. Looking at the aura on them, they should still be from the Confucian Academy. Coming. Fei San Cook suddenly spoke in a low voice. Sure enough, as he looked out from his horse, a procession appeared at the end of the main road in front of him, slowly approaching with banners raised. Looking at the flag, it was a yellow flag, and the word Yen Yun could be seen written between the fluttering. It is indeed the Yen Yun Kingdom's envoy that has arrived. The procession of ambassadors came a little closer, and they could be heard thumping their low drums. Finally, the 300-member delegation arrived outside the city gates and slowly came to a stop. Lin Che's gaze had already been sizing up this envoy, and at the head of the group, leading the way, was a man in golden armor. The warhorse he sat down on was also very special. On the surface it looked like a warhorse, but its eyes were crimson in color, and it had a 1-inch long unicorn horn on its forehead. The golden-armored man was also very tall, looking to be in his 30s or 40s, with a sharp gaze and a grave face, exuding a true killing aura. It was as if, instead of leading a group of 300 men, he was leading 30,000 human. This golden-armored man did not speak, but it was a guard next to him who shouted loudly, Yen Yun Kingdom, 16th Prince, Gong Cheng-in, He's leading an envoy to Great Qian. Who greets you ahead? Sure enough, it's a royal son. The public seal of approval. Lin Che frowned gently. The name was something he had heard of, but he had never seen Gong Changyin before. After 10 years in the Proton Palace, there were only a handful of times he was able to go out. There were very few royal families of the Yin Yun kingdom that he could meet. I'm the main division of the Dahanblu. Fei San Cook. Fei Sanjiu arched his hand and said aloud, the legation has traveled a long way. Follow us into the city. Humph. Suddenly, Gong Changyin let out a cold snort, and as if he had received an order, the one-horned warhorse under his seat suddenly let out a furious neighing sound. Hiss! The voice was very harsh and carried a pressure unique to ferocious beasts. At once, on the Deqian side, the war horses of the officials were startled and began to panic. A few officials were even unable to sit still and directly fell off their horses. Lin Che did react fast enough, and the strength in his body wasn't small, fiercely strangling the reins and reaching out to press on the horse's back, stiffly stabilizing the warhorse. I am a royal prince, and Great Qian sends you to greet me? Why don't you, His Majesty the Edicting Spirit, come out to greet me? Fei Sanjiu's face changed, and he said aloud, we, the Dahonglu, specialize in receiving envoys. Deqian has Deqian's rules. Your Yen Yun country is too small. It's not unusual for you to not know the rules. It's better to follow us into the city. Gong Changyin swept his gaze and surprisingly didn't buy it at all. You're just a slave, and you're worthy to talk to me about rules? As a royal son, I should be treated as royalty should be. Isn't your Deqian a country of etiquette? Is this how you receive your envoys? Go and ask your Imperial Spirit Majesty to personally come and receive them. You. Fei San Boiled was so furious that he gritted his teeth, and for a moment, he actually didn't know how to respond. Lin Che cursed in his heart when he saw this. I don't know if Fei San Boiled is doing this on purpose or putting on this appearance. Is this a deliberate attempt to let the mission humiliate Deqian? No one is better off if they are led into a ditch by this old deng, especially if the Empress knew that this was what they were capable of. How could they still travel to Yen Yun Kingdom? Lin Che spoke angrily. A mere prince. How dare you speak out of turn? Our Great Qian is naturally a state of etiquette. His Majesty the Imperial Spirit only greets the Lord of the Yen Yun Kingdom. All you have to do is open your mouth and admit that you are the future Lord of Yen Yun country. I will then go back and ask His Majesty the Ci Ling to come out. Do you dare? Gong Chengyin's gaze turned like two sharp blades and landed on Lin Che's body. Who are you? I'm your father. Can't you see the clothes I'm wearing? Ask. What a lot of nonsense. Do you dare to admit that you are the future lord of the Yen Yun kingdom? Gong Changyin gently clenched his fist. This is absolutely impossible to admit. There were more than 300 people behind him. If this sentence was passed back, then he really couldn't go back. 16th Prince. Having come to Deqian, you don't even have the courage to say a word, let alone if you dare to make any moves for the throne. You are destined to be just a royal prince as well, not to be received by our royal spirit majesty. In that case, I advise you to recognize the reality before it's too late and not to flaunt yourself in front of us. Be a good boy and follow us into the city. Gong Changyin stood his warhorse and looked at Lin Che without blinking, seemingly an active volcano that was about to erupt at any moment. One of the guards beside him stepped forward, came to Gong Changyin, and spoke in a low voice. Gong Changyin suddenly laughed after hearing this. Ha ha ha, so it's the protagonist we've been feeding for 10 years. No wonder, it can't be raised well. Chapter 44, there are a lot of little bells hanging from his body. Gong Changyin, what do you mean by this phrase? Raising the uncooked? Are you saying that His Highness the Second Prince and I, as hostages in Yen Yun Kingdom, are what you feed us? It's an underfed dog. Lin Che didn't get angry, but directly brought out the name of the Second Prince as well. Why did your Yen Yun Kingdom send an envoy? Isn't it because you're worried that Great Qian will send troops to seek justice for the Second Prince? Now do you dare to play 13 at the city gates? Sure enough, Gong Chengyin's face changed all of a sudden. A sentence blocked in his throat just couldn't be said. Lin Che, on the other hand, reached out and drank. I would dare to say, you 16th Prince is a dog that came to my Deqian to shake his head and wag his tail, barking in front of the gates of my heavenly capital. Wow! All of a sudden, there was a commotion between the enemy and us. When have they ever seen such a reception for an envoy? This is clearly a shrew's abuse of the street. Following behind Lin Che were Ng Dahong and Chang Ting, who hurriedly reminded him in a low voice, Uncle Jing'an, pay attention to your words. When two countries are negotiating, they should be graceful. Makes sense. Lin Che nodded and saw Gong Changyin's red face, about to snap, and immediately cursed again. Just you, a royal prince. and you still presume that our honorable majesty will come out to receive you. What are you? If you don't want to come, get out now. Wasting old me's time. Gong Changyin pressed one hand on his sword, itching to immediately rush over and kill Lin Che on the spot. But offhand, he didn't dare. An envoy, arriving at the foot of the imperial city, directly beheading the other party's reception deputy. Can this still go back alive? The entire Yan Yun kingdom would be affected. Sir Lin Che, after not seeing you for a long time, you have really impressed me. At this time, a woman's voice suddenly came out from the carriage behind. The carriage curtain was lifted, and a very slim figure bent down and walked out. The woman was dressed in the characteristic dress of the Yan Yun country. Her upper body was very exposed, with a pale yellow wrapped chest, revealing her snow-white chest, as well as her flat and smooth belly. There were quite a few small bells hanging from his body, and his clothes were flowing, giving him the impression that he could sing and dance. When the woman stood still, only then did he see her face, a beautiful googly egg face, smiling like a flower, a national treasure. Everyone, calm down. We've come here to discuss important matters between the two countries. Why should we have to go to the point of meeting in arms? Don't you think so, Mr. Lin? Lin Che looked at this heavenly scented woman, and a lot of memories came flooding back into his mind. Her name was Chi Fei Lian. It was unclear what her status was in the Yan Yun kingdom, but she was able to enter and exit the prince's residence at will, and there were a few times when she was looking for the second prince. She was seen by Lin Che. Chi Fei Evening smiled and looked towards Fei San cooking. We come in good faith. May we enter the city? Fei San boiled wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Of course, honor guard. Open the road. Take the envoys into the city. At once, the whole team began to move. The Yan Yun kingdom's envoys followed suit and entered the gates of Tendu city. When this Gong Changyin passed by Lin Che, Gong Changyin even gave Lin Che a meaningful look and didn't say much. After the delegation entered Tendu city, they had been walking along the main road, from the outer city, and then to the inner city. Along the way, the arrival of the mission had attracted the attention of many of the people, who were crowding around, and when some realized that it was actually a mission from the Yan Yun kingdom, they immediately broke into a rage. There were also some excited residents who threw stones and eggs at the mission. Fortunately, both sides could be escorted by the city defense battalion, and those residents were not too unrestrained. It was so hard to finally get to the Dahonian, because Lin Che had already cursed outside the city gates. The group of officials from Dahongla didn't dare to let Lin Che come into contact with the envoy. Lin Che was also happy to be free and simply hid in his squad room. He secretly calculated that a round of output at the city gates should be enough to release a signal to the outside world. He was a man who hated the Yan Yun kingdom's mission with a passion. The crowd should have a stereotype of him by now. If anyone was going to ask him for an errand, it should have come tonight. His goal remained unchanged, to get money by any means possible and then leave Tiandu city. In terms of his current cultivation, if the dragon bone technique, dragon tendon technique, and the Big Dipper hidden dragon body needed to be filled up, this could take at least 27 skill points. Now he only has 9 points, which is way off. Better get 18 points in one sitting. Duck duck duck. There was a knock on the door and Fei San Cook's voice came through. Uncle Jing, are you there? Gu, it's Lord Superintendent. Please come in. Lin Che's heart rejoiced. Sure enough, he had come, and he immediately went to open the door. Fei Sanjio entered the door and immediately closed it with his backhand. He didn't beat around the bush either, saying, just now at the city gates, you really took a breath of fresh air for us, Uncle Jing'an. This group of messengers are too detestable, especially this 16th prince. Humph, you've seen it on this journey. The populace is beyond hating the Yan Yun kingdom. What I told you 2 days ago, you reconsider? This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a great hero. Lin Che's face was filled with anger as he gently slapped his palm on the table and gritted his teeth. 10 million taels and I'll do it. And you're going to arrange for me to escape. $10 million? That's too much. You wouldn't be able to get it even if you sold everything you own from Uncle Gua. This is a great thing for the country and the people. Something that can go down in history. You're speaking about money here. It's vulgar. Fei San boiled cursed in his heart. If it were not for your special identity, it would be better if you had to make a move. What do we need you for? If other people heard about the identity of the hostage, they would be eager to wash away this shame. How did it come to Lin Che's hands and he still used the identity of the hostage as a bargaining chip? Lin Che seemed to be moved by the words and said, indeed, we are all doing this for De Chien. Let's do it this way then. Half less. 5 million taels. You go back and report to the state uncle. If he is still willing, Then forget it. The second prince's revenge. I also want to avenge it, but I really don't have the heart to do so. Where is the need to report this to the state, uncle? 5 million taels. That's too much. I won't hide it from you. 500,000 taels. The highest. Fei San Boiled also started bargaining. Lin Che got angry and said angrily, that's killing the prince of an enemy country. 3 million taels, not even 1 point less. Let me tell you, it's not about how much money you have. I've donated 1 million taels and you're looking down on someone by giving me 500,000 taels? Roll roll roll. Fei San Cook was shoved out by Lin Che in a burst. AI. Uncle Jing'an, there's something to be said. 3 million? Just 3 million? Aha, how can you do that? Is it really $3 million? That's a full 30 skill points. That doesn't take off. $3 million? That's too little. Forget about it. The risk is too great. Lin Che still seemed reluctant. Hey, Uncle Jing'an, wasn't it you who said that just now? This is a revenge for the second prince. We will fully cooperate with you and create a great opportunity for you. You just have to do it. $3 million? Enough to clothe and feed you for the rest of your life. Fei San Cook persuaded again. Lin Che pretended to be thinking. Okay, all of them want silver tickets. Pay now. No problem. But I only have 2 million silver bills here, so you can take them first. The remaining 1 million taels, I'll personally present it after the deed is done. Hey, alright. Lin Che reluctantly agreed. Fei San Cook immediately reached into his pocket, touched half a dozen times, and took out 20 silver bills, exactly 2 million taels of silver. After Lin Che received it, he didn't even look at it much. He was certain that the silver ticket was genuine, because his system prompted, gain 20 skill points, remaining points, 29, is that 20 points? That's too good to be true. You're worth a lot of money. Gong Sun Hyun. Aha, am I making a national fortune? Definitely not. I've given 10 years of my youth for Dakian, and I've had a close call. So what's wrong with me getting $2 million? I deserve it. Uncle Jing'an, you take the money. Next, things must be done well. Otherwise, if I let you off the hook, Uncle Guo won't let you off the hook. The second prince's unjust soul won't get to go to the afterlife either. Don't worry, it's done. Fei Sanjiu grabbed Lin Che's palm with one hand. We'll act tonight. You prepare yourself well. Little Bell. Chapter 45, Selling Them Backhandedly. Tonight? That's not a lot of time. We're going to do it tonight, aren't we? Okay. I'll go back to the mansion now to pack up. And after I finish tonight, you guys will directly arrange for me to leave. Lin Che was also already into his role, as if he was in the same boat as Fei Sanboiled. Fei Sanjia looked as if he was afraid to cause trouble. It's already this time. Why do you still go back? Just wait at the courthouse. The main thing is, there's still 1 million silver checks on the mansion for me. Otherwise, if you replenish it, I won't go back for it. Go and come back. After Lin Che left the Dahonglu, he went straight back to Jing'an Mansion. He didn't even need to look back to check. There was definitely someone watching him from afar right now. After all, he had taken 2 million taels now. It's a wonder no one's watching him. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw several Confucian scholars at a glance, and Lin Che couldn't help but grin. He had been hanging out with these schoolchildren every day for the past few days, and now there were indeed schoolchildren waiting for him. Fellow scholars, it's been a long time. Come into the mansion and speak. Lin Che was just like his usual self, and was very enthusiastic about the scholars. Ha, Uncle Jing'an, you're back so early? Isn't today the day to receive the envoys? Yeah, but I'm not used to seeing these bull asterisk missions come back and slack off for a while. Ha ha ha, little green. You guys go out and buy some meat and vegetables and make a good meal. I want to greet everyone. Lin Che ordered with a smile, and then came over to Xiao Qingzir and ordered in a low voice, you go and invite the chief of the guard station next door to come to the mansion to have a meal together. Quietly, don't let anyone find out. Xiao Qing froze, nodded woodenly, and followed a few underlings out to buy food. Lin Che, on the other hand, continued to greet these scholars. Not a moment later, he saw that the time was almost up, so he simply excused himself to make a trip to the restroom. Sure enough, I ran into the chief escort right in front of the outhouse. This escort, which was personally ordered by Her Majesty the Empress to be deployed here to protect his personal safety, was definitely trustworthy. In the past 2 days, Lin Che had also found the opportunity to get acquainted with the captain, and the so-called come to the mansion to have dinner together was a verbal agreement, with the purpose of having the captain come to him. Uncle Jean gone. You're looking for me. What's the matter, Captain? I have here a great matter of great urgency. I also ask you to enter the palace at once, report to Her Majesty, and ask her to send someone to see me. Lin Che paused and added, it's not that I don't believe you. There are some things that not knowing is good for you instead. No explanation is needed. I'm on my way. This escort leader, with a flash, went out over the wall and disappeared. Lin Che thought he would need to wait for a long time, but in just a quarter of an hour, he heard a voice transmission ringing in his ears. I'm in your room. Lin Che's spirit was lifted. This speed was too fast. He said a few more polite words to the scholars before going back to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the cool figure of Knife Slave. Last time, it was Knife Slave who passed the secret orders for Zhongli. Such a person was definitely the Empress's beloved. What is it? Blade Slave spoke in a low voice. Big deal. Big deal, I'm killing the enemy's prince tonight. Lin Che didn't care about that much and backhandedly spelled out the entire plan. Of course, in the course of elaboration, he became unsupported and persecuted, but at the same time did not forget to be single-minded in His Majesty's service, and, as a last resort, to make false pretenses and risk his own life. Most importantly, I hope that Your Majesty can appreciate the painstaking efforts of the humble servant. When Lin Che said this, he completely did not hide anything, and the 3 million taels were also said. This Fei San Cook. I don't know if it's the state uncle behind it or not, but he's also using Lousy as a pawn. See if I sell you or not, you're done. Blade Slave listened quietly, his face not fluctuating half-heartedly. I will tell Your Majesty the truth. Swish, the Knife Slave transformed into a residual shadow again, and disappeared in the room, out of thin air. Lin Che rubbed his face. What kind of cultivation was this? Instantaneous transportation? Sister, I'm most annoyed with people who are open. Luckily, I can drive too. Maybe we will have to do it tonight. Now we must improve our strength. We can't just rely on the Empress. Having strength ourselves is the real strength. Anyway, with the ambush beast ring in place, it was able to hide his breath. So as long as it wasn't that silver-haired man's cultivation, others shouldn't be able to tell. God's machine system add points. Cultivation technique, Dragon Bone technique, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, Dragon Tendon technique, 10th/10th level. Prickly, prickly, prickly. Lin Che's muscles erupted all over his body, as if a giant dragon was about to rush out of his body, breaking through all of his clothes and tearing them into strips. His eyes also became crimson. His face was twisted and hideous looking, and his saliva was almost uncontrollable and about to flow down. And look at his arms. They are as thick as someone's waist. Blazing Young Hegemony Body. Dragon Spine Technique. Dragon Bone Technique. Dragon Tendon Technique. Any of these techniques, when cultivated to the extreme, were all powerful existences that were the most rigid and the most masculine, not to mention the fact that 4 techniques arrived at the same time, instantly pushing his physical body to a terrifying point. If someone could see the chi and blood vision, then when he exploded at full strength, his chi and blood must have rushed to the sky like a pillar of blood. His image, when it came down to it, was that of a big, muscular bully full of gnarled muscles, for short. Big Muscle Bully. Detected that the Big Dipper hidden dragon body can be cultivated. Whether to cultivate it or not. Point full. Give me a full point. Just as Lin Che's body exploded with power, the system unexpectedly prompted that the Heavenly Dipper hidden dragon body could actually be cultivated at the first layer. It was strange that the first level wasn't something that Lin Che had cultivated himself into, but rather a hint that he could directly use skill points. Lin Che was naturally nonchalant and directly filled up his skills. Originally, Lin Che's body was going to skyrocket again, to become like a monster as his muscles exploded around him. However, when the Heavenly Dipper hidden dragon body reached the 10th layer, he actually felt like he was able to control his body. Crackle crackle, the muscles in his body contracted, and from that berserk monster form, he reverted back to Lin Che's original appearance. Ooh-hoo! Lin Che flopped down on the ground, covered in sweat and panting heavily. His clothes had become a strip on his body. Almost the war gun is showing. It's done! It's done! This Big Dipper hidden dragon body was actually a mysterious power that was able to hide all of his terrifying explosive power. Rested for a while. Only then did Lin Che organize the scene and rechanged into new clothes. He also pretended, packed up the baggage for running away. You have to do a full set of theater just after cleaning up. Another question flashed through Lin Che's mind? Why didn't Blade Slave have the slightest reaction when she heard such explosive news just now? Is she really cultivated to the point where Tarzan collapses in front of her without changing her face? Or did she already know? Alas. Why don't you have a mind-reading function? Reverse subsystem? There were 29 points a moment ago, but this has used up 28 points. However, this time it's a big gain. Realm, first grade body forging realm, great perfection. Remaining points, 1. Finally the great circle realm. I can refine my chi. Lin Che settled down his inner excitement, rubbed the Volt Beast ring on his wrist, and walked out of the room, accompanying the students to eat a big meal, barely filling their stomachs, and then go straight back to Dahonglu. Just got back to the Dahonglu Yamen. Fei Sanboiled then pulled Lin Che aside and ordered in a low voice. Our operation is cancelled for tonight. What's going on? Lin Che's eyebrows raised. Now he can be said to be invincible in the forging realm, with high defense and thick blood. What chi refining realm? 100 orifices realm. And sentinel realm should also be able to resist hard, and speak naturally without falsehoods. Originally, everything was ready and the manpower was in place, but just now we received the imperial decree. And it's not just us who will be greeting the mission at this meal tonight. Your father, the Duke of Jinghua, is also here, as well as 3 old ministers from the 6 ministries. This operation can only be cancelled for the time being. Fei Sancook's face was filled with worry, as if he could not imagine that the empress would suddenly give her order. Lin Che, on the other hand, had been agitated. The empress had acted quite quickly, regardless of the plotting and scheming. As long as Lin Baojun was present, as well as a few other old ministers, then everyone would have to weigh the consequences of this. Who dares to kill an enemy prince in front of these people? Do you really want to die? Lin Che pretended to be angry. How can you just cancel it? I'm all ready to run away tonight. If you cancel it, don't you want me to stay another day? Do you guys work like this? It's too unreliable. Do you know that I am in danger? Yes, yes, yes. We don't want to This holy decree came down all of a sudden. Alas. Fei Sanboiled hurriedly apologized, almost to the extent of nodding his head and bowing his head. In fact, he couldn't figure out why it was like this. He could only stabilize Lin Che first. What does this have to do with holy orders? It's that you guys didn't prepare well. I regret working with you guys now. Otherwise, I'll just return the money to you guys. Anyway, points I used, money back, skill points are still mine. Don't. It's only the first day. The mission is staying for 7. There's plenty of opportunity. Alright. If it wasn't for the sake of avenging the second prince, I wouldn't take part in this kind of head killing. Lin Che was a million times more disappointed in Fei Sanboiled's behavior. It's a mess. Wasn't it just Lin Baojun's sudden arrival? Why don't you just kill Lin Baojun as well? What's with the lack of flexibility? Not for long. Ing Dahong then came over with his ass on the line. Mr. Vice Superintendent, the banquet has begun. The Duke of Jin asks you to come over now. Chapter 46. She's already his woman. Banquet. Great Qian. Yan Yun country. Both sides were sitting opposite each other. Lin Baojun naturally sat on the main seat in the very center. Whether it was in terms of official position or strength, he was far above the Dahonglu. Moreover, the Jinyuan army led by Lin Baojun had once been the main force against the Yan Yun kingdom. With him, no one here can shake him. The small country of Yan Yun. Since you've come here to beg for forgiveness, why don't you send the crown prince over? Don't you know any manners at all? The moment Lin Baojun opened his mouth, it was filled with a scornful look. Gong Qingyin's expression was austere. We have come on behalf of the Yan Yun kingdom, not to beg for mercy. Humph. If you're not begging for mercy, then what are you doing here? I have long heard of the mighty name of the Duke of Jin, and I thought that he was a wise man, but today I saw, greatly disappointed. The two countries negotiate a lot of national affairs. You a martial artist? I'm afraid I don't understand. Lin Baojun also did not let up in the slightest. I can only see you today, and that's because you don't have the guts to show up on the battlefield. Otherwise, we would have met long ago. Ha ha ha, my Yan Yun kingdom is full of talents, and there are countless famous generals who have to go to war. On the contrary, Duke Jin, if you were truly brave, you wouldn't have sent your son over 10 years ago. Boo! A burst of anger surged on Lin Baojun's face as his body's aura erupted, instantly enveloping the entire pavilion. The Yan Yun kingdom's envoys were all alarmed, and they all took up a defensive stance, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Gong Changyin was courageous, still proudly raising his head and looking towards Lin Baojun without taking half a step back. Xinguo Gong, calm down. Suddenly, Qi Fei opened her mouth blandly. She raised her wineglass with a smile and said, between the two countries, whether to fight or make peace, These are all decisions made by the kings of the two countries. We are going to see His Majesty the Royal Edict tomorrow, and if we fight now, I'm afraid that it will affect many matters tomorrow. I have also heard of Great General Lin's reputation long ago. On behalf of the legation only, I would like to propose a toast to you. After Chi Fei finished speaking, and without waiting for Lin Baojun to reply, she drank it all in one go. Lin Baojun grunted. And surprisingly, he didn't drink either, but collected his temper together. 10 years of shame. I, De Qian, will definitely return it. The second prince died in your Yin Yun country. You must also give an account. Otherwise, I will definitely personally lead the Jinyuan army and trample down your Yin Yun 16 states. Chi Fei smiled and didn't say anything more. For the next few moments, it was almost always Fei Sanboil talking all the time, chatting away in the south and north of the world, with only occasional replies from the other side of the embassy. Lin Che didn't say a word, but he clearly felt Lin Baojuan's disgusted gaze fall on him. The Duke of Jingguo was humiliated by the opposite envoy, all because of having such a waste of a son. This had become a lifelong disgrace for him. Lin Baojun. If Lin Che was also like the second prince and killed himself, then he, Lin Baojun, would at least take up the name of no son of a tiger, no son of a dog and loyal and brave family. Lin Baojun seemed to be getting more and more displeased with Lin Che the more he looked at him. Normally Lin Che was sharp-tongued and full of crooked reasoning. Now that he was facing an enemy country, he didn't dare to say a word. He would only harbor the enemy. Poof. The atmosphere of the feast was oppressive until the end. Lin Baojun didn't stay much longer, and after leaving behind a team of guards, he directly left with a wave of his sleeves. Fei San Cuisine naturally trotted out the door to send Lin Baojun, while Lin Che sent Gong Chengyin, Chi Fei Evening and the others back to the pavilion. When he was at the entrance of the pavilion, Lin Che found a chance to take over a tray. Miss Chi, I'm afraid that you're not used to drinking tea from De Qian, but I've prepared this tea especially for you. Chi Fei looked at the tray and only saw 2 words written on it in tea. Careful. Chi Fei Nian frowned gently, and before she could open her mouth to ask, Lin Che was already reaching out to erase the handwriting. Take an early break. Lin Che smiled and retreated. In doing so, he tipped off the enemy mission, but he didn't feel guilty at all. He wasn't stupid to find him as a scapegoat when the gods above were fighting. If Prince Gong Chengyin really died among the envoys, could he, Lin Che, become a great hero? No kidding. He'll die without even knowing how. In order to live, the mission must be kept alive and well. You can die, but not in my territory. What's more, as the deputy secretary of the Dahonglu, one of his duties was to protect the safety of the mission. And if the empress didn't say to kill, why should he sell his life for the people behind Fei Sanboiled? Day 2. Lin Che. Fei Sanboiled took the 18 people of the mission and went directly to the court. The courtiers of the two countries met each other with swords drawn and no good looks. Foreign Minister Chi Fei late. Meet your majesty, the imperial spirit of the great Qian dynasty. May your majesty have all the blessings of peace and prosperity. Chi Fei Evening led the crowd, bending down and saluting, which was very much in line with the requirements of the two countries in terms of etiquette. On the dragon chair, Zhongli was cold and colorful as he opened his mouth. So it's the daughter of the Yin Yun Kingdom's state master. Zhongli swept his gaze and looked at Gong Chengyin next to him again. Seeing that Gong Chengyin's entire body was frozen in place, his eyes looking over without blinking, seemingly demented. And this is? It was only after Gong Chengyin heard this that he recovered from that state of amazement and said, I am the 16th prince of the Yin Yun Kingdom. Gong Chengyin, your imperial spirit majesty. It is truly better to be known than to be seen, and your beauty is unrivaled in the world. Zhongli didn't respond to Gong Chengyin's praise, but opened his mouth. What is the Yin Yun Kingdom's mission to my Dechen for? Actually, does everyone here know what's going on? The second prince died in Yin Yun Kingdom, and now Yin Yun Kingdom must have come over to beg for peace. However, it never occurred to me that Chi Fei Evening would not be surprised by his words. Her beautiful eyes flowed, and she first gave Lin Che a sly glance before she said, Your Majesty the Edicting Spirit, your country's Jing'anbo Lin Che has a noble character, talent and appearance, and his loyalty and courageous aspirations are even more convincing to me. In the past 10 years, I have long since formed an inseparable bond with him. So, this time, our mission came. It is, in fact, wanting the two countries to make peace and tie the knot. The entire courtroom was in an uproar. What kind of result they have guessed? Yin Yun country's envoys do not admit to killing the second prince, or arrogant and domineering, or cry in pain to recover. And they even thought that the 16 princes Yin Yun country sent over a life for a life. but it never occurred to me that Chi Fei was actually going to make peace. This was something that even Lin Che hadn't expected. He was sure that, in his memory, when he was in the Proton Palace, he just saw Chi Fei late a few times, and he didn't even say more than a single word. Where's the hard feelings coming from? Zhongli also paused before asking, are you saying that you're going to tie the knot with Lin Che? Aha! That's right. Chi Fei Evening's eyes instantly turned red, looking at Lin Che in a grudging manner, and said in a low voice, in the past 10 years, he only had De Chen in his heart, and has never dared to take that step. When I asked him to stay in Yan Yun country, he refused to do so. After he returned to De Chen, in my heart, I have been thinking about him day and night, thinking about the flowers and moonlight with him. Actually, people are already his women. I also hope that, Your Majesty, the edicting spirit will fulfill your wish. Let me recruit Lin Che as my emperor's son-in-law and return to Yan Yun country with me. Chapter 47, Harmony? What the hell? Lin Che's eyes widened with disbelief. He can never spend the day with this late Fei Evening. 10 years of protagonist, he even spent the day, but also did not have this. What's she up to? Lin Che wasn't the first to open his mouth to argue. After all, he was also calculating whether or not this was a chance to safely leave Tianta City, but his failure to speak became a default in the eyes of the others. Oof. Rebel son. Lin Baojun was the first to open his mouth and coldly swept a glance at Lin Che. But you have a marriage contract with Mo Jiaxue, and now you have an unclear relationship with an enemy woman. This 10-year pledge of yours has truly disgraced my Lin family. No wonder Uncle Jing'an was so anxious to go to Yan Yun country, forcing himself to die. So it turns out that his heart belonged to him long ago. It's not really a big deal. The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. It's normal to have a crush on each other. In Deqian, there is no rule that a prince cannot like someone else, right? You guys? You're just old and stubborn. Unexpectedly, Shen Luo, an old minister of the 6 ministries, defended Lin Che. In this matter, there is a great deal at stake. Everything wouldn't be up to Uncle Jing'an alone. It would still need to be decided by His Majesty. After all, this is a peace treaty between the 2 countries. If you all haven't thought about it, don't talk nonsense. Whether it's peace or not, His Majesty has his own plans. It is natural to speak freely when deliberating in front of the temple. Whether or not Uncle Jing'an is going to become the Yan Yun Kingdom's emperor's son-in-law, that's the top priority. Silence. Suddenly, the big eunuch in front of the temple bellowed. The long whip in his hand snapped sound. Hard whip on the ground. The sound echoed. Finally the voices of the ministers were silenced. Zhongli's face was calm, and he glanced at Lin Che before asking Chi Fei Evening in a clear and cold manner. You are going to join hands with Jing'anhua, and the 2 countries will tie the knot. Is this matter? Is it your intention, or is it the intention of your country's lord? My heart goes out to Prince Lin Che, and our state lord is moved by this. I am hereby appointed as Princess Yun Meng. This is a handwritten letter from our Yan Yun Kingdom Lord to His Majesty. C.I. Ling, Chi Fei said, taking out a letter from his arms. The Grand Eunuch flew down to receive it and respectfully handed it over to Zhongli. Zhongli opened the envelope and read it, then folded it calmly, and she first looked at the wheelchair-bound Chen Linggong and said, Fa Zhen, what do you think of such a happy event? Originally, Duke Qianling was grounded for a month, but because of the arrival of the mission, he was authorized to attend the court. Back to your majesty. It is naturally good for the 2 countries to be able to join together in marriage. Duke Qianling, with a smile on his face, said, but Uncle Jing'an is also an important minister of our great Qian. If he really becomes the emperor's son-in-law and goes far away from Yan Yun country, it is really hard to give up. Jin Guogong has not seen his own son for 10 years, and has not yet had the opportunity to reunite father and son. How to go to Yan Yun country as an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team again? Isn't this letting him and his parents be separated again? How about, let Princess Yunmeng marry into our great Qian? Our great Qian will definitely not treat her poorly. We will definitely organize a grand wedding for the 2 of them. Zhang Li's eyes lit up, obviously very satisfied, and he gently nodded his head, signaling Duke Qianling to continue. Princess Yunmeng and Uncle Jing'an, since they have a flowery friendship, but they also need to follow etiquette. After all, Uncle Jing'an is married to Mo Jiaxue of the Mo family. It is common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but if Princess Yunmeng is allowed to be a flat wife, that would really be an aggravation. Of course, I am hoping that between the 2 countries, they will be able to tie the knot. After becoming relatives, there will also be a real explanation about the second prince, one of our own. There will always be no more swindling us. These short words of Lord Shanling were like sharp edges, incomparably sharp. He was unaffected by the peace offering, and eventually turned the question back to the second prince. The second prince hung himself from a beam when he was a hostage. The body is still buried in Yanyun country. This matter was not dealt with, and there was absolutely no way that reconciliation could occur. Hearing the mention of the second prince, this time both Qi Fian and Gong Qingyin's faces became ugly, unable to say half a word. The death of the second prince was something they could not even sophistically defend. Jiang Li looked at Lin Che. Uncle Jingyan, what's your opinion? I, the humble servant, do not have any opinions. All at your majesty's discretion. Lin Che's voice was resounding, and it was impossible to hear whether he was happy or sad. Then there's no need to rush. Your matter is a lifelong matter. Anyway, Princess Yunmeng will stay here for several more days, so it's not too late for you guys to discuss it again. That's all for today. Retire from the court. All the ministers have shouted long live to His Majesty the Royal Spirit. It was extremely rare for the morning court to hastily retire just a short time after it had begun. It seems that Qi Fian's proposal of peace marriage really came out of the blue. After leaving the palace, Lin Che said to Qi Fei, Princess Yunmeng, according to the schedule, I should now accompany you to stroll around our heavenly capital city, so that you can feel the local customs of our great Qian. I don't know if you, right now, are still in the mood to stroll around? How can I be so kind as to still bother husband with traveling back and forth? We'll just go straight back to Dahonglu. Qi Fian smiled sweetly, and even husband was already called. Okay. I'm also happy to be free. Lin Che didn't bother correcting Qi Fei. The group returned to Dahongluo in great numbers. At this time, the matter of Qi Fei Lei talking about peace at the Golden Palace had already spread. Therefore, the various officials of the Dahonglu looked at Lin Che with strange eyes. This was perhaps one of Qi Fian's intentions, to make everyone think that Lin Che had actually submitted to the Yanyun kingdom long ago. Even the death of the second prince had something to do with Lin Che. Lin Che was secretly wary in his heart. If he crossed over and really took these people for cuties, then he was already not far from death. Sure enough, it's only right to rely on yourself. Qi Feiyan made an excuse and left Lin Che alone. Husband, I've heard a lot about you even before I arrived into Qian. Great talent. The first poetry of the ages. Really puts the many scholars of our Yanyun kingdom to shame. What's more, I never imagined that you would have that kind of vigor to debate with a great scholar, and that the flooding in Dakian raised enough money for relief in just a few days. For the past 10 years, you were quiet in the Proton Palace. You disguised yourself really well. You gave me such a big surprise. Today I'll give you a surprise too. How about this surprise? Do you like it? Lin Che glanced at this woman who looked like a demon. At this moment it was Qi Fei Lian who was like a different person, not disguised at all. Surprise enough indeed. When did the two of us spend time together? This story is really touching. Aren't you afraid that I will enlighten His Majesty that I am not familiar with you at all? Refusing this peace marriage? Qi Fei Knight sat down across from Lin Che and poured Lin Che a cup of tea. Then are you afraid that I'll spread the news to the public, saying that it was actually you who killed the second prince? It was you who originally deserved to die? Do you think that they will believe you when they hear this news? What good will it do you to trap me? Qi Fei evening herself took a slow sip of tea. There are many benefits. Compared to enemies, people tend to hate traitors even more. And you are the traitor who betrayed the second prince and sold him out. What an evil woman. The two countries are playing a game, and they don't treat me like a human being at all, do they? Princess Yunmeng, if you really wanted to do this, you would have done it a long time ago. You're telling me this because you're looking for my cooperation? Ha ha ha, smart. When I came here, they still said that you were stupid, timid and cowardly, but now it seems that that group of losers have been observing you for 10 years and haven't even seen a single hair on your body. Go back and I'll kill them all. That's only if you have the life to go back. Lin Che also slowly opened his mouth, his gaze looking straight at Qi Fei Wan. If it wasn't for me, you guys would have already died last night. Many people, all of them, want your lives. Qi Fei Nian frowned lightly, revealing a look of suspicion. Don't you believe it? Originally they arranged for a zither player to perform for you during the meal. This zither master is not ordinary, and after listening to one song, he can make all of you fall into a coma. If it wasn't for my secret maneuver to get the Duke of Jin to be there, the lid of your coffin would already be nailed up. Qi Fei Evening also realized at once. Originally, he was told that there was no Duke of Jin to accompany him, but he was told that Duke of Jin was coming when it was close to the meal. At the time, she had thought that the Duke of Jin was the main force in suppressing the 16 states of Yanyun. and was so renowned that he had deliberately arrived to give them a hard time. That doesn't seem to be the intent. Shi Fei Nian lowered her voice. Why are you helping us? You have no reason to help us. Yes, I am least likely to help you all. I should hate you guys the most. But I have no choice. If something happens to you guys, can I, the deputy secretary, end up in a good place? I'm bound to die if I don't do my job properly. Lin Che also came closer. I don't have a choice. I survived for 10 years. I just want to live. What's wrong with me? As long as you all leave Deqian smoothly and peacefully, your deaths and lives behind you have nothing to do with me. Of course, I'm still in it for the money. You want me to cooperate with you? Then you have to give me a satisfactory price. I will do everything I can to keep you all from dying. Shi Fei Evening froze at his words for a while before sneering twice. For money? If you really wanted to do it for money, 10 years as a hostage, you'd have defected long ago. I didn't have a choice before. Now I just want to be rich. Lin Che said, stood up with a huff, and spoke in a deep voice again. There is not much time left for you. It's easy to hide from the open spears, but it's hard to guard against the hidden arrows. Tomorrow's roundup, you will die. Lin Che didn't say anything more, opened the door and went straight out of the room. When it came to the evening meal, Lin Che did not see Qi Fian, and heard the rest of the delegation say that Princess Yunmeng was not used to the water and soil and needed to sleep in her room for a while. Lin Che didn't ask any more questions. He was already doing his best to navigate between the three forces. The rest is up to late, nonetheless late. It went on into the night. At 2:45 in the morning, it was only when Lin Che, who was sleeping in Dahongluo, heard a knock on the door. Lin Che was very vigilant and carefully observed for a while before he vaguely saw that it was Qi Fei Wan standing outside. After a little thought, he opened the door and let Qi Fei Lian in. Qi Fei Evening didn't have half a word of nonsense either, and opened the door. How much? Make an offer. Chapter 48, Master, pay the money. It all depends on what you mean. Princess Yunmeng, your life, Gong Changyin's life, can be worth a lot of money. Lin Che's heart burst with excitement. It's finally time to get another paycheck, and it's definitely less. He was now at the great circle of the first-grade body forging realm, which meant that he could impact the second-grade qi refining realm. What's missing is money. Qi Fei's bright eyes were unblinking, and Lin Che's shadow was reflected in those clear eyes. Uncle Jing'an, you and I are in the same boat. If something happens to us, you won't be any better, and you will also need to travel to Yun Kingdom 2 months later. You've bailed us out this time, so when you arrive in Yun country, I'll also bail you out of your life. It's a fair deal. As for the money, a little bit of meaning goes a long way. Do you think so? She's still trying to press the price. I'm waiting to make money to fly. 2 months from now, it may or may not be me traveling to Yun Kingdom. What happens later will be counted later. Since you've come to me, you might as well be direct. Qi Fei Evening still didn't say the price. You're only at the first-grade body forging realm. What kind of protection can you give me? I can tell you their assassination plan. That's more than enough. You really want me to shield you unharmed. That's fine too, but that's going to have to be doubled a few more times on the price front. After hearing this, Qi Fei Nian agreed after a little thought. Good. The 16th prince and I. 10,000 taels of gold each. 10,000 taels of gold is 100,000 taels of silver. Equivalent. 1 skill point. Princess Yunmeng, forgive me for not seeing you off. I wish you to have a spring dream tonight. Lin Che didn't bother to say much and directly stood up and opened the door, allowing Qi Fei Wan to leave. Qi Fei Nian, however, did not move and only smiled faintly. Husband is so rude. You have to kick people out at the drop of a hat. Just how much money is needed? This is someone's dowry. $10,000 or $20,000. Who are you burying? Lin Che was very nonchalant, reaching into his pocket and pulling out, slapping a bunch of silver tickets on the table. Snap. Here. Over 2 million taels of silver. That's more than 200,000 taels of gold. I'm short of your 3 melons and 2 dates. Just call me master right now. I can even give you 10,000 taels. Humph. Really? Master. Qi Fei Nian seemed to be full of surprise, and gave a sweet, slippery cry before smiling like a flower and stretching out her hands. Master, pay up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you still a princess you? Where's your modesty? Where is your dignity? You're a princess. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Che also could not have imagined that Qi Fei's master had completely subverted his impression of her. Qi Fei Evening smiled and winks, revealing her snow-white neck. What is husband saying? If husband likes this bite, I'll just cooperate with you. Talk about business, talk about business. Lin Che said while putting away the silver tickets. Shi Fei also tightened her smile. Lin Che, perhaps you don't believe it now, but I'm very willing to make friends with you, or to make friends sincerely. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to give you $4 million. 4 million, that much? That's a full 40 skill points. Cent. Shi Fei's delicate lips pursed gently. Your heartbeat has accelerated. It seems that you're satisfied with the price I've given you. This demon girl, even his heartbeat can be heard? It's not that I'm satisfied with the price that my heart is beating faster. It's that you're so charming in this appearance, like a fairy descending to earth, that I lost my concentration a bit just now. Shame. Lin Che was also serious, then added, you can add a little more. Add 2 million more and I'll give you $1 million back. You're a funny one. Ha ha ha. Shi Fei Knight took out a purse and took a stack of silver tickets out of it. Each silver ticket is 100,000 taels of silver. These silver bills, all of which are sequenced symbols by the Mozi family, written by the Nong family's Nongzu himself, and then sealed by the 3 Confucian saints of the past generations, who have personally added the seal of Dakian. A small silver ticket, invulnerable to fire and water, cannot be torn by hand. There's no way it's faked. Here is 3,900,000 taels, this is 90,000 taels. Shi Fei began to count the silver bills for Lin Che. $3,999,000? Isn't it 4 million? Master, how could you forget? You just promised to give people 10,000 taels. Shi Fei Nian smiled sweetly, harmless as a human animal. Oops. What was that cheap shot for? Lin Che had no choice but to tearfully collect the 3,990,000 taels. It was also fortunate that, 4 days ago, when he had just arrived at the Dahonglu, Fei Sanbu had brought officials of all sizes to give him some gifts. He sold it backhandedly and also had more than 10,000 taels, just enough to make up 4 million taels of silver. System tip. Acquired skill points, 40. Remaining skill points, 41. For once, it was really good. There is nothing wrong with the saying that the bold die of hunger and the timid die of cowardice. If it were any other courtiers, they wouldn't have dared to collude with an enemy mission. You've already collected the money. What's the plan for tomorrow's hunt? Shi Fei Lei opened his mouth and asked. The specifics are still unclear. We need to wait until tomorrow. But tomorrow, in the hunting ground, they are definitely going to take a shot at you guys. Don't you look at me like that. They want me to make a move to kill you all, so as to cause conflict between the two countries. So tomorrow I will definitely know the full plan. I will tell you in advance. Shi Fei Evening thought about it and took out another small beetle, which looked to be the size of a thumb. You take this one as well. If there's any danger, you can crush this beetle and the little beetles on my body will sense it and make a sound to alert me. There are still such amazing things. Lin Che received the tiny beetle, and it looked like the beetle was no different from being dead, not moving at all. Lin Che, you better not go back on your word. Otherwise, if you take this money, you won't have the life to spend it. Look at you. I'm not that kind of person. After discussing some more details, Lin Che sent Shi Fei Nian away. Lin Che went back to bed. He couldn't sleep at all. This was a full 4 million taels, which instantly made him a big dog. The system is also strange in that borrowing money is invalid, as are prizes you don't get, only those you get. It's like Fei Sanboiled promised Lin Che to give 3 million taels, and now he just gave Lin Che 2 million. So he only has 20 skill points, and the money behind him doesn't count at all without getting his hands on it. The most important thing now is to refine the chi. After reaching the great perfection in the body forging realm, Lin Che began to come into contact with chi refining feats. However, for chi refining techniques, he only knew the complete book of 3 elements chi refining. This was the technique that most martial artists practiced. Lin Che pondered for a long time and realized that this technique also required him to cultivate to the first layer before he could do so. One night is simply not enough time. In this chi refining realm, there must also be some feats that can only be used with skill points without me having to cultivate them. Like the dragon bone technique and dragon tendon technique need to be cultivated to the first layer. But the Big Dipper hidden dragon body can directly use skill points to cultivate the first layer. It seems that we still need to find an opportunity to travel to the Great Shin Book Depository. Early the next morning, the royal procession, in great numbers, drove to the Tendu hunting ground. This hunting ground was even more massive and vast than the entire Tendu city, with 100,000 mountains stretching behind it. In the history of Deqian, the ancestors came out from these 100,000 mountains and finally established Deqian. The Yen Yun country, on the other hand, was still the territory of Deqian hundreds of years ago, so it can be said to be of the same clan and ancestry. Whenever a mission from Yan Yun Kingdom came to Deqian, they would definitely go to the hunting ground to pay homage to their ancestors, followed by a hunting ceremony together. Little Lin Che. Ha ha, haven't seen you for a few days, you've become refreshed. Lin Che had just arrived at the hunting grounds when he met old General Wen Hong. Greetings, old general. Lin Che hurriedly saluted. This was his thigh. He couldn't be slowed down. Ever since I met the old general once, I'd been encouraged and decided to cultivate properly. Ha ha. Humph. Just met my grandfather. How come you just didn't see me? Next to her, when Wuzhu clasped her hands to her chest, dressed as a soldier, valiantly. How could it be? I saw a fairy over here from afar just now, and I haven't dared to look directly at her. It turns out to be Miss Wushu. No wonder. Smellless had a smile on his face and was holding up his double A's. You've got a pretty good eye, so I'll go around you this time. What's the point? You don't have one. We were meant to be brothers. When Lin Che saw Wen Wuzhu's outfit, he pretended to be surprised and said, Is Miss Wuzhu going to show her hands this time as well? This roundup is very dangerous. Otherwise, Miss Wushu should not go and compete with those rude Hans. His Majesty has already said that whoever wins first place this time around is heavily rewarded. It's only natural for me to participate. Could it be that you think I'm inferior to other men? Wen Wuzhu looked like she was about to get angry and crossed her arms. Lin Che knew that this roundup was secretly murderous, and he hastily looked at Wen Hong for help. But it was unexpected that Wen Hong doted on this granddaughter so much that he smiled and laughed without the slightest intention of stopping her. What can we do about this? Lin Che was thinking of an excuse not to let Wen Wuzhu participate when he suddenly frowned and saw another familiar figure. Lin shaking. He's coming too. Chapter 49. The cavalry of the township came slowly, with Lin Jianjun, the Zhenguo Gong, in the room. Their group of 100 people also appeared to have a great deal of momentum, and Lin Shuangguang rode a tall warhorse right next to Lin Baojun, in high spirits. In this moment, the saying that a tiger's father is not a dog's son was reflected in the two of them. When Lin Che looked at Lin Shaking Light looked as if she had sensed it, and actually looked over sideways as well. The two of them looked at each other, their gazes as if they were substance, colliding in mid-air. This dog, he's going to kill me today. With just a look, Lin Che could tell. This look in Lin Shaking Light's eyes was clearly teasing while carrying indignation, and he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity today. Looking at Lin Shaking Light's attire again, he was dressed in a brocade suit and was graceful, not looking like he wanted to participate in a roundup. He's not participating. Could it be that someone else was arranged? This is really a defense. Only, Lin Che was not afraid, because according to the historical rules of Dakian, the roundups are to emulate the ancestors and commemorate the pioneering spirit of the ancestors. In the historical records, when the ancestors came out from these 100,000 mountains, they were only in the chi refining realm. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, all martial artists who have entered the third grade 100 orifices realm and wish to participate in the roundup will need to take the chi eating pill. After taking this elixir, for one day, the martial artist's cultivation would be suppressed at the refined chi realm. This was originally an elixir that allowed martial artists to shield themselves from all other forces and concentrate on refining chi, and it was just the right thing to use today. All the martial artists who participated in the roundup were in the two realms of chi refining realm and body forging realm, which were just right to deal with those wild beasts. If the third grade 100 orifices realm, the fourth grade sentinel realm, or even the fifth grade true element realm also went to participate, it would simply be a one-sided massacre. However, one should not be on the defensive, especially since this dog Lin Shaking Light was also involved. Lin Che still wants to continue to buy more personal accident insurance. Old General 1, it's really great to meet you today. I have a question I still want to ask you. Lin Che didn't care that much. He would bluff people first. I met a silver-haired man in the Dakian book depository, above the 9th floor, who looks a little bit like a woman. Who is he? You met him? Wen Hong was also slightly stunned, his face full of incredulity. Right, but he didn't tell me the name. Is he very powerful? Lin Che asked tentatively again. Since he didn't tell you his name, well, you don't need to know too much. Since this person wants to remain incognito for the rest of his life, you should just let him be quiet. Wen Hong's face was grave as he seemed to have thought of something and gently shook his head. Weird. How come you didn't even tell old General Wen Hong? But that's just right. The more mysterious it is, the more useful it is to me. Lin Che immediately put on a distressed look. Of course, Senior knows that I shouldn't bother him, but when I was above the 9th floor, he instructed me a lot. He also personally said that he would let me cultivate the dragon bone technique. Dragon tendon technique. I don't know how, but under his guidance, I improved very quickly. He personally instructed you? Hong's eyes went wide as he looked Lin Che up and down. Yeah, I stayed by his side for those 7 days. I benefited from every word he said. It's just that, when he was leaving, he wasn't willing to tell me his name. It's as if he doesn't want anyone to bother him. I'm just saying, I stayed by his side, but he didn't really teach me to practice, so you guys just go ahead and guess. And, surely you guys aren't going to go to the silver-haired man and ask for clarification. Old General, I would also like to ask you now, besides the complete book of 3 yuan qi refining, are there any other qi refining techniques? I want to learn it now. Can you teach me? Now. Yes, now. When Hong glanced at the ministers in front of him, and seeing that His Majesty had not yet arrived, he simply said, "Alright, since even that person has instructed you, it proves that you really do have something to offer. No wonder when I looked at you just now, I realized that your entire person has changed. I also have a powerful cultivation method here, but it's a heavenly ranked technique that Qi refining realm martial artists can only dream of, the Zhou Tian Qi eating technique. This Gong method, I also passed it on to your father back then, but by the looks of it, he didn't pass it on to you." Lin Che just gently shook his head, not wanting to talk more about Lin Baojun. Then, Wen Hong directly used the sound transmission technique and began to slowly teach Lin Che. What made Lin Che incomparably surprised was that he had only listened to this circumstantial qi eating skill once, and the system had prompted him. Cultivable technique detected. To cultivate or not to cultivate? Lin Che didn't want to wait much longer. If he didn't learn now, what if he missed the opportunity later? Cultivation. A direct point of skill clicked down hard. Buzz. In an instant, a surge of qi energy surrounded Lin Che. It felt as if his entire body's pores could breathe, forming an invisible protective shield. It was an invisible aura. A breath of air is able to draw the pores of the whole body. In his body, a stream of true qi was also frantically generated, flowing around him and finally converging to the Dantian location. If this continued, as the days and months accumulated, a sea of qi would surely be formed. Good boy. You're sensing true qi here? Wen Hong was standing right next to Lin Che. So naturally, he sensed it right away, and he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, that person really did have his eye on you. Such a natural talent. There's no one else like it in this world." Back then, when Her Majesty stepped into the qi refining realm, she still needed to cultivate for 12 days. It was known as the first day daughter of Great Qian. Unexpected. Unexpected. Ha ha ha. Lin Che's heart was also incomparably excited. He had used a little bit of his skill points, and now he still had 40 points left. When you go into the hunting grounds later, you no longer need to hold back. Just tap full. I'm arrogant. I'm bossy. What can you do? Seems like a temporary fix would be useful. All that's missing now is a BGM. I'm always on the spot. I'm always on the spot. Not true. What's this? It should be. Ask the world, is this mountain the highest? Or another high place than the sky? Just when Lin Che's heart was incomparably excited, the sound of shouting came from the distance. His Majesty has arrived. When Jiang Li arrived, that roundup, it was about to begin. Chapter 50, The Real Purpose of the Hunt. When Jiang Li arrived, the ministers saluted, and the whole great ceremony of ancestor worship begins. Lin Che took the opportunity to come to Fei Sanboil's side and gave him a wink, meaning to ask about the next plan now. Fei Sanboil didn't hide anything. After all, beating him to death, he wouldn't have thought that Lin Che would be bold enough to cooperate with the mission. That was the mission that had imprisoned Lin Che for 10 years. Fei Sanboil also used a sound transmission technique. The main target is Gong Chang'in. Our people are ready at Deer Food Ping. Wait for them to arrive and strike immediately. Remember, the final kill of Gong Chang'in must come from you. Aha! Lin Che nodded heavily. It wasn't that the group didn't have the ability to kill Gong Chang'in. It was just that they needed him as a hostage to kill Gong Chang'in. The ancestor ritual was soon over. All the martial artists who participated in the roundup came out one after another, and those who stepped into the third grade realm were required to take the qi eating pill. So many masters on the scene were watching, so none of it could be faked. Jiang Li announced, "Since this is a roundup, there will be rewards. Whoever hits the most and most valuable prey, I will personally appoint him as the new divine archer." The crowd of martial artists raised their arms and shouted in excitement at the words. Such a name is the greatest honor for them. Lin Che, on the other hand, was secretly spitting. In terms of drawing big cakes, it's still the empress who's great at it. What's the use of the title of Divine Archer? It's not a title. It would be better to give 100,000 taels of silver. After I graduated from kindergarten, I didn't believe in the little angel of love and good hygiene kid. Knock knock. The war drums are beating. This is about to start. Zhongli stood on the high platform, holding a longbow in his hand, and fiercely drawing the bow at the distant mountains and forests. The posture was really valiant. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flew out and the roundup officially began. When Wuzhu was the first to charge out on horseback, and the other martial artists participating in the roundup did not lag behind when they saw this, they all let out a long whine and galloped their horses furiously towards the front. Freshly dressed, 10,000 horses galloped, and the young boys competed with each other, showing the elegance of Dakian. Lin Che was still in the same place and didn't move. He realized that Qi Fei Nian hadn't even gone to participate in the roundup at all. Instead, he was sitting on a high platform with Zhang Li and chatting. This was to wait for both sides of the martial artists to return from the roundup. On the contrary, that Prince Gong Chang'an was already leading the cavalry to charge out for a long time. On such an occasion, Lin Che didn't have the chance to inform Qi Fei Wan at all. Your Majesty. Lin Che couldn't care less about the occasion as he clasped his fists far below the stage. Microcosm has not participated in a roundup yet. I also want to go and win a reputation as a divine archer. I look forward to your Majesty's favor. Zhongli didn't seem to take this kind of thing to heart and said, if you want to go, go, no need to say much to me. There are quite a few ferocious beasts in the hunting grounds, so please pay more attention to Jing and Bo. Thank you, your Majesty. Lin Che looked at Qi Fei Wan again, smiled and arched his hand. Princess Yun Meng, are you interested in going together? Qi Fei waved her hand. I'll forget about it. The Yen Yun state has an imperial prince attending. I'd better stay here and talk more with His Majesty the Royal Edicting Spirit. I wish Uncle Jing'an a prosperous victory. Don't you realize I'm supposed to be passing information to her? However, listening to the meaning of her words, it was clear that she was just letting herself inform Gong Chang'an. Since this was the case, Lin Che didn't say anything more. Protecting Gong Chang'an was important. With a flick of the reins, he spurred his horse and galloped furiously ahead. Lin Che. Just as he had galloped his horse out furiously for about 100 meters, a delicate cry came from behind him, only to see that Qi Fei also rode her horse to catch up, and she was also holding a special large bow in her hand, with a floating red rope tied to the bow. This bow, apparently, belonged to late Fei Late himself. You go hunting, use my bow. This scene was watched by countless people, just like two couples who want to get married. What plan? A voice transmission inquired as Qi Fei Lian handed the strong bow to Lin Che. Dear Food Ping, Lin Che replied in a low voice while receiving the bow. They'll be waiting for you up ahead. Go to the rendezvous. Qi Fei gave the bow to Lin Che. Her pretty face inexplicably flushed, and she shyly spurred her horse to hurry back. This demon girl, blushing can be controlled on its own, and I wonder if I can control anything else? Lin Che received the strong bow and didn't care how the others looked at him. He immediately spurred his horse forward and galloped furiously. Such a picture of a groom's love fell in Lin Baojuan's eyes. But it was very piercing. He couldn't help but let out a heavy grunt. Wen Hong was sitting across from him, listening to the humming and taking the initiative to speak. What? You're very unconvinced about the Lin Che brat, aren't you? Going to preach again? Lin Brejan said in a deep voice. Old general, after all, Lin Che and Mo Jiaxue are married, but he is still openly pulling and tugging at the enemy country's princess. What is the behavior? In that case, what will outsiders say about our Lin family? Say what you like. It's not like that Mo clan girl likes the Lin Che brat, so what are you forcing them to be tied up for? His Majesty said a long time ago that the matter of the marriage contract is about what you want. Even an old man like me understands the reasoning. Why are you so stubborn? Lin Baojun still wanted to retort, but when he saw that Qi Fian had already steered his horse back, he simply stopped talking. Wen Hong, however, had no intention of stopping. If you really paid attention, you would have realized that Brat Lin Che is a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius. In the future, your Jinguo mansion will have to rely on him. Lin Baojun glanced at Wen Hong and shook his head contemptuously. This kind of old man, really the older he gets, the more his eyes blink. Lin Che knew exactly what cultivation level and what kind of goods he had as a father. You can't even draw that one strong bow, and you're brazen enough to go to a roundup? Shame on you. At this point, Lin Che galloped his horse furiously and rushed into the dense forest in front of him, and sure enough, he saw Yen Yun Kingdom's group from afar. Gong Chang'an was waiting right in the middle of the road, seemingly a little impatient. From a distance, he drank at Lin Che. Come on. Lin Che's heart was on fire. It's true. Money is hard to come by and that's what's hard to eat. For the sake of $4 million, I'll put up with you for now. Dear food pads are dangerous, so you guys take a detour. Just wander around the periphery. No way. We have to pass by Deer Food Pond. What else do you have planned? Speak, Gong Changyin pursued with a stern voice. I don't know. If you guys don't want to die, don't go to Deer Food Ping. Lin Che was strangely surprised for a moment. Knowing the danger, why did he still go? Anger appeared on Gong Chengyin's face as he said, Don't know? Then what's the use of having you? If anything happens to us, you'll be the first to be killed. Nope, this is not a simple roundup. Lin Che had a feeling of an epiphany that plucked at the clouds and saw the moon in this instant. Gong Changyin, as a royal son, knew that there was danger, but he had to take the risk. He must have some other purpose. The importance of this purpose far outweighed his own safety, and he had reasons why he must go. This time when I went on a mission to Deqian, the peace treaty was a cover-up. Even the talk about the second prince is also a cover. Even this roundup should be a part of their plan to cover up the real action behind it. It's true. Any mission that can go to Deqian is definitely not simple. What is their real purpose? Could it be that there was something in these 100,000 mountains that was worth their risk? Chapter 51 Melee at Deer Eating Place. Good. You guys really do have something else in mind. Since you want to use me, I can use you too. Lin's shaking light is bound to kill me, so you all help me suffer. Gong Changyin, I've brought the talk. There are many dangers ahead. If you continue to go forward, you will be killed at any time. When that time comes, don't say that I can't protect you. Gong Changyin just coldly glanced at Lin Che and arrogantly said, Just you? I still need you to protect me. I could just go and die. I also don't know why Yin Meng Fei Lian is looking for you. Let's go. The procession of ambassadors, running wildly away. Lin Che naturally flung his horsewhip and also rode the filly in wild pursuit. In the mountain road in front of this hunting ground, the warhorses could still run, but slowly the mountain road became rugged, and it wasn't long before they passed a huge long river. The sun was shining, the river was clear, and there were some mergansers in the distance drinking from the river. Among the envoys, there was a martial artist who was delighted by the hunt, fiercely bending his bow and shooting an arrow with a whoosh, and the plum deer in the distance fell down with a sound. Before that martial artist could cheer, Gong Changyin in front of him backhanded a long whip and lashed over. Slap! Who told you to shoot arrows? Waste of a bow and arrow. Go pick it up and follow it. That martial artist had a bloody scar drawn on his face, but he didn't dare to say a word more as he galloped his horse furiously in the middle of the river and rushed over to pull out that one feathered arrow. Without stopping for a moment, the procession continued to run furiously ahead. It was obvious that some of them knew the way, and all along the way they were leading the charge without half exchanging a word. Master, the Deer Food Ping is just ahead, over the hill in front of you and down the road. Aha! Get changed. Gong Changyin responded with a sentence and quickly took off the golden battle armor he was wearing, and he exchanged it with one of the guards next to him. This set of movements was also very skillful, and the whole process was only 10 breaths. Lin Che had been following behind and seeing this scene. He was also secretly impressed. If anyone wanted to kill Gong Changyin, they must have recognized the distinctive clothes. After all, not many people really recognized this face of Gong Changyin. Gong Changyin had just changed his clothes and immediately commanded, Begin! Almost at the same time, the 4 guards next to him took down a black horn from their waist and blew it up to the sky. Da! The sound of the trumpet went out far and wide, and still echoed up in the valley not far away. In no time at all, a flock of birds were startled in the mountains and forests and flew up, slowly coming to hover above the heads of the delegation. Not far below the foot of the mountain, there were also ferocious beasts like tigers and cheetahs that had appeared and also came at the sound. This is summoning birds and beasts? Lin Che's pupils shrank. He had been wondering all the way to what method Gong Changyin would use to deal with the ambush. Now he finally knew. This guy, he's really prepared. They had long thought of participating in the roundup, and had long prepared horns that could summon birds and beasts. It was enough if they knew the enemy was there. Sure enough, as the horn sounded, more and more flying birds and beasts showed up all around. The closest to them was already a dozen meters closer. To simply hunt, they'd definitely win with just this hand. At the order of the fake emperor, everyone continued to rush forward, and in no time, they reached the top of the hill. The crowd looked down and saw the immense deer food pad. The place was somewhat like a terraced field, densely grassed like a cornfield. There were so many places to hide around, favoring only one route in the middle. Still, You have to wade through the water. And you definitely can't go too fast. If there were ambushes on the left and right, a round of crossbow fire would surely have a huge effect. After all, every martial artist was now suppressed to the chi refining realm. Go! Step on them! Gong Chengyin looked at the deer-eating ping below and spoke in a cold voice. Those 4 martial artists, continuing to blow their horns, swooped down from the mountain. Those flying birds and beasts, as if following their leader, also swooped down after them like crazy. The 4 martial artists were definitely well trained and strong, and they rushed in towards those bushes. A huge ferocious beast also rushed in a frenzy, and looking from high above, he saw countless grasses swaying like a giant python twisting its body from near to far. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came out from among those bushes. The scream was also like a switch that instantly elicited other screams. Ah! What's with the big boar? Kill it! Kill it! It's a black bear! Oh my god! So many poisonous bees! Ah! Hiding inside the martial artists. There is no way to hide. They have erupted a powerful chi, and these birds and beasts to fight for their lives. There was also a leader among them, who was already angrily shouting for them to gather. But many of the martial artists simply couldn't hear them, or if they did hear them, they were pounced upon by a fierce tiger, and were unable to gather at all. For a while, the scene was incomparably chaotic. Help me! Ah! Damn! It's that horn sound! Quick! Kill the horn blower! On the top of the hill, Gong Chengyin saw the opportunity and drank. Charge with me and only shoot the people. Don't stop! Charge! This 100-strong contingent of ambassadors charged straight on. They were well trained, bending their bows and arrows, specializing in going for the eyes of the ambushers and striking very hard. Lin Che didn't follow the charge. He just watched quietly. Although countless people let out screams, he didn't feel half guilty in his heart. The master of this group of people, but he used him as a pawn, was going to want him dead. Now he was just driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. Lin Che! Just as Lin Che was watching the show, a low voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Che subconsciously looked back and couldn't help but sink his gaze. The visitors were a team of about 30 people. Although they were all riding horses, the weapons in their hands were different. There were mostly swords, a lot of knives, and even those using whisks. These people, with their dusty temperament, had a look of superiority in their eyes. Taoist martial artists. Lin, this is the one Lin Shakespeare invited to kill him. Lin Che realized almost instantly that Lin Shuangguang didn't participate, nor did any Zhenghua Fu martial artists participate. But the Dao family's martial artists made a move. Chang Xiaozi is the former saintly daughter of the Taoist Jade Void Palace. Also, Chang Xian belonged to the Taoist family. It was also highly likely that these Taoist martial artists were invited by Chang Xian. Lin Che almost didn't think much about it and directly shot his horse and rushed down. And behind him came the shrieks of the Taoist martial artists. That's him. He still wants to run. Can he? Send him to feather his wings and fly up. This group of Taoist martial artists also directly charged over with their horses. And there were several others who seemed to be unfamiliar with horseback riding, and simply stomped on the horse's back, jumped on the ground, and furiously ran after them. Lin Che could clearly feel the biting aura behind him. In his haste, he called out to the deer food pad below. I'm coming. Don't be afraid. Kill. Brothers, hold on. Look behind me. The Taoists are coming. Kill. Originally, there was enough chaos in the middle of the deer-eating ping, with ambushes, flying birds and beasts, plus Gong Chengyin charging with his troops, but none of them had ever expected that at this time, Lin Che had brought a team to kill over. Gong Chengyin was violently stunned. When did Lin Che secretly hide this team? Or was it a Taoist expert? Was it an enemy or a friend? And that ambush leader was also shocked. He was aware of the inner workings of the operation, killing all the ambassadors and leaving Gong Chengyin alive in the end, allowing Lin Che to take action. But now Lin Che has brought the Taoist family with him? What do you mean? Is it one of us or not? Equally shocked were those Taoist martial artists behind them, who had originally dispersed at various intersections, waiting for Lin Che. And one of their senior brothers discovered Lin Che by seeing him following a team. Could it be that these martial artists in front were really with Lin Che all the way? At this point, the arrow is already in the air. Kill! Kill Lin Che! In just a moment, the Taoist martial artists also rushed into that melee. When the ambush leader's side heard this Lin Che absolutely couldn't die. After all, they still needed Lin Che to complement Gong Chengyin. Therefore, the ambush leader's side also bellowed, "Damn it! Kill them all except for Uncle Jingyan and Gong Chengyin." Gong Chengyin couldn't even tell what was going on for a moment and gritted his teeth and drank. Kill them all of them. Chapter 52 Berserk Lin Che. Giggling. The melee at Deer Food Pond is on the verge of breaking out. The three forces simply couldn't tell if the other party was a foe or a friend, and none of them dared to take a risk. After all, they could die with just a slight hesitation. Kill, kill, kill. All sorts of crossbows and arrows whooshed and shot randomly, and the martial artists of the three parties all pounced on each other with weapons in hand. They usually had more than this cultivation level, but now that they were all suppressed to the refined Shi realm, they were not used to it for a while. Many martial artists slashed out when they saw their enemies still 5 meters away, but the power of his blades on could only attack a distance of 2 meters, and this attack was simply ineffective. Lin Che rushed into the crowd, and then he frantically dodged and dashed towards the front. He didn't want to be here a second longer than he needed to be, and in just a moment, he'd already seen several heads tumbling to the ground. Whoosh! Lin Che suddenly heard the sound of a sharp arrow breaking through the air coming from his ears, and he hurriedly lowered his head, and his entire body fell onto the body of the filly. Put! A sharp arrow that hit the filly squarely in the neck, only to hear it let out a mournful cry and tumbled straight to the ground with a flop. That's him, kill him. A few ambushers held long swords in their hands, their bodies erupted with chi energy, and their eyes glowed red as they rushed up. Lin Che hurriedly shouted, "Look carefully. I am Lin Che. Uncle Jing'an, it's you who kills." These ambushers were also well trained. They ran wildly faster than a warhorse, a short distance of 100 meters, almost a breath before they rushed to Lean. Sold. Fei Sanjiu does not have to kill Gong Chengyin. If he died in the hands of Gong Chengyin, it would have the same effect. Therefore, this group of ambushers were now also striking out at Lin Che. The 2 million that Fei San Cook gave earlier was not necessarily to get his hands on Gong Chengyin, but to make sure that he also entered the roundup and was buying his life. You really think that I'm easy to bully, don't you? I know how to punch and kick too. Roar! Lin Che flipped over and landed firmly on the ground, and with a press of the Volt Beast ring on his wrist, the Big Dipper's hidden dragon body catalyzes. Dragon Bone Technique, Dragon Spine Technique, Dragon Tendon Technique, Blazing Young Hegemony Body Prompted. Roar! Lin Che let out a roar. His voice was like a dragon's roar, and it shook the bodies of those flying birds and beasts that were summoned by the horn, and they all came to their senses from a certain state. The warring martial artists also had their hearts trembling. This roaring sound, like a ferocious beast roaring furiously in their ears, sent chills down their backs. Crackle, crackle. Lin Che was originally over 1 meter 8 in height. Now his body skyrocketed, directly elevated to 2 meters 3. There was a terrifying power in his body that had been suppressed for too long, and now it was about to explode out. The muscles around him chunked and jabbed and crumbled his clothes. His body was muscular, like a gnarled dragon, and his face began to distort, especially the 2 pectoral muscles, which bulged and looked like they were spitting out flames when he exhaled and inhaled. The most rigid and masculine gas exploded out with a bang, and his stout body, surprisingly, burned out flames that were visible to the naked eye. 2 huge eyes, blood red, and pure sun flames burned right out of his eyes. Roar! Lin Che let out a roar, and flames erupted from his throat as his entire body was like a cannonball, charging forward with a bang. A punch is thrown. Boom! The first ambusher's head split apart on the spot, his brains splattering. Lin Che didn't stop for half a second, and with a smooth grab, his huge palm covered the face of the second ambush soldier, and with a leap in the air, 7 or 8 meters high and more than 10 meters away, he heavily stomped on the body of the third ambush soldier. This third ambush soldier looked like he had lost his soul as he stared daggers at Lin Che falling from the sky. Boo! A kick! Lin Che stomped this ambush soldier's body and folded it up, smashing it on the ground and turning it into a mess of blood and flesh. At the same time, he had the ambush soldier grasped in his hand, making whimpering noises, and was struggling frantically in an attempt to escape. Lin Che's palm fiercely exerted force, as if he were pinching and popping an egg. Put! All that blood and flesh bursting out between his fingers. Giggle! Lin Che felt the flavor of killing and subconsciously licked his lips. Yum! Great! The 3 forces that were originally in the middle of a melee in front of them, they were all attracted by that roar, so they all saw this scene. They watched as Lin Che's body changed and began to go berserk, and then, in the most direct way possible, he directly blasted 3 martial artists to death. They could all tell that these 3 ambush martial artists were definitely chi refining realm grand circle. Surprisingly, it was just pinched right off. Looking at Lin Che's appearance at this moment, he was really a tall bull, a tiger with a bear's back. His body's muscles erupted, and the flames were biting. This was clearly the manifestation of cultivating the most rigid and most young technique to the extreme. They had naturally encountered martial artists who cultivated the pure yang technique, and very often, there were such characters in the middle of the battlefield, but they had never seen such a terrifying existence. Those chi and blood-filled martial artists were at least still human, right? The Lin Che in front of him, was he still a human being? Why did it feel like there was a sun burning inside his body, and a fire dragon about to rush out? That's too scary. Whoosh. I don't know whose hand shook, but a crossbow arrow shot directly into Lin Che's eyes. Lin Che fiercely grabbed with one hand, easily grasping that one crossbow arrow in his hand. The crossbow arrow was just 2 inches away from his eyes. Lin Che's gaze turned to the person who shot the arrow. Surprisingly, it was an ambush martial artist from Fei Sankook's side. Seek death. Lin Che let out a furious roar, and it seemed like thousands of forces were about to rush out of his chest, his blood boiling all over his body, like a scaly dragon going berserk in his body, his veins lividly protruding. He bent his body violently, like a terrifying spring being pressed down. Boo! With a single leap, the ground that he stepped on was also cracked by him. With a terrifying palm, he slapped down at the ambush martial artist. Boo! A spray of blood exploded. Lin Che's palm slapped on the ambusher's head, straight to the ground. The entire ambush, under his palm, was slapped into a pulp, leaving tattered clothes, as well as the broken pieces of flesh and blood on the ground. Where's the half of it? Kill. Chapter 53, Are you still a human being? Boom boom boom. Lin Che frenziedly killed each other without any semblance of mental fluctuation at all. These martial artists were all chi-refining realm existences, but none of them could withstand Lin Che's terrifying punch. Lin Che was like a northeastern tiger entering a chickadee's nest. Damn it, what kind of technique is he practicing? Didn't the intelligence say that he's at most of the first grade forging realm? I'm afraid this has the power of a 4th grade. Kill kill. Surround him. Surround. Ah help. Help me. This group of martial artists, they had all activated their whole body strength, and their powerful qigong enveloped their surroundings, forming a thin protective wall. To the naked eye, it looked like there was a layer of white aerosol enveloping their entire body. With this layer of protection, unusual bows and crossbows were almost always difficult to shoot through. However, these chi gangs could not resist Lin Che's punch at all. Boo! With a single punch, it would directly shatter their chi deity while the fist penetrated their body. One life to go. Retreat retreat now. I don't know who shouted, and the group of ambushers scattered in terror. When the group of ambushers fled, the two sides, the legation and the Taoists, were left in the midst of this melee at Deer Food Ping. The Taoist side didn't know what secret method they had used. Their cultivation would unexpectedly rush to the 3rd grade 100 orifices realm in a flash, and they were able to cut down the envoy's martial artists with a single strike. Lin Che originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to join the melee, but he took a step and didn't move. The Taoist family was small in number, but they were obviously prepared, and they were able to briefly recover to the 3rd rank, so it was not guaranteed that they could also recover to the 4th rank, or even the 5th rank. Never be reckless. Recklessness is fine, but not ludicrous. Seeing that the two sides were in the middle of a melee, Lin Che silently retreated behind the crowd. Boom! Gong Chengyin was kicked by a Taoist martial artist and his entire body flew out. The martial artist who was pretending to be the prince was even slashed by a sword chi, and his head landed on the ground. I'll save you. Lin Che didn't think much about it, rushed up in a few steps, picked up Gong Chengyin on his back and started to escape. While running, he also yelled, "You guys break the back. I'll take your master and run first." The envoy martial artists had also long had the intention of retreating, and now that they saw Lin Che running away with Gong Chengyin, they immediately chased after him. The Taoist martial artists in the back let out long whistling noises, directly slashing out their flying swords as they recovered to the 3rd or even 4th rank realm. Swish! In an instant, several more envoy martial artists were beheaded. Seeing this, Lin Che was even more afraid to touch it hard. Carrying Gong Chengyin on his back, he continued to run wildly. Although there appeared to be flames on his body, it wasn't real fire, so there was no worry that Gong Chengyin would be scorched. Put me down ah! Gong Chengyin suddenly screamed miserably and cried out anxiously. Your Majesty, it's my duty to protect you. Don't worry, I'll never leave you behind. Asterisk 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 you. Put me down, Gong Chengyin said, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Lin Che clearly felt a few crossbow arrows shooting past him, almost shooting at his body. And the most terrifying thing was that there were a few sword chi slashes, next to the bull-sized trees. By the sword chi split, issued a click sound, should sound broken. Look, it's too dangerous, I can't run without you. Gong Chang'in struggled frantically, but Lin Che's body was so tall that he couldn't struggle yet, and he could only cry out in a rage. Damn you! Put me down! Old me! Old me is not your shield if this continues. I'm really going to die. You mother asterisk 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 are you still a human being? Before Gong Chang'in's words fell, 2 more crossbow arrows were fired. Originally, they were shooting at Lin Che, but Lin Che had him on his back, and the 2 crossbow arrows all shot at Gong Chang'in's body again. His body froze and another mouthful of blood spurted out. He sort of understood it completely and utterly. This group of Taoist martial artists hadn't come to kill the envoys at all, much less to kill him, the imperial prince. Rather, they had come to kill Lin Che. This Lin Che was too inhuman. He thought that he was kind enough to escape, and even carried him on his back to escape. But, this is a shield. 16th Prince, at all this time, we are the ones who are in trouble. Don't say these words. I won't leave you behind. You hold on. Lin Che added a few more points of force to his hands. He absolutely couldn't let this meat shield fall anymore. The secret methods of the Taoist family were truly terrifying. Even after taking the chi-eating pill, they couldn't really suppress their cultivation. However, he still had his bottom card. The circumstantial chi-eating skill was currently just 1 layer, and he could directly impact it to the 10th layer. Keep your hand in for now. Use it again when it matters, and it can still be a surefire hit. Lin Che ran furiously all the way, and the sounds of the chase behind him slowly diminished. Upon hearing Gong Chang'in's voice again, it seemed to have become weak as well. You're not really going to die, are you? Lin Che rushed to a large tree, surrounded by withered and fallen leaves. It was fairly clean. He simply put the Gong Chang seal down. I will kill you sooner or later. Only once he landed on the ground, Gong Chang'in weakly screamed out, but I saved you, and you're just going to be so gracious? Lin Che was unconvinced. Gong Chang'in's face was incomparably pale, and that brash aura on his body had long since disappeared as he gently rolled over, revealing his back. Look at this. What kind of grace is this? It's all because of you. At this moment of seeing Gong Chang'in's back, Lin Che's cursing speech stopped hard. The prince of Gong Chang'in is, indeed, a tragic one. Shot in the back with 7 crossbow bolts, 4 in the front back, 2 in the buttocks, and another crossbow bolt in the thigh. Blood is dripping. Not to mention, a prince is a prince. Life force is tenacious. This cannot die. Is this the body of Michiru Akira from Night of the Returning Souls? Get some rest, and maybe, in a moment, your guards will follow you. Lin Che said as he slowly turned the Volt Beast ring in his hand, controlling the breath around his body while calming the power of his feats. Right in the middle of Gong Chang'in's shocked gaze, Lin Che acted as if he knew the art of bone shrinking, his entire body crackling and snapping as he slowly returned to his original appearance. You're hiding a lot. It's just a means to save your life. Lin Che made a rare humble remark. Gong Chang'in reached into his pocket with great difficulty, fished out a bottle of pills, and tremblingly took one. He finally breathed out a sigh of relief when this elixir was taken. Lin Che, those people came to kill you. I was the one who helped you block them. This favor you need to repay. If you do one thing for me, we'll be even. Lin Che sat on the side and also fished out a bottle of pills from his arms, pouring a whole bottle into his mouth and eating it like peanuts. Want me to do something for you? Fine. Gotta add money. This Gong Chang'in came into the hunting grounds and really had something more important to do. Gong Chang'in gritted his teeth and said, but we gave you 4 million. 4 million. You still don't have enough? I'm still very principled when it comes to being a human being. Many times. $4 million? I'm just saving your life. You into this 100,000 mountains to come. Must be another plan. This is even a blind man can see. If I help you, do I want to lose my head? You pig brain think really beautiful. Lin Che said, reaching over and grabbing the feathered arrow behind Gong Chang'in's back, gently exerting force to pull it down. Ah, what are you doing? Stop it. Help you pull out the arrows and heal your wounds. I said I'd keep you alive. Lin Che was full of innocence. You're doing this on purpose. The arrows are barbed, and pulling them out hard is going to kill me. Oh, so that's it. Oh, Gong Chang'in knew that Lin Che must be doing this on purpose, to publish a personal vendetta, but it seemed that the situation at hand forced him to give in. I don't have any silver bills on me right now, but I can use the Emperor's waistplate to pledge it to you. When we get out safely, Come with the waist plate and I'll definitely pay you. $1 million. Good. 2 million is 2 million. Deal. Lin Che was very satisfied. I said $1 million. The imperial prince is really generous and wants to add another million. That's great. Okay. Just $2 million. Gong Chengyin gasped twice and finally reacted to the fact that this guy was doing it on purpose. But there was nothing to be done about it. It's not too late to settle the score when we get out. You take me to Falling Eagle Cliff first, then I'll tell you what to do. Chapter 54, Carrying Back. Carrying your sister. Where is Falling Eagle Cliff? Lin Che had never heard of this place before. Gong Chengyin also seemed to have anticipated that Lin Che would ask this, and this time, he even reached into his pants with one hand and pulled out a map in the midst of Lin Che's incomparably shocked gaze. The map was spread out, a foot long and wide, and inside it was drawn the very 100,000 mountains of the hunting grounds. Lin Che just glanced at it and was secretly surprised. This map was drawn in too much detail. Although the latitude and longitude were not explicitly stated on it, the horizontal and vertical lines were marked as well, and the shape of the mountains was clear for every distance. Gong Chengyin had obviously observed the surrounding area for a long time and reached out to point on the map. We just passed the deer food pond, and now we're at this spot. You take me all the way forward, around these mountains, and then follow the river. It should take you to Falling Eagle Cliff. I'm taking you? What do you mean? Lin Che shot a glance at Gong Chengyin and seemed to ask knowingly. Just like that. You're carrying me on your back. I see that you're almost recovered, so you don't need me to carry you. I'll lead the way in front, and you follow. If you can't, you can wait for your men to follow. It should be soon too. No wait. They serve to attract the attention of the others. Now is the best chance for you to carry me. I have promised to give you $2 million, Gong Chengyin said in a deep voice. Back. 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 But if you're a late non-late, that little, I wouldn't mind a little hard labor. You're a perverted idiot and you want me to carry you? Lin Che put away his smile and said in a low voice. Human potential is infinite. I have a method that is definitely feasible. What way? Bring it on you. Lin Che fiercely reached out and directly snatched that one map, turning around and running. This must be the treasures you're looking for, right? Ha ha ha, it's all mine. You. Stop right there, I'm going to get you killed. Gong Chengyin was in a big hurry. This map really couldn't be lost. If that thing was found by Lin Che, then this time he had risked his life to go on a mission to Deqian. It would have been in vain. Gong Chengyin clenched his teeth and immediately chased after him. He chased. He fled. He took the road and fled. He didn't know how long he had been chasing after him, but Gong Chengyin stumbled and fell with a thud. But Lin Che's figure was right in front of him, and he clenched his teeth and got back up again. Several feathered arrows were still lodged in his back, and every step he took in running caused him to feel a tearing pain. Running wildly in the middle of the deserted mountains, several times Gong Chengyin almost fainted, relying on taking pills to barely support himself. Finally, running, Gong Chengyin suddenly saw a river appear in front of him. Lin Che, on the other hand, was sitting next to him and waiting leisurely, with no semblance of wanting to continue escaping. Gong Chengyin was just about to break out in curses, but suddenly, it was like he understood. Lin Che wasn't really trying to snatch his map, but was deliberately making him chase after it. A prince is a prince. It seems that he has taken a lot of divine pills since he was a child. This physique is extraordinary. Lin Che smiled and joked. Gong Chengyin covered his waist and walked over with weak steps, came to the front next to the river, and did not care so much, directly lying down to drink water. Lin Che looked at the grass roots next to him. He had just peed, so he should have rinsed it out. Gong Chengyin filled up with water and took a few breaths before he stood up. Where were we? Almost there. It's just that in your condition, can you go into the water? Lin Che handed over the map. Gong Chengyin took the map and looked at it for a few moments, searching for a mountain on the side to use as a reference point, and in no time he was sure of where they were. Cut the crap! Gong Chengyin flung himself into the river and jumped directly into the river, which instantly soaked his entire body. He had 7 feathered arrows stuck in him, and this one was absolutely sour. Puff! Lin Che also leapt into the river and floated downstream. There's something in this water. Be careful! After drifting for about a quarter of an hour, Gong Chengyin suddenly opened his mouth in a low voice in front of him to warn. Ha! This Gong Chengyin is so kind as to give a reminder? The river wasn't too big or small, but it was 7 or 8 meters deep in many places, hiding a number of huge monster fish and even some poisonous snakes. Right after Gong Chang'in reminded him, Lin Che instantly felt something in the water swimming towards him. He frowned and glanced at the Volt Beast ring he wore in his hand to see a burst of warm and hot breath coming from it, while it began to turn a strange color. This water is poisoned. One of the abilities of the Volt Beast ring was to detect if there was poisonous gas around. This water was poisonous, and the Volt Beast ring naturally reacted to being immersed in it. Lin Che was just about to open his mouth to remind Gong Chang'in when he realized that he was actually darting forward without looking back. There's something odd. Wow. More and more strange fish swam around Lin Che, and there were also huge pythons as thick as a thigh that swam over. Gong Chang'in, save me. Ah! Lin Che let out a yelp, and it was as if his entire body was being dragged by something, directly to the bottom of the water. At once, that section of the river began to tumble, and countless strange fish and poisonous snakes tore madly. Gong Chang'in heard the screams behind him. His face became even more excited, and he frantically swam towards the front. At the same time, he had an extra bottle of strange potion in his hand and kept wiping it on his head and face. A few vipers were about to swim over to attack him, but when they smelled the potion, they immediately fled in a panic. It didn't take long for Gong Chang'in to roll over onto his back. The first time he looked back, the entire long river no longer had Lin Che's figure, and he couldn't help but laugh. You deserve to die. Gong Chang'in rested for a while, took out the map and looked at it, and dug ahead into the barren grass. After half a quarter of an hour or so, in the midst of the barren grass, a head suddenly stuck out, and it was none other than Gong Chang'in. His gaze continued to the one river. He exhaled when he realized that the river was very calm and no one was following him. It seems I was too nervous. Gong Chang'in was in the middle of the grass, turned in a direction and flew away. A full quarter of an hour passed. In one of the river's water plants, a head slowly rose to the surface, breathing heavily. This person was none other than Lin Che. At this moment, Lin Che had a layer of qigong enveloping his body, isolating the bites of the surrounding strange fish and poisonous snakes. This dog, poisoning again, and killing a backstabber. It's still a real dog, but he's so cautious. It seems that the thing to be found must be incomparably precious. Otherwise, why would the titular prince risk his life? Lin Che had just recognized Gong Chang'in's tactics at the first moment, so he simply took the trick and sunk directly under the water. Although those poisonous snakes and pythons were terrifying, he could handle them with a burst of fisticuffs as he enveloped his body with his qigong. By this time, it's possible to sneak up on them. Lin Che followed cautiously. In front of him was the path that Gong Chang'in had pressed out himself, so recognizing it wasn't too difficult. Walking, a clattering sound was heard up ahead, the sound of running water falling. Lin Che was agile and climbed up a large tree to look at it from afar, and it turned out to be a curtain of waterfalls. The cliff where the waterfall falls is where Gong Sungyong is looking for, and the earth below was even more flat and green, with many rivers and swamps appearing. Looking at it from this height, those diverging rivers were seen to be more like incomparably huge pythons, which were entangled together. What's that? Suddenly, Lin Che looked sideways at the swampy area just below the falling eagle cliff. A golden light, like a pillar of light, rises up into the sky. Chapter 55 Can't wait. Kill. What's that? Lin Che felt the incomparable piercing glare of that pillar of sky-charging light just by glancing at it. He blinked instinctively, and the pillar of light disappeared. Gone? Lin Che tried a few more times, but he never saw that pillar of rushing light again. This is not the first time this has happened. The first time, it was when he saw the palace. The second time, it was when he saw the royal tomb. And now, for the third time, imperial palaces, imperial tombs, must be hiding precious treasures to have that pillar of light. But what treasures could there be beneath this falling eagle cliff? In this swamp? Wait a little longer. Lin Che simply came to a standstill. Falling eagle cliff. Gong Chang'in, who looked like he was very good at lightness, was walking on the ground in the midst of that steep cliff. Every crack was rummaged up by him. When he came across some special rock crevices, he would also use the dagger at his waist to dig up. After a small half-day of busy work, he still had nothing to show for it. Seeing this, Lin Che could conclude. Gong Chang'in was looking for the treasure that was glowing just now. Only Gong Chang'in thought it was in some crack in the cliff, but the real treasure had fallen into the swamp below. From the information of the Big Honlu also learned that this Gong Chang'in is clearly the first time to come to Deqian. So even if there are treasures, certainly not Gong Chang'in hidden. Gong Chang'in only knew a general location, and in the name of the mission, he used the peace treaty as a cover to run here in search of the real treasure. Phew! Just as Lin Che was thinking about it, Gong Chang'in in front of him actually fired a flare. The huge flare rushed into midair and exploded like a firework. a cloud of colorful dust spreading out in midair in a dazzling manner. He's calling the men over. Lin Che's eyebrows raised. And then he realized the second problem. Where did Gong Sunheim get the flare? This kind of thing had been hidden in his arms? But look at the flare Gong Chengyin was holding in his hand. It was a meter long and short. And his calf was thick. How is it bound in the body? You were just in the water for so long and you didn't get soaked? Can't wait. Kill. Lin Che jumped from the tree with a leap of his body. He's going to kill Gong Sunheim. The reason was simple. Originally, he had always believed that duty calls for him to desperately protect Gong Chengyin. After all, if Gong Chengyin died, he would definitely be implicated as a deputy secretary. But just now in the river, Gong Chengyin used the poisonous powder to kill him. What are you waiting for when your opponent is going to kill you? Since Gong Chengyin dared to make a move to kill himself as a hostage, he proved that he had the means to make good. So what was there to be afraid of? Gong Chengyin didn't just come to hunt. He came for the treasure. This treasure, too, must never fall into the hands of Gong Chengyin. The divine machine system. Add more. Host, Lin Che. Realm, second grade Qi refining realm, perfection. Cultivation techniques, blazing yang body, 10th/10th level. Dragon spine technique, 10th/10th level. Dragon bone technique, 10th/10th level. Dragon tendon technique, 10th/10th level. Big Dipper's dragon body, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, Zhou Tian Qi eating technique, 10th/10th level. Remaining points, 31. A few short breaths. Lin Che directly impacted the Zhou Tian Qi eating skill to the 10th layer. He could clearly feel that a Qigong visible to the naked eye had appeared all over his body, as if it was substantial. At this moment, if someone were to slash him with a long knife, he would definitely be directly resisted by the Qigong around his body. One breath, one inhalation, tugging at every pore in the body. In his abdomen, a huge sea of Qi was already forming, rolling true Qi forming crazily. Originally, he was standing in the middle of the trees, and between this exhalation and inhalation, the leaves all around him were sucked over, forming a vortex around him. An unprecedented power surged through the body. True Qi, raging and surging true Qi. Lin Che also finally understood why he had sneaked up on Lin Shaking Light in Bailan Alley, and why a burst of violent beatings hadn't even killed Lin Shaking Light. True Qi protection was enough to ward off most attacks. There was just one thing that Lin Che couldn't understand. Why was this realm still complete instead of grand complete even after he had reached the 10th level? Is there something special about his physique? Only, now wasn't the time for him to think much about it. With a violent leap, he rushed towards the falling eagle cliff and rushed towards Gong Chengyin. There were no covering trees on the edge of this cliff, so it was only possible to rush over it as fast as possible. In the process of charging and killing, Lin Che once again activated various body forging techniques, and his body skyrocketed, turning into a muscle-covered monster in general. It's you! Gong Chengyin had just suddenly sensed a powerful aura of a breakthrough in the woods, and he had noticed it. Suddenly seeing a huge figure rushing out, he recognized it as Lin Che at a glance. Gong Chengyin didn't say half a word of nonsense, and in his hand, he didn't know when he had a huge 2-meter crossbow. A dozen crossbow arrows were swished out at Lin Che, who was running wildly over. The crossbow was very powerful, breaking through the air and emitting a faint cold light, obviously not an ordinary weapon. The crossbow bolt unexpectedly passed through the aura around Lin Che and pierced into his skin. A strand of blood directly soared out. Lin Che's pupils shrank. His heart was shocked. With his Qi deity and physical body, he could still be injured by this crossbow arrow? Although it only pierced into his body to the depth of a fingernail cap, it was enough to shock him. But Lin Che had even less expected that Gong Chengyin would be even more shocked than he was. What? Gong Chengyin's body trembled, and he still glanced at the giant crossbow in his hand in disbelief. This was the most powerful continuous crossbow in their Yin Yun kingdom, made by the Mo family's heavenly workers diagram, paired with a 1,000-year-old auger tendon, and empowered by the state master himself. An arrow could explode the body of a third-grade martial artist, even if it was a city wall. Why did Lin Che block a dozen arrows? Boo! Just as Gong Chengyin froze, Lin Che had already rushed in. One hand covered Gong Chengyin's face and slammed into the ground, charging wildly. Rumble! Gong Chengyin was heavily slammed on the ground and skidded out a dozen meters with friction. The top of the falling eagle cliff was stone and dirt, and this time, it directly plowed a huge deep pit. The 7 feathered arrows sticking out of Gong Chengyin's back were all broken, and his back was a bloody mess. Don't you dare! Gong Chengyin roared and struggled to roll over. He was violently clenched by Lin Che and ruthlessly punched him in the face. Boo! A solid punch puts Gong Chengyin back on his back again. Lin Che's killing heart had risen, and without the intention of staying his hand, he clenched his fist and was about to continue smashing it into Gong Chengyin's head. Suddenly, a flash of light was seen in Gong Chengyin's hand. A powerful force erupted out, like an invisible giant hammer heavily hitting Lin Che's head. Go to hell! Gong Chengyin took the opportunity to jump up violently and slammed his head into Lin Che's body. The two tumbled and fell straight off the cliff. The cliff was strangely high, and next to it was a curtain of waterfalls, and the two men could still be hit by the spray of water drifting from the falls as they fell. Such a scene should be beautiful, but neither had half the heart to appreciate it. The two men still caught each other in the fall and swung their fists in an unbelievably savage smash. Boom boom boom. Finally, with a bang, they both landed heavily in the swamp below. Chapter 56, Killing the Emperor. Boo! Lin Che only felt that the sky was spinning, his eyes were starry, his ears were buzzing, and his entire body was as if it was falling apart. He knew very well that a fall at such a height, be it the water or the swamp, would be the same as a fall on a concrete slab. It was also fortunate that his current physique was absolutely unrivaled. In the middle of the swamp, shook his head on the deep water, climbed up. Also do not care about the body or rotten mud dirty. A sweep of the eyes rushed to the not far from the public Chengyin. Buzz. Gong Chengyin surprisingly had another lance in his hand, while his mouth was full of mud but he was swallowing frantically. It looked like it was swallowing pills haphazardly. Lin Che's body erupted with a powerful burst of true qi, which held up his huge body so that he wouldn't sink even if he was on the swamp. In just one breath, the distance between the two was left at a few meters. Lin Che bent down, reached out and manipulated a handful of mud and swept it out directly. With his strength, even a handful of mud was as fast as an arrow off a string. Moreover, this handful of slime was aimed at Gong Sungham's eyes, so it was simply indefensible. Ah! Gong Chengyin closed his eyes almost instinctively, but he immediately realized again that he absolutely could not close his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Che's huge fist had already smashed onto his face. Boo! Gong Chengyin's entire body flew out and smashed heavily on the cliff next to the waterfall. Almost at the same time, Lin Che furiously rushed over like a wild beast. The man was still 7 or 8 meters away when he leapt into the air, bent his right leg, and slammed over with a savage flying knee. Bang! Unbiased, right in the sea of qi in the abdomen of Gong Chengyin. Gong Chengyin's figure trembled and a spray of blood exploded from his body. His entire qi sea was shattered on the spot by this collision from Lin Che. A mouthful of blood then spurted out of Gong Chengyin's mouth. Don't kill me, I'm a royal son. Gong Chengyin spoke brokenly, his face full of fear. He had never thought that he would actually fall into Lin Che's hands one day. This protégé, when he was in the protégé's residence back then, he wouldn't even look at Lin Che squarely. No, you're not a prince, you're a dead man. In your next life, pay attention. Lin Che had a murderous aura in his eyes, but he didn't care if this was some kind of prince or not. I've offended many people. Who are you? Ka Ching. Lin Che clasped Gong Chengyin's head with both hands and violently twisted it. Straight away, a whole head was twisted off. The head of the body is different. Panting, Lin Che casually threw the head away and also sat down to catch his breath, taking 2 pills in the process. With Lin Che's mindset, even before he traveled across the world, he wouldn't have any mental burden doing this kind of thing, let alone now. As for what will happen if you kill Gong Chengyin, what consequences can there be? As long as we leave Deqian, the sky is the limit. Falling off the wagon and robbing homes is also a bright path. Where on earth is this dog hiding so much stuff? Lin Che looked at the battle rifle that had fallen to the side and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The flare in the front was even enough. Then there was a huge crossbow, and now there was an additional battle rifle. This battle rifle was over 2 meters long. Lin Che suddenly seemed to think of something, and he immediately started licking his bag. After rummaging through Gong Chengyin's body, he finally found a palm-sized bag, a dagger, and 2 bottles of elixir. There's nothing more to it. The 2 bottles of pills were still dirty at the mouth of the bottle, so they should be the ones taken by Gong Chengyin, and there were still a few of them inside. For the time being, he didn't know if these 2 bottles of elixirs were both tonic medicines, so Lin Che didn't dare to touch them. The dagger was a treasure, chilling and sharpening iron. Lin Che had also seen this dagger at Gong Chengyin's waist before, and it shouldn't be too special. And finally, the weird bag. 2 strange eyes were embroidered on the outside, and the pouch was tied with a black string. The strange thing was that when Lin Che tried to open the mouth of the bag, he couldn't even open it. With his current strength, he couldn't even tear away that one rope. This is definitely treasure. Maybe those crossbows, war guns, and flares were all pulled out of it. Lin Che murmured a sentence and immediately became alert again. Flares. Gong Sungheim has summoned his men in front of him. It's not safe here. He put the things away, even taking the one battle rifle, which was surely worth something when sold. Roughly discern a direction and go immediately. But he hadn't gone far yet, when suddenly he heard someone shouting from the falling eagle cliff. Master dash. Master, this is Gong Changyin's escort coming. It can't be easily exposed. It's pretty hard to find a place to hide in this huge swamp, unless you dive right into the rotten mud and deep water. Lin Che didn't think much about it and directly drilled into the mud puddle, then slowly drilled out ahead and carefully observed it. There weren't many people coming, only 11. It looked like 2 of them were still injured and needed to be assisted. Since you're so outnumbered, you can't blame me. A family needs to be together. It's still a good day. I'll send you all on your way together. Chapter 57 is too weak. Ah, Master. Here, Master? Jesus. Master. Killed. Wow. The dozen or so envoy martial artists almost let out a shocking sound of grief and indignation. They couldn't care less about the height of the cliff and jumped down, holding Gong Changyin's head and roaring to the sky. There were also a few martial artists who were so scared that their legs went limp and they sat down in the water with a flutter. Dead. Dead. We're going to die too. Indeed. Their duty was to protect Gong Changyin, the kind that took their lives to protect. Now that Gong Changyin was dead, none of them could escape, and even their families would be implicated. This is a royal son. Who killed the master? Who was it? As I recall, the master was that Lin Che who escaped on his back. It must be him. Find it. Quickly look for it. You too. Go back and report to Princess Yun Meng right away. Quick dash. There was someone else in command of the group, and the people began to split up. It didn't take long for someone to see the huge crossbow thrown a short distance away. This is the master's crossbow. He took it out to kill the enemy. Look, it looks like a lance up ahead. Sure enough, 2 more spotted the battle spears suspended in the middle of the swamp in front of them. These were Gong Changyin's weapons, and they naturally recognized them. 2 of the martial artists immediately rushed over to put the battle rifle away, just for a moment as they approached. Put! That one lance unexpectedly charged up angrily and stabbed into a martial artist's throat like lightning. The head of the gun penetrated the martial artist's neck, and blood sprayed wildly. Ah! The martial artist next to him was shocked. His shouting voice came out of his mouth, and then he saw a flash of cold light, and the battle spear swept across, stabbing. The spear also directly cut through his chest. The martial artist's body stiffened and stood still, his gaze looking to his chest, where deep traces of blood crossed his entire chest. The heart was also cut. Flop. The 2 martial artists were almost at the same time, collapsing in the middle of the swamp. Someone! That way! Hurry! The martial artists not far away shrieked in alarm as they drew their weapons, bent their bows and arrows, and slowly approached. Wow! A dark shadow leapt up from the middle of the swamp, charging wildly with a battle rifle in hand. It's him! Lin Che. Although the black shadow was very fast, that tall body, that state of being surrounded like a flame, was still instantly recognized by the martial artist. That's me. Lin Che was recognized, so he simply didn't hide anymore, roared angrily, and violently swept his battle rifle in his hand, as in, sweeping across the room. The martial artist at the forefront blocked the furious sword in his hand in an attempt to block Lin Che's sweep, but then, his pupils shrank. Put! The war rifle swept through, surprisingly cutting this martial artist off at the waist, split in 2. Whoosh! Several crossbow arrows were shot, and when they landed an inch in front of Lin Che's body, they were stopped by a powerful qi gang. What? He's in the qi refining realm? Impossible. There's no way his qi gang can stop our arrows. Kill him. These few martial artists were also brazen. One of them, a bearded martial artist, held a long sword in both hands and rushed in angrily, leaping into the air, his furious sword held high above his head, and slashed down fiercely at Lin Che. The fury blade had not yet slashed above Lin Che's head, but the blade had already slashed out, creating a long straight trail on the surface of the swamp water. Too weak, Lin Che didn't dodge or avoid, and blocked horizontally with the battle spear in his hand. Clang! A circular wave visible to the naked eye erupted from amongst the furious swords and battle spears, swinging away in all directions. The bearded martial artist's wrist ached, the tiger's mouth pierced and cracked, and a blood splattered out. But he didn't let go. Instead, he slanted his wrist and chipped along the gun's body towards Lin Che's fingers holding the gun. During the process, sparks flew, with the same extremely ear-piercing sound being emitted. Off. Lin Che shouted angrily, and once again, a force erupted from his hands, and with a boom, he sent the bearded martial artist flying into midair. The battle spear in his hand turned and stabbed frantically at the bearded martial artist. Swish, swish, swish. The bearded martial artist was still in midair, not having landed. His entire body was instantly turned into a hornet's nest by this round of furious stabs. By the time he landed on the ground, he had already become a dozen pieces. No good. Some martial artists finally reacted. They were definitely not Lin Che's opponents. I'll take the master back. You guys pad behind. Quick. You son of a. Why don't you pad your back? He's definitely more than just the chi refining realm. Run. If Gong Chang'in was still alive right now, they would absolutely fight for their lives. But now that their master was dead, what was the point of them continuing to fight for their lives? As the saying goes, when a tree topples, they really don't want to get killed. If he returned with Gong Chang'in's head, he might still be considered meritorious and be able to barely survive. Therefore, when one of the martial artists wanted to escape, none of the other several martial artists were willing to stay and fight again, and they all scrambled to escape. The speed of their escape depends entirely on whether or not they come in last place. Now the only way to stay alive for a while is to outrun your companions. Kill. Lin Che also knew that he absolutely couldn't let them go back alive. Even if he had to make up a story, he still wanted a dead man walking. The towering falling eagle cliff was definitely not something they could go up just because they wanted to. Even if they knew how to do light kung fu and activate their true chi, it wasn't easy. Lin Che caught up to the past and killed a few more. In the end, only 3 escaped onto the falling eagle cliff. Lin Che now had an abundance of true chi and was all about brute strength, climbing and jumping as he also rushed up the falling eagle cliff. You guys, can you still escape? Lin Che rushed wildly. A single jump was more than 30 meters away, and in a few rises and falls, he chased after the last of the envoy martial artists. A shot that goes straight through the other person's body. Help! Help! The martial artist running at the front, still holding Gong Chang'in's head in his arms, ran while shouting furiously. Lin Che had just resolved the martial artist behind him and was just about to continue chasing after him to finish the other party off. However, he couldn't help but be stunned, because a surprisingly large number of martial artists had come from the distance, and it looked like there were 200 to 300 of them. Moreover, judging from the clothes and flags of those martial artists, there were disciples from all the major clans. They should have also seen the flare that Gong Chang'in had set off earlier, so they rushed over. What to do? To kill or not to kill? Chapter 58 Sinful. He even killed the prince. Can't kill. Lin Che came to a judgment at once for a simple reason. Even if he swarmed them, the 300 would surely escape a lot before their true chi was depleted. Most importantly, he saw a familiar figure amongst that crowd, and it was none other than Wen Wuzhu. It was impossible for him to kill Wen Hong's granddaughter. If you can't keep killing, then you have to keep thinking about the way back. Especially, this mysterious bag on his body was definitely a treasure that couldn't be kept on his body anymore. Find a place to hide? And definitely not. This matter will definitely alarm the empress. Late Non-Late will also be furious, and will end up sending countless martial artists to the scene. This is something that can't be hidden. Lin Che clenched his teeth. It seemed that he could only take a gamble. He immediately folded back around and started looking around, and in no time at all he found a bird's nest in the branches of a tree. There happened to be 2 particularly cute young birds right inside. Lin Che quickly took the bird's nest in one pot, quickly stuffed the bag into the bird's nest, and then found some more dead grass to pat it before putting the 2 young birds back. With that, he took the bird's nest in stride. Those big family martial artists in front of them had already met up with the escaping mission martial artist, who didn't seem to trust the people of Diqian too much anymore, and just shouted loudly, not letting anyone get close at all. Lin Che found an opportunity and drank at Wen Wuzhu. MS. Wu Shu, you're here too. Wen Wuzhu was riding on a warhorse at the moment, dressed in a fiery red dress. Her delicate face was on fire, and she was obviously very excited along the way. She shot a glance at Lin Che before frowning and asking, what happened? Why did that person say that you killed the Yin Yun Kingdom's prince? Gong Chang'in, is he really dead? Yes, but it is a long story. I must go to His Majesty at once. You accompany me. Lin Che extended an invitation. Although Wen Wuzhu was usually bratty and capricious, at this moment, she also knew the seriousness of the matter and asked quickly, was it you who killed him? You are the deputy secretary of the Dahonglu. You even killed Gong Chang'in. You are going to be killed. Do you know that? She looked around again, surrounded by guards from the House of Wei, and she whispered, you run away. No need. His Majesty is so saintly that he will surely understand my good intentions. Lin Che didn't explain too much, and immediately followed Wen Wuzhu back together. On the way, Lin Che pretended to be inattentive and handed the bird's nest to Wen Wuzhu. I should be taken back for questioning by His Majesty in a little while. This nest of birds is particularly dear to me, so take care of it for me for a few days. Wen Wuzhu's mind didn't think much about it and casually picked it up. Can you really fix it? The one who died. But Gong Chang'in. I'd better send someone to tell my grandfather first. No need. No one can help me with this. You can remember. I'm going to tame these two birds, so take good care of them, and when you come out, return them to me as they are. Also, they are so small. They are most afraid of the smell of human hands. Don't go to catch it. Just keep them in the bird's nest. Okay. You take care of yourself first. Lin Che wanted to bark out more words, but there were simply too many people around. It wasn't good for him to continue saying more. The mysterious bag, given to Wen Wuzhu, was at least known to be in her possession. If you want to look for it in the future, you'll have direction. If you bury it in the middle of nowhere, in case you turn around and look for it, it's gone. There's no way to know who took it. The crowd's speed back to the city wasn't slow, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at Deer Food Ping. When they got here, everyone stopped in unison, because at this time, the Deer Food Ping was already densely packed with people, among whom the Huagai umbrella, which symbolized His Majesty's tour, was also among them, proof that His Majesty Jian Li has also arrived here. At this point, that escaping mission martial artist was already on his knees, hissing out a report. The foreign minister's every word is true, and there is absolutely no half-truth. That Lin Che has killed the 16th prince and is still chasing us all the way. He has gone mad. Your Imperial Spirit Majesty, as long as you order him to be taken down, you will surely know that everything I said is true. All of the people present, all of them changed their faces drastically. They had initially heard that there was an engagement at Deer Eating Ping, and that two teams had directly sneaked up on Gong Chang'in, killing and injuring countless people, which was also absolutely impermissible. So Jiang Li personally led the group of ministers into the hunting grounds to the Deer Food Ping. However, it was unexpected that before the matter of Deer Eating Ping could be clarified, an envoy martial artist came back holding Gong Chang'in's head, and he cried bitterly as he knelt in front of him, exclaiming on the spot that it was Lin Che who had killed Gong Chang'in. Chi Fei Evening's face was as ugly as it could be at the moment. She went up to hold Gong Chang'in's head and turned around with an open heart. Jiang Zhiling, what do you mean by that? Our Yan Yun Kingdom's envoy came here to show goodwill to you. De Qian, the 16th prince came personally, but I can't believe that he was killed by you just like that. When two countries are at war, they still don't cut off their envoys. What grudge do we have with Great Qian that we need to kill our imperial son in such a way? Is it true that you don't have our Yan Yun Kingdom in your sights anymore? Jiang Li's face was also grim as he didn't reply right away. After all, she had known the inside story before. That Fei Sanjiu had given Lin Che $2 million to make Lin Che go out and kill Gong Chang'in. Could it be that Lin Che had actually made a move to kill someone? Whether or not the two countries are going to be at war, that is for her to decide. It is for the civil and military officials to confer to decide. Now that Lin Che directly made a move to kill Gong Chang'in, he had directly disrupted all of her plans. She had given Lin Che a secret order before. There was no way Lin Che didn't know. This Gong Chang'in absolutely couldn't be killed just like that. Humph, rebellious son, sinner, Lin Baojun, who was on the side, cursed angrily and drank. This sinful bastard. He even killed the imperial prince with his own private hands. He's simply ignoring the law of the land and doesn't care about His Majesty at all. My Lin family, there is no such person without a ruler or father. If all of you are here, please be my witnesses. This son, Lin Che, has committed a heinous crime. I can't tolerate him either. From today onwards, what he does has nothing to do with my Lin family. If you want to kill or die by death, you will be split into 5 horses, and you don't have to look at my Zhengui Gong's face. In the future, my Zhengui Gong will also absolutely not retaliate. This sinner serves him right. It's not worth dying for. Chapter 59 Disconnection. Lin Baojun, are you trying to sever ties with your son? Wen Hong let out a low, resounding voice that seemed to be questioning. On such an occasion, the ministers were all filled with shock, but no one had the guts of Wen Hong to dare to speak up at this time. After all, given the situation at hand, Lin Che had already committed a monstrous crime. He's not my son. Lin Brejan stood proudly, his face all icy cold, and said angrily, I had thought that he had changed quite a bit, but I never imagined that it is still so lawless. since he is already Uncle Jing'an and has become independent. Then I will fulfill him. Ha ha ha. You heartless thing. No wonder your son is independent. Wen Hong cursed indignantly. Old general. Lin Baojun gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, his eyes blazing, looking straight at Wen Hong, as if he was holding back, about to explode. How can the Duke of Jin allow others to humiliate him like this? Wen Hong, however, was not at all intimidated and sneered. What? Anxious to be told off? Was I wrong? Lin Che committed some crime, and you didn't just not stand up in his defense and cover for him. Instead, you cut ties with him at this time. You're pushing him into the fire. Is there a father like you? Lin Baojun. Ah, Lin Baojun. I can't see that you're still such a pushy person. Remember, harming others ultimately harms yourself. Sooner or later, you'll die of filial affection. Lin Baojun at this moment no longer tolerate. His body of true chi blasted out. The whole body buzz sound. Appeared bright golden light. Powerful force. Will be surrounded by dead leaves. Stones have blown away. Lin Baojun's long hair was windless as he said angrily. Old general is so fond of preaching. Instruct me today as well. Good. Even though I'm old, I'm still good at instructing you. The two dukes of state, at the drop of a hat, actually stood out to compare notes. The officials present, but no one dares to speak out to advise. They cannot afford to offend one. Unbridled. After all, Zhongli couldn't look at it anymore. It was already this time. The two princes were even adding to the chaos here. I'm not afraid of outsiders looking at me and laughing. With a glance of her bright eyes, she said angrily, the two of you, if you are here to do another battle of wills, just roll down and receive 100 army canes. Wen Hong, Lin Baojun naturally didn't dare to argue any further, and they all arched their hands and retreated back. Zhongli glanced at Qifei again and saw that Qifei's face was as heavy as water, obviously impatient to wait. She asked to a few ministers in front of her, where are the Jing'anbos? Back to your majesty. Word was sent ahead that Uncle Jing'an is on his way back. It will arrive soon. Wei Chen, now send more people to take a look. Immediately afterward several men on war horses rushed out. It wasn't much farther, and all of a sudden, they saw the team in front of them in great numbers. It was the crowd from the roundup that had come back. In the middle of the crowd was clearly Lin Che. At this moment, Lin Che was not flustered and did not seem to know that he had committed a heinous crime at all. Ms. Wu Shu, you don't need to go over there. I can just go over by myself. Lin Che gazed far away and saw the Empress Jian Li's figure now, and very politely admonished Wen Wuzhu, take care of yourself. When Wuzhu returned in a salty manner, Lin Che smiled and didn't continue to say more. Jing'anbo. Just at this time, Lin Che suddenly heard an anxious voice coming from the crowd on the side of the road. He swept a glance and found that it was actually the little eunuch Manhwa whom he had met a few times before. The Duke of Jin just announced in public that he was severing ties with you. Duke Wei helped you speak. Yu Huadian said quickly, then lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Che much at all. Lin Che was slightly startled. This Yu Huadian, did he really not want to live? After being in the palace for so long, don't you know that pretending to be deaf and dumb is the only way to survive? So many people, and give him a word. This little eunuch. Lin Che's heart was touched for a moment. The so-called cheap old man started to draw a line in the sand while a little eunuch was risking his life to bring him a word. Let him recognize the situation at hand and who he can rely on and who he can't trust. When it's really rare. My humble servant Lin Che. Greetings to your majesty. From afar, Lin Che rolled over and dismounted, trotting all the way over to salute. Jiang Li's stunningly beautiful and pretty face did not see any color of joy or anger as she said in a clear and cold manner. I have heard that your hunting trip was not a peaceful one. Did anything interesting happen? Aha! Everyone in the room frowned darkly. What did the Empress mean by asking this? Shouldn't it be an outburst of thunder? Even Qifei Lian glanced at Jiang Li oddly, but at this time, there was no hurry and she waited patiently. Lin Che raised his head, knowing that he couldn't avoid it, and said, Your Majesty, I have encountered two different teams, who clashed with the Yen Yun Kingdom's delegation team and suffered heavy casualties. This matter should be clear to our Dahong Le Fei San cooking master secretary. Fei San Boiled had long been sweating profusely. His nerves were tense, and he was almost jumping at this moment. Lin Che, you're talking nonsense. What do I know? I don't know anything. You don't have to slander me. What you did yourself has nothing to do with me. Yeah, you old man. You're bad. This is the time you're going to have to get out of my way. Didn't you say you were going to make me a big hero? As expected, I can't be trusted. However, Lin Che had also known this outcome. He was just trying to find a way to drag Fei San boiling down and muddy things up. Humph. Seeing this, Lin Baojun, who was beside him, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. By now, Lin Che even refused to admit it, and had to climb up the ladder indiscriminately, thinking that he could keep his life that way? The whole of Dahangru was a nest of snakes and rats. Even the royal son of an enemy country on a mission dared to kill him with a haphazard hand. It's simply lawless. Fortunately, he had severed his relationship with his son. Who knows? Lin Che spoke again. This matter, it's also related to the Jinhua Fu. Lin Shuoguang. What? The disdainful and contemptuous expression on Lin Baojuan's face froze, and he just wanted to break into a curse. Immediately afterward, his afterglow caught a glimpse of Lin Shaking Light, who was standing next to him. I only saw Lin Shaking Light's body trembled, and her face swished to become pale. Chapter 60. What's wrong with touching His Majesty's little hand? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Shaking Light, after being shocked, also immediately began to retort. Just now, after he heard that Gong Chengyin had been killed, Lin Shuangguang began to have second thoughts. This was because his plan was simple, to find Cheng Xian and mix into the roundup team with the help of the Dao family's martial artists. Then he took the opportunity to kill Lin Che, and in the end, he must have framed the Yin Yun Kingdom's envoy. Lin Che's identity was sensitive, and as long as Lin Che was killed, then the Empress would definitely take her anger out on the mission. At this time, the Empress would also think of the importance of the Jinfu. After all, if there were to be any moves against the Yen Yun state, the Jinfu's Jinyuan army would be the main force. This plan of Lin Shakespeare's could be considered a 2-for-1, but Lin Shuangguang never expected that in the end. It was Gong Chengyin who died. This turned out to be much different. If these small actions of his were to be turned over, he definitely wouldn't be able to get away with it. He could only pray that Lin Che didn't see through the stakes and didn't involve him. However, the heavens did not hear Lin Shaking Light's prayers. Lin Che came back and even pointed out in public that it had something to do with him. How could this keep Lin Shaking Light from panicking? Lin Che, you've been looking at me in a bad light for a long time. Last time I went to look for you on your mansion, I was stopped by your guards, and that's when you were about to make a move against me. Now, there's even the audacity to slander with this kind of charge. Oof, if I guessed correctly, you would definitely say that some of the martial artists inside were secretly sent by me to kill you, right? You're really vicious. What proof do you have? Lin Shakespeare could be described as furious and skimmed hard. Lin Che coldly glanced at him. If you want someone to not know unless you do it yourself. Lin Shaking Light, what have you done? Don't you know? The martial artists of the Dao clan, but they didn't die out. Can they also defend you like this? Enough! An icy cold and angry cry was uttered from Qi Fei's mouth. Her eyes were almost ready to spit out flames. If there weren't other people present, Qi Fei Nian would definitely want to directly pounce on Lin Che and tear him apart. She reached out and pointed to the head next to her, covered with a white cloth, and bellowed, "Why did you kill the 16th prince? Why? Regardless of any reason you may have, Yen Yun Kingdom, will never stop." Lin Che didn't answer her words. She knew very well that the only one who could save his life right now was Zhongli. He arched his hand and said, "Your Majesty, I have something very important that I need to report to you alone." Qi Fei added in a stern voice, "Cover up. Is there something that can't be told?" Zhongli also looked grave as he asked, "Uncle Jing'an, was it you who killed Gong Chengyin of the Yen Yun Kingdom?" "Yes." Lin Che didn't hide and responded positively. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. They had never expected that Lin Che would dare to admit it in public. That's killing a prince. Even if Lin Che said something about being like a brother to the second prince and wanting to avenge the second prince's death, it must not make sense. After all, this was a matter of state. Even if he wanted to kill Gong Chengyin and Qi Fei Wan, it would be Zhang Li's decree to declare war on Yen Yun Kingdom, and definitely not Lin Che, who was so passionate that he said he would kill. Sins, you really did kill Emperor Yen Yun. Lin Brejan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, the state has the law of the land, and Lin Che is so blind to the law of the land that he has trapped De Chen in injustice. Deserves to be killed. Wan Hong also immediately stood out. Are you so anxious to execute him? Could it be that you're afraid that brat Lin Che will say something unfavorable to your eldest son later? Wei Guogong is wrong. Mo Xiaoxue, who had been hiding amongst the Mo family disciples, finally couldn't help but walk out. On such a hunting roundup occasion, everyone used the Mo family's bows and crossbows, and she, the Mo family's young lady, was naturally qualified to participate. It's just that she had been reluctant to show her face before. Mo Xiaoxue, dressed as a son of the Mo family with a ponytail, said, Duke Xin's action is a great act of justice. Since Lin Che killed the Yan Yun Kingdom's royal son for no reason, we cannot pretend not to see it. We can tolerate him, but the law of the land cannot tolerate him. Your Majesty, we, De Qian, have a reputation as a country of etiquette. If a royal envoy is killed and we don't give a statement, who will trust our Dakian in the future when we are surrounded by neighboring countries? Many of the courtiers listened and nodded in agreement. Although there were some courtiers who thought that Lin Che's move was a relief to kill, they didn't dare to come out in solidarity with him at all. Your Majesty, Lin Che suddenly revolved his true chi and bellowed, hardening the arguing crowd. He knew very well that Zhongli was weighing the pros and cons right now by not opening his mouth. This is the time to speak up before it's too late. Your Majesty, the humble servant does have something of 10,000% importance to report to you alone. I won't be able to delay your Majesty for long. If your Majesty listens to this and thinks that I am talking nonsense, the micro-minister is willing to be dealt with by the law of the land. Zhongli gave Lin Che a deep look, his bright eyes gently closing, only to open again after a few seconds. Come with me. After Jiangli finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lin Che didn't say much and decisively followed. The courtiers all looked on, and without a decree, they didn't dare to follow. Zhongli didn't walk very fast and didn't use half of his true chi. Just like an ordinary person who hadn't practiced, Lin Che followed behind. He was getting a little anxious. Why was Zhongli walking so slowly? The two of them walked backward from the deer-eating pond, step by step, from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and finally reached the top of the mountain under the watchful eyes of the crowd. On top of the mountain wind whistled by, blowing Jiang Li's 3,000 green threads. She looked ahead and whispered, I'll remember that you've done something for Dakian, and I'll decree to hunt you down again in 3 days. Whether you die or live depends on God's will. Go! What's that? Lin Che was stunned. Jiang Li actually let him escape? So it's been such a slow journey. Is she torn? Did even Jiang Li think that his killing Gong Changyin was a certain death? So, Doubletree, this is to personally let him go? Your Majesty, I have something to say. Get the hell out of here, before I change my mind. Jiang Li turned around haughtily, his eyes blazing, but if you have some respect for imperial power and don't dare to admit in public that you killed Gong Changyin, I can still save your life. Scram! Your Majesty, I really have something to say. This Gong Changyin, his purpose for traveling to Deqian this time is not simple. He has been heading to the Falling Eagle Cliff in search of a special treasure. Lin Che didn't care if Jiang Li agreed with him or not, and said it in his head. That treasure, it glows. That light can rush to the sky. The micro-minister is secretly with this Gong Changyin. He even wants to take it for himself. Wait, did you say treasure? Treasure that still glows? What is it? Jiang Li frowned gently, his eyes looking straight at Lin Che as if he was determining whether or not he was lying. Something specific. I didn't get a good look, but I can see that Gong Changyin is desperate to get that treasure. Along the way, his purpose was clear. He got rid of all the guards, and even used vicious means to kill the Microchin. Fortunately, Microchin was blessed by your Majesty and thought of your Majesty at the moment of life and death, so that he could survive. Get to the point. The point is, that treasure is more important than Gong Chengyin's life. He also had a map that delineated everything about this place in particular detail. He's also very clear that Falling Eagle Cliff is hiding the treasure. When Jiang Li heard this, she suddenly seemed to think of something and her delicate body trembled. She was so excited that as soon as she stretched out her right hand and grabbed Lin Che's arm with one hand, she gently raised her head and looked into Lin Che's eyes, her imperial aura erupting without a doubt. If you dare to swindle me, I will surely break you into pieces. Your Majesty, every word of my humble servant is true. If we send someone to look for it now, we should be able to find it. As Lin Che spoke, one hand subconsciously grabbed at Jiang Li's right hand. At this moment, under his excitement, Jiang Li's palm was still grasping onto Lin Che's arm. Lin Che's reaction also seemed quite normal. The thick palm of his hand covered the back of Jiang Li's delicate white hand in one go, soft as a bone. Run! What for? Jiang Li was startled and retracted his palms like lightning, and his eyes even exuded an imperial overbearing aura. Your Majesty, the microcosmic minister wrestled with Gong Changyin and was injured. You grabbed me there. Too hard. If you want to grab it, the micro-minister can change the part for you to grab. TSK. What's wrong with touching your little hand? Didn't you grab me too? Jiang Li's beautiful eyebrows frowned gently, and she seemed to realize that she was the one who was too excited. Lin Che, I'm telling you, if you can't find out what treasures there are, this hand of yours, you don't want it. Chapter 61, Things of the Imperial Family. Double cream ah. You're so cheap. You're going to stomp my hand for just touching it? Seeing as you were going to secretly let me go just now, I'll leave you alone for now and settle the score with you later. Lin Che looked at Zhang Li's back and immediately followed him with quick steps. The crowd of courtiers could all be watching, and they all knew there was an answer when they saw His Majesty go and return. At the same time, he was itching in his heart, wondering what exactly Lin Che had said to His Majesty. Pass the word down, no one is to leave the hunting grounds by half a step. You guys, go with me to Falling Eagle Cliff. Zhang Li hadn't even gotten back into the crowd yet when he sternly decreed. Then she leaped and got onto a very tall warhorse. She swept her gaze to Qi Fei Wan and said with a smile or not, Princess Yun Meng, you can also go together. Your Majesty the Royal Spirit. Right now the body of the 16th prince of our dynasty is still here, and the murderer is still at large. Just follow me up. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Zhang Li interrupted Qi Fei Lian's speech and shook the reins. The warhorse immediately galloped away wildly. The courtiers had no idea what was going on and could only follow. Qi Fei Evening's showy brows were locked, not wanting to move at all, but there were already shadow guards appearing beside her, so she couldn't go without them. A group of people, in great numbers, waded through the mountains and finally arrived at the Falling Eagle Cliff. Along the way, there were also quite a few people who discovered the corpses of the mission's martial practitioners that died in an extremely tragic state, as if their bodies had been torn apart by horrifyingly ferocious beasts. These, all of them, were killed by Jinganbo? Someone spoke in a low voice, full of incredulity. Didn't you say that he doesn't know martial arts? Although the cultivation of these envoy martial artists has been suppressed to the chi refining realm, their combat power, combat experience, and so on, are definitely not comparable to the ordinary chi refining realm. It's too tragic to die. There must be something odd about this. It's better to let the Mingjing division find out. Stop it. His Majesty must have brought us here for a reason. Quickly follow a few steps and go take a look. The crowd realized that Zhang Li was already stopping in front of them, so they immediately followed. In fact, almost all of them had never been here before, and even if they had once participated in a roundup, they came here in a hurry because there was a swamp down there, and there were hardly any ferocious beasts. Even if they did, they wouldn't be happy to have to step in the middle of a swamp and get themselves all dirty. Lin Che, where's the stuff? Zhang Li stood on top of the cliff. His appearance was stunning. His robes beckoned as if he was left alone in the world. He was truly beautiful and unrivaled in the world. She kept looking around with one bright eye, trying desperately to hide that anxiousness. Your Majesty, that thing is in the swamp. Lin Che recalled the scene of a golden light rising up to the sky under the first sight, and then pointed with one hand. The focus is in this swampy area. Zhang Li waved his hand. Come with 100 guards. Distribute the formation and turn this swamp upside down. Yes, the commander behind him answered, then asked with a frown. Your Majesty, what are we looking for? Is there a general direction? Zhang Li first glanced at Lin Che and realized that Lin Che couldn't answer either, so she had to say, look for it by the handful of muck. That thing is no ordinary thing. If you find anything unusual, present it at once. Yes, sir, the commander answered and immediately went down to count the manpower. The courtiers were also full of doubts when they heard this. What exactly was His Majesty trying to bring them here for? Just now, listening to the martial artists of the mission, this was almost the scene of the crime. In the swamp, are there any other special items? They looked at Lin Che, wanting to get an answer from him, but Lin Che was also fighting for his heart. 100 guards were already in position. At the command of the commander, they became real crop dusters and began digging the swampy mess with their bare hands. There were also martial artists who directly stopped the flow of the waterfall from the side, hardening the flow of the entire river. The martial artists here, all of them were at the 5th grade True Element realm, and the leading few captains were even at the 6th grade Flesh and Blood Regeneration realm. So this kind of digging up mud was not a difficult task for them at all. It's just that having to examine every handful of muck you dig up, not knowing what you're looking for yet, is the biggest delay of all. Otherwise, in a few tries, they could have dug this piece of swamp a dozen meters deep. A little bit of time passes. People went from being curious at the beginning to being tasteless later on, and then, they even began to suspect that Lin Che was intentionally swindling His Majesty in order to stall for time. It's been half a day of digging. Is there anything? Lin Baojun finally couldn't help himself. His voice was icy cold as he scolded, deceiving His Majesty. Do you know that this is a capital offense? This time, I can't protect you either. Mo Jiaxue also took the opportunity to speak. Lin Che, what exactly is here? Why don't you tell us instead? It's going to be dark in a while. Today, The two countries are besieging each other and Yanyan's prince was killed. How much longer do you want to play us for? Report. Just at this time, among the 100 martial artists in the swamp, someone shouted loudly, "Unknown treasures have been found." The martial artist was dirty and seemed to be holding something strange in his raised hand. The crowd looked at it from afar, and although the surface of the thing was also covered in rotten mud, it kind of looked like a smooth stone when they looked closely. Under the light of the setting sun, the stone could still reflect a ray of light, like a mirror. The commander also frowned, and with a single grab in the air, he grabbed the treasure in his hands, and surveyed it twice, then squatted down and washed it with water, realizing that it was as big as the size of a palm. One side was rough stone, while the other was unusually smooth, like a bronze mirror. On it, a few words were inscribed. The commander recognized it at a glance. It was something from the Dakian royal family. "Your Majesty." With a gentle leap, the commander jumped onto the cliff below the swamp and respectfully delivered the strange treasure to Zhongli with both hands. Found one. A royal family item. Zhongli didn't need the help of the eunuch next to her to bring it over. She took the royal family's belongings with one hand and examined them carefully. She murmured as her pale fingers traced over the smooth side, feeling its coldness. "Lin Che, ah Lin Che, in this hidden heavenly mirror, if there really is something I'm looking for, you are making a great achievement." When the crowd heard the words hidden heavenly mirror, they all exclaimed in a low voice, "The hidden heavenly mirror, the hidden heavenly bag, are all rare treasures in the world. They look small, but inside they are hiding the world of Qianquan, and many things can be stowed away. Don't look at this hidden sky mirror, it's only the size of a palm, and if you mess up, a house can fit in it." Zhongli's face also revealed a look of excitement as she gently rotated one hand. A golden light condensed above her fingertips and fiercely pointed a finger down on the hidden sky mirror. "Open." Jiang Li's words were holy orders. So much for the words. The tiny hidden heavenly mirror suddenly emitted a light, as if it had opened up a special passageway. Zhongli reached out in that light and then grabbed a precious seal in his hand. As soon as the precious seal came out, it immediately radiated a brilliant light, and was also accompanied by bursts of thunder, above the dragon's roar. Seeing this, the old courtier next to him threw himself on his knees and lost his voice. The Jade Seal of Transmission. Chapter 62, Marquis of Champions. You may not worship me when you see me. The Jade Seal of Transmission. The Jade Seal that has been passed down from the very beginning of the founding of Dakian, in the hands of the first emperor, symbolizing imperial power. It is the most crucial thing in the succession. I can't believe it's here. It's really the Jade Seal of Passage. How did it get here? Many ministers opened their mouths in shock, but then, they thought of some secret rumors. 10 years ago, Prince Yen plotted against the throne, and for a time, the entire palace was a bloody mess. After the crown prince was killed, many ministers flocked to the second prince to succeed the throne. But at this critical time, the Yanyan kingdom's army pressed in, and the second prince had no choice but to go as a hostage. Later, Zhongli succeeded to the throne, but the seal she used to issue the imperial decree was not the Great Qian's Jade Seal of Transmission. Instead, she used the imperial seal engraved behind her, engraved with the words Imperial Seal of the Royal Spirit. This situation, although there is a deviation from the traditional feeling, but deterred by the emperor's majesty, the group of ministers only dare to talk about a few words in private. At this moment, when the ministers saw the seal in Zhongli's hand, they were naturally incredibly surprised. The elders of the two dynasties and the elders of the three dynasties know very well that the Jade Seal of the state transmission emanates light all over and possesses unparalleled royal majesty. No other Jade Seal can imitate it. This, right here, is the Jade Seal of Transmission. My emperor is holy, heaven's order. Your majesty holds the Jade Seal of the state, which is a symbol of the orthodox inheritance. It should be made known to the world. Celebrate with the whole heaven. Long live the emperor. More and more people were falling to their knees and cheering loudly. With Zhongli, who had the Jade Seal of Transmission, even the most critical of the great scholars couldn't say that there was anything wrong with it. Wen Hong seemed to wake up and opened his mouth. Your majesty is the heart of the people and the heart of the heavens, blessed by successive generations of emperors, and is finally in charge of the Jade Seal of Transmission. Congratulations! Since there's the Jade Seal of Transmission hidden inside, Jing and Bo, Gong Chang'an are all present here. In that case, this matter of Jing and Bo killing Gong Chang'an, I'm afraid that there is some kind of misunderstanding inside. Lin Che's heart fluttered when he saw this. It has to rise up to the paradigm. He straightened his body. His face revealed a grandiose feeling of righteousness and bravery, directly interrupting old General Wen Hong's speech. Your Majesty, Jing and Bo Lin Che. One person does everything, and definitely won't involve the great Qian. That Gong Chang'in, how dare he hit the idea of the jade seal of the passing state. I killed him just now, with deep thought and clear thoughts, without complaint or regret. If you, Your Majesty, feel that I'm not doing the right thing, you can always bestow death on the micro-minister. Jiang Li's eyebrows were also fluttering at this moment, reaching out to gently hold Lin Che, who was about to kneel down, and excitedly said, Lin Che, who else dares to ask me to grant you death? You are a blessing to me. You have made such a great achievement for me and for De Qian. It can be said that you are unrivaled in the world. I will not only not blame you, but also reward you, just appoint you as Champion Marquis. From today onwards, you are authorized to see me and not pay your respects, and bring your sword to the court. The crowd was shocked at the words. What? The Marquis of Champions? It had only been less than a month since Lin Che had been made an earl, and now he was about to be made a marquis, and the most dazzling champion ho. It is important to know that there have only been 3 champion marquis in the history of the Great Qin dynasty, and they are all unrivaled in the world, and they are all reigning prides on the battlefield. The title of champion marquis had been vacant for many years, and today it was actually bestowed upon Lin Che's head. But then, the ministers reacted to the fact that Lin Che had first served as a hostage for Great Qian for 10 years, and then used his own power to change Great Qian's perception of donations, saving millions of victims in the southern region. Now it's even helping to recover the lost jade seal of the state for 10 years. The importance of this jade seal of passage cannot be measured by outsiders at all. In other words, if Lin Che was a prince, the moment he found the jade seal of transmission, he became the emperor of Great Qian. Even if he was killed immediately, the history books still recorded him as His Majesty was assassinated and unfortunately died. Jiang Li's heart problem for the past 10 years has been the lack of this jade seal of transmission. Lin Che's heaven-splitting achievement was to help Jiang Li sit on the imperial throne. Such a reward is certainly less. There must be other rewards in the future. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Che immediately straightened his back. It's the Marquis of Champions. This is the Marquis of Champions. It's so great that you don't have to kneel down and worship the Empress from now on. No need to kneel today. Is the day when the Empress kneels in front of him in the future still far away? By the way, there are accounts that need to be cleared. Your Majesty, there must be a huge conspiracy in this roundup, as Fei San Boyle threatened the micromanager to assassinate Gong Chengyin. I hope Your Majesty will investigate thoroughly. As soon as his words fell, Fei San Boyle screamed miserably over there and sat on his butt on the ground, twitching in fear. Your Majesty, spare your life, spare your life, Fei San Cook said, panicked, reached into his pocket, pulled out a small bottle, and was about to take poison to kill himself. However, he was kicked over by Wen Hong, who was next to him, and a few guards stepped forward and directly tackled him. Jiang Li seemed to have known this for a long time, and she just glanced at Fei San boiling with contempt. How can my kingdom be taken away by you rats? Order the Mingjing division to investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter who it is, as long as they are involved, don't let any of them go. Mingjing Wei flew forward. Obey the decree. Lin Che immediately began to sue again. Your Majesty, there are also martial artists from the Taoist family. They were sent by Lin Shaking Light to kill me. Lin Baojun immediately stood out. Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding here. My son, Shaking Light, would never do such a thing. Xinghua, can you vouch for that? Jiang Li snapped. If you want to forcefully shelter your eldest son, I'll give you a chance. Let the Mingjing division investigate. But if it is found out that he did it, then you, the Duke of Xinghua, will sue for old age. Your Majesty, I. Lin Baojuan's body trembled and subconsciously glanced back at Lin Shaking Light to find that Lin Shaking Light was already trembling and his face was uglier than a dead man's. Whether or not it was directed by Lin Shaking Light was self-evident. Lin Baojun had wanted to force an asylum, but now he couldn't say a word. Miso. Jiang Li violently pulled out the sword of the shadow guard next to him, and the tip of the sword pointed at Lin Shaking Light. I gave you a chance. Why did you have to want Lin Che to die 3 times? Flop. Lin Yaoguang was so scared that he dropped to both knees and wanted to beg for forgiveness from Jiang Li, but suddenly he thought of the key person and he immediately looked at Lin Che. Brother, my own brother. Big brother is wrong. Wrong. Do you remember? When you were little, Big brother would share whatever he had with you. When you were little and studying, Big brother even taught you. It's my fault. You let me go. Spare me. I was just kidding. I didn't want to kill you. I just asked them to teach you a little lesson. It must be Chang Xian. Chang Xian ordered them. Please, spare me. Kissing brother, from now on, you'll be the son of the Jinhua Palace. Please spare me. Chapter 63 Jinhua Fu will never be recovered. Lin Shaking Light was completely flustered. He definitely can't help the Spiegel division from looking into his affairs. Now that His Majesty was going to pursue the blame, even his old man couldn't help him, so he could only beg for Lin Che's forgiveness. There's still a chance of survival that way. Lin Yaoguang cried and wailed in pain, and kept crawling on his knees to Lin Che. At this time, what face, what dignity didn't matter anymore, as long as it's alive. If he didn't beg Lin Che again, then it would really be a death. Kissing brother, you forgive me. I didn't mean to kill you, please. You come to be Jinhua Fu as the son of the world. In the future, the hereditary succession. I won't compete with you, please. Hereditary recklessness? Do you think I would care? At this moment, Lin Che's eyes were ice cold. What a bull ***** pro brother. Trying to kill himself 3 times. Get out. Lin Che kicked Lin Shaoguang over on the ground now, itching to kill him himself, but with His Majesty here and the courtiers here, he couldn't beat Lin Shaking Guang to death in public. Your Majesty, there are state laws and family rules. What Lin Yaoguang has committed will be dealt with according to the law of the land. When Lin Shaking Light heard this, she trembled in fear and was about to collapse. Oof. Zhongli snorted coldly. It was natural for her as an emperor to establish her authority. With a flash of the sharp sword in his hand, he directly chopped over with a sword. Put. A ray of blood splashed out from Lin Shakespeare's face. This sword, chopped, but again, it wasn't quite centered and wasn't fatal. The reason for this turned out to be that at the critical time, Lin Baojun suddenly made a move, gently grabbing Lin Shakeshine and dragging her backward. Therefore, this sword in Jiang Li's hand was deflected and didn't directly chop on Lin Shuangguang's neck, but instead cut a deep crack on Lin Shuangguang's face. Daring. The shadow guards next to him shouted out angrily. The Empress herself had taken action, and Lin Baojun had even dared to make a move to block it. This was truly treasonous. When chopped, miso. In an instant, hundreds of shadow guards drew their swords, their bodies exploding with battle intent, ready to strike to kill Lin Baojun. Your Majesty. Lin Baojun also knew that he had made a big mistake, and without waiting for the Empress to say anything, he pounced and knelt down. Zhongli held the sharp sword in her hand, with a strand of blood still dripping from the sword. Her face was icy cold as she swept her gaze towards Lin Baojun. Not a word. However, her imperial aura was already at an unprecedentedly terrifying level. Your Majesty. According to the Great Qian Law, martial artists who commit a crime can choose to work as a night watchman at the Great Wall of Qi. My son, Lin Shaking Light, has committed a great mistake and is a capital offense. I dare not say half a word on his behalf. It's just that he has this cultivation. From also learned the method of arranging troops and formations from the microcosm. It's not easy for De Qian to cultivate such a talent. It's too bad to kill him like this. Please, Your Majesty, allow him to travel to the Great Wall of Qi, to serve Great Qian with his death. Lin Baojun's voice was resounding, as if he had given countless people a wake-up call. Lin Shaking Light was also trembling, not caring to cover that face, pleading, Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the Great Wall of Qi, be a night watchman for the rest of my life. Zhongli frowned lightly. There was indeed such a clause in the laws of De Qian. That's even if it's a capital offense. Except for conspiracy, any death row inmate can ask to go to the Great Wall of Qi and become a night watchman. Today's Dakian is not a 4C piece. That a Great Wall of Qi stretching 100,000 miles is really against the terrible enemy. Moreover, during the 4 seasons of the year, the Great Wall of Qiluk was either blazing hot like a furnace or frozen for miles, with heavy snow falling day and night. After becoming a night's watchman, you can only guard the Great Wall of Qiluk for the rest of your life. No half steps away. Good. I'll give you a chance to serve the Great Qian. Zhongli glanced at Lin Che and saw that Lin Che did not have an expression on his face before he continued. Escort Lin Shuangguang to the heavenly prison, and in 10 days, send him to the Great Wall of Qi. Lin Shakespeare's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. The 2 shadow guards went up and dragged him straight up and escorted him away. Shin Gui Gong, the microcosm is in. You have truly disappointed me. I am aware of the offense. Zhang Li's face was calm. It's good to know your offense. Shin Guofu was so uneasy. The reason for this, I also know. It is all for hereditary succession. Want you to Jin Guogong's name? The fight is the Jin Yuan army's military power. I read your hard work. Really do not want to see your children hand in hand again. Pass the word. I heard that the ancestors of the emperors, all to settle the country as the key to governance. My Daki and Jinhua Gong's family, generations of loyal and meritorious, outstanding achievements, guarding the borders, to protect the territory and the people, is really a pillar of the country, the defender of the earth and grain also. Rather, the dispute over the son of the Jinhua Fu is indeed a misfortune for our dynasty. In order to manifest the grace of the royal family, and widely spread the greatness of the imperial grace, I hereby issue this edict, and perform the task of pushing the favor on the Jinhua Gongfu, the Duke of Jin's family. The children and grandchildren are all proud and unrivaled, and can assume great responsibilities. In the future, the Jinhua mansion will be hereditary, and no longer be inherited by one of the Shitsi. All the children of the Duke of Jin, regardless of their lineage, will have to inherit their father's business, and share the power of the military. This is my deep intention. I hope that the Jinhua Fu up and down, diligence and loyalty, brothers and sisters with one heart and one mind, not to live up to my expectations. Boom! Lin Baojun knelt on the ground, as if he had been struck by lightning, and the blood in his body froze, unable to flow. He froze, wanting to open his mouth to receive the decree, but his throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he couldn't open his mouth at all. It seems, he still thinks he heard wrong. Next to the ministers also cannot help but also have a low cry out, wide-eyed look at each other, but also want to look from the face of the next person. To see this matter is not true? This holy decree. It's just like driving out the whole world. Just now, Zhang Li's sword had chopped at Lin Jingwang's face, and now this holy decree was simply directly chopping off the Jinhua Fu's main artery. Lin Che's heart also trembled at his words. When the Son of Heaven is angry, he ambushes a million corpses. That's the effect, isn't it? At this critical time, a single holy decree could doom the entire Jinhua Fu to fall apart. Just now, Lin Che was still thinking that it would be too cheap for this dog to bypass Lin Shuangwang just like this. But unexpectedly, double-peeled milk was so forceful that he retreated in order to advance, and a holy decree slapped the entire Jinhua mansion. What does it mean that hereditary recklessness is no longer owned by the Xian alone, and that children can share military power? It's simple. If the son alone was in charge, then the next generation would still be the prestigious Jinyuan palace. But if all the children share the military power, then the Jinyuan army will be divided into a dozen parts. How much military power can each man have? Then these children gave birth to children, and the 3 melons and 2 jujubes in their hands were divided into how many? Up to 3 generations. The earliest is the next generation, and the town hall will never exist. The Jinyuan army, too, must be rebroken up and put under the control of the court. Lin Che was secretly marveling at Zhang Li's means at such a time. At the same time, he was secretly relieved of his hatred. Anyway, the town hall has nothing to do with me. Destroy it. Destroy it all. Princess Yunmeng. Zhang Li suddenly opened his mouth again, looking towards Qi Fei Lian and speaking with a smile. Do you want to go after Gong Chengyin, or do you want to live? Qi Fei Evening was already panicked. She was very clear that the purpose of this mission to Deqian was to find the Jade Seal of Transmission. All excuses now seemed so flimsy already, because the current Zhang Li had no more scruples. Zhang Li didn't wait for her to open her mouth, but smiled again and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Follow me back to the palace. Think slowly on the way." Zhang Li held the Jade Seal of Transmission in his hand, striding forward, and suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Che again. "Champion Marquis, you also return to the palace with me." Chapter 64, Celebration with Fireworks. The microcosm is here. Lin Che replied with a quick reply and hurriedly followed. The ministers followed suit, calling forward and back, and many of them took the opportunity to congratulate Lin Che one after another. Seeing that the time had come and that the group of ministers were all here, Lin Che immediately said, "Colleagues, when I was previously appointed as a Jing'an Burr, I didn't invite all of you to a banquet. This time, His Majesty has been kind enough to grant me the title of Marquis again. 7 days later, I will host a banquet at my residence. Fellow colleagues, be sure to come and drink a glass of watery wine." Shen Luo, a veteran minister of the 6 ministries, was the first to speak up. "Marquis of Champions, you should have invited everyone to a banquet a long time ago. I wanted to drink at your residence last time, and if they don't go, I'm sure I'll be there. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Congratulations Marquis of Champions, you've just been crowned Marquis. If you don't have enough manpower in your residence, I'll help you organize the banquet. Don't be polite to me. By the way, I am Zhou Dakon of the Ministry of Justice." The courtiers could sort of see that this Lin Che's rapid promotion was unprecedented. His Majesty gave him the title of Marquis of Champions, which shows his favoritism. This kind of person must be flattered and made good friends, at least not as an enemy. In the past, they were still concerned about Lin Baojun and didn't dare to get close to Lin Che, the Xinguo food trader, but now it was different. The Xinguo palace was about to fall. What else is there to be afraid of? Brother Lin Che, you must reserve 2 table spots for our Yin Yang family. We will definitely bring heavy gifts to honor the occasion. Lin Che was energized and triggered the keyword gift. Why is he having a big feast? Of course it's to receive congratulatory gifts. Is it still true that you have nothing better to do? This time it had to be a tough one while it lasted. Ha ha ha. I'll definitely reserve a place for you guys. Don't worry. I'll let the people in my house write invitations this time back. Lin Che was now a popular figure in front of the empress, and as he followed the group, he wasn't afraid of being heard by the empress in front of him, and answered the crowd with a smile. At this moment, he finally understood that line of poetry. The sordid nature of the past is not enough to boast about, but today's debauchery is endless. In the springtime, the horse's hooves are fast, and you can see all the flowers of Chang'an in one day. As for Lin Baojun, he was still kneeling there now, like a log. His Majesty has decreed it. What can he do? Dare he disobey? If you want to blame him, blame Lin Shaking Light for angering His Majesty twice. He also blamed himself. Just now he shouldn't have stepped in to pull Lin Shaking Light, which was equivalent to saving Lin Shaking Light's life under His Majesty's sword. But the cost is too great. Hitching a ride on the entire townhouse. Lin Baojun didn't know how long he had been kneeling for, but suddenly a cool breeze blew by and he seemed to come to his senses. He turned his head stiffly, and his surroundings were long since empty. God! Why? Has my township suffered so much? Lin Baojun walked back woodenly, and at the time of darkness, he finally walked out of the hunting ground. Outside, there were only the carts and horses of the town hall left. It was so hard to finally get back to the townhouse. For so many years, it was the first time that Lin Baojun stood in front of the gate of the Xinguo mansion in a daze, not wanting to go back. Dad! At this time, a crisp yelp rang out from the front, and Lin Rushing came flying up. He raised that rigid face, sword-browed and starry-eyed, handsome and unusual. Father, you're back. The matter of the hunting ground has spread all over the mansion. Father, you are the hero in my heart. You can't be defeated by this small difficulty. I've never been afraid of a million enemies. The people in the mansion, talking nonsense, are now waiting for father to return. For some reason, Lin Baojun was enlightened when he heard this. The disheveled look on his face was swept away. That's right. It's just a holy decree. Is it more frightening than a million enemy troops? As long as I don't fall, I'll take credit for it later. Your Majesty can change your mind at any time. Lin Baojun reached out and stroked Lin Rushing's head. Although Lin Rushing was only 14 or 15 years old, he was already full of heroic aura. Not bad. Your elder brother was sent to the Great Wall of Chiluk, and from now on, in front of your siblings, you'll have to set an example. Don't worry, Dad. We can be peaceful. Lin Rushing smiled and proudly raised his chest. Lin Baojun nodded with satisfaction, waved his sleeves, and strutted into the Xinguo mansion. Just arrived inside, saw the 2 men fighting in the courtyard. Around a lot of things are already beaten broken a place. A crowd of subordinates are all have loudly begged them not to fight, but they weren't listening at all, and were getting more and more desperate. The slightly older of them was called Lin Hai, and he cursed angrily as he struck out. Damn Lin Yi, you've turned against you. Dare to make a move against me. You don't want to live. Bah! I've put up with you for a long time. Let me tell you, the holy decree has come down, and in the future I will be able to have military power. The moment I get the military power, the first thing I'll do is break you into pieces. Lin Yi's head was cloaked and the corners of her mouth were covered in blood, but she was not the slightest bit convinced of defeat. On weekdays, Lin Yi had been bullied by Lin Hai because Lin Hai was older than her and still male. In the future, some of the Xinguo Fu's business and some of the military power would be distributed to the men. As daughters, they were just like Lin Che, destined not to share half of it. However, once this holy decree was issued today, Lin Yi couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately, he fought with Lin Hai, unbridled. Seeing this, Lin Baojun let out an angry cry, directly shaking the 2 people on the roof and dropping them to the ground. Dad, Father, Lin Hai, and Lin Wang were so scared that they knelt down and didn't dare to say much. 2 indisputable things. Now it's a nest fight. Can't compare to your big brother. Can't compare to Lin rustling 10,000ths. Roll down and receive 50 canes. 3 days not allowed to eat. Lin Baojun didn't bother to pay attention to the 2 of them, and with a wave of his sleeves, he took a big step inside. It didn't matter what time it was now. so he immediately notified down to all the elders of the Jinhua Fu for a meeting. It didn't take a while for all the elders to arrive. Only Chang Xiuzi was not present. She had gone back to the Taoist Jade Void Palace in the past few days to beg for pills for Lin Jingguang. She hadn't returned yet. Elders, I believe you have received the holy decree. If you have any views, you can speak straight. Lin Baojun didn't have any half-padding and went straight to the point. These elders had obviously discussed it, so they weren't panicking. House Master, we did read the holy decree. There are solutions for all of them. Lin Baojun raised his eyebrows. It was really unexpected that the elders, who were usually like trash, had thought of a solution at this time? Come on. First, there is the matter of the world's son. He still has a way to live. He doesn't have to go to the Great Wall of Qi. The white-bearded elder stood up and arched his hand. The key to this is young Master Lin Che. As long as he agrees to forgive the world's son, let him personally beg his majesty for mercy. There must still be a way out of this. Oof. What kind of brains are you guys? That sinful thing that hates to kill shaking light on the spot. He would still beg for mercy? Lin Baojun couldn't wait to slap them a few times. Family Master, the key to this matter is you. All you have to do is personally go see young Master Lin Che and plead for leniency in person. That's moving with emotion. Then, promise to pass the position of Jinhua Fu's son to young Master Lin Che, and in the future, never replace anyone else. This is tangible benefit. When young Master Lin Che gets the position of the lineage son, then without us having to say much, young Master Lin Che will take the initiative to beg His Majesty to take back the Jinhua Fu's order to push for favors, and in the future, it will still be hereditary and passed on to the lineal son. Think about it, young Master Lin Che holds military power. Then our Jinhua mansion won't fall apart. It can still be passed down from generation to generation. As for Lin Shaking Light, he wouldn't have to go to the Great Wall of Qi to die. At most, he'll be demoted to a white body. At least, he's still alive and can still secretly help the Jinhua mansion. As soon as this was said, several other elders also burst out laughing. They were racking their brains to come up with such a solution. Two birds with one stone. Ha ha ha, perfect solution. Now it seems that it's just a matter of transferring the position from Lin Shaking Light to young Master Lin Che. We didn't lose half a point. That's just it. Haha family head, even if there wasn't this mess. We also wanted to propose that young Master Lin Che must be established as the son of the world. He's a champion marquis now. Our Lin family, we have produced a Duke of State. Now there's another marquis of champions. God bless our Lin family. Our Lin family, a dragon has emerged. Hush, 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 not so loud. These words absolutely cannot be heard by outsiders. But, ha, then again, I've long since seen that young Master Lin Che definitely has the appearance of a dragon in Phoenix. Family Master, young Master Lin Che is a champion marquis at such a young age. He'll have a great future ahead of him. Shouldn't we set off fireworks to celebrate? Ha ha ha. Does it mean that our Lin family is going to have a second state duke in the near future? A double Duke of State for the Lin family. Fireworks must be set off. What's the matter with you, House Master? Speak up, House Master. Chapter 65, A Bunch of Losers. Old trash. What's wrong with you, Family Master? A look of disinterest? Ha ha ha. It must be that the family head was also shocked by our approach. He's a man, with a stern face, actually happy in his heart. Yeah, he's that size. Ha ha, we can come up with such a solution. Really talented. Jinhua Fu still has to rely on us. Those juniors, they can't be relied upon. The more the several elders talked, the more excited they became. The more they forgot about themselves, and they just ignored Lin Baojun's face. Enough! Lin Baojun let out a roar and stood up angrily. His body's terrifying true qi erupted, instantly blasting the tables and chairs in the hall away. Wall hangings also fell off the walls and windows were shattered. A few elders' faces changed drastically as they thumped back, their faces filled with horror. Bunch of losers. Old losers. What kind of crap are they thinking? You guys are just getting older, but you're not getting any better at all? What's in your head? Lin Baojun burst into a rage and pointed at the elders and snapped. Is it Lin Che's rebellious son? Is he the key? He merely read what His Majesty wanted and gave His Majesty such an opportunity. We, the town hall, are too flashy. It's gone too far. His Majesty doesn't want us to be hereditary, so he implemented this push grace order. Do your pig brains get it? Do you think that by having Lin Che plead for mercy, Her Majesty will change her mind? This is something she wants to do with all her heart. Even if the late emperor is resurrected, it won't change her mind. A bunch of trash. Rubbish. Lin Baojun really wanted to rush up and give them a blow each. Just smoke them to death. It's come to this point. How could they still be so naive as to think that the Empress's holy decree was a joke? Today's plan is only for us, the Jinhua Palace, to make great feats. Only then can His Majesty continue to believe in us and allow the Jinhua Palace to continue to exist. Merit. Get it? Merit. The elders looked at each other in disbelief. Finally coming to their senses after being scolded by this, one of the elders pondered for a moment and spoke. What the family had reprimanded is true. If it's about taking credit, there are ways for us to do that as well. Now that young Master Lin Che is already a champion marquis, it's a great opportunity. Doesn't he need a big feast in a few days? Let's take this opportunity to repair our relationship with him. There are still 2 months to go before he leaves for Yun Kingdom. Now that Emperor Gong Chang'an has been killed, the two countries are definitely in deep water. As long as we do all we can to help young Master Lin Che, so that he can successfully travel to the Yun Kingdom. Upon his return, His Majesty will surely have a reward once again. When the time comes, our Jinhua Palace, another meritocracy will be born. Right. Young Master Lin Che is our chance to turn over a new leaf. At his age, he's a champion marquis, and in the future, he might not just be a Duke of State, but even be able to be crowned a king. Lin Baojun was trembling with anger, and wanted to break into a rage, but it's hard to know what to curse. To be honest, this method that these few elders said was indeed a brilliant method. If, 2 months later, Lin Che traveled to Yun country, he would press the Jinyuan army directly to the borders of Yun country. Tell Yun country that if something happened to Lin Che, the army would directly attack the 16 states of Yun. When Lin Che returned, he would definitely be making a great achievement. But, Lin Che doesn't have anything to do with him anymore. Think of something else. Why? The family head. Anyone else? They can't compare to young Master Lin Che. Lin Baojun angrily said. He's not your young Master Lin Che anymore. I have severed my relationship with him in front of His Majesty. He is no longer a member of our Jinhua Fu. What? The several elders were shocked beyond belief. And then, one by one, they were filled with anger. These elders, to put it mildly, were all Lin Baojun's elders. Xia Junzi, it's not your second grandpa who's talking about you. Look at what you're doing as a personnel. How come you're cut off? You're such a big man, and you're still the head of the family. It's normal to quarrel with your son, and you break off your relationship? Is this something a father would do? What did Lin Che do wrong? You had to cut ties with him? Lin Shakespeare was so treacherous. Now that he's been driven away to the Great Wall of Qi, why don't you see you cut ties with him? What's in your head? Snot army. Snot army. The entire Xinguo mansion was defeated by your hands. We thought that we could repair our relationship with Lin Che, but you're good. Doomed. I really don't know what to say about you. The heavens are going to kill my Zhenghua Fua. Lin Baojun wanted to retort, but it was indeed he who was at a disadvantage. Now that he was even more upset, this group of elders had really put up a fight. Break it up. I'll figure it out myself. Lin Baojun waved his hand, not wanting to listen to these elders chattering. He himself knew very well that even if he hadn't severed his relationship with Lin Che, then there was no way he could beg Lin Che. He's a father. Under the sun. What kind of father begs his son? What kind of father apologizes to his son? The father is the son's program. He was a father and did not need to compromise with any of his children. If they, as children, couldn't stand even a little bit of aggravation, how would they adapt to survive in the future? He has always done what is best for his children. Moreover, after being so messed up by this few elders, he already had an idea. There's a long time to come, and it's not too late for him to take his time to make his mark. As for the eldest son, Lin Shaking Light, although it is said that he is heading to the Great Wall of Qi, if, on the way there, he is unfortunately intercepted by horse bandits and Lin Shaking Light escapes, his whereabouts are unknown. That is also possible. In Diqian, Lin Shuangguang didn't have a chance, but it was still possible for Lin Shuangguang to enter the Jade Void Palace to cultivate. In the future, if one cultivates and even becomes the head of the Taoist family, even the empress will need to be recognized privately. His oldest son, who has the stature of a Taoist priest, the imperial palace, outside of the imperial study. Lin Che waited patiently. The tea was already one cup after another. Seeing that it was dark and he didn't see Zhang Li and Qi Fei Lian come out, he simply and nonchalantly asked the maidservant to serve some snacks. At this time, the sound of rattling wheels turning came from outside. It's the Mingjing judicial Zhengqian Linggong who's here. This crippled guy, with a faint smile on his face, nodded in satisfaction after seeing Lin Che. Very nice. Although Lin Che is now the champion marquis, but the position is still the deputy secretary of the Dahonglu. He faces the head of this family of law, or not much arrogant capital. I've met Fa Zhang Hehe. I was also lucky enough to get credit for this. This is all due to your majesty's flood of blessings to retrieve the jade seal of transmission. Lord Qianling gently shook his head. I am not talking about that. When I first met you, your cultivation was low. The first-grade body forging realm had not yet been perfected. And now, you are already at the perfection of qi refining realm. Your cultivation has progressed at a rapid pace. Even Gong Chengyin died at your hands. Very good. Lin Che's heart was slightly shocked as he laughed. It was just a fluke. It's all because I received guidance from that one silver-haired man in the bookstore. Only then did I have such a cultivation level. Hey, none of you would dare to ask for proof anyway. This shield, it's unbeatable. Sure enough, even the Duke of Qianling nodded somberly at his words. No wonder. So it's him. By the way, His Majesty has asked me, the Mingjing Division, to take charge of the mission case. There has been quite a bit of progress on all fronts, but there are many key places that still require the champion marquis to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Che nodded. You can, but this time, don't stop me at the city gates with your sword drawn. Just arrest me hard and take me to the dungeon of the Mingjing Division. Last time, it was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand you too. You're just cooperating with the empress, trying to test if I'm disrespecting the spirits. The Duke of Qianling seemed to subconsciously like to hold the power of words, and immediately asked again. Fei San Cook confessed and gave you 2 million silver bills to bribe you to assassinate Gong Chengyin. This silver still needs to be surrendered to make a chain of evidence. With this sentence, Duke Qianling did not ask if there was such a thing. Rather, he directly skipped the key question and told Lin Che to pay up. Lin Che didn't care right now. After all, he had reported this matter to His Majesty long ago. This is money that he can't covet, but earns skill points. That's enough. Lin Che was also dry. I should. $2 million? I'll give it to you right here. Lin Che reached into his pocket, counted the silver bills, and handed the 2 million silver bills to Duke Qianling. The Duke of Qianling didn't avoid anything, and after receiving it, he asked again. When we examined Gong Chengyin's corpse, we found that everything on him was missing. In particular, his hidden sky pouch is also missing. Did the champion marquis help keep it? No. What's a hidden sky bag? Lin Che blinked, his face full of innocence. It was a last resort to give you the $2 million, but Gong Chengyin's hidden sky bag is something I worked hard to get by killing people. You've never even stood up, and you're sitting here reaching for it? Your face is so big? Is there really none? Think again. Don't even think about it. This, really. Chapter 66, Microcosm, wants to withdraw from the marriage. Fa Zhen, Gong Chengyin and I, that was a fight to the death. It's still a fluke that I can win. With all his minions, where would I have thought to gather evidence? Did you drop any key evidence? Do you want me to help find it? It could have fallen in the swamp maybe. Lin Che also spoke in a serious manner, and could not be seen lying at all. No need. Our Spiegel division will look into it. All right, tough luck. It's just a part of the job. Lord Qianling smiled and suddenly spoke again. If you are not used to staying in Dahonglu, you can also come to our Mingjing division. With your character, the Mingjing division should suit you well. Great. I'll definitely consider it seriously. Lin Che also agreed in one breath. However, in his heart, he was still thinking of escaping Tendu City. It's just horrible here. The only way to mix it up outside is to leave Dechen. Just at this time, the door to the Imperial study finally opened, and Jiang Li unexpectedly personally sent Qi Fei Wan out. Jiang Li's face was tinged with fondness, but Qi Fei Lian's face was pale and full of gloom, and he didn't know what the two of them had been talking about inside. Your Majesty Qiliang will stay, and the foreign minister will return with the mission tomorrow. I will certainly convey your words word for word to His Majesty Yan Yun. That's better. Qi Fei Nian once again arched her hand, and just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly looked at Lin Che, as if she had thought of something. Opening his mouth, he said, Lin Che, Gong Chengyin attempted to steal the Great Qian Jade Seal of Transmission, so he indeed deserves to die. However, he was carrying something from our mission. Please also return the things to me. Oh, you mean that one war rifle? I don't know where I lost it either. I'll turn around and ask for you. Lin Che calmly replied. It's the hidden sky bag. You must return the item to me. Qi Fei Nian gritted her teeth. What bag? I didn't see it. I've been following you guys all the way back here, so why don't you search it? Lin Che also opened his hands, looking like he wasn't afraid to search his body. He's meowing. A Fajing, a princess, both of them have personally passed over this hidden sky bag. Is there really a treasure hidden inside? Princess Yunmeng. Since the hidden sky pouch isn't on Lin Che, it's highly likely that it was dropped in the middle of the hunting grounds, or the public seal of undertaking was handed over to the ministry long ago. You go back first. If there is news, I will have someone send it over to you. Aha! When Shi Fei heard this, she knew that it was impossible to get it back. She just gave Lin Che a deep look, turned around and left. Witnessed late Fei Late's departure. A wisp of a smile swept across John Lee's face as he said, Minister Lin, you are a blessing to me. I really can't let you go on a mission to Yin Yun Kingdom, where there are many dangers. You could lose your life at any time. Your Majesty, I am not afraid to die, only to die for the country on the sands, not to return with a corpse in a horse hide. Lin Che proudly held out his chest in a brazen stance. John Lee reached out again and patted Lin Che's shoulder, admiringly saying, Good. This is what my Deqian men are like. This is what the champion marquis should look like. Then, John Lee asked about the process of how Lin Che made his move to kill Gong Chengyin, thinking that Qian Linggong was here. Many times, it was Qian Ling who asked questions orally. Even some details were not spared. Of course, a lot of places Lin Che was already thinking about. In addition to the matter of the hidden skybag he did not say. And then the discovery of the jade seal of transmission of the state slightly modified, saying that it is the discovery of Gong Chengyin, basically rounded off the past. When Jiang Li saw that Duke Qianling didn't have any other questions to ask, she also sized up Lin Che and said, Your cultivation has risen quickly. I heard that you were taken as a disciple by the vertical heavenly ordainer. By the vertical heavenly ordainer. Is that so? The vertical heavenly ordainer, who is that? Lin Che was filled with confusion. When Jiang Li saw Lin Che with such an expression, she first glanced at Duke Qianling with an expression of, could the information be wrong? Didn't you meet him on the 9th floor of the Great Qian Book Depository? He even instructed you. Oh, his name is, the Vertical Man of Destiny? Take a look. Look at the pattern of other empresses. One of you hides and refuses to talk about it, but the other bimbo is not as petty as you are. The name, the Vertical Man of Destiny, is indeed a bit of a hangover. Jiang Li's face remained unchanged. It seems he really didn't tell you the name. The 100 schools of thought. The Zongheng family is number 1. In terms of martial arts cultivation, the Zongheng family is number 1. Unrivaled. Moreover, the Zongheng clan only passes on 2 people in each generation. The one you met should be one of them. His name is the Heavenly Destiny Man. For him to choose you as his disciple, this is your great chance. Lin Che knew that the other party was such a big deal, so he didn't dare to continue bragging at that moment and said honestly, actually, he didn't accept me as a disciple. It's just that we chatted a few times, and he told me what technique to cultivate is suitable for me. Other than that, there really wasn't much to say. Really? Jiang Li's eyes lit up as he stared straight at Lin Che. Really? Lin Che nodded. Jiang Li seemed a bit unconvinced and subconsciously looked at Lord Qianling. Duke Qianling nodded his head, indicating that Lin Che had not lied. A wisp of a smile swept across Jiang Li's face. All right. Although he didn't accept you as his disciple, your talent is truly extraordinary. I understand very well what you have in mind. And for the next 10 days, you can enter the Dakian Book Depository at any time to continue your cultivation. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hey, I have said it. You can see me without worshipping, and you don't need this kind of great honor in the future. Yes. Lin Che stood up straight, and he didn't know why the Empress's mood had suddenly changed so much for the better when she heard that he wasn't the disciple of the longitudinal heavenly ordained man. Does this indulgent heavenly ordained man have any other secrets? But he was sensitive enough to choose to skip the topic. It shouldn't be something the Empress wanted to discuss. Seeing that Jiang Li was in a good mood, he spoke again. Your Majesty, I am bold. I would also like to request an imperial decree. Tell me about it. The microcosm wants to withdraw from the marriage. Early morning, Confucian Academy. With his hands behind his back, the great Confucian Jibu walked along the bamboo path toward the academy. In the distance, the sound of reading could be heard. Upon closer inspection, the scholars were even reading the first word of the millennium composed by Lin Che. Thinking of the old days, when Jingo an iron horse swallowed 10,000 miles like a tiger, Jibu nodded with satisfaction. Ever since he debated with Lin Che, he had directly thrown himself into raising money for disaster relief. In this short period of time, Jibu had surprisingly become enlightened in his thoughts, and his body's vast and righteous qi had surprisingly skyrocketed a great deal more. Now that he had raised his hands and feet, his vast aura was beyond collection. With his current cultivation, living for 300 years would not be a problem. Step by step, he walked into the academy, and as his eyes swept over, he found that many of the students were covered with a faint layer of vastness. This was all the more comforting to him. The great rise of Confucianism is just around the corner. But suddenly, Jibu's gaze sunk slightly. His face revealed a surprised look, realizing that Imo Joshua, who was sitting in front of him, instead of raising the vast and righteous chi on her body, it was becoming more and more thin and scarce. Morning reading 1 over. Jibu simply asked, Joshua, you have been having mixed thoughts lately. Why is the vast and righteous energy less and less? At this question, Imo Joshua was also trembling, and she naturally discovered it. Originally, she was one of the most dazzling university students, but during this recent period, all the other students had improved. Only she, instead of increasing, had decreased. Teacher, I don't know. Maybe, it's worrying about my father. Jibu sighed. Imo Joshua's father, Mo Jidong, was already traveling to the southern region to manage the flooding. It was indeed a cause for concern for his safety. It is also common for children to worry about their parents. However, your vastness is only at the reading and understanding stage, not acting with a righteous heart. Even if you are worried about your parents, it shouldn't affect you. It's the reasoning of the book. Don't you understand? In Confucianism, there are 4 stages: reading and understanding, acting with a correct mind, vast body, righteousness in heaven and earth. In the first, reading and understanding stage, as long as the scholars read the sages' books and understand what they say about the world, they will be able to develop the most rudimentary sense of greatness. Even some ordinary people, as long as they read more holy books, will develop a scholarly flavor, but it would be difficult to go further, to act righteously. At this point, it's basically all about doing unto others as you would do unto yourself. And everything needs to be done right, openly and honestly, with a clear conscience. Once you have done something wrong, that body of righteousness will collapse on the spot and you will be reduced to a mortal. That's why Kibu would ask. Imo Joshua gently shook her head. Teacher, the student knows his mistake. The student will study hard. Also, when you're willing to talk, feel free to come find me. Kibu didn't pursue the question, but while Imo Joshua didn't say anything, the next few female students couldn't help themselves. Teacher, Joshua definitely isn't worried about her father. She should be influenced by that Lin Che. Ha ha. Yes, teacher. This is Joshua thinking about her aspired husband. The mind is naturally not unreading. Imo Joshua's pretty face flushed, and she reached out to cover the mouth of the female student next to her. Don't be ridiculous. Who misses him? Although Jibu was a great scholar, he was not unappetizing, especially hearing that it was still about Lin Che. Asked, what's going on? Teacher, this Lin Che. He was kicked out by the Jinhua Palace before, but Joshua thought that he wasn't competitive and wanted to withdraw from the marriage several times. But now it's different. Lin Che didn't just compose 1 word in 2 poems. He became a talented man in everyone's eyes. I also recently heard that he even composed a poem at Old General Wen Hong's place. It's even more amazingly talented. Yesterday during the roundup, Lin Che retrieved the Jade Seal of Transmission for His Majesty. He's been recognized as the Marquis of Champions. At this age, you've become a champion marquis. He's really a great scholar and a great warrior. Joshua, now I can't wait to get married to Lin Che right away. Imo Joshua heard them gabbing and said with a red face, nonsense. Who said anything about marrying him? I didn't mean that at all. Even if Lin Che becomes the champion marquis, I'm not that bad. He just barely meets my requirements for my other half. Want me to look at him differently? Only if he goes further and becomes a county duke. A county duke. Besides, his martial arts skills, they are still a bit poor. Teacher, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm just a little disturbed. Read more and the vastness will definitely come back. Imo Joshua was very strange in her heart. It was obvious that everyone was reading Lin Che's poetry, but why did the others improve significantly after reading for 2 days? She, on the other hand, was getting more and more disorganized the more she read. This kind of poetry, was it really possible for Lin Che to write it? Even if it was her, it would probably be a few years before she could write this kind of poetry. Why should Lin Che? But after hearing the other scholars praising Lin Che, suddenly someone else said that Lin Che was her fiancé. This feeling of instantly being the center of attention was again something she enjoyed immensely. She liked the feeling. The Lin Che of a while ago was indeed not in her eyes, and she was repulsed to even look at Lin Che squarely. But recently, Lin Che has been working really hard, so hard that he should be in order to be worthy of her. From Uncle Jingon, to Marquis of Champion, he's worked hard for himself. Barely. It's just that, for some reason, the vastness of reading and understanding in her is becoming less and less. Senior Sister Joshua. Senior Sister Joshua, news has come from the palace. News about you ah. Emo Joshua was in the middle of her heart's turmoil when she suddenly saw a dozen or so scholars rushing in. Is there any more news from the palace? Or about her? What news? Lin Che. He begged your majesty. Hoo for your marriage contract. The scholar gasped one after another, speaking in a broken voice. But just these few words instantly caused Emo Joshua's pretty face to blush again. In a flash, she understood. Geez, this Lin Che, in order to get her, is also too crazy. He even asked His Majesty, is this for the two of them to finish their marriage as soon as possible? Oh, dream on. They just think you're barely qualified. Who said anything about marrying you now? What did he say? Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Lin Che. He begged His Majesty to cancel your engagement. He wants to withdraw from the marriage. Chapter 67, Hunting on Behalf of Heaven. Sword against the Emperor. What? Withdrawal? Emo Joshua's eyes widened and her entire body froze. Do you make it clearer? Does he want to consummate the marriage right away? Or withdraw from it? He is withdrawing from the marriage. He told His Majesty that his heart belongs to someone else and he can't marry you. You and he don't have any feelings at all. So, asking for a withdrawal. This is something that I've asked many times, and it can't be wrong. Emo Joshua's face instantly turned pale, followed immediately by a fiery red. It's the kind of red that's incredibly embarrassing and feels like you've been humiliated. Especially next to her. All the scholars fell into silence and looked at her in unison. It made her feel groundless. He's going to back out of the marriage. Ha. That's good. I can't wait. He even asked to withdraw from the marriage. I've long wanted to withdraw from the marriage. It's only because of the relationship between the two families that I didn't mention it for the time being. How could I, Emo Joshua, marry him? It's really funny. He doesn't even look at what kind of goods he is. It's only a champion marquis. Don't I have any marquises in the Emo family? To be honest, his looks and accomplishments are just average. I can't even look at him at all. Also, he is really pretentious. Emo Joshua gave a burst of output and forced herself to become a bit more natural, definitely not letting the schoolchildren see anything different about her. Well, we Confucian scholars should prioritize our studies. I still have things to do, so I'll go back first. The many scholars all had awkward expressions and didn't know what to say for a while. Together, they watched Emo Joshua leave the schoolhouse. With that, the crowd exploded. What? Really? Talented Lin really wants to withdraw from the marriage? It's true. The news came out of the palace, but Her Majesty didn't agree right away. Her Majesty said that she won't force two people to get married, but she can't treat this as child's play either. We need to wait for Emo Jidon to come back from the water treatment, and then discuss it again. But listening to His Majesty's meaning, she's already agreed. She just doesn't want to embarrass the Emo family that much. Heavens. Before, I thought that Jing and Bo. No, the champion marquis he was rushing to marry Joshua's senior sister. Now it's surprising that he wants to withdraw from the marriage. People's Lin talent isn't bad. For the country, for the people, a talented person, or a great talent. Just a little bit worse in terms of cultivation. Otherwise, not to mention accompanying a Joshua with the princess is also worthy. Shut up. What kind of person is senior sister Emo Shui? For that Lin Che to be able to marry her would be a blessing cultivated in 10 lifetimes. He even backed out of the marriage. Poof. Gave him face. Roll. Don't come over here licking dogs. Stinky. Thou old mother. Dare to insult Sister Jiaowei. Dare to insult Sister Joshua. Hit him. Punch him in the face. Hit him. For a while, the schoolhouse was also in chaos. This group of readers also had a temperament, and if they hadn't finally realized that the great Confucian was on the sidelines, they might have really gotten into a fight. At this point, the sun is shining brightly. Lin Che and Lord Qianling had just come out of the palace. A whole night of explaining. Lin Che was explaining everything he could. Damn it, the 4 million taels given to him from Qi Fi inside. This sum of money was also asked for by Qianling Gong in front of Zhongli. That's $6 million made back in one go. Lin Che instantly felt like he had become poor again. Marquis of Champions. Lord Qianling stopped in front of the palace gate and said with a smile, I took away the 6 million taels you got your hands on. Do you hate me? Fa Zheng is joking. That money that didn't belong to me in the first place should be confiscated. Lin Che returned in a salty manner. It seems that there is still some anger in your heart. Since that's the case, I'll remind you. It will also make you feel that this $6 million was worth spending. Lord Qianling sat in his wheelchair, first straightening his wide sleeves before looking up. The Bright Mirror Division will help you deal with Princess Yunmeng's side. You can rest assured. This is a matter of state, and they won't retaliate against you again. That I certainly know. Lin Che's interest was lacking. If even Zhongli couldn't help him with this kind of thing, who would dare to sell his life in the future? Then do you know why His Majesty arranged for Lin Shaking Light to be dispatched to the Great Wall of Qiluk 10 days later? Please make it clearer. Fa Zheng. Lin Che immediately straightened his attitude. The Duke of Qianling still had a faint smile on his face. Death row inmates who were sent to the Great Wall of Qiluk no longer have any human rights. Even if they are killed midway, they still deserve to die. There won't be anyone to pursue. You mean? Your Majesty is implying that I can get ready and kill Lin Shaking Light halfway through the journey in 10 days? Lin Che's eyes widened. Did Zhongli even mean that? Duke Qianling did not answer positively and continued. Your cultivation talent is amazing. If in 10 days, you can still make a breakthrough, then it shouldn't be difficult to kill a death row inmate who was being held in the heavenly prison and abused to the point of serious injury. Yes. Lin Che clenched his fists. He had thought that he wouldn't have the chance to take a shot at Lin Shuangguang. Although it was true that Lin Shakespeare had been sent to the Great Wall of Qi and became a night watchman, and in the end, he would be dead. But it wasn't him personally, so it was definitely different. Right now, he still had 31 skill points left. Must keep practicing. Also, he had obtained Gong Changyin's hidden heavenly pouch, and he didn't know how many things were hidden inside? We'll have to look for Wu in a few minutes, so don't lose it. Double a queen. Oh, right. If you go to the Dakian book depository again, and that indulgent heavenly ordainer instructs you in cultivation again, you can learn. But if he says he wants to take you on as a disciple, you'd better think it over. Fa Zheng-sama, you seem to have something more to say in those words. Tell me about it to my junior. Lin Che immediately personally pushed the wheelchair for Lord Qianling. That's an unbeatably thick thigh. 2. Duke Qianling didn't hide it either. The vertical and horizontal heavenly orders, one vertical and one horizontal, are the pinnacle of the martial arts. They have a very special mission, to patrol on behalf of heaven and point their swords at the human emperor. In place of heaven, they perform supervisory duties and monitor the emperors of the human race. When an emperor commits a taboo, the indulgent heavenly ordainer will step in to kill the emperor. Hearing this, Lin Che's body trembled. A few simple words. On behalf of the heavenly patrol, the sword refers to the human emperor. However, it is filled with an unrivaled dominance, looking out of the world. It is this kind of aura. Killing the emperor seemed like an easy task. As it turns out, the emperor can't do whatever he wants. No wonder Jiang Li cared if he was the disciple of the vertical heavenly ordainer. Turns out it's such a layer. Lin Che immediately came to gossip and asked, then has it ever happened in history that Zhong Hong Tian ordered someone to kill the emperor? There have been. More than once. The Duke of Qianling simply answered and did not want to say more. All right. That's all there is to say. I wish the champion Marquis a bright future. Right at this time, the Ming mirror guard in front of him also greeted him and nodded at Lin Che, taking over Lin Che's position. Lin Che watched them walk away and suddenly thought of something and shouted at Duke Qianling, Lord Fa Zheng, I'll be hosting a banquet in a few days, so you must come. Even if the person doesn't come, the gift must arrive. Chapter 68, Where is the hidden skybag? Lin Che returned to the middle of the mansion. At this time, the entire mansion, all the subordinates were already in high spirits, and an indescribable pride swept across their faces. Master is back. Marquis has returned to the house. Xiao Cheng led the subordinates to greet Lin Che's return with smiles, and even Dazhuan was already standing on his crutches, foolishly calling out Marquis. How long has it been since the Jing and Bo of his own family jumped to become a champion Marquis? It's certainly something to be congratulated. Marquis, His Majesty's decree has arrived. The Marquis residence is in the inner city. We've all been there and seen it. It's very big and luxurious. When are we going to move? Lin Che waved his hand. There's no need to wait. We'll move today. This matter, I'll leave it to you guys. Make sure you do it right. Xiao Qing was icy and asked, Marquis, are you going out again? Right. Go get ready. I need to shower. Going out in a little while. The matter of moving seemed important, but it definitely wasn't as important as getting back the hidden skybag. After freshening up, changed into clean clothes, took some of His Majesty's rewards, called on 2 subordinates to drive, and went straight to the Duke of Wei's residence. When they arrived at the Duke of Wei's residence, the subordinate at the door also recognized Lin Che. Straight away, Lin Che was led inside, while reporting loudly, "The champion marquis is here." Wen Hong was practicing martial arts in the schoolyard at this time, and when he heard the subordinate report, he didn't change his practice clothes, so he just walked out with great strides. "Ha ha ha, little Lin Che. What are you doing running to Lao Fu's place at this time of the year when you're not greeting visitors at your marquis residence? Having become a champion marquis, you should be very busy." Lin Che didn't think twice before slapping a rainbow fart. "Old general, what champion husband or not, I will always be the little Lin Che in your mouth. I don't care about the other visitors, but I, Lin Che, owe it all to old general's help to have today. As the saying goes, think of the source when drinking water. When I became the champion marquis, naturally I had to be the first one to come and bother your old man. If I hadn't been left in the palace by the empress last night, I would have come last night. Ha ha." Wen Hong laughed, his voice sounding like a bell, and one of his large hands patted Lin Che's shoulder. "Good boy. You're still coming to the drinking water with the old man routine, huh? It's only been a day and your cultivation has risen again? Good. Come on, have a match with the old man." Lin Che was not polite and immediately began to roll up his sleeves, saying, "It's fine, to be able to receive guidance from the old general. My junior is begging for it, but you must be merciful. If you don't carve jade, you won't become a weapon if you practice martial arts. Don't be afraid of being beaten." The two soon arrived at the schoolyard in the mansion. Wen Hong stood there with his hands clasped to his chest, and immediately his aura radiated, like a mountain peak standing there. He wore a practice shirt that had no sleeves, and both arms were exposed. The muscles on those arms were incomparably conspicuous, with undulating lines, like 2 auger dragons. Lin Che suddenly had the illusion that it seemed as if the green sky was collapsing. Wen Hong would be able to hold it up with these same hands. "Old general, I'm a bit ugly looking with this full force outburst. Don't be offended." Lin Che first gave Wen Hong a precautionary shot. Wen Hong had known it for a long time, cultivating a technique that is the most rigid and the most young. "Of course there will be changes in the body. You just go ahead and give it your all." Roar! Lin Che wasn't polite anymore, reaching out and tapping the Volt Beast ring on his wrist. The Volt Beast ring emitted a buzzing sound, no longer suppressing his body's aura, and that icy cold aura was also withdrawn, no longer suppressing the boiling blood in his body. Body forging technique. Catalyze. Crackle crackle. Lin Che's figure instantly skyrocketed, directly reaching 2 meters and 3 meters, his body exploding with muscle. Piece by piece, the astral deities around his body also burst out, forming an astral deities around him, enveloping his circumference. Prickly prickly prickly. Lin Che's shoes were directly propped up. "Old general, I've given myself a nickname, Devil's Tendon Man." Lin Che let out a roar and pounced with a bang. A punch was thrown at Wen Hong. Originally, Wen Hong was also an existence that stood 2 meters tall, but at this moment, he was also a full head shorter in front of Lin Che. Boom! Wen Hong didn't dodge either and slapped his palm out, catching Lin Che's punch. Terrifying power rushed out from between his fists and palms, causing the underlings in the distance to stare in horror. Not bad. Again! Boom boom boom. Lin Che attacked frantically. Wen Hong, on the other hand, kept fending off with both hands and did not counterattack. After attacking with hundreds of punches, Wen Hong had also finally completely figured out Lin Che's bottom line. "There!" Wen Hong suddenly shouted, fiercely stepping forward and reaching out to press. Hardly, Lin Che was held in place. "Old general, I'm not even a match for you here." Lin Che wiped the sweat from his forehead and took 2 steps back to salute. Wen Hong, however, was dumbfounded. "Little Lin Che, it seems that His Majesty's rewarding you as a champion marquis is not a momentary delight. She should also be able to see how quickly your cultivation has risen, and in her heart she expects you to become a veritable champion marquis in the near future." "Your Majesty can see it too?" Lin Che was suspicious in his heart. "Of course, Our Majesty, before you appeared, was a once-in-a-century cultivation genius in the entire Great Qian. Her cultivation of the great emperor's true scripture is already at the level of pure perfection. Do you think that she was able to sit on the imperial throne because of the death of a dozen or so emperors?" Wen Hong nodded inside as he watched Lin Che slowly recover again. "1 guts, 2 strengths, 3 feats. For skills, it's great that you're focusing on practicing now. I am indeed inferior to you at your stage. Your kung fu was very solid, far beyond my expectations. Now, You should properly cultivate some martial arts. Just like this kick and punch, what you are using now is still the purest brute force. If you could learn martial arts techniques, then you would be able to get twice the result with half the effort. The power that explodes out would be several times stronger than what you have now. Lin Che listened very patiently to Wen Hong's explanations and instructions. These cultivation directions were what he needed most. After listening for a long time, Lin Che was also enlightened, and at the same time, he asked his most concerned question. Old General, I'm already at the 9th level of my cultivation technique, but why is it still at the perfection stage and not at the great perfection? Ha ha ha, isn't this very simple? Cultivation can be more than just cultivation. It also requires the assistance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With your physique, you also need heavenly materials and treasures. With your current physique, go take the Tiger King's blood. It should be useful. Talked for a while longer. Not far away, a fiery red figure came bounding back. Lin Che, it's rumored outside that you're withdrawing from the marriage. Is it true? Quickly tell me. By the sound of that voice, you can tell it's the Queen of AA. Winkless. Her face is full of delicate beauty. A pair of bright eyes wide open. Written full of eat melon color. MS. Wu Shu, you are very well informed. I do want to withdraw from the marriage, but His Majesty hasn't agreed to it yet. Lin Che was anxious in his heart, but did not show it. TSK, that's the Mo family's eldest young lady. You're too stupid. If you marry Mo Xiaoxue, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Their family has a lot of money. When Wuzhu shook her little head with a look of feeling sorry for Lin Che. By the way, people out there are still saying that your heart belongs to someone. Who exactly is it? There's also news that you actually have 2 babies. Or twins. You've been a father for a long time. Is it Princess Yunmeng of the Yanyan Kingdom? Lin Che's eyes widened. Who all is talking nonsense? There is no such thing. Really no? However, Princess Yunmeng only said that she would recruit you as her emperor's son-in-law. You turned around and wanted to withdraw from the marriage with Mo Xiaoxue. Are you still not doing this for Princess Yunmeng? I'm telling you, you have to tell me the truth. If you dare to lie to me, I'll whip your ass with a small whip. Believe it or not? This little chili. You're going to whip me with your little whip? In the future, I'll whip you hard with a whip too. MS. Mushy, it's really nothing like that. Lin Che finally explained it clearly after a good talk. Then he remembered, pretending not to think. By the way, where are those 2 young birds I asked you to keep for me? Where are they? Hey, keep it in my yard. I'll take you there. Smiling, when Wuzhu carried his hands behind his back and led the way with a bounce, Lin Che hurriedly saluted Wen Hong. Old General, I'll go take a look first. Good. Ha ha, go. Wen Hong looked jubilant and looked at the 2 with a smile. Lin Che followed Wen Wuzhu, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the backyard of the Duke of Wei's residence. That one bird's nest, hanging from a small tree. Thank you so much for taking care of them for me, Lin Che said, and immediately went to take down the bird's nest. Inside, 2 young birds squeaked and opened their mouths as if waiting to be fed. When Lin Che saw that Wen Wuzhu didn't follow him, he simply reached in and pretended to tease the bird, but actually flew through the dead grass inside. This rummaging around turned up nothing. Where's the hidden sky bag? Why is it gone? Lin Che's body stiffened, and he simply took out the 2 youngsters, almost demolishing the bird's nest, but that heaven hiding bag was just gone. No scratch. You, who else has touched my bird's nest? Smiling like a flower with her hands clasped on her chest, Wenshou was next to the doorframe, and suddenly reached out and pulled out something, waving it in front of her. Is this what you're looking for? Chapter 69 is, the flavor of a small lotus. In Wen Wuzhu's small white hand, she was holding none other than the hidden sky pouch. Lin Che thought that he had hidden himself quite well, and that this seemingly big-hearted Wen Wuzhu wouldn't be so attentive, but he couldn't imagine that he had still been discovered. Oops, my scented pouch turned out to be here with you. Lin Che piled a smile on his face and walked over to reach for it, but Wen Wuzhu hid her hand behind her back. Nice try. Bye now. You're still trying to trick me, aren't you? Hey, stop it. Oops, stop it. Give it to me. Lin Che went around and was about to snatch it back, but Wen Wuzhu was even very nonchalant, dodging twice, seeing that it was almost impossible to avoid, and even a handful of hidden sky bags were stuffed into her neckline. Aha! There it is. In one word, absolute. She also crossed her arms and tilted up that little delicate white face with her little tiger teeth hidden. Come on, you want to rob? Do it. Come and grab it if you can. Yeah. I can't believe there's such a requirement. Never heard of it before in my life. Lin Che reached out his hand and was about to go deeper into the mound to snatch it back. What are you doing? When Wuju's pretty face reddened, she couldn't imagine that Lin Che really dared to reach over. She was so scared that she stepped back and covered the area between the two Xiaolong Bao. You're a hooligan, aren't you? Believe it or not. I'll tell my grandpa to chop off both of your hands and all three of your legs? Missy, that's my thing. You give it to me instead. Lin Che immediately began to speak softly. This is something that can never be known to Wen Hong. After all, this was Gong Chungyin's hidden sky bag. When Wuju glared at Lin Che in shame and anger. Humph, didn't you say that this is a scented bag? Why are you so nervous? You're not honest the moment I see you. If you don't tell me, I'll go tell my grandfather. Alas, this isn't actually a scented pouch. This is a love token given to me by a childhood sweetheart when I was a child. Bull *******. Bullying this young lady for not knowing. Is it? This is clearly the hidden sky bag. My grandfather used to use the hidden sky bag to carry supplies when he was marching. How dare you lie to me? Smells unscrupulous looking and fierce. Once Lin Che heard this, he knew that he couldn't hide it, and immediately said, it seems that the outside world was not wrong. Miss Wushu is indeed ice-cold, clever, kind-hearted, and full of justice. I really can't lie to you. This is indeed the hidden sky bag. He. When Wushu smiled in satisfaction, she thought she was still pretty witty most of the time. I can't imagine that's what the outside world is saying about her. Which is, well, rather apt. What's in this hidden sky bag? Make you so anxious? Hide. Some money. Lin Che let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky at 45 degrees. I've been a hostage for 10 years, and I've always been a parasite. Therefore, I especially want to make good money, to be able to prove myself to the outside world. Ms. Wu Shu, if it were someone else and I said this, they would definitely not understand me. But you're not like them. I'm sure you can understand how I feel. Do you also feel that the world doesn't understand you? You have some ideas inside you many times, have your own opinions, and you say it just want to be recognized by others. You also have ambitions and ideals in your heart. It's just that you've been keeping them to yourself. When Wuju froze and nodded excitedly. That's right. That's the kind of person I am. You know me too well. How did you know? Of course I know that. And I also know that you are actually a very diligent person. Just like cultivation. You have to take the initiative to cultivate a lot of the time. You can suffer. But the moment someone else opens their mouth and orders you to cultivate, all of a sudden you're not in the mood to cultivate. You don't like being bound. Yes, so true. You know me too well. When Wuju was too excited, realizing for the first time that there was someone who knew what was going on inside of him. I think we can be very good friends in the future. This hidden sky bag of mine is my biggest secret. I am not willing to share it with anyone. And you, my most important friend, I am willing to share my secret with you. Lin Che let out another long sigh. Thank you for keeping it for me. It's really appreciated. When Wuju was not polite anymore, and once he turned around, he reached into his pocket and pulled out that hidden sky pouch. Take it and give it back. Thank you. Lin Che reached out and took it, feeling a burst of warmth from this hidden sky bag. There was also a faint scent. Yes, the flavor of a small lotus. When Wuju came over with a look of advice, this is Gong Chungyin's hidden heavenly pouch, isn't it? I saw that the people from the Mingjing division came to check it out. Fortunately, I was smart and hid it early. Otherwise, it would have been discovered at the hunting grounds. Can you open it? Quickly see what's inside? A royal prince's hidden heavenly bag. There must be quite a lot of stuff. Well. Turns out this little chili knows everything. Lin Che shook his head. I can't open it either. This treasure won't recognize its owner, right? Which is so mysterious. I've already asked. And this thing can break through small prohibitions by using the vast qi. Aren't you a great talent? You have Haoren Jingqi, right? No, that's strange. Then let's go to the Great Confucian Academy and invite someone over, as long as they have a hoary spirit. Lin Che, however, hesitated. There was a kind of secret that two people knew was already the limit. If a third person knew, it would be the equivalent of going public. Definitely can't let a third person know that he got the hidden sky bag. At least, he couldn't let a third person know until he figured out what was inside. This Hao Ran Zhang Qi. Is it hard to cultivate? Is there a secret book for cultivation? There is. It's reading the holy books. In the Great Confucian Academy, there are great scholars sitting around, and with the righteousness of heaven and earth condensing above, you can often get twice the result with half the effort. I've heard of many scholars who started out as bookworms who also read to death, and once they entered the academy, they were instantly enlightened. Lin Che pondered for a moment. He had to try. That's fine. I'll try. I'm coming with you. What are you going to do? Lin Che was instantly displeased. When Wushu frowned, and her delicate white face immediately surged with anger, like a white tiger ready to roar. I mean, if you go, it will definitely cause a stir in the entire academy, and all those students of theirs will have no desire to study after seeing your beauty. Is that really good? All the more reason for me to check it out. No way. Think of it as bringing a little follower. Chapter 70, Can You Me Whenever You Want? Lin Che and Wen Wuzhu rode in a carriage together, heading to the Great Confucian Academy. I can see that I'm about to reach the entrance of the college. Wen Wuzhu asked, did the other party receive your obeisance? I can tell you that this group of academy students are all in a foul temper. If no one meets you, they won't let you enter the academy. Don't worry, I'm definitely overly close to Zhongzhou. He will definitely see me. Lin Che was very confident. What passing relationship? I gave him a big bun to eat. Ha! What's this about being a lifelong friend? Wen Wuzhu's face was filled with suspicion. Then he added, could it be that your steamed buns are delicious? Try giving them to me next time? Ahem. I can give the other ones if you want them. Is it good too? That's for sure. Alright, then I'll eat. Wen Wuzhu's face was full of expectation. Lin Che didn't say anything. He just felt that the carriage was running fast. It didn't take long to finally arrive at the Great Confucian Academy. As soon as he got off the bus, he immediately saw a dense crowd of Confucian scholars standing at the entrance of the academy. Each one of them was eagerly awaiting it, full of excitement. Hey, coming. Talented Lin is here. That's him, brother Lin. Lin Che had just gotten out of the car, and the schoolchildren at the entrance were instantly abuzz. The car was dazed with winkless. Lin Che, aren't you an enemy of the Confucian scholars? Why are you so popular? Ha, they know you came along and are just giving me face on purpose. MS. Wushu, please dash. This time, Lin Che had also finally become a love bean. The schoolchildren are also too crazy. There were at least 300 to 400 scholars surrounding the entrance, just to witness Lin Che's elegance. For these schoolchildren, whoever is talented they will follow like crazy. What's more, Lin Che wasn't just talented, he was also selfless and treated money as dirt. That's just high character. Brother Lin, these students, regardless of whether they recognized Lin Che or not, all came forward to arch their hands and shout Brother Lin, Brother Zhongzhou, all the scholars. Ha, we meet again. Thank you all so much for welcoming MS. Wushu and I. After the skillful reminder from Lin Che, the crowd of scholars naturally greeted Wen Wuzhu one after another. Wen Wuzhu's own status was noble, and it wasn't that all of these scholars greeted her to give Lin Che face. After some pleasantries at the door, Lin Che was surrounded by the crowd and walked towards the academy. Zhongsu became Lin Che's guide and was also honored with it, introducing Lin Che step by step. Lin Che also took the opportunity to say, your Haoran Jingqi is simply unique. Today, I specifically came over to ask you all what I need to do if I want to cultivate Haoran Jingqi. The crowd of scholars were inexplicably excited at the words. They had long wanted to get on good terms with Lin Che, and it would be best if they could get Lin Che to join the Great Confucian Academy. Then such a talented man is theirs from the Great Confucian Academy. Brother Lin, with your learning, to cultivate the vast qi, it must be very easy. Just be in our academy and read a few days of sage books. We have, here, and the Mingji Terrace. You see, it's right in front. You can also go up there, book to brighten your mind, and there's also a chance that you can sense the Haoran Qi. Looking at how eloquently Zhongzhou talked about it, how did he feel that Haoran Qi was easy to obtain and not very valuable? However, in order to open the hidden sky bag, Lin Che had to try. Akashi Terrace? I'll try it. Lin Che looked towards the Mingji platform and was about to take a step towards it. Just at this time, an ice-cold voice suddenly rang out. What kind of place do you think this is? Is it for you to whenever you want? On such an occasion, this voice was like cold water on the head, instantly causing everyone's faces to change. With that, he looked at the person who had spoken. Yes, senior sister Zhaxue. After the crowd saw clearly that the one who spoke was Mo Zhaxue, they immediately lost their collective voice. For one thing, Mo Zhaxue's status was not low. She was one of the 12 great scholars. There was also the identity of the Mo family's eldest miss. For another, with Mo Zhaxue's beauty, she had many suitors in the academy. Only today did they hear that Lin Che was going to withdraw from his marriage with Mo Joshua. Now that Mo Joshua stood out to stop it, who would dare to say more? Senior sister Joshua. Zhongju also spoke awkwardly. Lin Che had come to find him, and this Mingji stage was also the one he had invited Lin Che up to. But now that he was stopped by Mo Joshua, it was also very embarrassing for Zhongju. Mo Joshua, however, didn't want to say much to him at all, and just coldly glanced at Zhongjio and turned to Lin Che again. Lin Che, you're not from my academy. You're not qualified to go on the Mingji stage. Understand? What bad luck, going out and stepping on dog. Lin Che couldn't imagine that at this time Mo Joshua would still appear. That's pretty bad luck. Mo Joshua raised her voice. The Mingji Terrace is the most sacred place in our academy. For outsiders to go up there recklessly is a desecration of the Confucian Academy. Everyone keep an eye on them. From now on, no one can just bring those messy people in. What kind of place do you think we are? Have you all forgotten? To enter the academy, it's only after a layer of exams. 1 in 10,000. 1 in 100,000. That one is qualified to enter the academy. There are some people that don't learn. Just want to come over here to rub it in and gild the lily. So you can show off in front of outsiders? Lin Che couldn't tolerate this. This was blah 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 blah. A little trip to the Mingji Terrace is worth bragging about? A benevolent person is a wise person. Sure enough, the first thing you thought of was showing off. Not bad for you. Mo Joshua was instantly enraged. Don't be so gloomy in front of me. You're a big man. Besides bullying weak women, what else can you do? Everyone, you mustn't forget. Before, Lin Che had composed a poem, 100 useless as a scholar. That's cursing all of us. Have you boys forgotten so soon? We, the good sisters, have not forgotten. There were many young girls in the surrounding area who originally had a good relationship with Mo Joshua. Now that they thought of Lin Che's phrase 100 useless as a scholar, they immediately started to get angry. At this time, Wen Wuzhu, who was watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly interjected. Where is it, good sisters? The champion Marquis came to the Great Confucian Academy and was stopped and abused by you. I wonder if His Majesty will be angry when he finds out. Those female scholars had words on their lips, and they had thought of poems to criticize Lin Che, but they were suddenly stuck again. They, the scholars, weren't nerds who didn't listen to what was going on outside the window, and lately Lin Che's fame could be said to be momentary. Even Prince Gong Chengyin of the Yin Yun Kingdom was killed by Lin Che, the newly promoted champion Marquis. This kind of person wasn't something to be messed with casually. Seeing this, Lin Che simply waved his hand. Everyone, I was trying to raise money for disaster relief before. It was indeed a bit reckless. This one verse is actually not all. Since we've already talked about it today, then I will simply recite the entire poem. Whether or not it's a scolding of the readers, just judge for yourself. Zhongju was very supportive. Good. Brother Lin wants to compose a poem. We're all ears. Lin Che tried to recall, and then he ran his true chi, and his voice traveled far away. The gods are bewildered by the too unfulfilled, and they only know that a solitary night is not a peaceful one. The wind and the puffs of the wind are all the air of sadness and song, and the mud and flotsam are stained with the name of thin luck. 9 out of 10 men can look a white eye in the eye, and 100 of them are bookworms. Don't be prophetic because of the sadness of the scrolls. The spring birds and the fall insects make their own voices. After a poem was recited, the crowd of scholars shuddered. They don't say it with their mouths, but they do think it in their hearts, and the poem simply speaks to them. They also resent the world, although the readers have a full belly of learning, but unfortunately have the will is difficult to stretch, empty a lot of passion, but completely nowhere to play. Even more, they were destined to spend their entire lives cultivating that pitiful Haoran Chi, unable to advance half a step further. It is even more impossible to try to support yourself and your family with this little bit of hoary energy. However, the last sentence, spring birds and autumn insects make their own voices, suddenly gave them a glimmer of hope. In that case, Lin Che didn't really want to scold them. Lin Che is also empathetic. Brother Lin, you understand us. Lin Che gently waved his hand, preventing the crowd from opening their mouths to praise him, and he unexpectedly felt a hint of something different at this moment. It was as if, bathed in sunlight, his body was soothed. Even the soul seemed to have undergone a subtle change. This feeling should be sensing the Haoran Chi. Is it that simple? Jiangsu, bring a pen and ink. I'm suddenly inspired to do battle poetry. Chapter 71, Hurricane and Righteousness Added to the Body. I don't know what the sky is like. Just you want to make a battle poem? Mo Joshua was also going out on a limb right now. not giving Lin Che any face at all. Although she despised Lin Che, in her heart she was also thinking of withdrawing from the marriage, and had even thought that after her father returned from treating the water, she would beg the empress to decree the withdrawal. But unexpectedly, Lin Che had withdrawn from the marriage first. Who the hell is he? What right does he have to withdraw from the marriage? She didn't have to be polite to Lin Che since he had made her lose face once or twice. Lin Che, I admit that you do have some talent, but it's just a little bit. What ability do you have to battle poetry? Can it be half as powerful? I'm afraid that you can't even deter evil spirits, let alone suppress strong enemies. All those present are Confucian scholars. The Hao Ran Chi they cultivate is also capable of killing people, but one must kill with the help of a war poem. A powerful war poem was recited on the battlefield, and the soldiers were instantly like gods. A third-rate remnant army can also immediately have a strong army of Huban that can be called a full-strength army. That was why Mo Joshua was so disdainful when she heard Lin Che say that he wanted combat poetry. At this time, Zhangjiu was already bringing pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and even the table had been moved over. Lin Che took the brush and proudly said, "You can't do it, and that's because you're talentless. Doesn't mean I can't do it too." Mo Joshua couldn't help but laugh out loud with a humph again, because Lin Che's gesture with the brush was too informal. How can you write a war poem when you can't even hold a quill? It is important to realize that the most important thing to write a war poem is still to possess a great deal of righteousness in one's body. Infusing poetry with a full dose of righteousness is what gives war poetry its power. Lin Che didn't chime in, but went straight to the pen. The students next to him were all watching with rapt attention, and although Lin Che's characters were a bit ugly, they could still clearly see what was written. The long clouds of the green sea darken the snowy mountains, and the lonely city looks at the fixed border. These two sentences swish out. In this world, a lot of tropes and place names are there, but not all of them. Therefore, Lin Che simply changed Yumen Pass to Dingjiang Pass. The crowd of scholars recited slowly, all of their faces becoming grave. Dingjiang Pass, but it was the most important pass between Deqian and the 16 states of Yenyun. The yellow sand wears gold armor in 100 battles, and we will not return until we break Yenyun. Well, and I don't know who it was, but I shouted. It was also the same instant that Lin Che instantly felt his body heat up, like there was a special light shining on his body from high above. It made his whole body searingly bright. Hao Ran Zhang Qi. This is the vast and righteous Qi. Brother Lin. A single poem has the vast and positive Qi added to it. What a genius this is. The crowd of scholars were in an uproar. They naturally recognized the Hao Ran Zhang Qi. After all, more than half of them also possessed the Hao Ran Zhang Qi. As far as the light on Lin Che's body was concerned, it was clearly the vast aura that he possessed after reading and understanding. These schoolchildren in front of me, one after the other, have the title of prodigy, but it is only after reading year after year, often for 10 years, that they may give birth to a great spirit of righteousness. But what about Lin Che? Just one poem, and you have it. How can this gap between people be so wide? Quick look, the battle poem has become a success. It's condensing the battle power. The astonished expressions of the crowd of scholars did not stop, first shocked by the shock of this battle poem, then realizing that Lin Che directly possessed the vast Qi. At this moment, it was again discovered that the piece of paper on which the battle poem had been written was radiating a golden light. The not-so-pretty words radiated a brilliant golden light. It's impossible to see straight. Forced to stare at it for a couple of moments, he immediately felt that between the lines, there was a rushing murderous aura. It was horrible. A battle poem with a golden glow. There's only one in the whole of Deqian now, isn't there? Every general dares not invite it to be used, afraid that it'll be gone when it's used up. Today, finally another golden battle poem has been born. Reddish red, golden yellow, silver white. Oh my god, this battle poem exceeds silver white. It's golden yellow. It can definitely dominate the battlefield. So, a battle poem is born. This is what it looks like. Quickly, Brother Lin. Roll up the battle poem and seal it immediately. The next time you open it, recite it with the vast and righteous Qi, and you'll be able to dominate the entire battlefield. At this moment, Lin Che was radiating light all over his body. This feeling gave him the sensation of transcendence, and at the same time, he felt very clearly that his body had also changed. It was definitely more powerful than in the past, and it seemed that all evil and sneaky means couldn't hurt himself half as much. Around him, there was still an endless stream of vast Qi coming in, and his body simply couldn't absorb that much. Again, I still have the war poem. When Lin Che opened his mouth, His voice was full of bravado and inexplicably made people trust him for a few points. Swish swish swish. This time when he put pen to paper, Lin Che's script became more than 10 times better looking than before. The pen fell on the paper, and the golden font looked like it was trying to penetrate the paper. What is the intention of the severed head today? The hegemony is difficult and many battles are fought. This time we go to Quantai to recruit our old troops, and our flags are 100,000 to cut down Yenluo. Buzz. In an instant, the paper burst with golden light once again. Dazzling. On the other hand, the Hao Ranjiang Qi in Lin Che's body had made another breakthrough. It had reached the stage of acting righteousness. It directly surpassed all the scholars present. Who broke through? Who is it? Swish swish. In an instant, 2 pale figures appeared in midair. The 2 of them were also emanating a vast and righteous aura, standing in the midair more than 10 meters high, as if they were standing on flat ground. Great scholar. Sensei. One of these 2 figures, which Lin Che still recognized, was actually Jibu. Lin Che, it's actually you. Jibu froze, then laughed loudly and stepped down from midair through the air. It's you. Did you write this war poem? Good good good. Great. Lin Che was still very respectful towards this great Confucian. He still had to hold this thigh, and in the future, if he had any problems with Hao Yan Jingqi, he would still have to ask the great Confucian for advice. Great Confucian. The 2 poems written by the late generation. I've made you laugh. You mustn't be modest. This is a war poem. A golden war poem. You've made heavenly achievements for Great Qian. Do you know that? Jibu was full of excitement and wanted to go get the 2 pieces of paper to scrutinize them. The other great scholar was faster than him and was already picking it up. All of you, put away your vast aura. Don't ever, at this time, stimulate the battle power of a battle poem. With this kind of battle poems, the effect will be reduced by half after using it once. This great scholar, red-faced and speaking in a medium voice, read the first song and then went on to the second. Ha! It's not right. It's not right. Kibu frowned. If someone else had said that, Kibu would have ignored it. But this great Confucian next to him, named Shi Shangliu, was still his senior brother in terms of seniority. He must have seen that something was wrong. Senior brother Shi, what's wrong? These are all golden battle poems. Shi Luiyue pointed to the first poem and said, judging from the aura just now, this, Lin Che, should have broken through while writing the poem. The first poem, it's a golden battle poem. This second poem, with an even stronger killing aura, should be a crimson red battle poem. What's going on? Jibu was also as if awakened. Aya, Lin Che, your first poem is a golden battle poem. In the second one, if you had drawn some more vast and righteous qi into it, this second poem would definitely be a crimson red battle poem. Between crimson and gold, the difference is more than 10 times. Shi Shangliu suddenly slapped his thigh again. Oops. Why are you standing here if you created a battle poem? If you take a few more steps and ascend to the Mingji platform, you will definitely be able to receive the positive qi of heaven and earth from successive generations of Confucian saints. I'm only afraid that both poems are going to become crimson red battle poems. Lin Che, you're confused. Can't you take 2 more steps onto the stage? Although golden yellow is good, the crimson battle poem is even more unprecedented. Chapter 72 10,000 people scorned Mo Zhashue. 2 great scholars. It's not that I'm not willing to go up to this Mingji stage. The truth is, alas, forget it. Lin Che immediately put on a look of unwillingness to mention it again. He knew very well that even if he didn't say anything, there were so many people watching at the scene. The 2 great scholars would surely know the reason. Sure enough, Lin Che didn't say anything, but when Wuzhu already couldn't help but cross her arms and start cursing. You 2 are the old fools. The dumbest and most useless old fools under the sky. Do you 2, who have no regard for the lives and deaths of your soldiers, deserve to be called great scholars? I pooh. With Wen Wuzhu's identity, the 2 great scholars naturally recognized her. Because before, Wen Hong had always felt that this granddaughter of his was making a fuss, and had even sent it to the Great Confucian Academy, only for Wen Wuzhu to stay for half a month and then flee home. Wushu girl, where do you even begin with that? Jibu still had the temperament of a great scholar. Even if a little girl scolds him to his face, he doesn't get angry. This is the broad-mindedness and temperament of a great scholar. Wen Wuzhu clenched her silver teeth and said, am I wrong? As soon as you guys came here, you all scolded Lin Che for being confused. Why don't you guys ask who didn't allow him to go on this Mingji stage? It's your good student. It was her who forcefully stopped Lin Che from going up. Who do you think is to blame? Wen Wuzhu said, pointing at Mo Zhashue with one hand. Mo Joshua was already blushing. She knew that she had gotten into trouble. With these two battle poems of Lin Che, and that vast and righteous chi, she will absolutely suffer the scorn of millions. So in her haste, her eyes suddenly reddened. Teacher, I was just joking with him. If he really wants to go up to the Ming-ji stage, can I still stop him? I was also just, seeing as he's not a student of our academy. According to the rules, he really can't go up. I didn't do anything wrong. You shut up. People like you really don't know how to have a hoary spirit. When Wuzhu wasn't afraid of her at all, and immediately cursed and turned to Jibu again. Did you know? My grandfather has said many times that if he fought an enemy country with the aid of a battle poem, there would definitely not have been tens of thousands of deaths and injuries. Just the two of you. You still have the nerve to dislike Lin Che's battle poems? If it wasn't for your students stopping you, how could it be more than a golden-colored battle poem? It must have been crimson red. Lin Che stood on the side and watched as when Wuzhu's output was as fierce as a tiger at one meal. It was definitely the right thing to do to bring her along on this one. How can he be so good at being invisible when his teammates are so powerful? Lin Che directly added on. Alas, it's a pity. I'm so drained of literary ideas that I'll never be able to make a third song. Hey, to copy the poem, there must be more. This is the time to pay back any grudges and take revenge. Jibu exclaimed in pity. This is too much of a pity. Joshua, what do you want me to say about you? Our academy, we have always advocated teaching without discrimination. When did it ever become a rule that outsiders can't go on the Ming-ji platform? Teacher, I was wrong. Mo Joshua immediately bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Her eyes red, tears falling straight down. It looks, well, pathetic. Kibu saw that it had happened, and wanted to say more, but then he wanted to stop. But next to him, Ishiyu couldn't hold back. Crying about what? Outsiders don't know, but I know exactly. You just hold a grudge against Lin Che for withdrawing from you. That's why you're targeting him so much. Isn't that right? I didn't. Mo Joshua hurriedly denied it. Sure, Shangliu didn't care about that much and shouted. Go, bring me the rattan. I'm going to make you learn a good lesson today. In the middle of the academy, Great Confucian Shi Liui was a violent temper. When a scholar makes a mistake, he doesn't care what the other person's status is. He will do it. Not to mention that they are the sons of powerful nobles. Before the late emperor died, Shi Liui Deru was chasing the late emperor with a cane in the court. Without a word, the assistant coach next to him simply handed over a ruler. Teacher, the ruler. What ruler do you want? Ask for the cane. In no time, a long cane was delivered to Shi Liu's hand. The densely packed schoolchildren around them didn't dare to say a word. Everyone's gazes fell on Shi Liui and Mo Joshua. Mo Joshua was already not crying. She was trembling with fear and didn't dare to run. How many soldiers' lives have been indirectly jeopardized because of your own personal hatred? These lashes are to whip you on behalf of the families of those martyrs. Ishiguro cursed angrily and raised the cane in his hand. Swish swish swish. It was directly drawn on Mo Joshua's body. Mo Joshua was lashed to the skin and fell on her butt. Shi Liui smacked him 3 times with the cane and had no intention of continuing. Falling to the ground, Mo Joshua's heart was indescribably humiliated. She was usually a goddess's persona. Now in front of so many schoolchildren, she was being whipped. In the future, how can she be a human being? This matter would definitely spread throughout the entire Confucian Academy and the entire Tianta city. It's all Lin Che's fault. Would she be like this if he hadn't come to the academy so suddenly? 2 great scholars. If you want to teach your students, take your time. I'll leave first. Lin Che took the opportunity to go up to salute and say goodbye, and accidentally stepped on Mo Joshua's hand. Lin Che, you did it on purpose. Mo Joshua burst into fury. Lin Che, however, did not reply, but instead saluted the 2 great scholars, full of despondency. Farewell. I'll take these 2 war poems with me, to be sent to the palace. Lin Che didn't care about their retention, and immediately took the 2 poems with him, greeted Wen Wuzhu and left. Seeing Lin Che walk so decisively, Shi Liui immediately shook his head and sighed. Look and see. Have the literati no pride? Don't literati have pride? He comes to our academy and we treat him like this? It's a wonder he doesn't have anger in his heart. Mo Joshua, you'll get your ass back to the Mo family now. We'll see when you can return to the academy again. Actually, the reason Lin Che ran away in such a hurry was simple. He already possessed the Haoran Chi, and was about to find a safe place to open the hidden sky bag and try it out. On the wagon, Lin Che rolled up the battle poem paper and handed it to Wen Wuzhu. take it back and give it to your grandfather. This is something I gave to him. Tell your grandfather to make sure he receives it. Smellless little brain had no recollection of why she had come at all. I'm still reviewing it now, and I've just cursed a couple of times less, and I'm screaming that it's a shame. Moreover, going back with these 2 battle poems, Grandpa would surely praise her fiercely. Good. Don't worry about it. I'll get it done. Why don't you come back with me? No. I want to be quiet now. Lin Che was still patient, and when he took the car to send Wen Wuju to the front of the Duke of Wei's residence, he turned back directly. It was also fortunate that it happened to be moving today, and the Champion Marquis residence was in the inner city. He doesn't have to go to the outer cities anymore. Lin Che returned to the new Champion Marquis mansion, and also walked all the way around the front yard, the promenade, and then to his own yard and entered his room. Close the door, close the window, start working on the hidden sky bag. It was also while Lin Che was hiding. What he could not have imagined was that the sensation caused by these 2 battle poems was far from over. The price to be paid by Mo Joshua is also far from over. Chapter 73, 3,000 soldiers and horses rushed straight to the Heavenly Workers' Mansion, the residence of the Duke of Wei. Wen Hong is carefully flipping through the military book. In front of it, there was another map, a strategic map of the border between Great Qian and Yan Yun Kingdom, because Gong Chengyin died in Daqian, even how to make amends. These 2 sides are only afraid that it is difficult to avoid a battle. Although his old bones, it may not be his turn to go to war, but as a general, it's natural to be on call and think longer term. Grandpa, come on, Grandpa. Just at this time, Wen Wuju's anxious voice came in, and without even knocking on the door, he rushed right in. Wen Hong's thoughts were interrupted, but he couldn't get angry at this most precious granddaughter. He just looked at her and smiled. Our family's Wuju, is a good-looking woman, and she doesn't have the softness of other big girls. This has the style of our Wen family, and if you knocked on the door when you entered, that would be even better. Grandpa, at this time, you should stop preaching for now. Battle poems. Lin Che made a battle poem. Wen Wuju was not a twisted ninny, and placed the rolled-up paper of the war poem on the table. Then another small hand pressed. Grandpa, both battle poems are golden-colored. Lin Che said to give them both to you. Be careful, don't activate your true chi. Otherwise, the battle poem's battle power will be gone. Really a war poem? Wen Hong naturally knew how to catalyze a battle poem, and he wouldn't burst out the general's battle intent here. An incomparably grave look appeared above that old face. Show me. Immediately, Wen Wuju opened the first volume, and the golden and radiant color inside had been condensing without dissipating. Each font was condensing monstrous battle intent. The ones that do are war poems. Good. Ha ha ha. When it's really a war poem, too good. Show me the second song quickly. Hurry. Flags of 100,000 to cut down Yan Luo. Good. Domineering enough. Wen Hong was incomparably excited, and a fervor he had never seen before erupted from his eyes. Quickly, tell Grandpa how Lin Che made it. Doesn't he not have a vast chi? Of course it was comprehended while writing a battle poem. Grandpa. In fact, one of these battle poems should be up to the crimson rank, but this was delayed. Wen Wuji didn't stop for a moment and immediately flew off the whole process, especially when they were talking about how Mo Joshua had taken personal vendetta, and had intentionally prevented Lin Che from going up to the Ming-Ji stage several times in 3 attempts. Of course, the last thing that was said was that the great Confucian took a cane and whipped Mo Joshua. What? That's even? Wen Hong stood up with an open mind, his face full of anger, gritting his teeth. In a normal people's home, it's the disobedient child that is not only whipped these 2 or 3 times, she ruined a crimson-colored battle poem. That is a battle poem that dominates the battlefield. Is this even enough? Our great Qian, if we possess a crimson battle poem, even if we don't use it for 100 years, as long as it's hung in the palace, the soldiers of that enemy country won't dare to take half a step into Daqian. This Mo Joshua, she is ruining our great Qian's 100 years of peace. Outrageous. He, the Confucian Academy, dares not teach or speak, but I, Wen Hong, am not afraid. Someone passed the military order. Half a quarter of an hour later, 3,000 soldiers are ready. This was still because in the inner city, Wen Hong only had so little troops. If he really went out of Tiandu city, he hated to bring 30,000 soldiers with him. Come with me. Surround the Mo family, the residents of Mo Jidong. Mo Jidong, those are the 3 great heavenly workers of the Mozi family, with a very high status. Now it's the chief official appointed to control flooding. This was also the reason why the group of scholars from the Confucian Academy didn't dare to go and scold Imo Joshua face to face. Have a background. Good looking. But when Hong doesn't care about that much, a girl child like Imo Joshua is weak in his eyes, one punch at a time. His men, who were very loyal to him, naturally did not ask many questions and set off directly. 3,000 soldiers and horses, acting in the middle of the inner city, immediately caused a huge sensation. At this point, in the middle of the heavenly workers' mansion, Imo Joshua was losing her temper with her maid. I said no food. No food. You don't have ears, do you? Do you not understand human language? Miss, yes, it was the main mother who said that you had to be let through. She wants to ask you what happened. The two maids answered with a shiver. This Missy, if she was in front of outsiders, she would definitely be the lady of the house, but as long as she was messed with, she was meaner than anyone else. No go no go. Scram! Imo Joshua directly blasted away the two maids and banged the door shut in the room. Right now she didn't want to pay attention to anyone. Really hate to hide and not want to see anyone. Right now the family doesn't understand what's going on. But the insults at the academy are sure to get back to the family and to the entire Manhwa clan. She used to be the pride of the Mo family. But now, all of a sudden, she had become a disgrace to the Mo family. It's all Lin Che's fault. It's all his fault. He's the one who victimized me. He just intentionally prepared 2 battle poems and deliberately came to the academy to show me off. How am I going to face everyone in the future? Even if I don't stop it, will he be able to move up a level with his second poem? I don't think it's going to be much more than that. Imo Joshua cursed while also smashing the teacup on the table hard against the wall. She was really going crazy. She had been a prodigy since she was a child. She was the smartest person in the Mo family. And it was only after so many years of reading the holy books that she possessed the most rudimentary of the hoi polloi. But why did Lin Che just write 2 poems? His vastness then surpasses that of all schoolchildren. On what grounds? Just at this time, Imo Joshua suddenly heard a chaotic and noisy sound outside. That sound was very strange. Like there were 1,000 armies running wildly past in front of her mansion. There were also sounds of alarm from the underlings outside. Bang! 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 There was another sharp knock on the door. Miss, it's not good. It's not good. Didn't I tell you to leave me alone? I want to be quiet now, can't I? Imo Joshua shouted angrily again. Miss, you'd better come out quickly. There's an army outside. So many soldiers and horses. And they've surrounded our mansion. You better come out and see. They are looking for you. Imo Joshua was puzzled for a while. She also heard the cacophony. Simply open the door to your room. Who wants me? What for? It's those soldiers. They're so fierce. They said that you were the one who ruined a battle poem. And they're looking for the Mercers to give a statement. Imo Joshua trembled and sat on her butt in fear. Done. She had forgotten that the war poem and the Ministry of War were inextricably linked. It's over. It's over. What do we do? What do we do now? Chapter 74 Handing over Imo Joshua. If it was said that Imo Joshua was unconvinced and annoyed before, now she was really scared. She realized she was in trouble. For them, the Confucian scholars, anyone can be offended and scolded. And even when His Majesty did wrong, the great Confucian dared to rebuke him to his face. But the only thing that these scholars are very jealous of is the military. For one thing, when a showman meets a soldier, he can't reason with him. If you dare to say a few more words, the big soldier's head will come with 2 punches of boom boom. The second and the main one. These military families, often with martyrs in their families, were people who had actually fought on the battlefield. Anyone who dares to mess with them will be attacked by the others. And now, Imo Joshua couldn't imagine that outside was a large number of soldiers and horses surrounding their Tiangongfu. This is not an unusual break-in. This is a stab in the dark. Imo Joshua called out in panic. Quickly let the elders go out and send them away. Definitely don't let them in. Miss, they haven't come in yet, but they've got the perimeter surrounded. It's been shouting outside the whole time. The master mother doesn't dare to open the door at all. Imo Joshua was just about to ask what they were shouting outside. The sound of neat voices could be heard far outside. Hand over Imo Joshua. Hand over Imo Joshua. The shouts grew neater and neater, drawing a roar from all around. These 3,000 soldiers and horses, but really on the battlefield killed. At this moment together shouting, as if the charge. In the air above their heads, a faint layer of blood mist even coalesced. It's a sign of the cohesion of the military spirit. The butler of the Tiangong mansion had also seen the world. Now that the outside was surrounded by soldiers and horses, or naming the young lady's trouble. It was definitely necessary to ask what was going on. The butler roared angrily. His body's true chi erupted, and he walked out in large strides. Who are you people, daring to defend our heavenly workers' mansion? Do you still have the laws of De Qin in your eyes? Which army is it from? And who is your general? I'm going to personally senate you guys. Humph, where are the people from your heavenly workers' mansion? Letting a butler come out is looking down on old me, isn't it? With a cry of fury from the midst of the ranks, when Hong rode on, tick-tock, the horse's hooves made a crisp clatter on the lapis lazuli. The housekeeper's gaze swept towards the person speaking on the horse, and he couldn't help but tremble and stare in disbelief. Then, immediately rubbing his eyes again, he stammered and asked the guard next to him, "You guys, did you see it clearly? It's the Duke of Wei?" Yes, it's the Duke of Wei. Heavens, what exactly has Miss committed? Those guards were also trembling in their bodies. On normal days, even princes and nobles wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of their heavenly worker's house. But unexpectedly, it was the Duke of Wei himself who came today. Duke Wei, why are you here? What trouble has our young lady gotten into? And why do you need to labor? You must give our family lord face. Humph, I have nothing to say to you. Let Mo Xiaoxue come out. I have a few words to ask her face to face. Don't worry. I'm not so bad as to lay my hands on a girl child. What? You're not going to kill me? You mean you're going to do it again? The butler was so frightened that he ran back to report. My lord mother, it's the Duke of Wei who's here outside. In fact, the main mother of the Mo family has been in the mansion. Outside the conversation heard it clearly. Hateful is, now the Mo family are going to control flooding. The family mail quite a lot, but can suppress the Lord Wei not one. Quickly, report to His Majesty at once. This Duke Wei dares to surround our heavenly workers' mansion. What is he up to? Immediately, there were then strong people who took the token and rushed out of the heavenly workers' mansion, heading towards the imperial palace. Outside, when Hong naturally found out, but he didn't stop him, because he knew very well that from the moment he ordered his troops and horses, the palace must have known what was happening. At his age, he was naturally aware of the consequences. However, he really had thousands of anger in his heart. It was because of Mo Xiaoxue that the crimson-colored battle poem that could have been born was stopped at golden yellow. If he hadn't kept his wits about him, he really would have had to break into the mansion. And at the moment, Lin Che, who was in the Champion Marquis residence, had no idea what was happening outside. He used his Hao Ran Chi and studied it for a while, already opening the hidden heavenly pouch. Open up! Lin Che was pleasantly surprised. I can't imagine that the Hao Ran Chi is really useful. The moment he opened the hidden heavenly pouch, Lin Che suddenly had a strange feeling. It seemed that he could see clearly that there was a strange space inside the hidden heavenly pouch. It seemed that the inside was constructed using the powerful Hao Ran Chi. This thing, it's a storage ring. 16th Prince, you mustn't let me down. Lin Che tried to reach into the mouth of the pouch, and sure enough, he grabbed something. When I held it outward, it felt heavy in my hand. It's a huge box. It's really okay. Get rich this time. Even if I don't become a mountain bandit who upholds justice in the future, I'll still make a fortune by opening a logistics company. Lin Che reached in and grabbed again, this time taking out a large number of arrows. Keep taking. Skill points acquired, 21. Lin Che looked at the stack of silver tickets in his hand. There was no need to count them. Definitely 2.5 million. Remaining points, 52. Good. It's no longer a loss. Lin Che originally had 31 points left, and now he naturally had 52 points. He took it a couple more times, and surprisingly, there were silver checks. Remaining points, 122. At this horrible number, there are finally no more silver tickets. This was definitely enough, and he could already imagine the scene of him frantically raising his cultivation level. Isn't Lin shaking like going to the Great Wall of Qi? I'll send him straight to the west. Lin Che threw the silver ticket to the side, not even bothering to look at it more than once, and continued to pull it out. What is it? This time, he fished out a fist-sized bottle. It looks more like a grenade, but it was incomparably heavy in the hand, and there was a red light wrapped around it, so it seemed that it couldn't just be opened. Lin Che just took one look and realized it. This is absolutely great. Chapter 75, Crazy Escalation. Could it be some kind of fine wine? Lin Che took the mysterious bottle and shook it, clearly feeling that it was liquid inside. Of course, he didn't dare to open it hastily. Still need to find a chance to ask a real expert. When he thought of an expert, the first thing Lin Che thought of was the indulgent celestial destiny man above the 9th floor of the De Qin book depository. Such a character must know it. There's nothing else in the hidden sky bag either. It's also time to enter the palace to learn martial arts. Lin shaking Guang's dog's head is waiting for me to chop it off. Lin Che took everything back into the hidden sky pouch again, and after checking it over, he immediately went to the palace. When he was enthroned as the champion marquis, His Majesty had a decree that allowed him to enter the palace to cultivate at any time. Although it was now looking dark, Lin Che still managed to enter the palace without any problems. Lin Che went straight to the bookstore. It was still the three old men who guarded the first floor of the bookstore. The three of them didn't chat either. They all had their eyes closed. And if it wasn't for the fact that there was a night pearl set next to them, illuminating their figures, they would have thought that the three of them were statues. Three of you, seniors, I've come to disturb you again. Lin Che arrived in front of the three old men and bowed respectfully. The three old men all slowly opened their eyes, and their originally ancient faces suddenly revealed a look of surprise. It's you. Your cultivation is really the one who is being looked at by that person. Kid, when I saw you a few days ago, you were only at the chi refining stage. Now you're already at the chi refining perfection stage? Have to convince the old De Chien will finally produce another young hero. Go up. Although the three old men were surprised, they didn't forcefully leave Lin Che behind to get close. They had seen too many heavenly figures. Lin Che thanked him and went upstairs in a light manner. To Lin Che's surprise, when he was on the fifth floor, he encountered two men in official uniforms flipping through books. It seemed that the two of them were also the ones who had gotten permission to enter the bookstore. Lin Che went up to the ninth floor in one breath, and the first thing he did was head for the corner. Where is everyone? This time, Lin Che didn't see the figure of the indulgent heavenly ordainer in the corner. That table was also cleaned up, with only a few neatly stacked books, not piled high like before. Elder Heaven's Destiny Man? Lin Che whispered a few more times, but there was no response. It looks like the vertical destroyer is really not here. Lin Che secretly cried out in pity. Originally he was thinking of asking for a few lessons. Now it was only possible to find the secret books on his own. Right now, I'm still at the second grade chi refining realm perfection, and by the looks of it, I want to rush to the great perfection. I still have to continue practicing a chi refining technique. Lin Che was also experienced now. Before he had practiced so many body forging techniques before reaching the great circle, he hoped that he wouldn't have to do so this time in the chi refining realm. But that's okay. Now he's definitely a Wall Street titan with 122 skill points to splurge on. The chi refining technique is the complete book of 3 elements of chi refining. But with this gong method, I can't use skill points directly. Lin Che secretly spat in his heart and began to flip through the densely packed secret books. He sifted through them quickly as well, taking over a book and constantly flipping through it. Eventually, if the system didn't respond, it was the next book. However, there are just too many of these secret books. Lin Che had spent this night on rummaging, and, after reading so many books, surprisingly, there wasn't a single book that could be directly cultivated. No? Lin Che stretched and looked out the window. It was already slightly light in the sky. He simply grabbed a few battle techniques and went to the table in the corner. The chi refining technique hadn't been found, so it was fine to find a few battle techniques to cultivate first. What are these secret cultivation books? Lin Che just wanted to casually move away the several cultivation secrets that were placed on the table, which should have been left here by Zhong Hong Tian's order. It was also at this time that Lin Che saw the name of the first secret book at a glance. The Secret of the Circumstantial Eating of Qi. Isn't this Qi refining technique what old General Wen Hong taught him? Looking at the second book, it was clearly written on it, the Dragon Cicada Dissolving Qi Technique. Could it have been left behind on purpose by the heavenly orders? This was highly likely. Otherwise it was only a Qi refining realm cultivation technique. How could it be placed here? Keep going through the rest of the secret book. The 9 open divine backs, the regenerating divine crocodile skin, the 12 dragon elephant orifices, and the dragon yang off fire pupils, 2 books of the body forging realm, 2 books of the chi refining realm, and 2 books of the passage realm. The last book, the record of true numanations of the Tao sect. This was a secret book of the 4th grade sentinel realm, but there was only 1 book, not 2. As for the 5th grade, there were no secret books. It was thought that this vertical heavenly ordainer thought that Lin Che's ability to cultivate to the imperial realm was the limit. Moreover, the vertical heavenly ordainer must have known of his strength in the forging realm and left 2 books of the forging realm behind. Try them all. The first thing Lin Che picked up was the Dragon Cicada Dissolving Qi skill. Flipping through and reading it with all seriousness. Cultivable technique detected. To cultivate or not to cultivate? Finally, The pleasant sound of the cue was heard. Cultivate. Cultivation technique, dragon cicada dissolving chi technique, level 1/10. In that case, there's no need to be polite and just pull full points to the 10th floor. After reaching the 10th floor, his cultivation had also finally reached the Great Circle, and he could impact the third Great 100 Orifices realm. Third pin. I'm coming. When Lin Che finished flipping through the 12 dragon elephant tricks, the system came with a prompt. Immediately after, cultivation technique, dragon elephant 12 orifices, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, 9 open divine backs, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, regenerating divine crocodile skin, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, dragon yang fire pupil, 10th/10th level. These feats were all quite easy for Lin Che to cultivate. However, it was very difficult when impacting the Sentinel realm from the third Great 100 Orifices realm. With so many feats in front of him, it only took 1 day, but cultivating just the one in the Sentinel realm took 4 days. This sentient realm, surprisingly, still required true thoughts. At the Sentinel realm, it's not just about using true chi, it's also about true thoughts. Using special thoughts to control items, this is the Imperial Object realm. Finally, after another half a day, Lin Che succeeded. The pleasant voice of the system came again. Cultivation level 10. Pull it straight up. After stepping into the Sentinel realm, he summoned the system directly. Host, Lin Che. Realm, 4th grade Sentinel realm, great perfection. Cultivation techniques, blazing yang body, 10th/10th level. Dragon spine technique, 10th/10th level. Dragon bone technique, 10th/10th level. Dragon tendon technique, 10th/10th level. Big Dipper's hidden dragon body, 10th/10th level. 9 openings of the god's back, 10th/10th level. Regeneration of god's crocodile skin, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, Zhou Tian Chi eating technique, 10th/10th level. Dragon cicada chi dissolving technique, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, dragon elephant 12 orifices, 10th/10th level. Dragon yang fire pupil, 10th/10th level. Cultivation technique, Taoist true numinous record, 10th/10th level. Remaining points, 62. The time spent hard at cultivation goes by so fast. Today is the day I'm going to feast on the 100 officials. Although there are still 62 skill points left, there's no shortage of gifts to receive. And it's time to go out and take a look. We can't let Lin Shakespeare run off early. Chapter 76. It wasn't even dark yet, and the Champion Marquis mansion was buzzing with activity. Tonight was the Champion Marquis big day to invite all his friends and officials to a banquet, so naturally it was incredibly lively. Nowadays, Lin Che's identity wasn't the previous Uncle Jingen, but now he was the Champion Marquis, and in just a short period of time, he had done one big thing after another. These civil and military officials broke their heads trying to get an invitation. If they really didn't get an invitation, they asked around to find out who had gotten one, and simply went to rub it in. That consequence is that one official holds the invitation, followed by 7 or 8 other officials. Lin Che, in this regard, naturally didn't mind. After all, these people would never come over empty-handed. They all had to send gifts. Boss Lin, haha, little brother is here. The one who appeared early was the young proprietor of Drunken Moon House, Shang Huainan. Some time ago, he had brought fire to Drunken Moon House with Lin Che's poetry, and it was already keeping him inundated with guests. Immediately after Lin Che was named the Champion Marquis, immediately, all the tea seat fees at Drunken Moon House increased tenfold, and it also required paired reservations. Shang Huainan, dressed as a fluttering gentleman, waved his hand. Come, bring the 10 that I gave to Brother Lin. Boxes. Congratulatory gifts. Carry them in, be careful. They're all expensive. If you break them, you won't be able to pay them back even if you work for 80 years. That voice, afraid that people wouldn't realize that he was giving an expensive gift. Lin Che smiled and said, Brother Shang, you've broken the bank. Boss, just call me old Brother Shang. Think of when we met at first sight and shared the same pain together. As if it was just last month. It was last month. Come on, go in and sit down. Got a good seat for you. Lin Che greeted with a smile. Xiao Qing was all smiles, dressed already like a lady from a big family, and said in a delicate voice, Mr. Shang, please follow me. When Shang Huainan saw Xiao Qing's appearance, he couldn't help but light up, and his heart burst with relief. It's true, this little ninja still can't get enough of me, and she deliberately dressed up so nicely today just to perform well in front of me. Oh, My god, it's really difficult. Tonight, the talented girl Gong Hua Chao will also be here. What if the two of them meet and compete for each other's favor? If they start competing for favor now, when they give birth to a child for me, if it's a boy or a girl, won't it be even more of a fight? I'm damn charming. Not a moment later, Xiao Cheng had led Shang Huainan into the mansion and walked back in front of the gate again with an odd face. Master, this Mr. Shang, what's wrong with him? Keeps sighing at me, and keeps shaking his head. Pay no attention to this narcissist. Lin Che waved his hand and continued to stand in the doorway. Xiao Chang added, Master, if other families have a big banquet, the host family is inside to greet the guests. Why did you come to the door? It's okay, I'll just see who's good enough to come empty-handed. Lin Che was speaking from the bottom of his heart. This time, the purpose of widely distributing invitations was to harvest a wave of money. He couldn't let anyone fish in troubled waters. Moreover, when these honorable guests saw Lin Che standing at the door to greet them, they naturally felt that they were valued. Marquis Wuan, Zhang come to congratulate us. At the front, Big Strong loudly announced the name of the visitor. Lin Che immediately went up to greet him with a smile, and when he saw that behind Zhang there were two subordinates carrying congratulatory gifts, Lin Che's smile became even more prevalent. This Marquis of Wuan is not Zhang to fight to come, but hereditary reckoning from his great-grandfather's generation. But it's worth honoring. After Zhang ordered people to send gifts in, he even pulled Lin Che aside. Champion Marquis, our two families will have to interact more in the future. Ever since I saw you for the first time, I knew that you are definitely a dragon and phoenix amongst men, and my heart was filled with favor. A good feeling. My ass. The first time I saw you, you mixed in with the crowd and cursed me. Not only did you scold me, but your son from the Confucian Academy also shouted my father. Zhang Erhin scolded me in his capacity. Marquis Zhang, I'm also fond of you at first sight. Yeah well, ha. Maybe, Marquis Lin and I. You and I will even become friends who forget years. Zhang looked like he was already acquainted. He whispered again, by the way, Zhou Wei, the former minister of the household department, is on good terms with me. Previously, his grandson, Zhou Xianchun, offended Marquis Lin. The Zhou family hasn't been able to find a suitable opportunity to make amends to you. Today, he also made sure to ask me to send over his share of amends as well. Some other day he will also personally come to the door to apologize. I still hope that you, Marquis Lin, won't bother with that grandson of his, Zhou Xianchun. Oh, the scholar who scolded him in the first place, before he was in the Golden Palace but directly sued the imperial court to come. And he also took the initiative to find this former minister Zhou Wei, asking for 1 million taels of silver, but the other guy didn't give a. And now, Zhou Wei took the initiative to send a gift and to apologize at the door. This officialdom is so realistic. Zhou Xianchun is still in jail, but the Zhou family doesn't dare to hold a grudge against Lin Che, but also wants to send congratulatory gifts to apologize. Otherwise, the Zhou family was worried that Lin Che would hold a grudge, and with one word, Zhou Xianchun would not be able to get out of this life. The Zhou family would also suffer. So it's Zhou Xianchun. Lin Che had a stern face and seemed to be very angry, exhaling 2 heavy breaths before he said, if someone else had come over, I would have smacked him with my hands. But Marquis Zhang, you came over. I'll sell you this favor. I'll accept this gift. In return, I'll also bother Marquis Zhang to organize a game, so we can sit down and talk together. Zhang immediately felt, old face, straightening his chest. He answered down with a mouthful. Fine. Then we have a deal. Make an appointment later, and I'll personally come to pick up Marquis Lin. Immediately after, all the guests arrived one after another. There are the 6 ministries of the old minister Shen Luo, as well as the many students of the Confucian Academy. Ji Bu Deru personally led the group, a vast hundreds of people. Da Hongblu's Ing Da Hong. Chang Ting also appeared with heavy gifts. And now that Fei Sanjiu has been cut down and Lin Che is busy with his own affairs, it is surprising that the two of them have been promoted to major positions. Naturally, he was very happy. By the time when Wuzhu also arrived, it was almost a full crowd. The entire Champion Marquis mansion was bustling with activity. Lin Che was not ambiguous, and after some impassioned words, he then toasted the crowd 3 times in a row. When Wuzhu was sitting at the main table, and after she drank 3 cups, her face was scarlet as she said, Lin Che, I've brought my good sister here today. She didn't see you compose a poem before, so why don't you compose a poem for us now? The faces of the remaining guests looked odd for a while, although they also wanted Lin Che to compose a poem. But when Wu Zhu had spoken too nonchalantly, the current Lin Che was a champion marquis. Good. It's a rare night to be happy. Lin Che didn't mind either. He knew very well who the thighs were. Moreover, if when Wu Zhu hadn't helped her with the hidden sky bag, it wouldn't necessarily still be in his hands right now. Great Confucian Jibu also laughed. If talented Master Lin wants to compose a poem, I'm all ears. Is it a war poem? Battle poems, which are not so easy, but this one, it's not bad. Lin Che raised his wine glass, and under the gaze of all the guests, he slowly walked forward, wandering between each table. He suddenly glanced up at the moon in the night sky. When is the bright moon? Asked the green sky with a glass of wine. The opening line instantly silenced the room. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to go back by the wind, but I'm afraid that the jade palace is too high to be cold. I want to dance and make a clear shadow. How can I be on earth? Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful door. There is no sleep. There should be no hate. Why do things always look back to the time of parting? People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. Lin Che drank the wine in his hand. But I wish for a long time and 1,000 miles. After the words were spoken, and after a few breaths of silence, there was a roar of applause. Gong Hua Chao was a renowned talent. Her voice was clear and crisp as she said, "What a great line, wishing for a long time and 1,000 miles. That one sentence alone is enough to keep me in the dust." Great Confucian Jibu also mused. Olmi thinks, people have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its darkness. This sentence is even better. In the midst of the crowd's marveling, I don't know who it was that cursed angrily. Oof, that Mo Jiaxue, if she hadn't been a demon. With talented Lin's literary talent, he would definitely be able to write a crimson battle poem. Now she deserves this. Lin Che raised his eyebrows. How is Mo Jiaxue? If it's miserable, then I'm relieved. Chapter 77, a bit unorthodox. Mo Jiaxue, how is she now? Lin Che pretended to ask without thinking. She's afraid to go out now. Immediately, the crowd around them were all talking and gnashing their teeth. In this, when Wu Zhu was the one who knew better, and she was the loudest. Lin Che, you don't know. That day that Mo Jiaxue was ordered by the Great Confucian to go home and reflect. She still wasn't convinced. Humph. So my grandfather personally brought 3,000 soldiers and horses over and surrounded all of her heavenly workers' mansion. Next to him, Wen Hong didn't answer and just sighed and drank. Doesn't look like he cares what the outside world thinks of him. It wasn't long after my grandfather was outside the heavenly workers' mansion that the patrol army came. At that time, the scene was really watertight. The heavenly workers' mansion was so scared that they had already activated their Majia's organ technique, for fear of fighting their way in. They even ran to beg His Majesty. Guess what His Majesty said? When Wu Zhu looked towards Lin Che with a smile on her face, waiting for Lin Che's reply. Lin Che was still thinking, but it was Sheng Huainan from the second table who responded loudly. His Majesty is so wise that he issued a decree reprimanding the heavenly workers' house and punishing Mo Jiaxue. This is what she deserved. Humph. It's just a pity that it also dragged the academy into this. When Wu Zhu was originally waiting to show off, but she couldn't imagine that Sheng Huainan had said it first, and couldn't help but give Sheng Huainan a blank look. This guy, why is he so annoying? Sheng Huainan, on the other hand, gently leaned back and secretly shook his head. This damn charm of mine. Even when Wu Zhu has a crush on me? Stealing glances at me and being discovered by me. Alas, she's afraid she won't be able to forget me. I'm so attracted to the opposite sex everywhere I go. Over there, when Wu Zhu had no idea what Sheng Huainan's mind was thinking as she continued. Her Majesty has heard the whole thing and has even seen the 2 battle poems herself. She reprimanded the Heavenly Workers' Office with an explicit decree. And as for any chastisement, we'll have to wait until Mo Jidong comes back from treating the floods. One of your 2 war poems was left in the palace. Only one is still in our house. There's another thing. The Jingua Palace heard about it and shamelessly tried to take the war poem over. It was scolded by my grandfather. That Mo Jiaxue is now on the verge of a mental breakdown, and the vast qi in his body is going to dissipate at any moment. Lin Che's eyebrows raised, secretly relieving his hatred. But why is it that the hoi polloi is about to dissipate at any moment? Not that it has already dissipated? Alas, it is a pity. Ha! Lin Che reacted at once. This everyone was watching. I mean, it's a shame about the 2 battle poems. I also thought it was possible to upgrade to crimson. Pity. At this time, when Hong opened his mouth and spoke in a deep voice. Well, today is your big day. let's not talk about these unhappy things. Anyway, in the future, if anyone dares to bully you, you just come straight to me. I'll bring my soldiers to tear his mouth off. Wen Hong still knew the difference. Wen Wuju could blah 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 blah, although everyone had already understood it. But to say it in public was another matter. Wen Hong simply sheltered Lin Che in public, meaning that he was also warning the others that since they had come as guests today, then, after leaving this door, don't talk too much. Of course, even if Wen Hong didn't say anything, it was unlikely that these people would talk nonsense when they went out. After all, right now, Lin Che was His Majesty's popular beloved. Who would mess with him for nothing? Next, Lin Che didn't bother talking about this topic and continued to eat and drink with the guests. Only at 12 o'clock in the evening did such a group of guests leave one after another. Lin Che had drunk a lot of alcohol, but with his physique, this alcohol didn't have much effect at all. In the end, Wen Hong also wanted to take his leave, and Lin Che hurriedly said, "Old General, please stay. There is one more thing I want to ask you." Wen Hong drank, his face red and reeked of alcohol. He glanced at Wen Wuju, who needed the support of two maids beside him, and nodded his head. "What is it? Go ahead. And please, Old General, come inside." Lin Che invited Wen Hong into the house, closed the door behind him, and began to pull out. Wen Hong was filled with shock. This? What are you going to do? Old General, I have a treasure here. Do you know what it is? Lin Che rushed to take out the weird bottle that was like a grenade before Wen Hong could misunderstand it. There was still a haze lingering above. This is the dragon swallowing jade pot. Wen Hong instantly sobered up most of the wine, and full of shock, he reached out and took it for a closer look. Lin Che's wine, on the other hand, had completely awakened because the name of this treasure was more or less immodest, and swallowed the dragon jade pot. Why don't you call it a closed purse? A white jade tiger? Old General, you really are knowledgeable. What is this thing? What's inside? Wen Hong took the treasure and carefully examined it, also shaking it a few times and nodding. This is a real treasure. The dragon swallowing jade pot is often used to contain only one thing. That is nightmare blood. This kind of blood is amazing. Just one drop of it can quench a martial artist's numinous power. You can understand it as spiritual power. You'll know when you reach the Sentinel realm. Wen Hong began to speak as if he were a man of honor. Among our military families, truly strong armies generate military souls. With this kind of military soul, then they can be invincible. No demon or devil can get close. This kind of military soul is actually the willpower born out of a strong army. You should have heard of the defeat of an army. Often, when the commander-in-chief dies in battle, the soldiers will scatter. However, once a military soul is born, then no matter who dies in battle, the remaining soldiers will flee and instead fight even harder. Fight to the end in blood. Wen Hong returned the dragon-swallowing jade pot to Lin Che and continued, "And I won't ask you where this came from, but if you really want to quench your numinous power, then you must be extremely careful. Do not be hasty. Fighting off the nightmares. You can soar. Even if the words of the Fa family come out of your mouth, you'll be able to resist it. But if you can't fight it off, you'll be mentally depressed, and it'll be hard to make even half a step forward in the future. In the worst case, the whole person will turn into a little cutie." Lin Che nodded solemnly. Suddenly an out-of-place thought popped up. Legalists. Yes, not a single person from the Mingjingji came to give gifts tonight. The Duke of Qianling didn't come either. What a gouge. Thanks for the reminder. Old General. This thing, how do I open it? I don't understand. Wen Hong shook his head and remembered something else, but I know that Her Majesty should be able to open it. She also took nightmare blood when she was a child. Double cream. Know how to open it? That's not good. He had borrowed it from Gong Chengyin. It's not easy to explain the source, but whatever. Just know that this one is a treasure. In the futures find an opportunity. He must make the Empress help him open this dragon-swallowing jade pot. Otherwise, he would help her open her dragon-swallowing jade pot. Lin Che personally escorted Wen Hong out of the mansion, and only after they boarded the carriage did Lin Che turn his head back. Marquis Lin. I can't imagine that outside the doorway. There is another person hiding in the corner. Lin Che looked at the person who walked out and it was surprisingly Zhang Er. Marquis Zhang. You're still here? Is there no carriage to go back? I'll arrange it for you right away. No. Marquis Lin is polite. My carriage is over there. I'm here specifically to wait for you. I remembered something I wanted to inform Marquis Lin about. Zhang Er had a fawning demeanor. looking like a house slave rather than the mighty Marquis of Wuhan. Go ahead. The Jinhua Palace has secretly made some connections. At 3 o'clock tomorrow at noon, prisoner Lin Shaking Light will leave the city through the northern gate on the outer city side and head for the Great Wall of Qi. Chapter 78, I'll kill you. Outer city. Off to the north gate. The group of soldiers and horses only traveled a few hundred meters before stopping. This group of soldiers and horses was special because they were the group that escorted death row prisoners to the Great Wall of Qiluk. The death row inmates totaled 35, but they were escorted by more than 300 soldiers and horses. Many of the people saw such a scene and were cursing at the death row inmates in the procession. Being a death row inmate and being sent to the Great Wall of Qiluk, that meant that there was no semblance of human rights to speak of, and the status was not even as good as that of a slave. The procession stopped, and for the simple reason that someone had come to see off the death row inmates. If anyone else had come over to deliver it, the procession definitely wouldn't have stopped. But now the one stopping in front was the Duke of Jinhua. Lord Jin, 2/4 of an hour. It cannot be too long. I beg your pardon. The leading guard captain was also very uptight, and even dismounted and arched his hand at Lin Baojun, afraid of offending this powerful Jinhua Gong. Lin Baojun just nodded. His eyes kept falling amongst that group of death row inmates, but his feet didn't move half a bit. The Jinhua public were also waiting quietly, not immediately going forward. After a while, Lin Rushing reminded in a low voice, "Father, it's almost time. We'd better go over to see Big Brother. Now that Mother hasn't returned, it can only be us who send him off." Rebel son! Lin Baojun gritted his teeth and cursed, before walking towards the front death row line. Everyone understood that this sentence wasn't scolding Lin Rushing, much less Lin Shaking, but rather, it was scolding Lin Che. If it wasn't Lin Che, then their Jinhua Fu wouldn't have had the day when their flesh and bones were separated. Lin Baojun arrived in front of Lin Shuangguang. Looking at Lin Shuangguang's appearance at the moment, he suddenly closed his eyes in heartache. At the moment it was Lin Shaking Light, a death row prisoner's clothes, cloaked hair, dirty and smelly, and her face was green and purple, so she should have been severely beaten in the cell. Lin Shakespeare wore shackles on his hands and feet, and he needed to walk to the Great Wall of Qiluk step by step like this. Often, in the middle of the process, the death row inmates can't hold out and die halfway through. By the time we reach the Great Wall of Qi, the remaining half will be arranged to join the death squad, and within a few days, this remaining half will be dead as well. The corpse is all gone. Father, yes, it's the child who's sorry. At this time, Lin Shakespeare's dry, cracked lips moved and took the lead in speaking. Then his gaze swept back to the Jinhua Fu crowd as he asked again, "Where is my mother?" She didn't come?" Lin Rushing hurriedly said, "Big brother, Mother doesn't know about you yet. She's been at the Jade Void Palace all this time and hasn't returned yet." Lin Shaking Light sighed long and hard, but his mother had gone back to the Taoist Jade Void Palace to beg for pills for him, and when she came back and found out that he had been sent to the Great Wall of Qiluk, she didn't know how upset she would be. "Aha! From now on, the family will be in your hands. You take care of your parents." Perhaps it is, as a man's word is good. The current Lin Shakespeare began to miss his family and was uneasy about his parents. Not at all like the spirited and unbeatable Jinhua Fu Shi ZZ before. "Don't say those demoralizing words." Lin Baojun suddenly spoke. He took out a small box from his arms and opened it. Inside was a golden pill. 7 revolutions fixed yuan pill. Lin Shaking Light also blurted out at the sight. He knew this elixir very well, as a celestial pride among his closest friends had taken it before. Of course, he had never seen these heavenly friends since his accident. "This elixir, you take it now. When you get over there, even if you don't make a breakthrough, at least your cultivation won't fall off. As long as you're all cultivated, I'll make some more connections. It's possible to get you a good position. There is no need for you to join the Daredevil team." "Thank you, father." Lin Shakeshine didn't be polite and directly took the precious 7 turns fixed yuan pill. All of a sudden, he felt his body heat up, and the injuries he had sustained for many days seemed to have healed in just a few breaths. Lin Rushing next to him looked on. A flash of jealousy flashed across his tender face, and there was even a color of resentment in his eyes. The Seiho is the Seiho. Even though he was sentenced to death, his father still planned everything for the Seiho. If this 7 revolutions fixed yuan pill was given to him to take, then he would surely become a heavenly pride as well, surpassing this so-called Shi big brother. However, father was still very biased and gave it to Lin Shaking. However, the jealousy on Lin Rushing's face was instantly hidden as he laughed. "It seems that father has prepared for this, so I'm relieved. I just prepared some anti-cold pills for you. Big brother, you bring them with you as well." Lin Rushing shoved a small package directly into Lin Shuangwang's arms. Thank you. It's not in vain that Big Brother loves you so much on weekdays. Lin Shaking Light's face had recovered quite a bit of its vigor at the moment. It's the right thing to do. We are brothers. Lin Baojun also nodded in relief as he shoved another sword into Lin Shuangwang's arms and said in a deep voice, "Take it. This is my father's sword. Protect yourself." Father, with my identity, I'm only afraid that I can't keep this sword. Lin Shaking Light was also very clear about his status as a death row prisoner. Don't excuse yourself. How will you kill the enemy without a sword? I've taken care of everything along the way. Even if you're on death row, then you're still my Lin Baojun's son. I'll see who dares to touch your saber. Lin Baojun also reached out and patted Lin Shaking Light's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Remember, one must live. Right now, it's very unsettled between Great Qian and Yin Yun Kingdom, and a great war will break out at any time. If my father achieves another battle success, I will let you come back." A never-before-seen radiance suddenly erupted in Lin Shaking Light's eyes, her chest heaving with excitement. "Really? Father, wait for your good news." Lin Shakespeare's hands were trembling, originally thinking that he was dead, because there hadn't been a single death row inmate who had managed to come back alive from the Great Wall of Qi. But now, if the Xinhua Fu really made another heavenly achievement, His Majesty will really give a decree. Maybe it may not be public, but it can still be done in private. It's okay to have him come back with a different name. When the time came, he would definitely slaughter Lin Che with his own hands. "Yo, this family is all here." Just at this time, a very familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. The people of the Xinhua mansion were all startled, and they all turned back to look, and saw that the person who came was dressed in a navy blue power suit, with a slender figure, sword brows and starry eyes, and an imposing appearance, and it was none other than Lin Che. Quite a few people had also not seen Lin Che for a while, especially the house slaves who had been hiding in the Xinhua mansion. They simply did not dare to recognize Lin Che when they saw him at this moment. At this moment, Lin Che's temperament had simply changed drastically from the previous young master Lin Che. "Ah, Lin Che, it's you." Lin Shaking Light's face changed again and again as he vaguely sensed something bad. During this period of time, as long as he and Lin Che went up against each other, it was bound to be no good. Moreover, his departure from Tindu City today should be considered secret. What did Lin Che mean by rushing over here on purpose? Did he want to see himself in this state of despair? "What are you doing here?" Lin Che's face was grim as he walked over step by step. "I'll kill you." Chapter 79, The one I killed was Heaven's Pride. Adverse son, you're unbridled. Lin Baojun was the first to stand out, his face full of anger, his body's true qi exploding. He had been putting up with Lin Che for a long time. Ever since Lin Che had returned from Yen, the entire Xinhua mansion had not been at peace. This is clearly a family tragedy. Meanwhile, Lin Che had recently startled the imperial court one after another, first being named Marquis of Champions, and then writing 2 battle poems. This was originally a matter of honoring the lintel of the family, but it had nothing to do with their Xinhua Fu. This had already caused Lin Baojun to harbor a fire in his heart. It was unthinkable that Lin Che would even make a move to kill Lin Shaking Light now. This is just treasonous. This will never be allowed to happen in the townhouse. Lord Jin, you want to stop me? Do you have the ability to do so? Lin Che wasn't afraid of Lin Baojun at all, his eyes staring straight at Lin Baojun. The soldiers escorting the death row inmates next to them panicked, and the guard captain leading the group hesitated for a moment before choosing to stand his ground. He knew very well that one was the Duke of Xinhua, and could not be messed with. The other was the Marquis of Champions, who was even more popular with His Majesty's side, so he couldn't afford to mess with him even more. In the end, it's all about their family. These death row inmates, who were originally not protected by any law, were killed. It has nothing to do with them. If it was a real fight, they would just stop it symbolically and forget about it. Lin Rushing's tender face flashed with a flash of surprise. If Lin Shakeshine died, it would directly cut off all thoughts of his parents. Looking at the entire Xinhua Fu, there was no one to compete with him for favor anymore. In the future, all the cultivation resources would fall on him. "Father, don't be impulsive, Lin Che. He's the champion marquis. If you make a move against him, the consequences." "What consequences?" Lin Baojun cursed angrily, not giving Lin Rushing a half-hearted look, and drank again. For him to be able to obtain the title of champion marquis, do you think it's really his own skill? If it wasn't for the fact that my Xinhua Palace had given him a foundation for cultivation from a young age, could he have this martial arts skill? If I hadn't sent him as a hostage in the first place, could he have gotten such credit? He's not even qualified to see His Majesty. He's where he is today because of my cultivation something that smashes pots after eating. If I had known it was so treacherous, I should have abolished you with a slap in the first place. Lin Che laughed out loud and continued to walk in front of Lin Baojun. The current him was not the character that was casually slapped to death by Lin Baojun. Anxious? Don't be in a hurry. It won't be too late for you to be in a hurry when I've killed Lin Shakespeare. Lin Baojun violently reached out to stop him, as if he was still unwilling to let Lin Che walk through. The Lin family elders next to them were also anxious as they went forward. Family master, don't make a move. If you really do it, this time His Majesty won't be as simple as issuing a reprimand. Right now, the status of the world's son is that of a death row prisoner, or you forcefully begged for a favor to be sent to the Great Wall of Qi. If you still dare to force a shelter, this is not something that the Jinhua Palace can afford to do. Young Master Lin Che, we're all family. Let's talk things out. Don't ever make a move. It's kind of like the old slave is begging you. Don't kill Shitzi. He's your own big brother. Starting to play the emotion card now, are we? Lin Che didn't want to dwell on it. His body's true chi exploded with a boom, and the invisible power crushed in all directions like a round ball. Boom! Today, Lin shaking light. I'll kill you. The Emperor can't stay even if he comes. If you don't want to die, get out of the way dash. In an instant, everyone felt the murderous aura that erupted from Lin Che, and all of a sudden, their faces changed drastically, and they unconsciously stepped back, especially the soldiers who were escorting that one. They hurriedly took the other death row inmates and hid aside. Lin Che, with a punk like you still want to kill me? At this time, Lin Shakespeare didn't continue to cower. He knew very well that if his old man Lin Baojun made a move, although he could temporarily save him, but then the entire Jinhua Fu would be implicated. This wasn't the first time that the Jinhua house had taken a shot at champion Marquis Lin Che, and if they still dared to, the Jinhua house would have to collapse as well. When the time comes, it will be the family all together on death row. Moreover, Lin Shaking Light also despised Lin Che from the bottom of her heart. Lin Shakespeare urged his true chi and directly slashed at the shackles on his own hands with his imperial sword. The yoke snapped with a clang. He grabbed the sword with one hand and cut off the shackles on his feet with a single stroke, and was instantly relaxed. Come on, I'm already on death row anyway, so killing one more of you will be the same fate. When Lin Baojun saw this, he simply waved his sleeve and made way. This was Lin Che asking for it. Lin Shaking Light was at the 4th grade imperial realm, and had taken the 7 turns of the fixed yuan pill, so he was definitely at his peak right now. Since Lin Che had to come up and provoke, let's pretend that there is no such son. When the others saw that Lin Baojun didn't care, they naturally followed suit and retreated to the side. All of a sudden, a 100-meter wide field was vacated. Lin Yaoguang held her sword in her hand and pointed it at Lin Che from afar. In your life, your biggest failure is coming over here today to die. I will slice at you sword by sword and torture you to death, although I'm on death row today. But I, Lin Shaking Light, am also not something a punk like you can provoke. I'll use this sword to show you how big the gap is between you and a heavenly pride. Lin Che gently tapped the Volt Beast ring in the middle of his wrist. Buzz! The power in his body seemed to be unable to be trapped any longer, and like a flash flood leaking out, it rushed out in a surge. Heaven's pride? It's heaven's pride I'm killing. Boom boom boom. Lin Che's body continued to expand, his muscles changing and raging, but this time he was no longer like a monster. The looks haven't changed much. It was just that his body soared, and terrifying true chi rolled out crazily. Under the enhancement of the 9 open divine back, his back became strong and wide, and having practiced 2 chi refining techniques at the same time, every one of his pores was breathing and releasing astral chi at the moment. An invisible wall of chi immediately formed around them. Then, his eyes began to become blood red, burning like flames. This was the incidental effect of the dragon yang fire separating pupil, with Lin Che as the center. Within 10 meters around, those small sands, those small stones, were all shaking, and even some of the small stones were directly sucked off the ground and suspended around Lin Che. You're in the 100 Orifices realm? No. How can you defend objects? Lin Shaking Light trembled as he felt such a terrifying power for the first time. In his eyes, a red light had already appeared within Lin Che's body, a red light that rose up to the sky. Kill! Lin Che let out a roar, his voice sounding as if a monster had erupted. The entire body pressed downwards, and the small stones suspended around them were unexpectedly instantly crushed by the power of the Qi Gang. The ground under his feet also clicked and cracked into 2 deep pits. unable to withstand the terrifying force of Lin Che's downward pressure. Boo! Lin Che jumped violently, like a huge cannonball erupting and rushing out. The terrifying body lunged with all that dust. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Che's berserk figure appeared above Lin Shuangwan's head. That exaggerated fist had erupted into a brilliant light. A punch. Boom! With Lin shaking light as the center, the ground around them violently collapsed down. The entire ground trembled, and for a moment, smoke and dust rose in all directions, with chi astral forces curling madly inside. The faces of the people outside changed drastically. Feeling the air currents like a sandstorm coming over, they covered their mouths and noses and used their chi deities to fend it off. This terrifying outburst of power even startled the forbidden troops on the city floor and at the city gates. Immediately afterward, 2 teams of forbidden soldiers came running wildly. The crowd was still unclear about what was happening in the raging center, as it was only just after a roar that there was no more ringing. Shaker son! Lin Baojun seemed to vaguely realize something and shouted inside. Phew! Suddenly a black, bloody thing flew out and tumbled for a while, landing right in front of Lin Baojun. Lin Baojun was first startled and even took a few steps back. After seeing clearly what that thing was, he couldn't help but scream miserably and almost stood unsteadily. Ah! Chapter 80, Come and Kill Me. Come on! It was a human head. It's Lin Shaking's head. The entire head was still cloaked. The entire face was covered in blood. The eyes were staring at their maximum. And the entire face still had an expression of incomparable shock and fear. It seemed, to the point of death, that he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. No! 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 Lin Baojun shook his head in disbelief, wanting to go forward to pick up that one head. But when his body moved, he unconsciously took a few steps back. Fortunately, the Lin family elders behind him were quick to assist him steadily. Lin Baojun pushed away the elders' assistance, still looking ahead in disbelief to the deep pit that was slowly dusting itself off. Lin Shaking Light was his eldest son. He had been gifted from a young age, and the entire Jinhua Fu had poured countless efforts into it, piling countless cultivation resources on Lin Shaking Light. When Lin Shuangwan was 18 years old, he was chosen as a heaven's pride. How can you be dead? Still killed by Lin Che. Lin Che was the son he considered to be the most useless. You, how dare you kill Shaking Light? I'll kill you! Lin Baojun roared as his body's true chi exploded. The surrounding Lin clan crowd tried to stop them, but they were lifted off by the terrifying power that erupted from him. The dust in front of them was also blown away directly, revealing the tall figure inside Lin Che. At this moment, Lin Che was already 2 meters and 3 meters tall. His body was covered in muscles, and even his hair seemed to have grown quite a bit longer. His face was rigid and grave. His eyes were blood red, and there were flames visible to the naked eye burning in his eyes. In the midst of the collapsed deep pit, Lin Shakespeare's headless body fell to the ground, his body already exploding in a spray of blood. Lin Che stood right next to the corpse, and on his right forearm, a red bloodstain appeared. The blood scar did not hurt the bone. It even just formed on the surface skin, and, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was healing. Lin Che's skin felt like it could grow like crazy, and in just a few breaths, the blood scar completely healed. This is the effect of regenerating the skin of the divine crocodile. Boo! Lin Che kicked out again, sending Lin Shuangwan's body flying, the body splitting apart in midair and scattering his arms and legs all over the place. Lin Baojun, I'll kill your heavenly son. You come and kill me. Come on. Boom! Lin Che roared angrily, and the aura on his body erupted once again. Because of his cultivation of 2 chi refining techniques, both of which had reached the peak of the 10th layer, he was now frantically absorbing the outside world's breath, forming an airtight white cover in general. Moreover, the vast chi in his body grew stronger and stronger, forming a pillar of light that rushed from his body towards the sky. Lin Che was ready to fight with all his might. The surrounding onlookers, soldiers, death row inmates, and the forbidden army running wildly over, were so shocked at the sight of this scene that they forgot to breathe. I'm afraid this is the descent of a godman from heaven. Sins, hand in hand. I'm going to clean house today. Lin Baojun roared and was about to go forward, but all the elders beside him had already swooped in to stop him. Lin Rushing even fell on his knees in front of Lin Baojun and cried bitterly. Father, you mustn't do anything. Big brother, he's a death row prisoner. A death row prisoner sent to the Great Wall of Qi. Anyone can kill him, but if you make a move against Lin Che now, the Jinhua Palace will be finished. Family master, think twice. You have to clean up the house. You have to be righteous. You also have to wait for the master mother to return. As long as you strike now, The Jinyuan army is going to change hands. This Lin Che is deliberately provoking you and wants you to make a move. Don't fall for it. Anyway, you should never make a move for what you are. Lin Baojun also seemed to understand this, and absolutely could not make a move. But with his good oldest son dying in front of him like this, could he just let Lin Che off the hook? He didn't care that much, as long as he didn't strike out on his own. Then, he swept toward the crowd around him. His own close guards were impossible to get on. If this close guards got on, it was no different from charging up himself, but not if it wasn't one of their town halls. There happened to be one beside him at this time. Chang Xian's brother, Chang Dayu. Previously, Lin Shaking entered the Ministry of Justice to meet with Chang Xian and plotted to kill Lin Che. The actions here were the actions that Chang Dayu was involved in planning. Chang Dayu himself wanted to avenge Chang Xian's death, and later on, he even called in martial artists from the Dao family to surround Lin Che in the hunting grounds. It was because of this incident that Lin Shaking Guang became a death row prisoner. Chang Xian was also executed, leaving Chang Dayu to push the suspicion away. Now, if Chang Diwu doesn't go, who will? Kill him, Lin Baojun ordered icily. Chang Dayu's face swished white. After all, Lin Shaking Light died right in front of him, but he still immediately decided to go on. After all, Lin Shaking Light was only at the 4th rank, while he was already stepping into the 5th rank. Although when looking at the entire extended family, he was only at the 5th grade True Origin Realm initiation at the age of 35. Not much of a genius, but this cultivation level was enough to crush Lin Che. Lin Che, isn't he just a body forging technique? Die. Chang Dayu didn't have the slightest intention to stay his hand. If Lin Shaking Light died today, Chang Qiuzi would definitely be thunderously angry when he turned around. There has to be an accounting. Boo! Chang Dayu's body exploded with true essence, and he directly crushed and jumped in a terrifying stance. While the person was still in midair, he kicked at Lin Che. In a flash, Lin Che felt dozens of kicking feet appear in front of him. Each one was indistinguishable from the other, all with a blinding light. It's a battle technique. Boom, boom, boom. Before Lin Che could see clearly, he felt a pain in his chest in front of him and was kicked a dozen times. His body also leaned back and took half a step, but it was only half a step, and the powerful force instantly stabilized the body. Chang Dayu's eyes widened in shock. In his imagination, this round of kicks from him could definitely send Lin Che flying out, or even kill him on the spot. However, it was never expected that it would merely cause Lin Che to take half a step back. What kind of technique are you practicing? Exactly? Roar. What answered him was a roar from Lin Che. In a frenzy, Lin Che fiercely reached out and grabbed Chang Dayu's shoulder. Boo! A jab lands to the chest for Chang Diwu. Chang Dayu's chest collapsed, and it was as if a force behind him had gone through his body and rushed out from behind. Put! With just one punch, Chang Dayu spurted out blood. It wasn't until now that Chang Dayu completely panicked. He realized that even his 5th grade True Origin realm didn't have the same terrifying power as Lin Che. This monster! What kind of technique has he practiced? When this punch struck, it was like a flame of supreme rigidity and yang had rushed into his body. Boo! Lin Che's second punch struck out, and his fist broke through Chang Dayu's true elemental defense, penetrating Chang Dayu's body. Bloody fists on display for all to see. Half an arm, just like that, hung Chang Dayu off the ground. Lin Che pulled Chang Dayu's body out of his hand as if he were discarding trash and casually threw it away. Is this the kind of crap the town hall is? Don't you dare to personally avenge your eldest son, Lord Jin? Come on. Lin Che was as imposing and sharp as a rainbow. This caused everyone in the Jinguofu to freeze on the spot. How Lin Shuangguang died in front of them, they didn't see it clearly. But how Chang Dayu was killed, they saw it clearly. When did this trash that everyone disliked become so terrifying? With this kind of cultivation, if we look at the heavenly capital city, how many heavenly prides could do it? One punch broke the True Origin Realm martial artist's defense, and the second punch directly blasted the True Origin Realm martial artist. How many years has it been since this kind of horrible tactic has appeared? Just as the crowd was shocked and Lin Baojun froze, the two teams of forbidden soldiers were already charging in as well. Stop! Who dares to cause trouble in the Imperial City? Duke of Jini Champion Marquis, you guys are really not putting His Majesty in your eyes. The forbidden army arrived, clattered and instantly lined up and surrounded the crowd. These forbidden soldiers were no joke. They were all true experts in protecting the Imperial City, and their realms were all at least the 6th grade, flesh and blood regeneration. The general leading the group, covered in domineering aura, with his eyes emanating a refined light, did not come on a warhorse, but rather, on top of the city tower. He directly leaped down, 3 meters off the ground. and flew over. Hurricane was to the 7th grade, off the ground and into the air. Looking at the entire heavenly capital city, it was definitely a prestigious existence. When Lin Che saw this scene, he knew that the fight was definitely not going to happen, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity in his heart. He provoked Lin Baojun in this way to force him to fight. He cannot fight but can run to the city, and then directly sued to the double-skinned milk. The Jinhua house is going to collapse. It's a shame. Lin Baojun clenched his fists. The veins on his neck bulged out. His eyes filled with killing intent, and he said word by word, "Just you wait. I, Lin Baojun, will definitely kill you with my own hands to avenge Shaking Light." Lin Che was even more arrogant, pointing with one hand and drinking. "Crazy your mom. Today I can kill your son. Tomorrow I can kill you. If you're a man, take a shot at me now. If I duck, I'm a son of a 5 stars and I'll add more. Get to scoring. 5 stars ahoy." Chapter 81, Another Reward. Forbidden Army at your service. Anyone who moves again will be taken down on the spot, live or die. Wow! On the side of the Forbidden Army, they all drew their weapons, and their true chi erupted from their bodies, ready to strike to suppress them. They didn't care if it was the Duke of Jin, or the Marquis of Champions. If the fight went on like this, they absolutely had to step in and take the two down. Otherwise, if His Majesty blames them, they can't afford it. The general of the Forbidden Army shouted in a deep voice, "Duke Lin, you have to think about this. The Champion Ho killed a death row inmate. If you want to take action against the Champion Ho, can your Jinguo Fu bear the consequences? Your other sons and daughters, can they bear it?" Lin Baojun closed his eyes and slowed them down before opening them and said in a deep voice, "I'm the one who has a biting." After saying that, Lin Baojun silently went to pick up Lin Shaking Light's body. Everyone else in the townhouse went up to help pick it up. One moment I picked up an eye. One moment I picked up a finger. One moment I picked up a rib. One moment I picked up a kunai. And it was a busy time. Only one of them looked very bad, like someone had died in the house. The Forbidden Army general looked at Lin Che again and said, "Marquis of Champions, are you going to the Spiegel division on your own, or are we going to send you there?" "There's no need. I will enter the palace myself and report to His Majesty." With a wave of his hand, Lin Che took large strides towards the city gates. Today this matter must be made clear to His Majesty. After all, it was a murder outside the city and a conflict with the Jinhua Fu. Say hello to your lap first. It's a must. There has been unimpeded access to the palace. Empress Jiang Li should have received the news as well. So Lin Che was able to meet the driver as soon as he arrived. "I am guilty. I implore your Majesty to grant me death." Lin Che had just entered the imperial study, and regardless of the circumstances, he directly began to ask for forgiveness. Jiang Li was dressed in imperial robes and was reviewing the Zhangfu, and the heroic aura on his body still gave people a sense of amazement. Jiang Li didn't raise his head, seemingly not taking Lin Che's verbalization seriously at all, and just asked casually, "You are indeed guilty." "Ha?" Lin Che froze. "No, your Majesty. How is that guilty? That was just an opening statement. I'm your favorite." "I'm not your favorite." Jiang Li's white jade hand held the pen, swish swish swish, and approved the Zhangji, before slowly lifting that absolutely stunning and unrivaled face, and said, "This crime is that you are too stupid. Unfortunately, I don't have the crime of stupidity in Dakian, or you would definitely be in prison." "What do you mean?" It sounded like joking and flirting, but this was an empress. There should be a second meaning to the words, right? "I have a simple nature, and I am indeed clumsy in many ways. I still ask for your Majesty's clarification." With a pair of bright eyes, Jiang Li looked straight at Lin Che and laughed. "You are simple in nature or treacherous and cunning. I am very clear in my heart. But this time, you are indeed too foolish. It's only a matter of killing a prisoner. You casually hire a few assassins and stuff some silver into the escorting guards. There are ways to get a prisoner killed. But you, the champion Marquis, disregarded your status and went so far as to personally strike, and to strike in front of the Duke of Jin. Do you feel that you can't die fast enough?" Lin Che's body was stunned. The Empress was really referring to this matter, but listening to the Empress, it seemed like she wasn't trying to chastise, but just blaming him for not doing his job satisfactorily. "Ah, oh twin tits, you still love me. Your Majesty's reprimand is correct. It's the humble servant who has failed your Majesty's expectations." Lin Che bowed slightly. Although he was authorized to see the Emperor and not worship him, he still had to make a show of bending over. Jiang Li seemed to be in a particularly good mood, and the corners of that good-looking mouth arched again. "You are a blessing for my Diqian. I have personally read the 2 battle poems. With these two battle poems, my Daqian's kingdom is a few points more secure. When rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Che was overjoyed. If His Majesty didn't mind, he really wanted to hold her and kiss her furiously for half an hour. I authorize you, with the power to recruit government soldiers. This number of people, let's set it at 3,000. No matter what, you are also the champion marquis. Bringing 3,000 soldiers is not too much. What? The power to recruit government soldiers? Isn't this the power of a duke or a prince? It is surprising that he is now given the power to recruit government soldiers. Recruiting government soldiers is not the same as being in charge of soldiers, and some commanders also have the power to be in charge of soldiers, but as long as they are removed from their posts and have their military talismans taken away, he cannot mobilize even a single soldier. However, recruiting government soldiers is different. It is power that is entirely your own, and only takes orders from you. It seems that this time, His Majesty has really become generous. My servant, I will definitely live up to Your Majesty's generous love. Cultivate these 3,000 government soldiers properly, and in the future, contribute to Your Majesty's endeavors. Then I will wait and see, waiting for you to do something for me in the future. Zhang Li was very much looking forward to it and was in a good mood. He even picked up his teacup and took a sip. Is this tea meant to be a send-off? But the titular empress wouldn't use this method to make him back down, would she? Usually, it was a direct request. But today, things are supposed to be done, and he is not allowed to leave. Is this a way of letting him stay a little longer? Lin Che hesitated for a moment, wanting to open his mouth to ask, shouldn't the microcosmic minister retire? Go directly to the Ministry of War to complete the formalities. This raised his eyes just in time to see Zhang Li put down his teacup. Zhang Li saw Lin Che's eyes and said, "What? Still want to beg for a cup of tea?" After she finished speaking, she turned her head to the maid next to her and spoke. "Go, serve the champion marquis a cup of tea." "Ha? What's the situation? Did she really keep me around to talk more? Or is there something else to say?" Chapter 82 Recruiting 3,000 prisoners as government soldiers? I am honored that I can try Your Majesty's new tea. Lin Che wasn't polite either. Since he had the chance to spend more time with the Empress, it would be good to spend more time with her. It seems that great talent Lin still knows tea. This hasn't even been drunk yet. And you know it's new tea. Zhang Li said casually, and without waiting for Lin Che to answer, he asked again. I have allowed you to recruit government soldiers. Do you have any ideas? Where to recruit from and how to drill them? You swore to go on a mission to Yin Yun Kingdom. It's a long journey, and 3,000 government soldiers are the only thing you have to fall back on. Lin Che smiled. He knew there was no such thing as pie in the sky. Finding back the jade seal of the state in 2 battle poems, such heaven-splitting feats can actually be rewarded with fame and fortune. And now that Zhang Li had actually given him the power to recruit government soldiers, on one hand, it was a favor. On the other hand, he still needed Lin Che's help to do the job. In less than 2 months, it will be time to go on a mission to the Yin Yun country. And although Qi Fei Late was detained, Gong Qingyin's death will certainly not be concealed. When Lin Che traveled to Yin Yun country again at that time, it would almost be a 10-death scenario. Lin Che only thought about it for a moment and immediately spoke. Your Majesty, I want to recruit government soldiers from the heavenly jail. They are all prisoners, and it's too much of a waste of food to keep them like this. They must be allowed to contribute to Great Qian, and even if they die in battle, it will still be an honor for them. Zhang Li's bright eyes lit up slightly as he spoke in a single word. You fear that someone is planting spies among your house soldiers. Recruiting among the prisoners of the heavenly jail is indeed a screening method as well. But, can you suppress 3,000 prisoners? It should be possible. I'll try to reason with them as much as I can. And if reason doesn't work, I know a little bit about fisticuffs. Lin Che didn't forget to lick it. What's more, with the blessing of His Majesty's protection, I'm bound to be able to turn everything into a blessing. Very well. Aiqing Lin is indeed also a person with excellent luck. And in a short period of time, your cultivation has also increased quite a bit. If you can step into the true element realm before you go on your mission, it would be even more secure. Lin Che naturally thanked him again and again upon hearing this. At the same time, he saw that the atmosphere seemed to be pretty good, and after some thought, he tried. Your Majesty, it's true that I've been working hard on my cultivation recently. I also acquired a treasure by chance. It's just that it hasn't been able to be opened. The humble minister even went to ask old General Wen Hong for advice, and he said that when looking at the world, the only one within the 4 seas who can open it is Your Majesty, the wise and mighty. Therefore, the humble servant has the audacity I would like to implore your majesty to help me open this treasure. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after Lin Che finished speaking, he noticed that a strange look flashed across John Lee's stunningly beautiful and pretty face. It's like saying, sure enough. Bring it? Bring it on, bring it on. Lin Che pretended to dig into his arms, and seemed to realize all of a sudden that his posture like this was a bit indecent. So he turned his back slightly to John Lee and dug in his arms again. Finally, the dragon-swallowing jade pot was taken out. The maid next to him hurriedly walked over quickly and took the treasure, which emitted a dull glow, and flew it to John Lee. John Lee first glanced at Lin Che before extending her slender jade hand to pick up the dragon-swallowing jade pot. There was no sign of her preparation, as a golden light erupted from her fingertips. Swish 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 on the dragon-swallowing jade pot. It looked like it was writing some kind of word. In just a few breaths, the light on that dragon-swallowing jade pot changed to a light green color all of a sudden. Then there was a click, like something was opened. John Lee didn't say a word and handed the item to the maid next to him. The maidservant cupped her hands again and quickly returned the items to Lin Che. That's open? Lin Che was suspicious for a while, hearing what Elder General Hong meant. It looked quite difficult. How come it's open? Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Che could not hide the excitement in his heart. With this nightmare blood, then he would be able to cultivate a powerful spiritual power. According to his cultivation speed, he should see results soon. Stand down. John Lee suddenly spoke calmly. This was somewhat inscrutable to Lin Che. Hadn't he been fine just now? He hadn't even had the chance to say a few more words yet. Why did you let him stand down? Lin Che couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to ask, so he obediently retreated. Now he's always better. Cultivation went up, and there was still the empress to cover her, and she could also control 3,000 government soldiers, and there were quite a few silver bills in her pocket. As for the menacing Yan Yun country, whoever wants to go. He has money and people, and he will turn around and take over the mountain when he gets out of Dechin territory. And you want him to keep working? No way. After Lin Che left the palace, he went directly to the Ministry of War to complete the relevant formalities. Although he had received a license from His Majesty to recruit government soldiers, the 3,000 government soldiers still had to report to the Ministry of War. At the Ministry of War, Lin Che learned a very explosive news. What? No military support? You guys aren't screwing me over, are you? Lin Che looked at the several ministers of war in front of him and immediately moved his backing. You guys wait. I'll sue old General Wen Hong. I'll sue His Majesty. Champion Marquis, please calm your anger. It's really not that we are withholding your military expenses. It's true that we didn't. It is clearly written in His Majesty's decree that there is no military support. According to past practice, generals who can recruit government soldiers will indeed be given a certain amount of military support at first, but not from the second year onwards. This one of yours is not available from the start. Champion Marquis, even if we deducted the military expenses of the Duke of State, we wouldn't dare to deduct yours. It is true that there is none. Lin Che didn't look like they were lying when he looked at them. But how could His Majesty not have considered this? It can't be on purpose, can it? Is it possible that in the future, you will really have to support the 3,000 soldiers by yourself? When I go back later, I will exchange the congratulatory gifts sent by various officials into silver bills, as many as I can get together. It has to make money. In the whole of Tiandu City, who has the easiest money? It should be the same group of nerds from the Confucian Academy, but selling poetry directly again won't work. It has to be packaged. The dominant empress loves me. Yes, I thought about it last time. Once this kind of novel was out, and added a couple of poems to it. Must make a lot of money. Your Majesty, if you won't pay me, I'll have to use you to make money. You don't blame me, do you? After returning to the Champion Marquis mansion, Lin Che immediately started working on his book. He was now covered in a vast amount of righteousness, and his writing speed was comparable to that of a tentacle monster. After a night of struggle, it was already tens of thousands of words written. Seeing that it was getting light again, Lin Che finally put down his pen. Refreshed, gotta go to the heavenly prison to pick out the government soldiers. I don't know if there's any talent in there. Chapter 83 A mixed bag of candidates. Heavenly Jail. Chen 13, the head watchman guard of the Mingjing division, had waited for Lin Che early in the morning. It was obvious that he had already received the holy decree, and after seeing Lin Che arrive, he immediately greeted him. Greetings to the Champion Marquis. According to His Majesty's decree, the death row inmates who are to be killed without pardon have been transferred to the innermost cell, except for the innermost one. You can pick the rest of the prisoners. Lin Che arched his hand at Chen 13. I'm sorry for the trouble. Duty calls for no trouble please, Chen 13 said, and led the way in front. To be honest, there was also an advantage to dealing with the Spiegel division. That was that everything in the Mingjing division was done according to the rules. Last time, he was the one who wanted to enter the palace to see His Majesty, and he was also intercepted by the Mirror division. By all accounts, a grudge had been made. But now that Lin Che had come to select the prisoners to fill up the government soldiers, these always cynical mirror guards also did their work obediently, and the whole process was not half a bit of procrastination. After arriving at the first cell, Lin Che began to work on picking it out. But one thing he overlooked was that the prisoners almost all looked alike, dressed in prison garments, dirty, smelly, and cloaked in hair, making it difficult to tell them apart. What did this one come in for? Lin Che casually pointed to a long-haired man in the cell. Chen 13 recognized it with just a glance. He was previously an official of the Ministry of Revenue, misappropriated public funds, and was sentenced to 80 years in prison. 80 years? Lin Che froze and looked at this long-haired man, who should be around 40. It's been off for 80 years. Why don't you just give him a cut? 80 years? Can he live that long? If he were outside, he should be able to. But in the heavenly prison, he can't live that long. Live until he dies. Then drag him out. Chen 13 replied calmly. It looks like he's used to this kind of thing as well. Unclean hands and feet. Can't have dash. Lin Che directly skipped this one and looked at the next one. What about this one? What for? He's the son of Amber Chow, who was brought in for raping a 6-year-old girl to death. Scum of the earth. Why don't you sentence him to death? There was an inexplicable burst of anger in Lin Che's heart, because the victim's parents, too, are strangely dead. This prisoner, he shouldn't live long either, because every day, other inmates have made a move on him. He is now an extinct invalid. Even if he can get out, he can only be a eunuch in the future and can't be your government soldier. Lin Che was quite happy to hear that, then continued to ask questions one by one, and found that those who could be imprisoned in the heavenly prison are not good people one and all are scum. Although there were quite a few with good cultivation, Lin Che really didn't dare to use them. Could it be that the method of entering the heavenly prison to look for the government soldiers by himself really wouldn't work? Hey, in this heavenly prison of yours, is there no one who has been wrongly accused? This one and all, 10 evil devils. If I want to bring them with me, they won't protect me, they will kill me. Chen 13 had also anticipated this and proposed, if the champion marquis still wants to take another look, you can also go to the cell of our Mingjing division. Yeah, there were also cells in the Minmus division, and he had been held in a Minmus division cell for a night before. Immediately, Lin Che traveled to the Spiegel division. Between the heavenly prison and the Mingjing division, the distance wasn't too far, so Lin Che arrived very quickly. It was still Chen 13 leading the way, and this time it was equally very smooth. Lin Che saw at a glance that the cell he had stayed in for a night before was now occupied by a new prisoner. Surprisingly, it's still a woman, in the cell of the Spiegel division. It was not as dirty as the heavenly prison, and the woman's hair was not messed up. She was just sitting curled up on the wooden bed with a dull look on her face. Not bad looking, except for 2 hideous scars on his face that looked to have been left by a whip. What's her offense? Her name is Lu Miao, and she originally tamed beasts for a living. Because she had a conflict with her guests, she ordered 12 beasts to eat 6 guests alive. The worst one was carried in midair by 2 giant eagles and torn into pieces of meat. That said, the motive for the killings was simple. The 6 guests were all dignitaries, and among them was a child of 9 years of age. When he was watching the show, he took a fancy to one of the canine beasts, and went down to whip it himself. Lu Miao spoke out to persuade her to no avail, but was instead manhandled by a few nobles, and the bruises on her face were from being whipped on the spot. She was also called a stinking performer. That's nothing more than a child. Looking at that canine beast is a blessing for their beast tamer, and now that it scared their young master, they want Lu Miao to pay compensation. The situation was chaotic. In the end, Lu Miao just directly ordered the beast to kill. She has been imprisoned here for 3 years. The division has been looking for evidence and has not yet found it. If according to the Dakian law, her result will not be too good. 6 died, and one of them had a brother-in-law who was an official of the 3rd rank. Lin Che sort of heard that the bear child bear parent still has power. This Lu Miao's approach like this was indeed over the top as well, but in Lin Che's case, it was a great relief. Moreover, with Chen 13 introducing himself like this, he was clearly hinting at something. Lin Che was sympathetic and admiring. Such a person had courage and boldness, and could also tame beasts, so he should be useful to keep by his side. Now if he recruited Lu Miao as a government soldier, then Lu Miao would surely be grateful to him as well. And this other one? Lin Che secretly remembered Lu Miao in his heart, and then pointed towards the cell next to him, where the prisoner, who looked like a dead man, was lying on the ground. He also remembered that he had spent 1,000 taels on a good meal here at the jailer's earlier and shared some with this prisoner. The prisoner was as good as dead then, and he still is. It's like the poses haven't even changed. His name is Yao Wenkuei. 10 years ago, he plotted against the throne along with Prince Yan. What? A rebellion? Lin Che was surprised for a moment. Isn't plotting rebellion a capital offense? Why is it still being held here? 10 years ago, he followed Prince Yan's order to rush into the palace. Originally he thought it was clearing the ruler's side. It was the crown prince who plotted against him. But when he got to the palace, he realized that Prince Yan was the one plotting against the throne. He came to his senses on the spot and ordered his men to stop killing, protected several young princes. But treason is treason, and he has too much blood on his hands. He also demobilized thousands of his men and told them to run for their lives. He himself stayed behind to suffer. His present majesty was merciful and did not kill him. So, there is such a story. This Yao Wenkuei is quite a true man, being locked up for 10 years. The main thing here is probably the reason for letting a few thousand of his men go. Who can guarantee that there are no remnants of Prince Yan in these ministries? Who can guarantee that after the thousands of them leave the city, they won't get together again to plot against the royal family? Lin Che let out a long sigh. Jingenber, is you. Just at this time, not far from the cell, someone suddenly cried out almost in pain. A dry, thin hand desperately reached out from the cell in a desperate attempt to grab Lin Che from afar. There are very few people who still call him Jinganbua. After all, anyone who had come into contact with him knew that he was now a champion Ho. Who exactly is it? Lin Che walked over to take a look. This cell held quite a few prisoners, and the person who called out his name was crammed right in the middle. It's you. Chapter 84. Surprisingly, it was Yu Huatian. Lin Che had never thought that this was the cell of the Mingjing division. How could a little eunuch like Yu Huadian be locked up here? Jing and Bo. It's, Lord. You still recognize little Ah. With tears in his eyes, Yu Huadian seemed to have seized the last chance and flung himself onto his knees. Please, Uncle Jing'an, I can't get out. Would you be so kind as to do me a favor? Before Little entered the palace, my birth mother contracted a serious illness. Over the years, whenever Little had some salary, he would send it back. Now, the little one still has some private money. Want to ask Jinganbo to help me send it to my mother. Little one, I already have no offspring. Already is unfilial. And also want her to send a black hair to a black hair person with white hair. When Rain Harden said this, he was already unable to hold back and broke down to the point where he kept convulsing and crying. That one pale face was full of despair. What's your offense? Lin Che frowned and asked. For this little eunuch, Lin Che still had a good impression of him. Previously, when he killed Gong Chang'in in the hunting ground, this Yu Huadian even risked his life to come over and remind him twice. The little one made a mistake. The little one. Yu Huadian burst into sobs and couldn't speak clearly. Next to him, Chen 13 explained. He was imprisoned, and this still has some relation to you, Champion Ho. Something to do with me? In the hunting ground, he, a little eunuch, dared to tattle on you to your face. Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. With so many experts present, did he think that no one would hear him if he whispered? Chen 13 gently shook his head and hummed. He was discovered by the chief eunuch on the spot. After catching him, the chief eunuch also found out that he was secretly practicing martial arts, which is a big no-no. If it wasn't for the fact that the empress had decreed that no one in the palace may execute a sinner privately, and that it must be handed over to our Mingjing division, he would have died 100 times already. LOL. This Yu Huatian people in the movie Yu Huatian is a powerful character. How come you're one word away from Yu Huatian and you almost end up dying? Since it's related to me, then my government soldiers, count him as one. Lin Che opened his mouth. Chen 13 reminded. But he's a eunuch, destined to be much weaker in strength. Even if he practiced martial arts, he is still no match for a martial artist of the same realm. Are you sure you want him? That's right. Just him. Lin Che replied affirmatively. Chen 13 didn't say much, greeted the two mirror guards and opened the door, directly lifting out Yu Huadian. Throughout the entire process, Yu Huadian was still confused. not sure what happened at all. Listening to this conversation, it sounds like he was released, but how can that be? He's committed a felony. The two Spiegel guards opened his anklet for him and casually said, "Don't freeze. You're lucky. The champion marquis has recruited you as a government soldier, so you don't have to go to jail, much less die." Although Yu Huadian was still unclear as to why Lin Che had this power, this was the cell of the Ming Jing division, and if he was unlocked from his ankle chain shackles, he would truly be free. Lin Che also smiled and reached out to pat Rain Harden's shoulder. "Will you become my house soldier and follow me?" Yu Huatian flung himself to his knees. "Willing, little one. I am willing to serve my master. Until death. Get up." Lin Che personally helped Yu Huadian up, although Yu Huadian is a small eunuch. But it is the candidate of the government soldiers he is looking for. It just so happens that there is a Qiankuan Baodian, also known as Sunflower Baodian, in the Dakian library. It is just the right time to give Yu Huadian to practice and cultivate and try the effect. Then, Lin Che picked through the cells again, and there were surprisingly nearly 200 people who met the requirements. They all have a common characteristic. The crimes committed are more or less extenuating circumstances. To really tolerate has been imprisoned to the heavenly prison. The 200 were centralized. It was in the middle of one of the school grounds of the Ming Jing division. Looking at them, they were all filled with puzzled looks and more hopelessness about the future. They all struggled and broke down when they started out in jail and finally had to compromise, because they knew there was no hope of getting out of this cell alive. "Fellow inmates," Lin Che organized his words and felt that this one was the most appropriate. That one sentence caught everyone's attention, and they all looked over in awe. "First, let me lend my introduction. My name is Lin Che. I've been made a champion marquis by His Majesty. His Majesty has given me special permission to recruit government soldiers amongst the cells, and you are the ones I have selected. I will say one thing. If you guys are willing to follow me and work for me, then you'll be my subordinates from now on. I, Lin Che, will absolutely not treat you all poorly. If you don't want to, you can all go back now and continue to sit the bottom of your jails out. It's as simple as that." After Lin Che finished speaking aloud, he quietly looked at them. The group of prisoners also stared at him in disbelief, and no one spoke for a while. "You don't think so? I handpicked 200 people, all cuties. Can't make it?" Just as Lin Che was about to open his mouth again, a female prisoner suddenly spoke up. "Can I live after you?" The one who spoke was that beast tamer Lu Miao, who tilted her face up, revealing the hideous scars on her face. "It's up to you to survive, but I bet there's more hope than if you stayed in a cell." "Meals on wheels? The well-fed kind." Suddenly, a second prisoner spoke up. 3 meals a day. Tube. Lin Che thought for a moment and then added, "What I need is a government soldier. I'll also give you weapons and teach you to cultivate. All you guys need to do is listen to me, and when I say who to kill, you'll have to do it." "I'll do it with you." Immediately, someone replied loudly, "Living and being fed at the same time is already so much better than being in jail. You seem to be a good backer. If you can get a license from His Majesty, then I will sell my life for you. Count me in. From now on, I, Kun Take, will be your house soldier, my lord." As Lin Che listened to the crowd of prisoners opening their mouths, he also nodded with great satisfaction. With a sweep of his eyes, he did find Yao Wenkuei in the crowd still not saying a word, seemingly lacking in interest. However, since this leading general who had once rebelled did not return to his cell, it proved that he also wanted to live. When the team was up, this employee had to be squeezed properly. He will never be spared until all those skills of leading an army are spit out. Yao Wenkuei seemed to have sensed Lin Che's gaze, and also raised his head numbly to look at Lin Che. Then, somewhat inexplicably, frowned. How come this champion marquis was looking over with a bit of a strange gaze? He himself didn't show any special behavior. Soon, after the formalities were over, Lin Che had the group of prisoners change into the clothes that were originally theirs, and hugely followed him back. The champion marquis mansion had enough space to house 200 people. Of course Lin Che wasn't afraid that this group of people would run away. They weren't killed right now all because it was Lin Che who had amnestied them. Once they left Lin Che, they were adding to their sins. If they were really capable of escaping the pursuit of the Ming Jing division, they would have escaped a long time ago, and they wouldn't have been caught in it. 3,000 government soldiers, now only 200. What about the rest? On the way back, Lin Che began to think about it. Next to him, Yu Huadian had been clear about what had happened along the way, and he bravely opened his mouth. "Master, are you worried about recruiting government soldiers? I have an immature idea. I don't know if it will work or not. I still need you to take the judgment of the master." "Look at that. You guys look at it. Lin Che's gaze swept towards the other prisoners, and not a single one of them would say more than half a word. Other people's Yu Hua Dian was a talent, and his words were just as good. You guys learn it, you just. Oh, what way? Chapter 85. Pointing. My lord. In terms of recruiting troops and horses, Lord Wei definitely has experience. Yu Huadian cautiously reminded and continued. I've been living in the palace for many years, but I've also heard that there are as many strong generals under the Duke of Wei's ministry as there are clouds. There are even many good generals who had to retire. That's fine. Kota. Lin Che's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about old General Wen Hong? The reason why he had to go to the cell to recruit the government soldiers was that he was afraid of mixing in some spies. But he heard that old General Hong had a good way of ruling the army, so going to beg the old general would definitely be no problem. Maybe, straight up, we can pull together a decent team. This Yu Hua Dian is not bad, really a resourceful person. Just received under the banner and started to make merits. Many thanks for the compliment, Master. It is the blessing of 10 lifetimes for Junior to be able to share my master's worries, Yu Hua Dian said and was about to bow again. Lin Che asked as he reached out and held Rain Harden in place, preventing him from saluting. Why did you risk your life to warn me when you were in the hunting grounds earlier? This, Master. Yu Hua Dian was a little unsure of where to speak for a moment. Say it. This isn't the palace, so what are you afraid of? It's actually very simple. It's that little one thinks that you are a good person. Master, after being in the palace for many years, little eunuchs like us don't have any status. Even His Majesty is surrounded by mostly maids of honor, not eunuchs. It's common for us to be whipped by the chief steward and scolded by the officials every now and then. Yu Huadian grinned, his face full of femininity. Only you, Master, treat us as human beings. I can feel that you are different from the others. Master, you didn't underestimate me, and now it seems that little was not wrong. A wastrel like me, the master is also willing to recruit under his command. Lin Che froze, only slowly seeming to empathize a little more. Little eunuchs like Yu Huadian, who originally had huge physical defects and lost their dignity, just need to treat them as equals and even help him with 1 or 2 small favors. They will then remember this hard-won favor. Xiao Tian, since you followed me, in the future, be honorable and stand up for yourself. I will teach you real martial arts. You also don't need to call me master. Call me Marquis like them. Yu Huadian bowed respectfully. Yes, Master Dash. Lin Che brought these 200 government soldiers back to the mansion to be settled. He immediately went to find old General Wen Hong. Once they met, Lin Che smiled and opened his mouth. Old General, I've come to disturb you again. His Majesty has given me the power to recruit government soldiers, but when I think about it, I can ask no one when it comes to governing the army. But I must consult the old general before I do so. Otherwise, I'll have to take a detour for at least 30 more years. That's an invisible rainbow fart slapped. Who can stand it? I've come to borrow an army and ask for help. But I don't say that I'm coming over here first to ask for advice. With an open mind, it's much easier to mention borrowing troops again. If the old general was disgusted by this, he simply didn't mention it. Wen Hong really laughed and a satisfied smile appeared on his old face. Indeed, what do the other war generals know about ruling the army? When he built his career, those war generals were still wearing open pants and playing with birds. I've heard about it. Having the power to recruit government soldiers as a marquis is a first. His Majesty is praising you a lot. The way to rule an army is to be strict. The rewards and punishments are clear. As for the way to strengthen the army, it's up to you, the general leading the army. Lin Che boy, you've just started recruiting government soldiers now. It's a great time. The military law should be set from day one. Never break the rules because of a certain person. Once there is an exception, then this army won't be able to raise a military soul. Elder General Wen Hong didn't mince words and taught Lin Che his own way of governing the army. It can be described as pouring out. Before Lin Che crossed over, he was the officer in the army, and he could be considered to be doing his old job back on this, but he couldn't show it now. Right now he's sharp as a tack, and to show it again would be just too much of a woodchuck. Only in the evening did Lin Che find an opportunity. Old General, do you have any pointers on this recruitment of government soldiers? What? Looks like there's a shortage? Wen Hong also had a sharp eye and could see Lin Che's difficulty at a glance. He just smiled and continued. You're going to recruit 3,000 people, and it's not going to work to find one in the east and one in the west, because you don't have enough time left. There's still over a month before you have to leave for Yin Yun Kingdom. There's no way to give you proper training. I know of a place that you can try instead. It's only about 300 miles from Tiandu City. And there's a place called the Heavenly Pit. There is a group of veteran soldiers there. If you can take them under your command, that would solve your current problem. Don't worry, that group of veterans are also more or less guilty. Those who really have some connections would have been gotten rid of a long time ago. The ones who stayed there can't be from any other family. Got it. The old general really had his heart in the right place. Lin Che instantly understood Wen Hong's intentions. In fact, Wen Hong only needed to say one word, not to mention 3,000 government soldiers, but even 3,000 more. He could afford to give it, but leading an army is not child's play. 3,000 Huban. Can you suppress them? Now Wen Hong is to test him. If he can't even pass the recruitment hurdle, don't mention what to bring 3,000 government soldiers to Yen Yun country. Stop this idea before it's too late, and go to His Majesty and beg on your knees to take back the holy order. Old general, wait for my good news. Lin Che's goal was clear, and after bidding farewell to Wen Hong, he went back to Drunken Moon House at the first opportunity. Lin Che had asked Sheng Huainan to help with those gifts, so they should have been sold about the same. Sure enough, Sheng Huainan directly sold him a full 800,000 taels of silver. That's 8 more skill points. This 800,000 taels in fact really not a lot. After all, we send gifts have an unwritten rule. Cannot be the head of the head. We send about the same on the line. Summoning system. Host, Lin Che. Realm, 4th grade Sentinel Realm, Great Perfection. Cultivation techniques, Blazing Yang Body, 10th/10th level. Dragon Spine Technique, 10th/10th level. Dragon Bone Technique, 10th/10th level. Dragon Tendon Technique, 10th/10th level. Big Dipper's Hidden Dragon Body, 10th/10th level. 9 Openings of the God's Back, 10th/10th level. Regeneration of God's Crocodile Skin, 10th/10th level. Cultivation Technique, Zhou Tian Qi Eating Technique, 10th/10th level. Dragon Cicada Qi Dissolving Technique, 10th/10th level. Cultivation Technique, Dragon Elephant 12 Orifices, 10th/10th level. Dragon Yang Fire Pupil, 10th/10th level. Cultivation Technique, Taoist True Numinous Record, 10th/10th level. Remaining points, 70, that's 70 points. It's a waste to put it here. The first 2 days were due to the fact that the secret books left behind by the vertical heavenly ordainer had all been cultivated. And after looking through several books of the 5th grade True Element Realm secret system had no hints that they could be cultivated. I had to come out because I had a big feast coming up. This time, he still had to go and recruit government soldiers, so he couldn't afford to be too weak himself. As the saying goes, the general is the guts of the soldier, and the soldier is the might of the general. This general himself is too critical, and must be hard, firm, fierce, and long-lasting. Re-enter the Dakian Book Depository. This time, even if he turned over all the secret books of the 5th grade True Origin Realm, he would still break through the True Origin Realm. What Lin Che never expected was that he could not imagine that in the Dakian Book Depository, he ran into the female Emperor Zhongli. Chapter 86, the Empress asks you, and you really say it? Your Majesty, are you here too? Upstairs on the 9th floor, Lin Che looked at the magnificent silhouette by the window and hurriedly bowed. Zhongli wasn't wearing an emperor's robe at this time, but rather a long skirt, the hem of which was already dragging on the wooden boards. She raised her snow-white neck and looked into the distance. It seemed that she was not surprised by Lin Che's arrival. Champion Marquis, you run this Dakian Book Depository quite diligently. Is it to find your master? Zhongli turned back, and that pretty face was truly so beautiful that one could feel suffocated. Your Majesty, I don't have a master. Then, that indulgent heavenly ordainer really didn't take me as his disciple. After Lin Che finished speaking, he himself felt that he was lacking in confidence. After all, he couldn't say, I've improved my cultivation so quickly. It's all because I worked hard together with the system, right? Now, I'm afraid that everyone had decided that the reason he was able to soar and improve by leaps and bounds in a single day was that the #1 powerhouse who was known to patrol on behalf of the heavens had personally instructed him. Even Lin Che himself thought that this was more reasonable. It is not important whether you take it or not. What matters is, will you come to kill me in the future as well? Ha! Your Majesty, you have been gracious on my behalf. I owe this life to you, and I have absolutely never had such thoughts. The Microman will only follow your Majesty's left and right and guard Diqian together. Lin Che was sincere when he said this. After all, he hadn't really thought about killing the Empress. The two didn't have any grudges. Besides, as far as Zhongli's state government is concerned, she's doing a good job, so why kill her? Zhongli gave Lin Che a fixed look and spoke after a while. if I am killed one day, who do you think would be the most suitable person to sit on this throne? Lin Che's expression was frozen, or he dared to answer carelessly. The Empress asked you, and you really said it? You can get your head killed anytime you ask a question like that. Zhangli also seemed to have guessed that Lin Che wouldn't answer. She just murmured, if I die, the most likely person to take the throne should be Prince Wu Zhongshanwu. As for the second one, I'm sure you know. Lin Che still didn't reply, and a spat went through his mind. Can we just talk a little bit about what's going on? Why are you telling me about the internal struggle of the royal family? I'm having trouble defending myself now. Are you crossing the line by telling me this? If a big shot like Prince Wu wants to seize the throne, I can't help you. If you gods fight, don't harm your old ministers. Your Majesty is overly concerned. When I was a child, I also learned fortune-telling, and your Majesty's destiny is like the blazing sun in the sky, which no one can stop. This De Qian, countless years to come will require your Majesty to personally work hard. Hard work is unavoidable. Zhongli raised his eyebrows. Oh, you still dare to calculate my fate. Even the Yin and Yang family's Yin Lord, Yang Lord, they wouldn't dare to calculate my fate. You're really bold. Are all the Empress's angles so tricky? Your Majesty, I have sinned. I have blundered. I thought that I wanted to make common cause with your Majesty, but I never thought that trouble would come out of my mouth. Luckily it's in front of your Majesty who is holy and wise. If it was in front of the Great Hall, I would not be able to atone for my crime with 100 deaths. Okay. No need to be so nervous. When Zhongli saw Lin Che in this state, she immediately felt tasteless, and she simply said, your master is away and won't even appear in De Qian in the near future. You go back. This, Majesty, I'm really not his disciple. Moreover, I came over to learn martial arts. I feel that I can break through at any time, and I want to find the true elemental realm technique. Whatever. Zhongli said no more and turned his head back again, looking out the window and into the distant sky. Then his body flickered and disappeared almost out of thin air. This means of disappearing close to the spot really made Lin Che envious. Sooner or later, one day, I'll learn to teleport, Lin Che said enviously, and without delay, he began to rummage through the secret books of the true element realm on the bookshelf. Truth be told, he'd looked through quite a few of them before, but he simply couldn't trigger the system. Now it was just a matter of flipping through one book after another. Given his current state of comprehending the Hao Ranjiang Qi, flipping through and reading it was a very quick thing to do. This book, The True Explanation of True Yuan, says that the origin of the true Yuan realm is actually to transform true Qi into true Yuan. There is an essential difference between Qi and Yuan. When one cultivates it, there will not just be true Qi in the body, but a purer Yuan Qi will be born. Lin Che continued to look through them, and finally settled on two heavenly ranked true element realm techniques called the Five Thunders True Element and the Spiritual Rhinoceros Elemental Qi technique. However, Lin Che was certain that both of them required him to cultivate to the first level before he could use his skill points. So, he's still stuck at the 4th grade. However, the 5th grade true origin realm could not be directly ascended, but battle skills could still be learned. Right now, he had a full 70 skill points. It's not too much to ask to learn 5 books of battle techniques, is it? Now that his power should be overflowing, he was just missing his stance. After all, the only martial art in the world was speed. The dragon dance is a step during a fight, and the system prompted that it must be learned just after the flip. The technique 1,000-mile journey is also as the name suggests. It doesn't show up at short distances, but it's obvious at long distances. Lin Che thought about how he would run without a warhorse if he was chased after if he left De Qian later on. There's no objection to learning this battle technique, right? The refined dragon seal was a powerful set of boxing techniques, and right now, Lin Che wasn't sure what weapon he should use in the future. First, he would cultivate a set of fist combat techniques to defend himself. Otherwise, it would be too consuming to always be all brute force and fly over. Sealed Zen finger, whether it was a technique or a battle skill that he practiced, all of them existed in a wide open manner. This battle skill, on the other hand, was able to focus its power on a single finger. Such a tactic must be kept as well. If one fist can't be blown away, it's good to break the surface with a point. Yin-yang split body chop? Mobilizing all of the body's qi and blood, making the final blow. The yang body manifests a yin body. The yin body is not humanly possible to block. Charging forward, taking the enemy's head. After the yin body strikes, the condensed qi and blood also dissipates. If the cultivation is complete, the qi and blood can be reclaimed back into the yang body and used again for oneself. Lin Che had a picture in his mind when he thought of this. As he stood still, he suddenly detached a bilocation and charged forward, instantly decimating his enemies. Then, this split body was able to return to the main body. This battle skill, it's too heaven-defying. Other people might be using their entire body's chi and blood, a final blow, but he could just cultivate a full level. At the same time, he had too much chi and blood, so much that it was almost overflowing. Without the Volt Beast ring to press down on him, he was going to go berserk with his chi and blood at any moment. This looks like a desperate battle technique. It's tailor-made for him. Must learn pull all the stops. With all 5 of these feats fully lit, all of which had reached the 10th level, there were 20 skill points left all of a sudden. With these 20 points, Lin Che didn't dare to move around. After all, the 2 feats of his 5th grade were still waiting for him. Originally, Lin Che had wanted to take the opportunity to memorize the 6th and 7th grade techniques, but he could not have imagined that these later techniques had already been used by the royal family through secret means. Not being in the realm, one simply couldn't turn over these secret books. Lin Che had no choice but to call it quits, and then flipped out the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary again, memorizing all of it before leaving very contentedly. This Sunflower Treasure canon is certainly not for his own cultivation. It is for Yu Huadian. Just after returning to the mansion, surprisingly, he saw Xiao Cheng, De Zhuang, and Yu Huadian all anxiously waiting at the door. As soon as they saw Lin Che return, they all greeted him. Xiao Cheng was the first to speak. Master, just now the Duke of Wei sent someone to inform you that your mother, Cheng Xiu she heard the news that Lin Shaking was killed and has rushed back. Humph, just come back. Does she still dare to make a move on me? Lin Che grunted coldly. Yu Huadian added from the side. Master, I'm afraid that this is not as simple as Cheng Xiu, the former holy maiden, coming to trouble you. The Jade Void Palace will definitely send someone as well. The Taoist Jade Void Palace is not quite the same as other forces. We, the Great Qian Court, can't control it. Aha! This Jade Palace is so powerful? Even the Qianlong Court can't control it? Yu Huadian showed a worried look and continued. The Jade Void Palace is above the Dragon River. If they take the 1,000-mile boat, the earliest they can arrive is early the day after tomorrow. Master, it's better to be prepared in advance. Chapter 87, Dare Not Accept? Ching Chu Chi, right? He also wanted to see if this so-called cheap birth mother would actually be as crazy as Lin Baojun. There's no need to be afraid of them. Does the Jade Void Palace still dare to kill me in the heavenly capital? Lin Che was also a person of status and position now. How could they kill him whenever they wanted to? Even if he killed Lin Shuangguang in front of Lin Baojun, this high-powered Duke of Jin, who held 100,000 Huban in his hands, wouldn't dare to kill him, but he happens to be going out to recruit government soldiers. And this one is a bit dangerous. Had to get a bodyguard for that. The first thing that came to Lin Che's mind was, of course, old General Wen Hong. With this great Buddha around, surely no one would dare to touch him. However, going to Tianqing to recruit those veterans was Wen Hong's idea, and if he still dragged him along, it was clearly a sign of cowardice. Come to think of it, capable, and righteous, but also dare to harden against the Taoist, and finally free. Such a candidate seems to be only a big confusion. On the way back to the study, Lin Che heard cheers and wild howls coming from the various courtyards. Many people were spreading their joy. Lin Che thought about it and didn't try to stop it. Tomorrow would be a great opportunity for him to lead his troops, and tonight he would continue to make them completely crazy for once. After all, after being locked up in jail for so many years, it was only human to get drunk. In the study, Lin Che wrote for almost an hour. That's what opened the door. Little Green, you go prepare the carriage and help me deliver a letter to great Confucianist Jibu in the Confucian Academy. Let's say that I went to recruit veterans by the Holy Spirit, and in my heart I longed for the killing of the battlefield, and suddenly I thought of the great scholar Jibu. He is cordially invited to come along tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock and talk about his dreams. Given how crazy Kibu Deju was about his battle poems, it was more than likely that he would come. Yes, master. Xiao Cheng respectfully received the letter and went off with a few house slaves. Tian, come in. Lin Che waved at Rain Harden outside the doorway again. What are your orders, master? The command is certainly there. I see that you have exquisite bones and are a one-in-a-million martial arts practicing wizard. Before, you didn't have much effect in your cultivation. That's because you didn't pick the right gongfa. Here, I have a book, Lin Che said, handing over the Sunflower Treasure Classic that he had just written to Rain Harden. Ha, master, is this for me? Of course. You mustn't tell anyone. This thing is an unspoken secret in the Dakian book library. Even those great generals haven't practiced it. You must cultivate it well. Lin Che spoke in a serious tone. Yu Hua Dian's heart was touched for a moment. His eyes reddened. This secret book is surprising that even those great generals have never cultivated it. This must be the secret of the royal taboo. My lord has treated me well. Master, I will definitely cultivate well and will definitely not fail you. All right, go. Lin Che's heart burst with anticipation. He didn't know if this Yu Huatian could be as fierce as Dongfang Bubu after his cultivation. If not, if it's as fierce as Yu Huatian, it's still possible. Early the next morning, under Lin Che's supervision, these 200 prisoners changed into formal government soldiers' equipment, weapons, soft armor, and a black power suit, which was imposing. After all the venting these inmates did yesterday, they too know that it's time for a fresh start today. With this whole set of equipment, it is really like a different person. Even several people had red eyes after putting on the government soldiers' equipment and forced themselves not to show it. Gentlemen, Lin Che had also changed into a strong suit for battle. His entire person was even more dignified and sharp, and with a handsome flip he mounted his horse and drank. I am the champion marquis personally appointed by His Majesty the Edicting Spirit, and you, the first batch of my champion marquis men. Believe me, in the future, my champion husband's army will be invincible, killing people and gods, and all of you here will soar and honor your ancestors. It's not a waste of a trip to this world. Lin Che's eyes were clear as he swept towards these 200 government soldiers, and with the powerful Hao Ran Zhang Qi boost, he had memorized these 200 people. Depart. At Lin Che's command, the team set off with great vigor. At the city gates, he did bump into the great scholar Jibu. Not only was there Jibu, but next to him was Zhong Jiu, who had been starving miserably before, and a somewhat familiar scholar whose name Lin Che couldn't recall for a moment. Ha ha, champion marquis. Thanks for the invitation. Jibu is really a great scholar. Without half a frame, the breath on that body makes people can't help but to befriend him. Just by looking at him, one would think that he is trustworthy. Grand Confucian Ji, I can invite you here. I am truly honored. This time I am also leading the troops in training, by the way. I hope I won't disturb you. Lin Che was also very polite. You're out of line. Your 2 battle poems are enough to make me admire you. In the future, there will be no seniority between us. We will only meet friends through literature. Ha ha. The two of them ended their pleasantries for a while before Jiangsu, who was next to them, came forward to greet them. Then there was the somewhat familiar schoolboy, a handsome little white man who smiled and arched his hand. Marquis Lin, my name is Zhang Ding. My father, Zhang I can finally make your acquaintance today. Oh, so it's this little white boy. You've scolded me before, haven't you? I don't know how this Zhang Ding managed to rub off on such an opportunity to come out with a great Confucian. Guess it's the money capacity. Oh, you're Zhang Ding, hee. I'm still very familiar with your father. After a few moments of small talk, Lin Che said hello to Jibu and began to set off. They weren't a regular army in the first place, so there was no such thing as a hasty march. Instead, it was a stop-and-go journey. Of course, all of this was actually done by Lin Che on purpose. While he talked to Jibu, he secretly observed his 200 government soldiers. He wanted to find members worth using among the words and behavior of these people. When the 3,000 government soldiers were recruited, but he needed someone to help manage the training. After some observation, that Yao Wenkuei is definitely a good general. At nightfall, all the government soldiers set up camp outside a village. Everyone was in a mess. He arranged everything in a few words, and it's amazing that this group of inmates, all of whom have been in prison, obey him. Then there was that beast tamer Lu Miao, who was supposed to have the best social skills, and was well acquainted with all the government soldiers. These two, a man and a woman, should be more effective when paired together. Early the next morning, the group ate the elixirs and dry food they carried and prepared to leave. Now they were just 50 miles away from where the heavenly pit was, which didn't mean anything at all to this group of martial artists. If Lin Che hadn't purposely dragged his feet, they would have arrived yesterday afternoon. Lin Che had just spoken with Grand Ruler Jibu for a while and was about to order his departure. But unexpectedly, Yao Wenkuei had found his way over. Marquis, are you planning to go to the sky pit and collect those scattered soldiers from the garrison as government soldiers? Looks like it's obvious. Lin Che smiled. Yao Wenkuei's face was rigid and stony, and he said in a deep voice, there are people I know inside. They are not ordinary soldiers. If they were really a piece of fat meat, they would have been transferred long ago. There is something very wrong with each and every one of them. I'm just afraid. You don't dare to take them. What problem? Lin Che was still partial to disbelief. The government soldiers he wants are trained as if they were dead soldiers. Is there anything he's afraid to take? Yao Wenkuei wanted to say. You'll know when we arrive. Line. Departure. I'd like to see what kind of soldiers I wouldn't dare to take. Chapter 88, The Soldiers of the Sinkhole. Proximity to the sinkhole. Instead, it was the great Confucian of Jibu who slowly revealed some rumored news about the heavenly pit. The origin of this sinkhole should be traced back to more than 300 years ago, when the 10,000 demon kingdom invaded Diqian. Lin Che had known that this world was going to have demons and devils. It was just that he had not encountered them because he was living in Diqian, and even more so in Tiandu City, where the Confucian sage was sitting. Could it be that this sinkhole was left behind by the 10,000 demon kingdom? Lin Che asked a question. Jibu's face was full of vicissitudes, the marks of age, and he froze for a moment before saying, I also heard about it when I was a child. At that time, the 10,000 demon kingdom was very powerful and they had many races. It attacked all the way to the gates of the heavenly capital, and Diqian was almost about to be lost. At that time, a strong member of the Fa clan, during a night attack on the legions of the 10,000 demon kingdom, discovered the huge Rift Valley. Underneath the Rift Valley is the bottomless pit-like sinkhole. This should be what they dug out. You must be wondering why the 10,000 demon kingdom came here to excavate a sinkhole? To be honest, we don't have a standard answer until now, but it surely can't be anything good. After so many years have passed, there are quite a few rumors. Some say that the 10,000 demon kingdom is here for a treasure. There are also rumors that they are trying to break the Great Qian's luck, and some even say that there are actually legendary dragons underneath this ground. Lin Che frowned, puzzled. After so many years, it hasn't been clarified? No. Jibu laughed bitterly and said, to tell you about an unwritten rule of Diqian. For so many years, no matter who sits on that throne, there is a large and small increase in troops that will never change. The big place is the Great Wall of Gas. It gives almost whatever it wants. And the small place is where this heavenly pit is located. And every year the Ministry of War sends some teams here to dig and explore. Even our Confucian Academy, every 10 years, sends its scholars here to cast a vast and righteous chi to dispel the poisonous mist. Lin Che raised his eyebrows. Poisonous fog? There's poisonous mist in the sinkhole? You still don't know? I thought that you had already known about it when you came here to recruit government soldiers. Most of the soldiers here are physically poisoned. This time it was Jibu's turn to be surprised. It's reasonable to think that they've come here to recruit government soldiers, so how could they not understand? Lin Che muttered in his heart. Is this being pitched by old General Wen Hong? Preferring to let him come to this kind of place. Poisoned soldiers? How else is this going to be collected? Lin Che subconsciously glanced at Yao Wenkuei and realized that the other party was looking over with a faint smile. It looks like this is what Yao Wenkuei meant when he said that he did not dare to make a move. But as Lucen said, it's not easy to come all the way here. So you definitely need to meet. The group finally reached the sinkhole. A quick glance showed a huge rift valley. From this height, it looked like a giant dragon, and it looked like the earth had been split apart by a sword of a heavenly god from the 9 heavens. Incomparably spectacular. Next to Zhongjiu, Zhang Ding saw such a scene as also heroic. Immediately to start reciting poetry. Where was Lin Che in the mood for this right now? He simply let Rain Harden go to the front to deal with the guards. He, the champion marquis, had come with His Majesty's imperial decree. He wanted to recruit government soldiers, and could draw them off whenever the other party wished. Those guards learned that it was His Majesty's decree, so naturally they didn't dare to stop them, but their faces were all filled with disdain as well. A few of the guards were still talking recklessly. Marquis of Champion? Is this the son of the Duke of Jin? Yes. As a matter of fact, there is no one in the dynasty. Don't be an official. You see, other people's son of the Duke of the country. Look younger than us for around. This is mixed to the Marquis. In the future is not going to become a prince? Just this kind of little white boy is just a looker. I can waste him with one punch. In Tiandu City, how many males have real talent? Don't talk nonsense. They're coming over. Don't let anyone hear. They'll kill you, believe it or not. Ha ha ha. Am I still afraid of him? Old me wasn't afraid when I faced 30,000 strong enemies back in the day. Where else can they transfer me to? What other place is more broken than here? Lin Che was 200 to 300 meters away from these guards, but with his current ear power, he could still hear them clearly. It seems that the soldiers here have a stubbornness that is not afraid of the sky or the earth. That would be appropriate. In the future, if they let them follow themselves alone and do not return to Diqian, they will not be so foolishly loyal. It's all good qualities. Lin Che gently shook the reins and walked directly to the gate of the Sky Pit's garrison. Looking down at the few guards, You guys just said that a single punch could waste me. Is that right? The faces of the several guards changed drastically. They could not have imagined that those few words just now had been heard by Lin Che. Although they weren't afraid of this kind of Tendu City male, if they were missed, it would really screw them over. This doesn't have it. No, there isn't. The several guards looked at each other, none of them daring to boldly admit it. Lin Che revealed a cold smile. Old General Wen Hong said that he asked me to come here to recruit government soldiers. It says that you are all capable people, but now it seems that each and every one of you is a waste, a coward. Dare you say you don't dare to admit it? If you don't have the skills, shut up from now on. These words were very harsh to the ears, especially since they were spoken by Lin Che, who was the image of an uneducated male child. A few of the guards couldn't help themselves on the spot. One of the burly guards fiercely stepped out, his body's true chi exploding. How dare you scold us? Roar! The guard was like a fierce tiger, and with a roar, all the war horses were frightened, and a few of the government soldiers, who could not ride a horse, were even directly overturned on the ground. I'm telling you, no matter what kind of champion marquis or champion uncle you are, you're not qualified to scold us. We were born to die when you boys weren't even weaned. What have you got to be hoity-toity about? Lin Che strangled the reins and pressed downward with all his true chi. Straight away the horses were pinned down. He knew that the opportunity had come. He knew very well that it was useless to say any more to this group of big soldier heads, and he deliberately provoked the guards, just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance to make a stand. Not only did he want to target the guards of the heavenly pit, but he also wanted to show the 200 prefectural soldiers behind him how he did things. A good general is one who leads by example and teaches by example. You cry all day long about military discipline, and then you turn around yourself and bring girls from the greenhouse into the camp, night after night. Will this work? A good general doesn't just want his men to honor and fear him, but to obey him. Such a guard who dared to insult him even to his face should be taught a lesson. Unbridled. Lin Che directly operated his body's true chi and stood on the horse's back, even without bending his body, and used a move called Refining Dragon Seal. Buzz! A burst of golden light erupted, forming a giant golden seal visible to the naked eye. It looked like it was 2 or 3 meters in size. It slapped violently at the lanky guard. Boom! The two sides were separated by a distance of 3 meters, and the golden refining dragon seal had already blasted onto the body of the stout guard, and there was a miserable scream as his entire body flew out. Ah! The lanky guard flew backwards, flying a dozen meters through the gate behind him before falling heavily to the ground. Ah! Old Blackie! The guards next to him were shocked and rushed back to help the burly guard. Old Black! Up! But at first glance, they were surprised again. Quickly go and ask Commander Gong to come. Someone is trying to kill Old Black. Somebody. Knock knock. On the wooden building behind the gatehouse. Surprisingly, someone sounded the war drums. The sound of the drums is dense and rapid, indicating that yes, there is an enemy attack.